Chapter 1. The Night of Annihilation. Do not kill me, you are not worth killing. My foolish brother, if you wish to take my life, then harbor hatred for me, loathe me, and continue to live in your wretched state. Flee with all your might. Cling to life with every ounce of your being. This moment marks the fateful night of the Uchiha clan's demise. Uchiha Itachi's gaze was fixed upon his brother, Uchiha Sasuke, who was nervously gritting his teeth. Yet, are they the protagonists? Certainly not. The true focus lies upon the corpse of a certain Uchiha clan member. Beside them, who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Damn, it hurts. Who stabbed me in the kidney? The consciousness of a certain Uchiha clan corpse stirred, but it was not the will of its original owner. Rather, it was the spirit of a fervent enthusiast for Blue Star who had crossed over. How did this transmutation occur? It was simply that this enthusiast had perished in their previous life, their soul ascending to the realm of Naruto. How did they meet their end? The memories were hazy, but it seemed they had been cosplaying a charming antagonist at a convention when a madman had plunged a knife into their kidney. Wait, a kidney? Damn, stabbed before crossing over, and then again upon arrival. This transition is exceedingly painful, isn't it? The former owner of this body was named Uchiha Chika, the sister of Uchiha Shursui, of the same generation as Uchiha Itachi, and she played a sisterly role among the younger members of the Uchiha clan. She was well liked within her family and regarded as a highly esteemed lady. How infuriating. Why must this happen to me? I was living quite well back on Blue Star. Let the protagonists of novels and comics deal with such travails. This is not what I desire. Uchiha clan Night of Annihilation, beginning with a stab, a hellish inception. How can I be on the brink of death just after arriving? This is not the narrative I wish to follow. Thus, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke bore witness to a scene that would haunt them for a lifetime. A bloodied corpse, resembling a zombie, slowly rose from the ground, its hair disheveled, obscuring its face. Of course, the visage was splattered with blood, making it all the more terrifying despite the obscured features. Sasuke, terrified, fell to the ground, his eyes trembling with fear, while Uchiha Itachi displayed a look of disbelief. How is she alive? It is impossible. I have mastered a technique in the Umbu capable of delivering a swift death given the position and force applied. She should have bled out within seconds, if not immediately. Could it be that she concealed her true strength? Uchiha Itachi's mind raced through all of Chika's records, but after thorough reflection, he could not discern any hidden prowess. She was simply an ordinary yet captivating woman. At this moment, Chika, drenched in blood and somewhat unsteady, swayed precariously, yet this very state lent her an aura of eerie strangeness. In a moment of sheer shock, Sasuke found himself sitting on the ground, unable to articulate his thoughts, while Itachi wore a look of vigilance, even beginning to question whether what he was witnessing was merely an illusion. Why would Itachi entertain such thoughts? It was because the wound he had inflicted upon Chika was still gushing blood. A normal person would have succumbed to such a loss long ago. Suddenly, a masked figure appeared beside Uchiha Itachi. He cast a glance at Itachi before directing his gaze towards the blood-soaked girl before them. Itachi, what's the matter? Do we not agree to leave only one? The masked man spoke softly, to which Itachi fell into a brief silence. It's about time. We should retreat. Very well, I'll follow your lead, but do not regret it. With a flash, Itachi and the masked figure vanished from the sight of Chika, and Sasuke gradually regaining his composure. Sasuke, who had been sitting on the ground beside Chika, widened his eyes in recognition of her figure. Chika, blood. So much blood. Sister, please don't die. I don't want to become a monster. Recognizing her identity, he hurriedly scrambled to his feet and rushed to Chika's side, desperate to staunch the bleeding. Yet, he was powerless. Left to helplessly watch as she continued to bleed, it was only when the Umbu arrived that they swiftly transported Chika to the Konoha hospital. Upon their arrival, the medical ninjas at Konoha hospital were taken aback by the sheer volume of blood. Chika was losing. Any prior arrangements were forgotten as all available medical ninjutsu users immediately engaged in her treatment. Before commencing treatment, the medical ninjas assessed Chika's condition as a near-death experience. Even with full effort, recovery is uncertain. However, to their astonishment, their intensive medical efforts seemed futile as Chika's wounds began to heal on their own. In disbelief, the hospital's medical ninjas questioned the very limits of human capability. Was this self-healing truly a phenomenon of humanity? Yet, Chika did not awaken immediately, and the realm of the spirit was beyond the assistance of these medical ninjas, leaving them with no choice but to wait. Soon, the sun rose on the following day. The news of the Uchiha clan's annihilation spread throughout Konoha village and beyond, reaching every corner of the world. Only 2 members of the Uchiha clan remain alive, prompting various villages to develop a keen interest in the Sharingan. the bloodline limit of Konoha's Uchiha clan. By noon of the next day, after narrowly escaping death twice, Chika slowly opened her eyes. Before her lay an unfamiliar ceiling as she stirred in bed, propping herself up against the headboard. Her gaze met that of the large mirror positioned before her. With long, lustrous black hair, striking crimson eyes, and delicate features, her expressionless face betrayed no hint of menace, instead exuding an aura of innocence. Is this really the epitome of a Yamato Nadeshiko? I merely attended a comic convention, and this is rather excessive. Just look at these slender arms. Yet, in terms of appearance, it is indeed quite impressive, I must admit. I have come to appreciate my own reflection. Shinshia could not help but gaze at her reflection in the mirror, gently caressing her cheek. The more she touched, the deeper her empathy grew, and her anger towards Uchiha Itachi for stabbing her surged within her. Uchiha Itachi, the next time we meet, I shall surely strike at your kidneys. With clenched fists, Shinshia displayed a resolute determination. Despite Uchiha Itachi being a charismatic and popular character, this did not deter her from her quest for vengeance. Simultaneously, she noticed a young Sasuke sitting on a small chair beside her bed, his body slumped over the edge of the bed as he slept. Please, sister, don't die. Chapter 2. Shinshia and Sasuke is truly lamentable. If only the timeline I traversed was not the night of the massacre, perhaps I could have done something to prevent this tragedy. Shinshia sighed in resignation, feeling utterly helpless about the fact that she had arrived in the timeline of the massacre night. Though she had crossed into the world of Naruto, she wished the timeline could have been more favorable. She would have accepted being in the Warring States period, but the night of the massacre was another matter entirely. Nevertheless, the original owner of this body possessed commendable talent, having already achieved the rank of an elite Chunin. However, she was still no match for Itachi, and being stabbed in the kidneys by him nearly cost her life. Shinshia pondered her next steps, realizing that her first priority must be to grow stronger, at least to a certain level. Sister, you're awake. Are you feeling unwell? Suddenly, Sasuke's voice interrupted her thoughts. She turned to see him looking at her with a worried expression, and this endearing sight of him was infuriatingly adorable. Though your sister has passed away, very well, I shall reluctantly take on the role of your sister for the sake of this bodis owner. Of course, adapting to this new identity would require considerable time and effort. I am fine. If Itachi were to appear before me now, I would be tempted to stab him in the kidneys without hesitation if possible. I would even want to kick him. Shinshia clenched her fist, her eyes ablaze with fervent fire. Sasuke was taken aback by her impassioned display. In his memory, Shinshia had always been an elegant lady, her words and actions imbued with grace. Sister, you seem different. Shinshia remained silent, offering Sasuke only a faint smile. Sasuke thought to himself, she must have suffered a great blow. The Uchiha clan is no more, leaving only the two of us. Shinshia contemplated how to respond. Should I maintain the original persona of a lady? How does one speak like a lady? Never mind. I shall remain silent and employ my ultimate skill, smiling. Meanwhile, within the Hokage's office, a masked ninja was reporting to an elderly man. Hokage-sama, we have investigated, and there are no suspicious activities involving Uchiha Shinshia. The only notable aspect is her appearance. Hokage-sama, should we eliminate her? The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, perused the meticulously organized documents that had been submitted to him, all pertaining to Uchiha. Uchiha, a 13-year-old Chunin, possessed the chakra affinities of fire, wind, and lightning. After ascending to the rank of elite Chunin, she had eschewed team assignments, with rumors suggesting that her family had arranged a marriage for her. To Sarutobi's discerning eye, Uchiha Chika appeared to be merely an ordinary Uchiha girl. Was it necessary to eradicate her? He pondered this, but ultimately dismissed the idea, placing the documents on his desk. He then turned to the members of the Umbu tasked with executing missions, stating, since Itachi has left her be, we shall refrain from any drastic measures. Understood. The Umbu members nodded in compliance with the Hokage's orders, swiftly disappearing from the office. At that moment, Sarutobi remained unaware that this seemingly ordinary girl would, in the future, challenge and reshape his worldview countless times. As the sun hung low in the sky, Chika finally rose from her slumber. By the time she awakened, her injuries had long since healed. Her extended period of rest had been devoted to reflecting on the narrative and contemplating her next course of action. In summary, her immediate priority was to return home. Climbing out of bed, Chika donned a hospital gown, preparing to exit the infirmary. However, just as she was about to cross the threshold, Sasuke, standing behind her, tugged at her sleeve, mumbling, sister, clothes. Clothes. All right, clothes. It would indeed be inappropriate to venture out in a hospital gown. Chika paused, realizing the oversight. Yet she had no garments to change into. The outfit she wore on the night of the massacre had been stained with blood and was supposedly sent for cleaning, now out of Chika's Sight observing Chika searching for clothes, Sasuke bit his lip, hesitated for a moment, and softly offered, "Sister, I can go fetch you some clothes, wait." Before Chika could fully grasp the situation, Sasuke had already turned and dashed out of the room once he exited the Konoha hospital and stepped onto the village streets. Countless gazes fell upon Sasuke. Poor Sasuke, his entire family is gone. It seems there's still a 13-year-old girl left. But that's hardly consolation. The Uchiha clan has utterly fallen. Now the Hyuga clan must be the strongest in Konoha. I've never liked the Uchihas. The Hyuga family is quite admirable. Such remarks reached Sasuke's ears, and at his tender age of 6 or 7, the emotional toll of these words was profoundly impactful. However, compared to the original narrative, Sasuke's circumstances were markedly improved. He was not utterly alone with his head bowed. Sasuke disregarded the comments and hastily retraced his steps to the mansion where, just the previous night, the bodies of his clan had lay strewn. Now, the corpses had been removed and the bloodstains meticulously wiped away, as if the tragedy of the massacre had never transpired. No, it was as if this residence had never been inhabited at all. Sasuke stood at the doorway, momentarily lost in thought. Gritting his teeth, he vigorously shook his head and dashed into the house. The room of my sister. It must be this one. Pushing open the door, he entered Qianxia's chamber. After glancing around, he swiftly approached the wardrobe, tugging on its handles, which creaked open with a resounding thud. Oh wow, a golden legend. A plethora of dresses filled Sasuke's vision. There were sundresses, long skirts, short skirts, fishnet outfits, black silk, white silk, and even women's lingerie resting at the bottom of the wardrobe. The overwhelming aura of femininity left Sasuke momentarily bewildered, his cheeks reddening at an alarming rate. With a loud clatter, he hastily closed the wardrobe, leaning against it, gasping for breath, while a trickle of blood unexpectedly flowed from his nose. Which outfit should I take back for my sister? Chapter 3. Return. Leaning against Qianxia's wardrobe, Sasuke gasped for air, clearly overwhelmed by the experiences that were far too mature for a boy of 6 or 7. Sister, what should I bring back? He pondered, uncertain. The garments in the wardrobe were unlike anything he had ever seen someone wear, let alone his sister. In his recollections, Qianxia had always donned very traditional attire. Never anything so ahem. Could this be her true interest? Sasuke raised his head, a look of sudden realization crossing his face, only to be replaced by hesitation. Ultimately, he selected a more traditional outfit from the wardrobe. Though he respected his sister's true interests, he genuinely did not wish for anyone to see her body. Grabbing the clothing, he sprinted towards the Konoha hospital, quickly returning to Qianxia's room. As he burst into the ward, mouth agape to shout his return, he discovered that his sister was not alone. Qianxia stood by the bed, while a masked young man loomed near the window. Sasuke's pupils widened in his memories. He recalled only 2 types of masked individuals. One was the man who stood beside Itachi Uchiha, aiding him in the massacre of their clan. The other was a member of the secret forces of the Hokage, who emerged abruptly to handle matters after the tragedy. Neither seemed to embody benevolence. Do not approach my sister. Sasuke rushed forward, crossing his arms to shield Qianxia. His fierce gaze locked onto the masked youth. The masked young man was taken aback, as was Qianxia, startled by Sasuke's sudden appearance. Sasuke, it's all right, he isn't a bad person, Qianxia reassured, placing a hand on his shoulder. Yet Sasuke remained vigilant, his heart taut with anxiety. He truly did not wish to lose anything more. Qianxia was the last thread tethering him to reason. The masked youth gazed at Sasuke, and beneath the mask, a hint of melancholy surfaced on his countenance. I am sorry. Upon uttering these words, the masked youth turned and leapt through the window. Exiting the room, Sasuke hurried to the window, leaning out to scrutinize his surroundings earnestly. Only after confirming that the masked youth had indeed departed did he let out a sigh of relief. Yet a wave of helplessness washed over him. I am too weak. I am far too weak. Now not only can I not protect my sister, but I cannot even safeguard myself, let alone seek vengeance against that individual. With his head bowed, Sasuke's gaze fell upon the floor, where the echoes of his clan's demise seemed to reflect back at him. In tandem with this haunting vision, a remarkable transformation occurred in his eyes. His once obsidian irises morphed into a blood-red hue, and a single tomo manifested within his gaze. Uchiha bloodline limit. Sharingan. Just as Sasuke was on the verge of being consumed by hatred, a sudden and forceful palm descended from above, striking him on the head and rousing him from his stupor. Sasuke, where is my clothing? Clothing? Oh, sister, here you go. After a brief moment of confusion, Sasuke quickly handed the attire he had brought back to Chika. Qianxia lowered her gaze to scrutinize the garments that Sasuke had handed her, then exhaled heavily. Such attire was barely acceptable. Qianxia was overwhelmed with fear. She was apprehensive that Sasuke, still young and inexperienced, would bring her clothes that embodied a sense of maturity that was beyond her current acceptance, and perhaps even beyond her future acceptance. Upon receiving the garments, Qianxia instinctively began to unfasten the buttons of her hospital gown, momentarily neglecting Sasuke's presence. His cheeks flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe tomato, prompting him to swiftly turn and flee the hospital room, shutting the door behind him. Although Qianxia had merely undone a single button, the impact of the moment was profoundly significant for a boy of merely 6 or 7 years. Qianxia observed the scene of Sasuke dashing out and then cast her gaze downward, noticing the loosened button on her hospital gown. A faint twitch of her lips followed as she let out a deep sigh. Indeed, it seemed rather implausible to adapt swiftly to such circumstances. Meanwhile, the masked youth, having departed from Konoha Hospital, lingered atop a building, lost in profound contemplation. He had been detected, although the other party was a Chunin. It was surprising that a member of the Umbu like himself could be recognized by someone of that rank. How could Itachi have overlooked such a figure as Uchiha Qianxia? Merely moments after Sasuke left the ward to fetch clothing for her, Qianxia had unveiled his previously concealed presence. This was not merely a fade. Judging by the demeanor of the other party, it appeared he was quite familiar with her. As the masked youth pondered, he slowly removed his mask, revealing a handsome countenance. Hitaki Kakashi, age 21. Within the confines of the hospital room, Qianxia swiftly donned the garment Sasuke had brought, guided by the memory she had inherited. Truthfully, she struggled to categorize this attire. It bore resemblance to a kimono. Regardless, without the aid of her memories, even putting it on incorrectly would have been a significant victory for Qianxia. Qianxia stood before the grand mirror, adorned in her exquisite attire, gazing at her reflection. Unable to resist, she struck a few poses, reveling in the moment. However, within mere seconds, a wave of embarrassment washed over her, prompting her to cover her face with both hands and crouch down. What on earth was she doing? Yet, it must be acknowledged, her face was indeed captivating. Qianxia swallowed hard, unable to fully reconcile the reflection in the mirror with her own identity even at this moment. Calm. I must regain my composure. She took a couple of deep breaths, gently patted her cheeks with her hands, and then rose from her crouching position, turning towards the door of the hospital room. With a soft click, Qianxia stepped out, and the moment she did, Sasuke, who had been leaning against the wall with his head bowed, sprang to his feet and hurried to her side. Sister. All right, let us go home. Sasuke inhaled deeply, summoning his courage. This time, it was not merely a return to fetch clothes, but a genuine journey back to the desolate Uchiha estate, a place that was once filled with warmth and joy. Qianxia and Sasuke stepped out of the Konoha Hospital, making their way, step by step, towards the Uchiha residence. Chapter 4. Fireball and Fireball. The day following the night of the massacre. Lying in bed, Qianxia slowly opened her eyes, her gaze resting upon the unfamiliar ceiling. This was her room in the Uchiha estate, fortunately devoid of the typical cutesy pink decor that would have rendered her sleep restless. The time was 5 a.m. So early? Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't awaken before 10. Perhaps this is merely a remnant of the original occupant's habits. Qianxia mumbled to herself. After all, the original owner was a paragon of virtue and scholarship, a lady of exemplary conduct akin to a Yamato Nadeshiko. And it was indeed quite customary for her to rise early and retire early. Qianxia lay on her bed, stretching her arms with vigor. Although she had risen at 5 o'clock, surprisingly, she did not feel particularly tired. Having returned home yesterday without exploring her surroundings, she decided to seize the early hour to venture outside and take a look around. Qianxia rose from her bed, casually donning her attire, her appearance somewhat disheveled as she stepped out of her chamber. The mansion was remarkably pristine, utterly devoid of the corpses that had once cluttered its halls just days prior. Qianxia wandered through the mansion for 5 minutes, yet she had barely explored even a fraction of its vast expanse. Did I hear a sound? Qianxia curiously turned her gaze towards the small grove within the estate. She approached it step by step, and as she traversed the grove, a serene lake came into view. However, it was not merely the lake that captured her attention, it was the sight of Sasuke standing there by the water's edge. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Sasuke inhaled deeply, unleashing one of the most fundamental techniques of fire ninjutsu. As he exhaled, a sphere of flames erupted from his mouth. For Qianxia, witnessing ninjutsu in person was an experience entirely distinct from the sensations evoked by manga or anime. Yet, was that fireball not a tad too small? The fiery orb he produced barely traveled a meter. It was not only diminutive but also fleeting, extinguishing almost immediately. Sasuke's face flushed with exertion as the flame ceased to emerge from his lips. No, this won't do. This level of skill is not even half of what that person possesses. Sasuke gritted his teeth, beads of sweat glistening upon his brow. At 5 o'clock in the morning, Chika rose from her slumber, while Sasuke had already awakened at 3. Unlike the original narrative, where he wallowed in despair for a time, the current Sasuke was determined not to squander a single moment. Did you wake up, sister? That means it is indeed 5 o'clock. I have trained for 2 hours and yet have made no progress at all. Sister, do you think I lack the talent to be a ninja? Sasuke, noticing Chika in the small grove, could not help but lower his gaze, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. Chika, observing this scene, felt a twinge of awkwardness. She was not particularly adept at offering comfort, as she had been somewhat of a recluse before her journey into this world. Ahem, Sasuke, at your age, achieving this level of skill is quite commendable. Most of your peers at this stage would not even have mastered a single ninjutsu. Shinshia diligently activated her brain cells, hastily formulating words to console Sasuke, yet the impact was rather negligible. However, in order to vanquish that individual, I must refrain from comparing myself to my peers. Although it pains me to admit it, that person is indeed a prodigy. A glint of determination flickered in Sasuke's eyes as he turned to Shinshia and said, by the way, before you embarked on your missions, you seemed to be quite an accomplished nin. Teach me ninjutsu. Huh? Me teach you? Well, I suppose that's not out of the question. Shinshia swiftly rummaged through her fragmented memories, successfully locating the category of ninjutsu. Following the principles laid out, it should pose no significant challenge, right? Then I shall attempt the great fireball technique. However, I must clarify beforehand that I am not particularly skilled. Shinshia took a step forward, gazing at the lake ahead. Her hands began to form a series of seals. Rat, horse, monkey, pig, horse, tiger. As the final seal was completed, Shinshia inhaled deeply. Despite this being her inaugural practical operation, she encountered no stumbles. The entire chakra flow proceeded with remarkable fluidity. Fire release, great fireball technique. Shinshia forcefully expelled the chakra that had accumulated in her cheeks. As this chakra met the air, it instantly transformed into a blazing inferno. In an instant, a colossal fireball, equivalent to 10 Sasukes, erupted from Shinshia's mouth. Both Sasuke and Shinshia were left astonished. Shinshia, did I just unleash this fireball? Sasuke, sister, you deceived me. This is hardly impressive. Not only is it lengthy, but it is also remarkably large, to the extent that if Shinshia were unwilling to cease, she could continue spewing it forth for several minutes. When Shinshia's great fireball technique concluded, white steam still rose from the surface of the lake ahead. Shinshia stared in astonishment at herself. Although it was merely a fireball jutsu, it did not seem like a technique that a Chunin could wield. Furthermore, she had keenly noticed Kakashi, who was disguised and eavesdropping, when Sasuke departed earlier. Her perceptiveness, ninjutsu, and chakra appeared to exceed the typical capabilities of a Chunin. Was this an innate ability of the original owner, or perhaps a so-called golden finger acquired through her transmigration? Although the nature of this power remained uncertain, Shinshia felt exhilarated. In the world of Naruto, assuming this identity without any strength would indeed be perilous. While she was still unsure of the limits of her current form, she mused that at the very least, she should possess a level of power akin to that of a Kage before the original storyline unfolded. Shinshia clenched her fist and lowered her head, laughing joyfully. However, amidst her happiness, she seemed to hear the sound of something shattering. Indeed, it was the shattering of Sasuke's pride. Shinshia awkwardly turned her head, slowly shifting her body. She noticed Sasuke squatting on the ground with his back to her, holding a small twig he had picked up from somewhere. His face clouded with melancholy as he traced circles in the dirt. My sister deceived me, claiming this isn't impressive at all. Yet, my great fireball technique must also be under her influence. Clearly, I lack the innate talent of a ninja. Sasuke emanated an aura of despondency, evidently wounded in his pride by Shinshia's great fireball technique. Shinshia found herself at a loss. Her previous statement was not made out of pretentiousness. Sasuke, in truth, the great fireball technique is not insurmountable. Anything you wish to learn can be mastered gradually. I shall teach you all that I know. Really? Upon hearing this, Sasuke was instantly invigorated. He sprang to his feet, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at Shinshia. Sister, how did you manage to unleash such a massive fireball just now? Caught off guard and unable to articulate a coherent response, Shinshia awkwardly turned her head aside. Thinking to herself, surely, I cannot simply say that I just blew it out with earnest effort. Chapter 5. The Sharingan Awakens Spirit. Yes, it is spirit. Spirit? Sasuke stared blankly at Chinchilla, who was clenching her fists and shouting about spirit, utterly bewildered by what his sister meant. What is spirit? Chinchilla was equally perplexed. Yet, when faced with uncertainty, one must summon their spirit. Once, there was an individual devoid of any ninja talent, whose own son was already older than him. Yet he remained a mere genin. Nevertheless, he never surrendered. Through sheer perseverance, he ultimately outperformed numerous jonin, leaving 7 of them in a state of panic. Sasuke, what does it mean to have spirit? This is what spirit embodies. Chinchilla crossed her arms and recounted the tale of Might Guy, her face devoid of any blush, omitting the detail that Might Guy had met his end after delivering a lethal kick to an elite ninja. Upon hearing the story, Sasuke's spirit soared, exclaiming the essence of tenacity. Truly formidable. However, Chinchilla couldn't help but think that a more fitting description of Might Guy would be to say, "This is the essence of youth." Just as Sasuke, invigorated, prepared to resume his training in the great fireball technique, a thunderous growl emanated from his stomach, echoing like a cry that could shake the heavens and stir the souls of the departed. Sasuke's face flushed instantly, and he instinctively clasped his hands over his abdomen. Having risen at 3 in the morning to practice the great fireball technique until 5, Chinchilla thought it remarkable that he wasn't starving, though it was still early. At 5 o'clock, she suggested, "If you're hungry, shall we dine?" Chinchilla spoke while reaching out to gently pat the head of her little brother. Although their clan had been annihilated, the Uchiha family was still a prestigious lineage, and it was utterly inconceivable that they would suffer from hunger or deprivation. However, Chinchilla lowered her gaze once more towards Sasuke, observing that he kept his head down, his expression somewhat uneasy. Sasuke evidently did not wish to venture outside. It was understandable, considering the recent tragedy of his clan's annihilation. Should he step out, he would likely be met with a barrage of gossip and slander. Chinchilla, too, would face similar scrutiny. However, she was largely indifferent to such rumors. After all, she had once been the fierce individual who would not hesitate to deliver a decisive blow to a bully's face during her days of schoolyard torment. Reflecting on that time, Chinchilla felt an inexplicable surge of exhilaration. She recalled how she had quietly immersed herself in the world of otaku culture, while a notorious bully reigned in her class. Bully A, so you're into that two-dimensional stuff, huh? Bully B, you actually watch that? How childish, it's utterly laughable. Bully C, I stopped watching such trivial things when I was 10. Bully D, Chinchilla, Lushan Rising Dragon Dominance. Chinchilla could not contain herself and unleashed a powerful Lushan Rising Dragon strike directly onto the chin of the bully Ding, revealing the well-defined 8-pack abs she had sculpted through her unwavering dedication to mathematics in order to embody a certain anime character. Chinchilla, do not underestimate the world of anime. How outrageous. Subsequently, Chinchilla unleashed a formidable combination of techniques, Spiral Sphere, Chidori, Lushan Rising Dragon, and Kamehameha upon these bullies, sending their front teeth flying. Thus, Chinchilla emerged as the ultimate bully, achieving true prominence within the school. As she returned from her reverie to reality, Chinchilla cast her gaze upon Sasuke, who was looking downcast. Since Sasuke had no desire to venture out, they would remain indoors. The thought of her sister cooking was simply splendid. It had been ages since she had savored her sister's culinary creations. Upon hearing Chinchilla's words, Sasuke immediately broke into a joyful smile. In Sasuke's memories, Chinchilla embodied the ideal sister, a lady of the Uchiha clan, whose virtues were celebrated more for her femininity than her prowess as a ninja. Gentle, kind, beautiful, elegant, and meticulous, these were once the hallmarks of Chinchilla. Indeed, once. However, upon hearing the mention of cooking, her mind momentarily faltered, plunging into a void. Cooking? What could a former homebody like her possibly know about preparing dishes? Wait, did I not inherit that part of my memory? Chinchilla hurriedly closed her eyes, striving to recollect the fragments of her memories. At last, through her relentless efforts, she managed to grasp some fleeting recollections related to cooking. Very well, then. Leave it to me. Chinchilla opened her eyes, gently tapped Sasuke's shoulder, and then, as if stepping onto a battlefield, walked solemnly towards a kitchen within the Uchiha estate. Taking deliberate steps, it was indeed her first venture into the realm of culinary arts. This is no exaggeration. If blame were to be assigned, it could only be attributed to her previous life, where she was excessively reclusive. With her fragmented memories, Chinchilla managed to locate the iron pan in the kitchen, along with a few eggs, only to find herself momentarily frozen in thought. What should I do? Fry the eggs? How do I even fry eggs? Qianxia softly posed several existential questions to herself. Qianxia took a deep breath, striving to recall how she had once prepared her culinary creations. Frying eggs, frying eggs, frying eggs. Eureka! She found it. Qianxia suddenly opened her eyes, gripping an egg in her hand, which she crushed with a resounding crack. The golden yolk cascaded into the iron pan. While the yolk nestled within the shell remained slightly off-center, Qianxia's forehead bore a prominent hash mark, and although she had never set foot in a kitchen, it was rather amusing that she suffered from severe obsessive-compulsive disorder. Again, snap. Again, snap. Again. Goodness, I can hardly believe it. Qianxia closed her eyes, parting her lips to take a deep breath, her spirit entering a state of absolute concentration. Upon opening her eyes, a pair of three-tomo Sharingan appeared within her gaze. The Sharingan, a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan, possesses the ability to perceive opponents' techniques, induce hypnosis, and enhance dynamic visual acuity under normal circumstances. The more advanced Manjiki Sharingan grants the wielder two unique abilities that vary from person to person. This coveted power is sought after by every ninja village, rendering ordinary ninjas feeling inadequate, such is the nature of this gifted bloodline limit. Yet, in this moment, Qianxia chose to employ it for the humble task of frying an egg. With the activation of her three-tomo Sharingan, Qianxia sensed a transformation in her surroundings. It was not merely that her vision had sharpened, but rather, it felt as though time itself had slowed around her. Excellent. Let us harness this power to fry an egg. Qianxia gazed intently at the egg in her hand before gently cracking it open. Splendid. No shell fragments. Excellent. The yolk is perfectly centered. Marvelous. Qianxia nodded to herself with considerable satisfaction, unaware that she had spent a full half-hour merely perfecting this captivating culinary feat. Meanwhile, Sasuke, famished, lay sprawled on the dining table, his stomach rumbling like distant thunder. Sister, why is it taking so long? Chapter 6, Qianxia's notes. Just as Sasuke was on the brink of fainting from hunger, Qianxia finally emerged from the kitchen, proudly presenting a plate of perfectly crafted fried eggs, the fruit of her painstaking efforts. Although the eggs were flawless, they were, at the end of the day, merely fried eggs. Once the fervor of her culinary endeavor subsided, Qianxia was left with a profound sense of embarrassment. I'm sorry, this is all I could manage. Qianxia helplessly placed the plate she was holding onto the dining table. Sasuke sniffed the air, and with a sudden jolt, sprang to his feet. A mere fried egg? Sasuke declared that it was far superior to any dish prepared outside. In no time, he devoured all the fried eggs made by Qianxia, a look of contentment gracing his face. Sister, your fried eggs taste just like they always did. They are truly delicious. Is that so? Qianxia offered an awkward smile, turning her gaze aside, while her mind wandered to the fact that this fried egg was crafted with her Sharingan activated. Could it be that the original host also cooked eggs with her Sharingan? Let us not dwell on that for now. Sasuke has already begun his training, so I must also strive to improve. Although I may be a homebody, I am also one who takes action. Of course, this is largely due to the circumstances beyond my control. After all, I have been transported into the world of Naruto. And I am even Sasuke's sister, a surviving member of the Uchiha clan. This identity is rather unfortunate. Could I not have traversed into a more leisurely world? Or at least held a more relaxed identity? For instance, if I had entered the world of One Piece as Luffy's sister, I would have the support of younger siblings below and the protection of old man Garp above. Wouldn't that be a far better situation? Under this identity, if my strength is insufficient, the predicament I would face is all too evident. Qianxia is not foolish, setting aside the assassins from other villages. Even the presence of Shimura Danzo and his root organization within Konoha is enough to pose a significant threat to her. If captured by outsiders, she might be coerced into a forced marriage, jeopardizing the Uchiha bloodline. Should she fall into the hands of Shimura Danzo, the outcome is dire. At best, she would be rendered blind, and not just any blindness, but one devoid of eyes entirely. At worst, her journey through time could come to an abrupt end. She must at least possess strength at the level of a Kage. There remains ample time before the main plot of the Hokage storyline commences. And it seems that this body's innate talent is not lacking. She refuses to believe that achieving mere Kage-level strength is beyond her reach. In an instant, Qianxia was filled with fervor, her fists clenched tightly, and her eyes ignited with a blazing fire. Meanwhile, Sasuke, witnessing this scene, was momentarily taken aback before leaping from his seated position. Addressing Qianxia, he exclaimed, Sister, I shall continue my training. He then swiftly exited the living room. Qianxiao observed the scene without intervening. It is undoubtedly true that a child subjected to such intense training would likely encounter issues. However, Sasuke should be capable of handling it, considering he is the reincarnation of Indra. In comparison to Sasuke, Qianxiao felt it was time to shift her focus onto herself. Having traversed into this realm for several days, her attention had been predominantly directed towards Sasuke. As Chika contemplated, she instinctively stepped out of the living room and returned to her own chamber. When she finally realized her surroundings, she was taken aback to find a familiar little notebook resting on her small desk. Ah, is this a diary? Qianxiao reached out and casually flipped through the small notebook on the table. Although she had not yet examined it thoroughly, it was undoubtedly a collection of notes. Who among the respectable would keep such records? Am I the one responsible for it? Well, that's of no concern now. Qianxia settled into the adjacent seat, earnestly flipping to the first page of her notebook. Page 1. I have graduated from the Ninja Academy. How splendid. Although I am merely a genin, I shall strive to improve. Page 3. My initial chakra affinities are 3, wind, lightning, and fire. My instructors have all remarked on my talent. If I continue to exert myself, could I perhaps surpass that Uchiha Itachi? The thought invigorates my spirit. Page 8. Clearly, I am not lacking in ability. Why is it that the clan members only extol that fellow Itachi? I have accomplished numerous missions as well, and am on the brink of becoming a Chunin. Page 16. I have attained the rank of Chunin, yet the clan's attitude towards me remains unchanged. They implore me to act more ladylike, even urging me to forego field missions to maintain a demure faade. While I can acquiesce to some extent, I absolutely refuse to abandon my missions. Page 23. What? I am betrothed? Why was my opinion not sought? I am still young. I aspire to become a Jonin, my ultimate goal being Hokage. Page 30. Today marks the 7th day since I withdrew from my ninja squad. Remaining in the clan has become dreadfully dull. If it were merely solitude, it would suffice. But I must endure the company of well-behaved children. Maintaining a ladylike demeanor is utterly exhausting. Page 32. Lately, the atmosphere within the clan seems off. I inquired with the elders, yet they refused to disclose the reasons. My trained ninja instincts signal that something monumental is about to transpire. Page 33. I am preparing to flee. Being imprisoned is intolerable. Rather than living as a pawn in others' schemes, I shall seize control of my life. Tomorrow, I shall successfully escape. The notes conclude at page 33, as the opportunity to write page 34 never arose. The rebellion of the Uchiha clan and the massacre orchestrated by Uchiha Itachi commenced the day after this entry was penned. Gazing at this notebook, the fragmented memories of the original owner begin to resurface. Initially, Qianxiao's impression of the original owner was hazy, yet now it has taken on a vivid, multifaceted clarity. In a certain sense, I find her quite reminiscent of myself. Qianxia closed the notebook in her hands, exhaling softly. Though she was merely reviewing her notes, she experienced a profound sense of having traversed a second life. This sensation was truly remarkable, one that could only be understood by those who had undergone such extraordinary journeys. Rest assured, if you do not wish to embody the qualities of a lady, I certainly cannot assume that role either. However, I shall wholeheartedly embrace your determination to grow stronger. I will strive to survive in this world with unwavering resolve. Qianxia took a deep breath, turned her gaze towards the adjacent table, retrieved a pen, and flipped her notebook to the page following her previous entries. I shall complete your unfinished diary, she declared. What? Who in their right mind keeps a diary? Apologies, but I have never been a person of conventionality. With a confident smile gracing her lips, Qianxia poised her black pen over the next page of her notebook, diligently commencing the formulation of her training regimen. One of the prominent entries delineated her aspiration to master the A-rank lightning release technique, Chidori. Chapter 7. The Hidden Genius, Lightning Release, Chidori. This technique, developed by Kakashi, allows the practitioner to concentrate a high-intensity current of lightning chakra into their hand and pierce the target with incredible speed. The gathered lightning chakra emits a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of the chirping of countless birds, hence the moniker Chidori. To truly grasp this technique, one must possess keen dynamic vision. Otherwise, the overwhelming speed may render them blind to the opponent's movements, inhibiting any possible counteractions, such as altering the trajectory of the attack. Thus, it is indispensable to possess the Sharingan to achieve mastery. Fortuitously, Qianxia was endowed with the Sharingan. Not only that, but it was the esteemed 3-tomo variant, the pinnacle of standard Sharingan. After meticulously documenting her training notes, Qianxia exited her quarters, resolute in her intent to set her plan into motion. The first step was to conduct a preliminary examination of her physical condition. However, this was not merely a superficial assessment. She aimed to perform a comprehensive analysis of her physical attributes, including muscle endurance, chakra capacity, and the precision of chakra control, to avoid disturbing Sasuke, who was engrossed in his own training of the Great Fireball technique. Qianxia purposefully ventured in a singular direction, for the Uchiha estate was vast, offering numerous spaces for training. Upon reaching an open area, Qianxia inhaled deeply and produced a shuriken from her possession. The essential lesson for any ninja, the art of shuriken throwing. Qianxia did not utilize her Sharingan. Instead, she furrowed her brows, gripping a shuriken as she aimed at a distant target. With a swift motion, the shuriken soared through the air, and with a resounding thud, it struck true at the center of the red star on the target. Qianxia was taken aback for a few moments before she proceeded with the second round of tests. This time, she produced 3 or 4 shurikens in her hand. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing through the air echoed continuously as the shurikens flew from Qianxia's grasp, initially darting in various directions, yet ultimately converging at the very center of the target. Her mastery of shuriken manipulation was nothing short of exquisite. On to the next challenge. Qianxia took a deep breath and sprinted towards a towering tree that came into her line of sight. Just as she was about to collide with the trunk, her feet landed deftly upon its surface, positioning her at a perpendicular angle to the ground. With exquisite control over her chakra, she concentrated it in her feet, enabling her not only to stand vertically on the tree but also to glide gracefully across water, even managing to remain balanced atop its surface. Her manipulation of chakra was remarkably refined. Next, Qianxia proceeded to conduct 7 or 8 additional tests on herself, the results of which astonished her beyond measure. Indeed, she was exceptionally talented. This refers to the original owner of her body. Through her assessments, Qianxia concluded that, based solely on her capabilities, she could easily ascend to the rank of Chunin. Had it not been for the emergence of Itachi in her era, she would undoubtedly have shone as the brightest star within the Uchiha clan. Despite her remarkable prowess, she was ultimately compelled into an unwanted marriage. Qianxia instinctively reached out to cover her chest, feeling an involuntary pang of sorrow. Qianxia pressed her hand against her chest, closing her eyes as she took several deep breaths. Once she regained her composure, she silently raised one of her palms. Shimmered. As Qianxia's soft voice fell, a surge of intense and turbulent lightning chakra erupted from the center of her palm, accompanied by a series of piercing cries. Within moments, the crackling electricity in her hand dissipated with a resounding bang. Qianxia's initial attempt concluded in failure. However, this was to be expected, as it involved a jutsu of considerable complexity, classified as Level A. Undeterred, Qianxia remained optimistic. She had never anticipated mastering this technique on her first try. With diligent practice, she was confident that with a few more attempts, success would be within her grasp. Yet, she began to contemplate whether there might be a more expedient path to mastery. The Sharingan had the ability to replicate nearly all jutsu, with the exception of bloodline limits. If someone could demonstrate the Chidori before her, Qianxia believed she could immediately replicate it. Indeed, it was essential for a ninja to engage actively in training, as remaining at home offered little opportunity to learn from others. With her chin resting on one hand, Qianxia murmured her thoughts aloud. Just as she pondered, her stomach emitted a rumble reminiscent of thunder, echoing the earlier sounds made by Sasuke. Perhaps it was best to eat first and then think. With one hand resting on her belly, she promptly resolved to step out for a meal. As the saying goes, amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, the importance of food reigns supreme. One cannot strive without a satisfied appetite. Qianxia is quite fascinated by the culinary delights of the Naruto universe. At the very least, she must indulge in the favorite dish of the protagonist Naruto Uzumaki, Ichiraku ramen. Suddenly, as she stepped out, Qianxia paused, momentarily struck by a thought. Her attention had been solely focused on Sasuke, momentarily causing her to overlook the existence of Naruto. The protagonist, Naruto, son of the 4th Hokage, was born with a part of the Nine Tails power sealed within him by his parents, who intended for him to become a hero. However, following the tragic demise of the 4th Hokage, Naruto was branded a monster, a target of scorn. On the other hand, Sasuke, the secondary protagonist, grew up bearing the weight of vengeance after witnessing the massacre of his entire clan by his beloved brother. Alone and consumed by hatred, He was driven solely by the desire for retribution. The narratives of Naruto and Sasuke are undeniably tragic, and even for Chinchilla, who has watched countless anime, their suffering stands out remarkably. If she has the opportunity, she hopes to look out for Naruto more often. However, the village is vast, and she cannot recall exactly where he resides. Yet, frequent visits to Ichiraku Ramen should eventually lead her to cross paths with him. Chinchilla softly murmured to herself. Ever since she departed from the Uchiha residence and stepped onto the bustling streets, passers-by had launched a verbal onslaught upon her. Look, look, this girl is one of the last 2 children of the Uchiha clan. Ah, I have heard of her. What a lovely young lady she is, bearing burdens that no child should have to endure. By the way, is it possible to adopt her? I would like to try adopting this little girl. What nonsense! After all, she is a descendant of the Uchiha bloodline. How could she ever be taken in by ordinary families like ours? These idle individuals were truly too idle. While they lamented Chinchilla's plight, did they not realize that maintaining silence and refraining from idle chatter would be the best service they could render? Nevertheless, Chinchilla seemed largely indifferent to their words. Guided by her memories, Chinchilla made her way to the Ichiraku ramen shop. Before she could step inside, a series of familiar voices reached her ears from within the establishment. Uncle Ichiraku, the ramen you make is as delicious as ever. It truly is marvelous. Chapter 8. A chance encounter with Naruto. Look, who is that? Is it not Naruto? Although Konoha village is not particularly small, Ichiraku Ramen is indeed a high-probability spot for encountering Naruto. Yet, it was only her first attempt, and she had already stumbled upon him. Well, what a stroke of luck. Chinchilla paused for a brief moment before lifting the curtain of the shop and stepping inside. At this point in time, the Ichiraku Ramen shop appeared rather rudimentary. However, it would eventually ascend to become the premier ramen establishment in Konohagakure. This ascendancy is not solely attributed to its association with the future Hokage, Naruto, nor merely to the delectable ramen it serves, but rather to the resilience that Ichiraku Ramen exhibits amidst the various calamities that will befall the village in the future, remaining steadfast and unaffected. Consequently, within the online community, some humorously refer to Ichiraku as Otsutsuki Ichiraku, with a twinkle in his eye revealing his Rinnegan. Surrounded by an abundance of ramen atop the black orbs of the truth-seeking balls. Reflecting on this, Chinchilla couldn't help but chuckle, drawing the attention of both the owner of Ichiraku and Naruto, who turned their heads curiously in her direction. Ah, a newcomer. Are you here for ramen? Feel free to order anything. All varieties of ramen here are exquisite, Ichiraku declared, hands on his hips, grinning widely. However, I must recommend the bowl of ramen I am currently savoring. Its flavor will undoubtedly not disappoint you, though it may be a tad pricey. Hey, Naruto. This bowl of ramen is on me. And how could my ramen be considered expensive? Hee hee, not expensive at all, Naruto replied cheerfully, continuing to indulge in his meal. While Ichiraku brushed off Naruto's comment, fully aware that, for Naruto, even his ramen could be considered a luxury. Chinchilla gazed at Naruto, who was hunched over, savoring his ramen with an expression of pure bliss, and felt a pang of sympathy in her heart. Naruto, the son of the 4th Hokage, ought to have enjoyed a carefree childhood. However, the reality was that his early years were often marked by hunger. The dwelling he resided in was a solitary unit, furnished with little more than a bed and a wardrobe. Why was this so? As the child of the 4th Hokage, even in the wake of his parents' untimely demise, Naruto should have inherited their home. It was inconceivable that he lived in such a meager space. In terms of living expenses, despite receiving a stipend from the 3rd Hokage, the funds were woefully inadequate. For him, even a bowl of Ichiraku ramen was a luxury. More often than not, he settled for instant noodles, simply soaking them in hot water at home. In the original narrative, Kakashi once discovered a long-expired carton of milk in Naruto's room, a relic of his past that Naruto had cherished, unable to bring himself to consume it. This was simply unjust. Naruto did not deserve such treatment. Although the 3rd Hokage may have intended to shield Naruto's identity as the son of the 4th Hokage for his protection, the conditions of Naruto's childhood were undeniably bleak, with even his accommodation and meals barely meeting the bare minimum. Chinchilla pressed her lips together, recalling her sense of injustice towards the childhood Naruto while reading manga and watching anime. Now, witnessing the present Naruto voraciously consuming his noodles, savoring the broth with an expression of bliss, satisfaction, and nostalgia, she took a deep breath. Miss, what's wrong? Ichiraku looked at Chinchilla in confusion. After a moment of silence, she calmly retrieved her wallet, revealing a substantial sum of money that seemed entirely disproportionate for a bowl of ramen. May I inquire how many bowls of ramen this amount can purchase? At least 100 bowls, Ichiraku exclaimed, his typically squinted eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the stack of banknotes. Upon receiving the answer, Qianxia turned her gaze towards Naruto, who was watching her with an envious expression, seemingly reluctant to leave. When Naruto noticed Qianxia's gaze upon him, he immediately looked down in embarrassment and said to Ichiraku, "Uncle, thank you very much. The ramen was truly delicious. If I had the money, I would come again." With that, Naruto hopped off his seat, head lowered, preparing to leave the Ichiraku ramen shop. "Wait, are you still hungry? Huh? Are you calling me?" Naruto turned back towards Qianxia, incredulously pointing a finger at himself. In the village, adults rarely spoke to him, and even some childhood friends had gradually distanced themselves due to the adults' gossip. There were hardly any adults who approached him, which explained his astonishment. "Indeed, I am referring to you. You appear to be unsatisfied. I assume you haven't had your fill? Today it's my treat. Eat as much as you desire. It won't impoverish me." Qianxia, akin to a nouveau riche, radiated a golden aura of opulence as she concluded her remarks. To the observing onlookers, her entire being seemed to exude a flamboyant charisma. Beside her, the owner of Ichiraku Ramen felt his eyes nearly blinded by her brilliance. "Can I really have another bowl?" he inquired, but Qianxia dismissively waved her hand, saying, No. Eat as many bowls as you desire." With that, the owner of Ichiraku promptly dashed into the kitchen, tirelessly preparing the ramen. One fragrant bowl after another emerged from the kitchen, and as Naruto inhaled the delightful aroma, saliva filled his mouth, the sound of his swallowing echoing clearly. All right, don't hold back. It's just a meal. Please accept my kindness," Qianxia said, resting her chin on her hand with a smile directed at Naruto. His gaze oscillated between the delectable Ichiraku ramen and Qianxia, and after a rebellious growl from his stomach, he could no longer resist. He swiftly returned to his seat, picked up his chopsticks, and began to devour the food voraciously. Indeed, he was ravenously hungry. Qianxia observed Naruto devouring his meal with great enthusiasm, a look of contentment gracing her face as she instinctively placed a hand on her own belly. She almost forgot that she had ventured out with the purpose of enjoying a meal as well. It was imperative that she hasten her dining, for if she lingered too long, the young Sasuke might become worried. Qianxia has already envisioned the expression that Sasuke would display upon discovering her absence. Qianxia immediately picked up her chopsticks, preparing to indulge. She took a deep breath, inhaling the enticing aroma emanating from the Akiran ramen, and was instantly captivated by its allure. Akiran ramen truly lives up to its reputation. "Well, I shall begin." Qianxia, embracing local customs, politely uttered a classic phrase typically spoken at mealtimes, before completely disregarding her refined demeanor and devouring her ramen with gusto. Chapter 9. A Meeting at Ichiraku Ramen, the Weapon of Cause and Effect. In the future, this humble establishment would evolve into a renowned ramen house celebrated throughout Konoha, and the exquisite flavor of Ichiraku's ramen was indeed no exaggeration. Qianxia declared she had never tasted such delicious ramen before. "By the way, uncle, please add more Naruto rolls." "Huh? Oh, all right." Ichiraku momentarily paused, but quickly regained his composure, nodding vigorously as he retrieved a generous portion of Naruto rolls from the kitchen to enhance the subsequent ramen bowls. Not only was Ichiraku taken aback, but Naruto, seated beside Qianxia, was also momentarily stunned. His name was Naruto, and this ramen topping was called Naruto roll due to the coincidence of their names. This particular topping was rather unpopular among the residents of Konoha, with few opting to order it. This sister is different from other adults. In Naruto's mind, Qianxia's significance rapidly ascended. However, Qianxia, oblivious to the attention, was solely focused on finishing her bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Slurp, 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 bang. Qianxia raised the bowl of ramen high, savoring the broth until not a drop remained. With a sense of satisfaction, she placed the bowl back on the table. "Ah, that was truly delightful. Uncle Yile, your establishment is destined for greatness. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After Qianxia finished speaking, she propped herself up on the table with both hands and stood up from her seat, preparing to leave. Both the owner of Yile and Naruto gazed at Qianxia in surprise, exclaiming in unison, "Huh, are you just going to have one bowl?" The owner of Yile, perplexed by the stack of cash Qianxia had previously handed over, inquired, "What about this money?" To which Qianxia replied, "Oh, that? I already mentioned that it's my treat. If you can't finish it today, you can have it tomorrow, and if you don't feel like eating it tomorrow, you can enjoy it later." Shinshia smiled and waved goodbye to Naruto before swiftly exiting the Ichiraku ramen shop, making her way back to her home at the Uchiha residence. After her departure, Naruto glanced down at the bowl of Ichiraku ramen in his hands. After a brief moment of contemplation, he unleashed an unprecedented speed in devouring his meal, finishing the bowl in mere moments. "I'll be back tomorrow," he exclaimed, leaping from his seat and hastily exiting the ramen shop without even wiping his mouth, leaving behind the bewildered owner, who stared vacantly at the several bowls of ramen he had prepared in advance. "Can I finish all of this by myself? No. My ramen is so delicious, how could I possibly not finish it?" The owner took a deep breath and, fueled by his profound love for his craft, began to tackle the remaining bowls. Unfortunately, he was not a competitive eater, and by the time he finished the third bowl, his stomach felt as if it were about to burst. At 6:30 a.m., less than an hour into the day's work, the Ichiraku ramen shop declared its closure. Meanwhile, Qianxiao briskly walked along the street, indifferent to the whispers and rumors that surrounded her. She merely regarded them as fleeting winds. A few hundred meters behind her, Naruto stealthily sought cover, advancing while evading detection. Of course, Qianxiao had noticed Naruto's presence, but she had not anticipated him following her. Nevertheless, this turn of events was not entirely unwelcome. Qianxiao slowed her pace, allowing Naruto to catch up with her more easily. Tap, tap, tap. Before long, Qianxiao returned to the Uchiha residence, where she found Sasuke anxiously glancing around at the entrance. The moment he spotted Qianxiao approaching, he could no longer contain himself and hurried over to her. "Sister." "Oh dear, it seems I've been discovered, Sasuke. I merely stepped out for a meal." "There's no need to worry." Qianxiao initially thought that having been gone for only a short while, she would not be discovered by Sasuke. However, she underestimated his heightened sensitivity. It is no exaggeration to say that Sasuke has transitioned from one extreme to another, prioritizing the protection of his sister above his own life. After finishing his meal, he returned to practice the great fireball technique, but soon he halted, realizing Qianxiao had not yet come back. He dashed to the living room, and upon finding no trace of her, he proceeded to her room. After scouring the Uchiha estate, he even contemplated fleeing the premises to search for her. Yet, he ultimately refrained from leaving the house, not out of fear, but due to an acute awareness of his circumstances. Unlike his sister, who had long embraced the path of a ninja, he recognized that his own frailty rendered him more susceptible to danger. If Qianxia remained unharmed while he ventured outside and fell into peril, it would merely serve to burden her further. He understood that, at this moment, he was powerless. In the end, he chose to wait at the threshold for Qianxia's return. However, truth be told, he was nearing his breaking point. Fortunately, Qianxia returned just in time. "I apologize. I should have at least informed you before I left, or at the very least, left a note." Qianxia did her utmost to soothe Sasuke, and indeed, she had exerted considerable effort. After all, prior to her transmigration, she had no younger siblings, which made her grateful that at least Sasuke was not the notorious problem child often portrayed on the internet. Before her journey into this new world, Qianxia harbored a profound fear of such unruly children, particularly as she was a dedicated homebody, her room filled with an array of high-value figurines. The infamous problem children of the online realm were the bane of enthusiasts like her, leaving devastation in their wake, rendering figurines utterly forsaken. Qianxia let out a sigh of relief, and Sasuke's emotions gradually began to stabilize. Just as he was about to take Qianxia's hand and lead her back into the manor, he noticed something amiss. Sasuke's gaze shifted slightly, directing his attention to the space behind Qianxia. There, over 100 meters away, a yellow figure emerged within his line of sight. Sasuke furrowed his brows, and crimson crescent-shaped tomos manifested in his eyes. The Sharingan activated, his dynamic vision significantly enhanced. The previously blurred yellow silhouette began to sharpen, eventually taking form. Sasuke thought to himself, somewhat familiar, but since this individual dares to follow my sister, they must certainly harbor ill intentions. Meanwhile, Naruto, who locked eyes with Sasuke, felt a twinge of anxiety. He raised his head slightly to gaze at the entrance of the Uchiha manor. He had certainly heard of the Uchiha clan. After all, they were once the foremost clan of Konoha, and the recent tragedy that befell them had become a frequent topic of conversation among others. Even as he passed by, he could overhear people discussing the Uchiha, rather than directing hostility toward him. Is it possible that this sister of his is from the Uchiha clan? Chapter 10, Naruto and Sasuke's sister. Someone is following you. Huh. Oh, are you referring to Naruto? Qianxia was slightly taken aback, though not by Naruto's presence, but rather by Sasuke's piercing gaze. Indeed, even a mere Sharingan could possess such profound insight. Naruto? Sasuke furrowed his brows, murmuring the name to himself. He had heard of this individual, rumored to be the son of the nine-tailed fox. Could he not be a rather perilous character? Observing the change in Sasuke's expression, Qinxiao immediately understood the depths of his thoughts. She gently placed her hand on Sasuke's head, smiling as she reassured him, "It's not as you imagine. He is not dangerous and harbors no ill will." After Qinxiao finished speaking, she turned to glance at Naruto, who was cowering behind an obstruction, and waved her arm gently. Naruto paused momentarily, instinctively pointing a finger at himself. After a brief hesitation, he stepped out from behind the cover, advancing toward Qinxiao with uncertainty and trepidation. "Sister, what exactly are you planning? He is the son of a fox spirit, after all." Regarding the fox spirit, "It seems that before I can teach you how to wield ninjutsu, I must first impart knowledge in this area," Qinxiao remarked, silently adding to herself. "Although I may be a mediocre instructor in ninjutsu, I excel in elucidating the intricacies of the Naruto storyline." Sasuke, though slightly displeased, complied with Qinxiao's request and remained stationary. Yet his puffed cheeks clearly conveyed his current state of mind. Naruto hesitantly approached Qinxiao and Sasuke, his gaze flitting from side to side. Ultimately, he forced a smile and said, "I'm following you, big sister. My home is in this direction. Would you like to come over for a visit?" "Huh?" I said. "Would you like to come over for a visit?" "Naruto," Qinxiao said, one hand gently restraining the disgruntled Sasuke while the other gestured with a thumbs up toward her Uchiha residence. Both Naruto and Sasuke displayed expressions of astonishment, though Sasuke could only puff his cheeks more dramatically in response to his discontent. Meanwhile, Naruto's face reflected an unprecedented sense of confusion, as it was his first time being invited to someone else's home. "Can I really come in?" "Of course. You are most welcome." Qinxiao extended her right hand toward Naruto, whose eyes flickered with uncertainty. He yearned to accept her invitation but ultimately could not bring himself to do so. "Perhaps another time," he thought. "I truly have some matters to attend to." With his lips pressed together, he lowered his gaze and walked past Qinxiao, heading away from his own home in the opposite direction. Observing Naruto's retreating figure, Qinxiao let out a resigned sigh, contemplating how he longed for someone to notice him, yet he remained so shy when others reached out. It reminded her of a scene from the original story, when the Uchiha clan was annihilated, and Sasuke sat alone by the riverbank, while Naruto strolled by with his hands stuffed in his pockets. Both individuals, so alike yet distinctly different, were drawn to one another. Yet neither made the move to greet the other. This was true for both Naruto and Sasuke. "Well, there is still time. I shall seek opportunities in the future." Qinxiao remained undeterred. She gently patted Sasuke's head. Sasuke, puffing out his cheeks, grasped Qinxiao's hand with both of his. "Please don't pat me like that. It will hinder my growth," he protested. "Grow taller? Huh. You haven't even reached the age for growing yet. Rest assured, you will indeed grow very tall in the future." Qinxiao smiled faintly, leading Sasuke back to the Uchiha residence. Setting aside the training in ninjutsu, Qinxiao dedicated herself to tutoring Sasuke on matters of history. "Sasuke, you seem quite dissatisfied with Naruto," she remarked. "The lords speak of him as a perilous being, the offspring of a fox demon." Pouting, Sasuke replied. And Qinxiao did not hold it against him. After all, within the village, Naruto had that reputation. Only a select few among the higher-ups knew of Naruto's lineage as the son of the fourth Hokage. The majority believed him to be the embodiment of a demon fox. Qinxiao sighed deeply, placing one hand on her hip, and transformed into a teacher to tutor Sasuke. "Sasuke, Naruto is not merely the son of a fox demon. To be precise, there are no such entities as fox demons in this world. They are tailed beasts, specifically the nine tails." "Tailed beasts?" Sasuke blinked in bewilderment, as this was the first time he had encountered such a concept. There are a total of 9 tailed beasts, each possessing a strength that even formidable shadow-level warriors find challenging to combat. The first is Shikaku, the one tail. The second is Matatabi, the 2 tails. The third is Isabu, the 3 tails. The fourth is Son Goku, the 4 tails. The fifth is Kokuo, the 5 tails. The sixth is Saikin, the 6 tails. The seventh is Chome, the 7 tails. The eighth is Gyuki, the 8 tails. And the ninth is Kurama, the 9 tails. Sealed within Naruto's body is the 9 tails, which had wreaked havoc in Konoha. And Naruto's father was the 4th Hokage. What? Sasuke was instantly taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He never anticipated that Naruto's background was so profound. The loss of his parents, the village's disdain, the son of a hero reduced to the status of a demon fox, his life, which should have been filled with happiness, had plummeted into despair. That sounds somewhat familiar, Sasuke mused, lowering his head and gently biting his lip. What are your thoughts now, having heard all this? Chinchou inquired, still standing with her hand on her hip, observing Sasuke, who had bowed his head. I feel ashamed. I should not have harbored such prejudices, Sasuke confessed, feeling regretful about his previous perceptions and attitudes toward Naruto. He had always detested the rumors that others spread, yet he found himself succumbing to the very gossip he loathed. Chinchou gazed at Sasuke's reflective expression and felt a profound sense of satisfaction, akin to that of a mother witnessing her child's growth. Though not a mother, she was merely an older sister. Meanwhile, Naruto hastily returned to his modest dwelling. At first glance, Naruto's home appeared dilapidated, containing only the most rudimentary necessities. Notably, the refrigerator in his room was nearly empty, holding only a few small cups of instant noodles and a large bottle of discounted milk, which was nearing its expiration date. Naruto swiftly approached his bed and flopped down, embracing his pillow and rolling about joyfully. Someone invited me. Someone invited me. I'm so thrilled. I should have accepted on the spot. Next time, if I'm invited again, I will certainly agree. He laughed exuberantly, a genuine joy that starkly contrasted with his usual forced smiles. Friends. I, Naruto, am finally going to have friends. Chapter 11. Experiment subsequently. Chinchou continued to impart knowledge to Sasuke that was far beyond what someone of his age would typically encounter. This approach bore its own risks, given their precarious circumstances. Nevertheless, Chinchou remained determined to effect change. Had her aim been mere complacency, she could have easily inserted a trivial sisterly character into the original narrative, allowing the story to unfold as intended. Sasuke would rebel, Naruto would remain isolated, Sasuke would become a rogue ninja, and Naruto would embark on a journey to win back his beloved. They would confront the Akatsuki, battle Uchiha Obito, and face Otsutsuki Kagaya. The conclusion of Naruto's tale was ultimately gratifying, so Chinchou could have chosen that path. However, the village maintained a watchful eye on the two orphans of the Uchiha clan, deploying members of the Umbu to observe them discreetly. Ironically, the observer was none other than Kakashi, perhaps due to Chinchou's previous revelation about Kakashi's covert surveillance. He had relaxed his scrutiny of her and Sasuke, allowing Chinchou to be entirely certain that Kakashi was no longer spying on them. Nevertheless, the crystal ball used by the third Hokage for peeping was indeed distasteful. Initially, Sasuke showed little interest in the knowledge Chinchou conveyed, but as the lessons grew increasingly fantastical, the spark of curiosity ignited in his eyes. Did you understand everything? Chinchou inquired. Report, sister. Although I didn't comprehend it all, I'm trying my best, Sasuke exclaimed, pressing his fingers against his temples in an effort to digest the information. During this time, Chinchou felt a bit parched and poured herself a glass of water. Taking a couple of sips, she suddenly found herself admiring those teachers from her school days whose words flowed like rapid fire from a machine gun. Sasuke, I understand your desire to grow stronger, but you are still young. Rather than diving into advanced jutsu, it is more beneficial to establish a solid foundation first. Understood. Sasuke nodded earnestly. Although he did not fully comprehend, he was certain that whatever his sister said was undoubtedly correct. In the subsequent week, the daily routine of Chika and Sasuke mirrored one another almost identically. This monotonous existence, reminiscent of a mechanical life, had been something Chika despised prior to her arrival in this world. Yet here, it was quite the opposite. Sasuke had made noticeable progress in mastering the great fireball technique. He had advanced from producing a fireball the size of his head to conjuring one twice as large, with a significant improvement in its duration. Chika meticulously crafted a training regimen for him, emulating the methods Kakashi had employed to instruct Naruto and Sakura. At the Uchiha residence, in the open courtyard, on Chinchou's calf, a bell was tied, reminiscent of the iconic bell battle from the original narrative. If Sasuke could successfully remove this bell from Chinchou, it would signify the completion of this stage of training. Of course, Chinchou estimated that it might take Sasuke 1 or 2 years to accomplish this phase. Nevertheless, as it pertains to training, a long-term commitment is beneficial and Sasuke's spirit is high. Sasuke charged forth. He lunged forward. With a flawless posture, he crashed to the ground. Sasuke, rushing in head-on holds little significance. You must feign and anticipate. Techniques such as the Great Fireball, Shurikens, and Kunai are all permissible, but do not show any mercy. Chinchou stood beside Sasuke, who lay on the ground, one hand resting on her hip as she spoke. Sasuke slowly began to rise from the earth, inch by inch. Just as he was not yet fully upright, he suddenly reached out a hand toward Qianxia's calf. Upon regaining her composure, Qianxia swiftly retreated a step, causing Sasuke's surprise attack to miss its mark. What a pity. Sister, your reflexes are too quick. I was almost able to catch you. Sasuke lamented as he rose from the ground, expressing regret over his failed ambush. Meanwhile, Qianxia felt a twinge of apprehension. She had genuinely not anticipated that her little brother would resort to such trickery. It was a narrow escape indeed. Moreover, she sensed that the pouting Sasuke before her exhibited subtle signs of developing a cunning disposition. Such a trait could prove troublesome. To prevent Sasuke from evolving into a scheming individual, Qianxia resolved to employ a modicum of her true abilities. Wait a moment, true abilities? Reflecting on this, Qianxia suddenly recalled a significant event. Hadn't she been stabbed in the side by that Uchiha Itachi fellow upon her arrival? There had been an extensive loss of blood, and while her consciousness was rather hazy at the time, she was still capable of discerning the severity of such a wound. Even with the assistance of medical ninjas, a swift recovery seemed improbable. Yet, contrary to expectations, she had hardly relied on the medical ninjas' techniques, and her body had healed with remarkable speed. This was rather inconsistent with the established lore of the Uchiha clan. After all, she was not from the Uzumaki clan next door. Qianxia lowered her head, lost in her own thoughts. Opposite her, Sasuke blinked vacantly before taking slow, measured steps towards her. He bent down and reached for the bell tied to Qianxia's calf. And with a crisp sound of dang, the bell was deftly acquired by Sasuke. Sister? Sister. Oh no, the bell. How careless of me to become so absorbed in my thoughts. It seems this old habit has crossed over with me. Qianxia couldn't help but cover her face with her hand, feeling somewhat exasperated with herself. However, Sasuke, could you hand me a kunai? Huh? Sure. Although Sasuke was perplexed about Qianxia's need for a kunai, he nonetheless retrieved one and handed it to her. The kunai, a weapon akin to a dagger among ninja tools, was often regarded as ineffectual, hardly capable of slaying even a solitary foe. Qianxia gazed intently at the kunai in her hand. Pausing for a moment before taking a deep breath, she activated her Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, and turned her gaze to the surroundings. Fortunately, there appeared to be no one monitoring Sasuke. I am preparing to conduct an experiment. An experiment? Sister, what do you intend to do? A sense of foreboding surged within Sasuke, prompting him to speak anxiously to Qianxia. Rest assured, I should be fine. However, if anything were to occur, I would appreciate it if you could inform the hospital. Qianxia took a deep breath and made up her mind. She turned the kunai in her hand, pointing the sharp end towards herself. Whoosh! The piercing sound sliced through the air as the kunai embedded itself in her flesh. Blood gushed from the wound, and a sharp pang of pain surged to her brain, causing the corner of Qianxia's mouth to twitch involuntarily. However, it was not as agonizing as she had anticipated. Sasuke looked on in alarm at Qianxia's act of self-harm, and just as he opened his mouth to speak, he was struck dumb. To his astonishment, the copious bleeding from the wound had ceased. Chapter 12. Troubles that knock at the door. Sister, your wound. Sasuke, please keep this to yourself. Let it remain our little secret. Qianxia gently placed a finger on the center of her lips and blew softly at Sasuke, who, blushing, hurriedly raised both hands and exclaimed, Yes, yes, I will absolutely keep it a secret. With Sasuke's affirmative response, Qianxia lowered her gaze to the wound she had inflicted upon herself. It was indeed a gamble worth taking. Although she had mentally prepared herself, witnessing this miraculous scene with her own eyes still left her astonished. The speed of her self-healing could rival that of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, could it not? Could it be that I possess the bloodline of the Senju clan? Ah, this must merely be the golden finger bestowed upon me as a traveler, rather than attributing it to the mixed heritage of the Senju and Uchiha. Qianxia preferred to believe that it was a gift granted by the association of travelers, though it may seem somewhat inferior compared to the golden fingers of other travelers. She considered it quite satisfactory, especially since she had been struck in the back from the start. I had feared that we were doomed from the outset. Everything is progressing in a favorable direction. Qianxia clenched her fists, a wave of inexplicable emotion washing over her. After all, she had experienced the night of annihilation from the very beginning and had been pierced by Uchiha's blade, with the resolve to face her demise right from the start. She rose from the ground, determined to at least land a punch on Itachi Uchiha, even if it meant risking her life. Regrettably, she lost consciousness before she could strike. In contrast to Qianxia's poignant feelings, Sasuke stood beside her, his head bowed as he secretly reveled in joy. The thrill of sharing a clandestine secret with his sister far outweighed the astonishment of Qianxia, wounding herself only to heal instantaneously. Of course, the anxiety within Sasuke intensified, prompting him to silently set an even stricter goal for himself. Sister, let us keep going. I must grow stronger and catch up to you all as soon as possible, Sasuke declared earnestly, lifting his head to meet Qianxia's gaze. Feeling so spirited? That's wonderful. I too am brimming with energy. Let us continue. Qianxia was quite intrigued to continue playing the game of snatching bells with Sasuke, for the journey of growth was not solely Sasuke's. Qianxia too sought to explore her own potential. She had always felt that she possessed more than just a singular talent, harboring additional secrets within. Before long, half a year had passed. During this time, Qianxia and Sasuke trained tirelessly, engaging not only in the bell-snatching exercises, but also mastering techniques such as water walking, tree climbing, shuriken throwing, and close combat with kunai. Although Qianxia was merely an amateur, the original owner of her body had been exceptionally gifted, making it effortless for her to impart knowledge to Sasuke. On a certain day, 6 months later, Qianxia firmly pushed Sasuke out of the Uchiha estate. It had been half a year. It was time for him to return to school. If he delayed any longer, he would find himself out of touch with society. Ah, what is so great about ninja school? I'm already quite formidable. What more can they teach me? Sasuke grumbled, reluctant to comply. However, under the strong insistence of his elder sister, he could only sulk, muttering his discontent while shouldering his small backpack in preparation for reporting to ninja school. I'm off. Sister, you must come to pick me up after school. All right, I will be there. Honestly, you're still such a child, Qianxia replied with a smile, waving her arm. In that moment, she suddenly sensed the presence of a third party nearby. Qianxia finishes her work. The dark division takes over. Qianxia gazed at Sasuke as he gradually receded from her sight, and only when he was completely out of view did she exhale a sigh of relief. At last, she had seen him off. Reflecting on it, she realized it had been quite some time since she had enjoyed solitude, especially considering how that little rascal Sasuke had been so clingy. With her arms outstretched, Qianxia exerted herself fully. Over the past 6 months, she has truly embodied the roles of both an elder sister and a mother, which has left her utterly exhausted. However, the outcome has been rewarding. Through her relentless efforts, Sasuke has not only enhanced his strength, but has also finally summoned the courage to venture out alone, unperturbed by the incessant chatter of others. When Sasuke achieved this milestone, Qianxia was profoundly moved and uncorked a bottle of champagne, only to find herself intoxicated and unconscious after just a few sips. Now, in this rare moment of solitude, how shall I make use of it? Alas, it seems this precious time alone may slip away. Qianxia suddenly shifted her tone, narrowing her eyes as she scanned her surroundings. 1, 2, 3, 4. Are they members of the Umbu? If they are, at least there is a possibility for dialogue. But if they are those individuals, come forth. I am aware you are lurking nearby. Must I beckon each of you out individually? As Qianxia's words echoed, 5 or 6 figures emerged beside her, clad in uniform attire and adorned with masks. Umbu? No, it appears to be Root after all. The Umbu is a special unit commanded by the Hokage, primarily employed for assassinations and conflicts at the village level. In contrast, Root is the shadow within the Umbu, led by Shimura Danzo, specifically tasked with addressing the darker aspects of the ninja villages. Miss, please accompany us, a cold voice emanated from beneath the mask. Qianxia let out a resigned sigh. Is there room for negotiation? It is evident that there is none. However, they have made a grave error by not approaching her until now. Several days after the night of the massacre, Qianxia, I've already matured significantly. It's too late to come now. A confident smile blossomed on Qianxia's face, and her signature 3 crimson marks manifested in her eyes. Though I yearned to inquire what would happen if I refused to accompany them, I presumed it would be a futile question. While I do not advocate for violence, it does not imply that I am incapable of resorting to it. The 3-tomo Sharingan of Qianxia scanned the masked men around her. Despite the striking beauty of her visage, her imposing words lacked the anticipated impact. Nevertheless, the gaze of Qianxia's eyes compelled them to adopt a wary stance. Members of the Root exchanged glances, silently communicating until one of them took a step forward, prompting the others to converge upon her. Qianxia remained motionless at the center of the encirclement. Her eyes narrowed as the 3-tomo began to rotate, activating one of the fundamental effects of the Sharingan, enhanced genjutsu. In a soft whisper, Qianxia uttered, Genjutsu, Crimson Illusion. This technique, recorded in a scroll she discovered within the Uchiha estate, or in a rank in difficulty. Initially, Qianxia had aspired to learn ninjutsu reminiscent of the exhilarating duels of true warriors in Hollywood, yet inexplicably, she found herself drawn to the Jinjutsu scroll. This newfound interest allowed her to master the illusion with remarkable ease. Even before Sasuke had perfected his fireball jutsu, Qianxia had already attained proficiency in this technique. As she utilized her Sharingan to amplify the Jinjutsu's potency, every one of the masked men, despite being members of the root, fell prey to her illusion. Ensnared within its confines. What is happening? Is this Jinjutsu? What is going on? There is so much blood on you. They gasped, their eyes wide with confusion. It's an illusion. It's just an illusion. Stay calm, it hurts. The masked group exchanged panicked glances, perceiving themselves as if they had been stabbed multiple times. Blood gushing from their bodies. Is this merely an illusion? Yet the pain felt all too real. Scarlet clouds and a crimson horizon enveloped their vision, as though they had teleported from the hidden leaf village to an entirely different realm. With each passing moment, their anxiety and the agony from their wounds intensified, leading them to ponder, could this truly not be an illusion? As this thought flickered through their minds, it signified the breach of their mental defenses by Qianxia. In the real world, the masked individuals stood frozen, gazing blankly ahead, while Qianxia, humming a playful tune, stood atop them, a kunai in hand, methodically plunging it into their sides. The effectiveness of her Jinjutsu was nothing short of extraordinary. In the world of Naruto, one must never underestimate the power of Jinjutsu, for its potential is exceedingly vast. Among the myriad of illusions, Chika holds the belief that two particular techniques stand out as the most formidable. The first is the ultimate Jinjutsu, Infinite Tsukuyomi, which was called into question by Muro. This technique envelopes a vast area in collective spiritual hypnosis, plunging its targets into a sleep from which they may never awaken, allowing them to dwell eternally in a dreamscape that bears an uncanny resemblance to reality. The afflicted are rendered nearly incapable of recognizing their existence within this illusory realm, experiencing a second life. The second technique, which Chika regards as equally powerful, is the ability of Uchiha Shursui, who happens to be her brother. Kodo Amatsukami, the most potent of Jinjutsu, distinguishes itself from others by its capacity to directly manipulate another's psyche, altering their mental awareness without the victim's knowledge. Only Uchiha Shursui possesses the two eternal Manjiki Sharingan required to wield these formidable techniques, with one currently in the possession of Uchiha Itachi and the other in the hands of Shimura Danzo. Shimura Danzo, mark my words. I shall one day seek retribution from you. You represent an insurmountable obstacle for Chika. Firstly, it is inconceivable for Danzo to assume the role of a guardian for the remaining Uchiha orphans, and secondly, if Chika wishes to ascend to greater heights in the future, she must acquire the Sharingan of her beloved brother. Thus, obtaining Shursui's eyes has become an absolute necessity. Indeed, it is imperative. Qianxia observed the members of the roots surrounding her. Logically speaking, as a spirited youth of the 21st century, it would be inconceivable to resort to lethal force. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, Qianxia found no aversion to such actions. After all, the original owner of this body was a remarkable ninja, one who had long since tasted the bitterness of blood. In no time, Qianxia eradicated the members of the roots. Fortunate that the vicinity of the Uchiha estate was devoid of bystanders, rendering her task rather unburdensome. Once she had dealt with these individuals, she smacked her lips and placed a hand atop her head. However, despite her prior resolve, the prospect of engaging with Shimura Danzo left her with a sense of trepidation regarding her chances of victory. Rubbing her hair, she muttered to herself and turned back toward her residence. Meanwhile, Sasuke arrived at the Ninja Academy. Due to the clan massacre, he had not attended school for 6 months. As he returned, the guiding teacher was momentarily taken aback at the sight of him. Could this truly be Sasuke? In the brief span of half a year, he had transformed from the obedient boy they once knew. The teacher, a Chunin, could sense an undeniable pressure emanating from Sasuke. Teacher? Teacher? Oh, my apologies. I was lost in thought. Sasuke, please follow me. With Sasuke's call, the teacher quickly regained composure, clearing his throat before leading Sasuke to his class. Typically, students entered the Ninja Academy at the age of 6, and under normal circumstances, they would graduate after 6 years of study, becoming genin. Of course, if one proved exceptionally talented, they could apply for early graduation. Given Sasuke's current prowess, there was no doubt he could request to graduate early as a genin. However, Qianxia intended for him to remain inconspicuous. One individual drawing attention was quite sufficient. Upon entering the classroom, Sasuke stood indifferently at the front, while the other students gaped at him in astonishment. The boys wore expressions of impending doom, while among the girls, 9 out of 10 exhibited infatuated gazes. Wow. He is so handsome. In just 6 months, how did Sasuke-kun become so much more attractive? I'm smitten. I must pursue Sasuke-kun. Humph. He is only slightly more handsome than me. Humph. He is merely on my level. Is it really necessary for these girls to make such a fuss? Humph. While he is indeed handsome, he still pales in comparison to me. Ladies, cast your eyes upon me. Opinions among the crowd were diverse. Yet Sasuke remained indifferent to their reactions. He simply wished to endure the day and await his sister's arrival to take him home. Sasuke, you may sit there. Sasuke gently nodded and, under the gaze of his peers, made his way to his seat. The surrounding classmates yearned to engage him in conversation. Yet the formidable aura emanating from Sasuke rendered them speechless, their mouths agape. They could scarcely muster a polite greeting. The teacher at the front of the blackboard also wished to utter a few words, but after swallowing hard a couple of times, he merely offered a few casual remarks before hastily exiting the classroom. Silence enveloped the room. The boys were reluctant, while the girls felt a desire that lodged in their throats, leaving them at a loss for words. At that moment, a golden-haired boy stood up from his seat and briskly approached Sasuke. Sasuke turned his head to look, and the newcomer was none other than his classmate, Naruto Uzumaki. It's you. Hello, Sasuke said, extending his hand towards Naruto. The other students were momentarily taken aback. It was rare for anyone to approach Naruto, let alone engage him in conversation. A flicker of surprise crossed Naruto's face as he smiled and reached out to grasp Sasuke's hand. Hello, my name is Naruto Uzumaki, and I aim to become the Hokage. Chapter 14. Sasuke after school aimed to become the Hokage? Sasuke paused, momentarily taken aback, while the classmates either covered their faces in embarrassment or erupted in laughter. The notion of the son of the nine-tailed fox aspiring to be Hokage was preposterous, utterly laughable. Well, I believe you will succeed in the future, Sasuke finally replied after a brief silence. His words pierced through the laughter like an arrow, leaving the class in stunned silence as they gazed at him in astonishment. Among them, Nara Shikamaru, one of the few who bore no prejudice against Naruto, exhibited a glimmer of surprise in his otherwise lackluster eyes at Sasuke's remark. Sasuke had changed significantly from before. Meanwhile, Naruto stood there, bewildered, if one could quantify admiration. Sasuke's score would have rapidly soared. Initially at a mere 10 points, it surged to an impressive 60. What did 60 points signify? After regaining his composure, Naruto broke into a wide grin and suddenly clasped Sasuke's hands, exclaiming, Sasuke, I misjudged you. You're actually a great person. Sasuke, taken aback by the unexpected gesture, was left bewildered, filled with question marks. He swiftly withdrew his hands from Naruto's grasp and retorted, What are you doing? Have you lost your mind? It's just that I'm so happy. Naruto scratched the back of his head and grinned widely, completely devoid of any intention to return to his seat. Meanwhile, the female classmates around him wore expressions of envy and jealousy, among whom the most intense emotions were displayed by a girl with pink hair and another with golden locks, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka. Sakura, the leading female character in Naruto, and Ino, a member of the renowned Ino Shikacho trio from Konoha, were locked in a silent rivalry. Sakura exclaimed, Oh, I wish I could talk to Sasuke. Ino retorted, You're so timid. Just go for it, you coward. Sakura shot back, Why don't you go? Don't you like Sasuke too? Ino smirked, TSK. I'm merely observing, waiting for the perfect moment. You wouldn't understand. Sakura and Ino glared at each other, their unspoken words palpable, as if thunder and lightning crackled between them. This peculiar atmosphere in the classroom persisted until Irika-sensei walked in, bringing an end to the tension. All right, everyone, quiet down. It's time to start class, Irika said, tapping his desk in exasperation. The commotion in the classroom gradually subsided. Irika looked at Naruto, who was inexplicably grinning, and at Sasuke, who had just returned with a sour expression, feeling a surge of pressure. Today, we will study the history of ninjas. Please turn to page 30, he instructed. The lengthy and tedious lesson did not reflect a lack of professionalism on Irika's part. However, Sasuke found that his older sister had already covered much of the material, often in greater detail. Sasuke closed his eyes, ostensibly listening to the lecture while actually honing his chakra. At an age when most were still struggling to learn ninjutsu, Sasuke proudly noted that he could now produce a sizable fireball. It had grown from 1/10 the size of his sister's to a quarter. Quite an impressive advancement. Sasuke was quite satisfied with his progress, though he still found himself unable to snatch the bell from Chika during their training. Why does it feel like my sister is getting stronger? He pondered. Thus, as Sasuke engaged in his meditation and training, the school day swiftly came to a close. Despite Irika leaving the classroom, no one rose to depart. Only Sasuke moved to pack his bag. Sasuke, let us go eat at a Chiraka ramen. I can treat you, Naruto exclaimed, approaching Sasuke after a long moment of contemplation, ultimately deciding to treat his good friend. Of course, this was beyond the realm of what Chika had previously prepaid, as those funds had already been consumed by Naruto. As Naruto spoke, the surrounding girls revealed expressions of having been outmaneuvered, though even without Naruto's intervention, they would have felt too shy to act. Wait, why is this happening? The group of girls unconsciously regarded Naruto as a rival in love. Oh dear. These are two future prominent figures. Nara Shikamaru, observing the scene from the sidelines, couldn't help but chuckle. Perhaps the monotonous life at the Ninja Academy was about to become more intriguing. I'm sorry, but I'm heading straight home. Sasuke promptly rejected Naruto's suggestion of dining at the ramen shop. He packed his bag and stood up, making his way outside. Seeing this, Naruto hastily gathered his belongings and hurried after him. Heading home so soon? It's still early, Naruto exclaimed. It is not early, and it's boring out here, Sasuke retorted. Boring outside. Surely it's more entertaining than staying home, Naruto argued. Home is far more entertaining than outside, Sasuke insisted. As they bantered back and forth, they exited the classroom, embodying a delightful mix of discontent and folly. Upon reaching the vicinity of the Ninja Academy's entrance, Sasuke immediately turned his head to survey the surroundings, even activating his Sharingan to locate his sister. There she is, Sasuke exclaimed as he spotted Chika leaning against the wall by the academy entrance, who promptly waved at them. Sister. Upon seeing Chika, Sasuke transformed from a glum demeanor to that of pure joy, rushing eagerly to her side. Sister, what are you doing waiting here? It's more comfortable leaning against the wall than standing idly. Qianxia responded with a cheerful smile, yet in her heart, she mused that if the world of Naruto had motorcycles, she would certainly be waiting for Sasuke on one, which would be exceedingly cool. Oh, is that Naruto? We meet again. Qianxia turned her gaze towards Naruto, who stood beside Sasuke, her expression filled with surprise. She had encouraged Sasuke to attend school not only to help him evade unwanted attention, but also to foster a connection between him and Naruto. After all, these two individuals were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Even if they did not interact now, their destinies were bound to intertwine in the future. As Naruto caught sight of Qianxia, he instantly became bashful, lowering his head. Although he had been conversing with Sasuke with such ease, upon encountering Qianxia, his ability to articulate diminished dramatically. Qianxia chuckled softly and then inquired, "What did you say last time? Next time? How about it? Would you like to visit our home this time?" Absolutely, Naruto exclaimed, nodding eagerly. After having declined the invitation previously, he had spent many restless nights in bed, regretting his decision. This time, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Very well, let us head home then. Qianxiao approached the two with a smile, placing her hands on Sasuke and Naruto's shoulders. Objective 1. Reform Sasuke's character in progress. Objective 2. Foster camaraderie between Naruto and Sasuke in progress. Objective 3. Retrieve Uchiha Shirsue's Sharingan in progress. Excellent. All is well underway. Qianxia hummed a cheerful tune, her actions unwittingly drawing the gaze of an elderly man who often spied on Konoha village through a crystal ball. Something about this girl seemed amiss. Chapter 15. Sasuke's return home. The old man peering through the crystal ball was none other than Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, renowned as the Doctor of Ninjutsu. Now over 60, he had reluctantly resumed his position following the death of the fourth Hokage, and he was once depicted as the strongest man in the early narratives, capable of wielding all chakra natures and able to contend with two former Hokages simultaneously. However, as the later storyline spiraled into chaos, the third Hokage appeared to falter. The first Hokage, the god of shinobi. The second Hokage, master of forbidden techniques. The fourth Hokage, the fastest in the ninja world, sage and wielder of the Nine Tails. The fifth Hokage, granddaughter of the first, possessing extraordinary regeneration and immense strength. The sixth Hokage, Kakashi, evenly matched within the ninja realm. The seventh Hokage, Naruto, a fusion of Uzumaki, sage, Nine Tails, and the power of the six paths. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused to himself, pondering why, unlike the others who had received new developments, his own narrative seemed to be diminished. At least for now, he was still among the strongest of his generation. Hokage-sama. We have been observing this girl for quite some time. According to our investigations, her personality appears to have changed significantly, and she seems to be concealing her true strength. What should we do, Hokage-sama? Never mind, let us refrain from taking action. Since Itachi Uchiha has not moved against her, it would not be wise for me, having made a pact, to act against his kin. However, if she poses a threat to Konoha, we must intervene. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart, the village's safety was paramount. He was willing to sacrifice everything for its sake, a quality that was both his strength and his flaw. As he gestured for the Umbu members to withdraw, he took a deep breath and once more turned his gaze toward the crystal ball resting on his desk. Continue observing. His eyes were drawn back to the crystal ball, which displayed the images of Qianxia, Sasuke, and Naruto. He watched as Qianxia walked behind Naruto and Sasuke, urging them toward the Uchiha estate. The old man, captivated by this surveillance, found no desire to cease until Qianxia suddenly turned her head, glancing in the direction of the crystal ball's gaze. Nanny, Sarutobi Hiruzen, startled, promptly shut off the crystal ball's voyeuristic gaze, beads of cold sweat forming on his wrinkled brow. He acknowledged that his surveillance through the crystal ball was inappropriate. Such oversight had always proven effective, and it was indeed the first time he had been detected. This girl was certainly peculiar. Meanwhile, Chika, glancing in a certain direction, blinked and narrowed her eyes at a small bird perched on a branch in the distance. The bird was rather charming. Perhaps when she mastered summoning techniques in the future, she would contract a bird as her summoning beast, rather than a frog or something else. Time had passed unnoticed, and even Chika herself was unaware of the gradual changes occurring within her. When she had watched anime on television, she had fantasized about traversing into the world of Naruto, dreaming of contracting a frog from Mount Mayaboku or a serpent from the Ryuchi cave. Frog, have you lost your affection? Serpent, I can understand why you find the frog above me unappealing, but surely I am rather pleasing to the eye. Chika, Sasuke, and Naruto, three societal disruptors, strolled down the street, attracting glances that were unparalleled. Even those who had brushed past them turned in shock, realizing the remarkable trio had already moved on. They understood that their conversations would be enriched with tales of this encounter. Before long, Chika brought Naruto to the gates of the Uchiha estate. Naruto, staring wide-eyed, gazed at the grand mansion that was leagues beyond his own home, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over him despite believing he was mentally prepared. Why be anxious? Just step inside. Sasuke, hands tucked in his pockets, casually remarked to Naruto before striding inside. After a moment's hesitation, Naruto hurriedly followed Sasuke into the Uchiha residence. Upon entering the vast estate, Naruto's first thought was, so large. This place dwarfs my entire home. Is this truly a dwelling for humans? Indeed. It was a place for humans, originally a residence for a clan, but now it housed only Chika and Sasuke. How impressive. There was so much more to admire. Sasuke held his head high, proud despite the annihilation of his clan, for he remained a proud Uchiha. This pride fueled his determination to one day defeat that man with his own hands. Sasuke, it's time to begin training. Prepare yourself. Huh. Sister, we have guests today. Is that so? So you don't wish to train today? Ah, that is not what I meant, sister. Let us proceed. After a mental struggle, Sasuke finally nodded firmly. Beside them, Naruto tilted his head in confusion, unsure of the nature of their training, until, a mournful roar echoed throughout the Uchiha estate. As Naruto stood by, transfixed, observing the training session between Sasuke and Chika, with feeble backhand strokes, lackluster forehands, unsteady footwork, and sluggish reflexes, if you continue in this manner, even upon your graduation from the Ninja Academy, you shall never graduate from my tutelage. Qianxia offered a stringent critique of Sasuke, who stood before her, covered in dust, gasping for breath as he gazed at her. Strict, strict, even more stringent. As the saying goes, a stern father begets a talented child. Thus, one must never be negligent in training. Sasuke surely did not wish for Qianxia to adopt a casual attitude in assisting him. However, it is worth noting that Qianxia could hardly be considered a stern father, nor could she even be remotely associated with one. With his face smeared in dust and breath heaving, Sasuke finally regained his composure after a few moments. He lifted his head, gritted his teeth, and exclaimed, Sister, continue. The rigorous training regimen was proposed by Sasuke himself, driven by his desire to swiftly defeat that man. He yearned for tangible progress each day. Although Sasuke was merely 6 or 7 years old, his abilities already surpassed those of his peers at the time of graduating from the Ninja Academy in the original narrative, albeit only by a slight margin. Engaging in exercises such as bell snatching, hand-to-hand combat. And the exchange of ninjutsu, essentially just the great fireball, coupled with extended sessions of water treading and tree climbing, left Naruto, who observed from the sidelines, utterly astonished. Did Sasuke endure such a demanding training regimen every day? Intrigued, Naruto felt an irresistible urge to join in, and, during a brief respite, he dashed over, raising his arm high inquiring whether he could partake. Chinchilla, of course, there is no problem. Sasuke, suit yourself. Naruto was so elated that he nearly broke into a dance, while Sasuke merely crossed his arms and snorted. Naruto, this is fantastic. It marks the first step towards my dream of becoming Hokage. Sasuke, foolish brat. Only I can endure my sister's grueling training. I am curious to see how long you can last. Chapter 16. The Indomitable Marriage Proposal Brigade. As Naruto and Sasuke finished school, dusk was already settling in. After observing Chinchilla and Sasuke's intense training session, the sun had completely vanished, ceding its dominion to the moon. Although Chinchilla wished to keep Naruto bound here, such an act would be too overt and contrived. Thus, she allowed Naruto to leave without pressing him to stay. This decision did not escape Sasuke's notice. He furrowed his brow slightly and questioned, Sister, shouldn't you have tried to persuade him to stay at this hour? Is it truly all right to let him go? Chinchilla cast a surprised glance at Sasuke beside her and instinctively remarked, Am I that obvious? Not particularly, he replied. I merely possess a keen sense of observation. Your sister specifically enrolled me in a rather feudal ninja school, which certainly wasn't intended for mere amusement. You previously mentioned Naruto to me, and I presume she wishes for me to establish some familiarity with him, being the son of the fourth Hokage and the Nine Tails. Before Sasuke could finish his analysis, Chinchilla playfully pressed his head down with her palm, leaving him blinking in confusion as he tilted his head to gaze at her. What's wrong? Did I misjudge? Well, it's not entirely incorrect, but it's not entirely right either, Chinchilla responded. Sasuke, my intention in sending you to the ninja school is not merely to facilitate your interaction with Naruto. You should not approach your relationship with him solely through the lens of interaction. Friendships hold significant importance. Sasuke was overly rational, and while Chinchilla did not wish for him to become overly emotional, his excessive logic was somewhat concerning. After pondering for a moment, Sasuke nodded, though he still internally questioned the utility of friendships. It's getting late. Let us dine, Chinchilla suggested. Today, while you were away, I prepared a new dish. Your sister has mastered a new recipe. What is it? Hee. This new culinary creation is called a hamburger. What do you think? Isn't it marvelous? A few dark lines appeared on Sasuke's forehead. It wasn't that hamburgers were undesirable, but he couldn't shake the feeling that such a dish crafted by his stunning sister should have been something more refined. The hamburger simply felt somewhat out of place. However, it was after considerable contemplation that Chinchilla decided on this hamburger recipe. She couldn't possibly keep making fried eggs forever, although the original owner, as a member of the Yamanaka clan, could prepare a variety of dishes. Chinchilla regrettably had not fully inherited that culinary knowledge. Indeed, preparing a simple fried egg had nearly drained her, and attempting something more complex would surely leave her exhausted. The hamburger, however, was a means for Chinchilla to indulge in a taste of her original world, even in the realm of Naruto. Despite considering herself a sophisticated homebody prior to her transmigration, hamburgers remained one of her favorite comfort foods, making it was considerably easier for her, yet the challenge arose when she ventured out to purchase the ingredients. Isn't that Chinchilla? You've changed your outfit, and I almost didn't recognize you. As she strolled down the street, preparing to buy groceries, Chinchilla's body stiffened. While she generally paid little heed to the gazes and whispers of others, being directly called out was an entirely different matter. Chinchilla stiffly turned her head towards the source of the voice, only to see a middle-aged woman who appeared somewhat familiar to her. An overwhelming sense of embarrassment washed over Chinchilla, prompting her to pivot and face the woman, donning a smile that epitomized her professional demeanor. You've changed your style, Chinchilla. You typically don't wear this type of clothing, but it's perfectly fine. After all, you are beautiful, and you look lovely in anything, the woman beamed, showering Chinchilla with compliments. As Chinchilla felt somewhat constrained by the attention, before long, a multitude of similar women began to gather around her. Isn't this little Chinchilla? It's been ages since we last met, one exclaimed. Seeing you like this brings us comfort. Who would have imagined such events could befall your family? Chinchilla, ever resilient, quickly adapted to the situation, facing life with optimism and positivity. Bravo! The incessant chatter of the surrounding ants was imbued with emotion, devoid of any semblance of technique. In that moment, Qianxia inexplicably felt as if she had returned to Earth, surrounded not by a group of ants, but rather by a constellation of relatives. Their inquiries ranging from the mundane to the profound. Typically, such situations would lead to a certain unfolding. By the way, Qianxia, do you have a boyfriend now? Would you like us to introduce you to someone? They clamored. Yes, yes. If you're looking for a boyfriend, just let us know. We may not have much to offer, but our connections are quite impressive. If you have any specific requirements for a boyfriend, share them with us, and we shall endeavor to assist you. Our boy is quite commendable, not much older than you, Qianxia. Although he hasn't pursued the path of a ninja, he possesses remarkable talents in the business realm and has a pleasant disposition. Wang Dan, that's rather unkind of you. When it comes to our own sons, mine will not be outdone. My boy is a nin, much like Qianxia, and has the potential to ascend to Jonin in the future. If you're speaking of your own, then I must chime in as well. Yes, it was precisely this kind of unfolding. It resembled the annual familial inquiries during the new year, where relatives press for news of one's romantic endeavors or future plans. Was there truly any significant difference in the current scenario? In Qianxia's eyes, the scene before her was even more striking than those she had encountered prior to her journey. Observing the ants chattering away about marital prospects, Qianxia's professional smile was on the verge of faltering, her face twitching ever so slightly. A boyfriend? Ah, that seemed rather improbable. After a considerable time, Qianxia finally managed to escape from the clutches of the ants. After placing her ingredients at home, she took little rest before heading to the Ninja Academy to fetch Sasuke after school. Fortunately, having become a ninja and mastered chakra, Qianxia found that she only required 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day. In the dead of night, as Sasuke drifted into slumber, Qianxia gently patted her cheeks with both hands, rousing herself to stay alert. Qianxia was uncertain whether ninjas ever slept at this hour. Regardless, she had no intention of succumbing to slumber. Qianxia arrived at a clearing near the Uchiha estate, calculating the distance with care, pondering that it would not disturb Sasuke, who was likely fast asleep. All right, the true battle is about to commence. Qianxia took a deep breath. Her 3-tomo Sharingan whirled as arcs of lightning flickered in one of her hands. Chidori. Chapter 17, Confronting Danzo. The training of Qianxia in the art of chamber continues. A technique unexpectedly arduous to master. Yet, drawing upon her memories, Qianxia meticulously imitates each nuance, gradually manifesting signs of proficiency. Lightning entwines around her palm as the 3-tomo Sharingan whirls, and with a single step, she propels herself forward. With a swift whoosh, Qianxia dashes across the open ground. As if possessed by the very essence of thunder, executing a series of left, right, left thrusts. Qianxia's gaze sharpened as lightning coiled around her blade, striking forth with remarkable speed. The towering tree before her was pierced through, leaving behind a gaping hole before it succumbed and crashed to the ground. The cacophony was overwhelming, and the technique proved to be an immense drain on chakra. Even for someone like her, employing it 6 or 7 times would leave her utterly depleted. As she murmured softly to herself, Qianxia waved her hand, still tinged with the remnants of the Chidori she had just unleashed. Chidori is a ninjutsu created by Kakashi Itachi. It is named Chidori, which translates to 1,000 birds, due to the intense sound it produces, reminiscent of countless birds chirping. Building upon the foundation of Chidori, it can evolve into Raikiri, characterized by the refinement of Chidori's loud auditory signature. However, Chika has yet to grasp this concept entirely. Qianxia, with one hand poised thoughtfully on her chin, contemplated earnestly. Had this level of seriousness been applied to her previous life's examinations, she undoubtedly would have emerged as an extraordinary scholar. Qianxia did not consider herself a genius or an overpowered protagonist. After all, possessing merely the ability of rapid regeneration hardly qualifies one as extraordinary from any perspective. If that were the case, then all she could do was strive even harder. In the past, the formidable Might Guy trained tirelessly, delivering a devastating kick that shattered the chakra of the 6 paths. Now, Qianxia wielded her Chidori, aspiring to become a master of her craft, envisioning a future where she could effortlessly defeat any adversary. As time slipped away, Qianxia practiced relentlessly through the night until the clock struck 3, pausing only to catch her breath before retreating to her room for a brief slumber of 2 or 3 hours. Rising as usual, she prepared a simple meal for Sasuke before sending him off to the Ninja Academy. After taking a moment to rest on a small stool, she inhaled deeply, forcing herself to shake off the drowsiness. She could no longer afford to linger in bed. It was imperative that she took action. If this continued, she might as well resign herself to a life as a housewife. With a firm slap to her cheeks, Qianxia revitalized her spirit. She was ready to step out. However, this time, her destination was not the market for mundane errands. She intended to visit the Hokage Tower to reapply for her position as a ninja. It was impossible to remain confined at home, as practical combat experience was of utmost importance, especially for someone like Qianxia, who belonged to the Uchiha clan renowned for their Sharingan. The title of ninja needed to be reclaimed. Yet, to be candid, Qianxia was reluctant to approach the Hokage Tower. Confronting Hiruzen Sarutobi was one matter, but the potential encounter with Danzo Shimura posed a significant concern. Nevertheless, remaining cooped up at home was not a viable option. She had to take the initiative. In her heart, Chika naturally came to a realization. Just as she had tidied herself up slightly and taken a step out of the Uchiha residence, she suddenly halted. Is it coming again? Qianxia cast a sidelong glance around. Perhaps the others were well concealed, yet she could still perceive the presence of several individuals in her vicinity. Another route? No. It was the Umbu. As this group recognized that Qianxia had uncovered their presence, they ceased their pretense and initiated communication with her through the art of sound transmission. Hokage-sama, we kindly request your presence. Oh, quite agreeable. I was intending to come over as well. Qianxia, without hesitation, decisively accepted their invitation, even urging them to expedite their movements to escort her. This took the members of the Umbu by surprise. Was she not being overly proactive? Historically, those summoned to the Hokage's office by the Umbu seldom encountered favorable outcomes. Was her eagerness a sign of youthful naivety? Such thoughts raced through the minds of the Umbu members as they once again slipped into the shadows, guiding Qianxia into the Hokage building. Towards the office of the third Hokage. Upon entering this imposing structure, Qianxia could distinctly sense a shift in the atmosphere. The individuals within were predominantly Ch-Nin, and the presence of J-Nin was not insignificant, alongside numerous auras belonging to the Umbu and Root. It was indeed a perilous environment. Qianxia frowned slightly. The reason she felt a sense of danger was her belief that there was a significant possibility of a fallout with Konoha in her future. If that were to occur, Konoha would become her adversary. As Qianxia contemplated, she approached the door of the Hokage's office. Upon arrival, a voice echoed beside her ear, prompting the Umbu, who had been lurking in the shadows, to swiftly depart from the vicinity, vanishing from Qianxia's perception. Qianxia took a deep breath, raised her fist, and was just about to knock on the door when the voice of the third Hokage resonated from within the room. Come in. Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, then let out a resigned sigh as she pushed open the door and stepped into the Hokage's office. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, appeared before her, a venerable old man wearing the Hokage hat and sporting a white beard. However, rather than focusing on the elderly figure, Qianxia's attention was drawn to the crystal ball resting on his desk. A must-have for espionage, the all-seeing crystal ball. This was indeed a valuable item. Should relations with Konoha deteriorate in the future, her first objective would be to pilfer this old man's crystal ball. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Qianxia's lips, prompting a flicker of curiosity in Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression. Yet, he quickly composed himself, offering her a warm and benevolent smile. It has been quite some time since we last met. The last occasion was when you submitted your resignation from the ninja ranks. After such a long interval, you have become even more beautiful. Listening to Sarutobi Hizashi's words, Chika wore a professional smile, while inwardly she was frantically mocking the old man, convinced he had peered into her life through a crystal ball. In confronting this elder, Chika resolved to adopt the persona of a naive and innocent girl. I know nothing. I am powerless. I need your assistance. I am merely a frail, helpless, and pitiful young lady. Regardless of what Sarutobi Hizashi said, Chika steadfastly clung to this facade. Sarutobi Hizashi, Qianxia, smile, Sarutobi Hizachi, Qianxia, smile, Sarutobi Hizachi, Qianxia, faced with Qianxia's impenetrable defenses. Sarutobi Hizashi exhausted every possible means yet could not extract a shred of useful information from her lips. Were it not for the whispers he had heard from the Umbu regarding the peculiar antics of this girl, he might have genuinely believed that Qianxia was merely a naive and innocent soul. Nevertheless, I have summoned you for a matter of significance. Sarutobi Hizashi clasped his hands together, a solemn expression gradually settling on his face. Qianxia wore a smile on her face, yet within her heart, impatience had long since begun to brew. With Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, a tumultuous roar of excitement echoed in her mind. It has arrived. It has finally arrived. Various questions that Sarutobi Hiruzen might pose flooded Qianxia's thoughts, and she had meticulously crafted perfect answers for each one. Come on, Qianxia, you shall join the Umbu. Chapter 18. Joining the Umbu for Sarutobi Hiruzen. The village surpassed all else. Thus, he was determined to control Qianxia, this unpredictable element. However, unlike Shimura Danzo, he was not inclined towards extremism. After much contemplation, Sarutobi Hiruzen ultimately resolved to invite Qianxia into the Umbu. The Umbu is a clandestine assassination organization within Konoha, though their duties extend beyond mere assassination. They also manage the secret conflicts between villages. The members of the Umbu possess an average level of formidable strength, ranging from Ch Nin to J Nin. Should Qianxia join the Umbu, she would find herself amidst a multitude of watchful eyes, making surveillance significantly easier. For Sarutobi Hiruzen, this represented the optimal outcome. Yet he doubted that Qianxia would acquiesce so readily. Sarutobi Hiruzen mused, this girl is certainly not as simple as she appears. She may very well present demands. As long as they are not excessive, conceding to her requests could be worthwhile. Qianxia, the dark faction? Certainly, no problem. Qianxia tilted her head and replied with a smile, truly leaving Sarutobi Izuchi in a state of bewilderment. As a member of the illustrious Uchiha clan, Chika was well aware of the covert organization known only to a select few shinobi. Therefore, it was only natural for Sarutobi Hiruzen to inquire if Chika would be willing to join the Umbu. Before Chika could respond, Hiruzen had already conjured various elaborate responses in his mind, envisioning the perfect answer. However, in that moment, he was utterly taken aback by Chika's simple yet affirmative reply, sure. No problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself, is it truly this easy? Qianxia, after all the commotion, is it merely to have me join the Umbu? I have been preparing for so long for this. The Umbu is indeed commendable. I had always intended to reapply to become a ninja. Within the ranks of the esteemed Umbu, I can further hone my skills. Moreover, Kakashi is still part of the Umbu. In the original narrative, he is renowned as a formidable figure within the ninja world, and he will eventually become the mentor to Naruto and Sasuke. I am quite eager to enhance my rapport with him. The Umbu, I have heard, is a realm reserved for the elite of ninjas. Lord Hokage, I am truly grateful to you for your unwavering trust in me. As Qianxia spoke, she bowed deeply to Sarutobi Hiruzen, causing him to shudder involuntarily, his inner self wildly gesticulating. No, this gesture stems from my distrust of you. What is happening? Does this girl truly possess no understanding? If she is merely feigning innocence, her demeanor is astonishingly convincing. However, the members of the Umbu have deemed her suspicious, and they are not known for deception. After a few moments of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen lowered his gaze before raising it once more to regard Qianxia, who had placed her hands demurely in front of her, tilting her head with a smile. In that instant, it seemed as though a beacon of light illuminated his path. He covered his face with his hand. Qianxia, renowned as a beauty in Konoha, combined with her endearing mimicry of a pose he had once seen in a past life, was utterly disarming. It struck him like a hammer, relentlessly pounding at his resolve, a devastating blow for someone with his proclivities. You should return for now. I will have the Umbu inform you of the formal matters, he said. Understood. After Qianxia finished speaking, she gave a slight bow to Sarutobi Hiruzen and decisively turned to leave the Hokage's office, leaving him sitting in his chair, unable to find inner peace for a long time. At the ninja school, Sasuke was, as usual, appearing to listen to the lesson, while silently honing his chakra. Nearby, Naruto, observing Sasuke's demeanor, mimicked his posture, though it was merely a superficial imitation. Naruto, please answer this question, said Iruka, the teacher, tapping the blackboard with his pointer, addressing the distracted Naruto. Startled, Naruto quickly glanced at the blackboard, but even that was futile. A question? Can one truly answer something unknown simply by looking at it? Iruka sighed, seeing Naruto's bewildered expression, and gestured for him to take his seat. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over to Sasuke, who was also lost in thought. Sasuke, you answer this question. Sasuke opened his eyes, glanced at the blackboard, and then closed them again. The three fundamental skills of a ninja are ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. The basic three body techniques are the shadow clone technique, the transformation technique, and the substitution technique. Perfect answer, Iruka exclaimed, surprised, wondering if Sasuke had actually been paying attention. Of course, he had been distracted, but it was undeniable that Qianxia had given him some additional guidance. Sasuke's knowledge was now on par with Iruka's. And as he had stated himself, the ninja school offered him little substantial benefit. He could apply for graduation at any moment if he wished. However, despite his ability to graduate early, he knew he could never claim the top spot. Uchiha Itachi graduated at 7, awakened his Sharingan at 8, became a Nin at 10, and was a captain of the Umbu by 13, a prodigy of astonishing capabilities. Not to mention, there was another remarkable individual, Hatake Kakashi, who graduated at 5. Since he couldn't secure the first place, Sasuke lost interest in graduating early. He found that listening to the teacher while honing his chakra was surprisingly effective, pondering if his sister had been aware of this and had sent him to the ninja school for that very reason. If Qianxia were to know of Sasuke's thoughts, she would surely feel embarrassed and retort, "Your effective chakra training is probably akin to how I find sleeping in class incredibly refreshing." Time flew swiftly, and soon another day came to a close. Sasuke picked up his backpack, preparing to leave. Noticing this, Naruto hurriedly gathered his belongings and followed him. "Sasuke, wait for me." "Who is waiting for you?" Though such words were spoken, Sasuke could not help but slow his pace, waiting for Naruto to catch up. The two walked side by side towards the Uchiha residence. Within the classroom, the female students witnessed this scene. Some could not restrain themselves and instinctively covered their mouths, as their inner fangirls awakened in that moment. Could it be that Sasuke-kun is truly captivating? The fangirls, with excitement, pressed their hands against their cheeks, while others cast envious glances at Naruto, filled with feelings of rivalry, pondering why it was not themselves standing beside Sasuke. Indeed, they were recognized as a pair, fortunately. At that moment, both Naruto and Sasuke remained blissfully innocent. Otherwise, they would surely be perplexed by the girl's thoughts. Simultaneously, as Sasuke and Naruto made their way home, two figures stealthily trailed behind them. Chapter 19. Sasuke and Naruto being followed. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sakura remarked. Though you say that, you secretly want to follow them too, don't you? Ino replied, as they discreetly followed Sasuke and Naruto. Many in their class harbored secret affections for Sasuke, and Ino and Sakura were among the more proactive ones. Well, all right then, just a quick peek. That's the spirit. Keep up, but don't get caught. Ino and Sakura endeavored to maintain a distance they believed would keep them undetected. The Yamanaka clan was also a prominent family in Konoha, and Sakura was an exemplary student at the Ninja Academy. Though still young, they exhibited a semblance of skilled ninja stealth. However, Sasuke's Sharingan was no mere illusion. It seems we are being followed, Sasuke murmured softly. Upon hearing this, Naruto quickly turned to look, only to be yanked back by Sasuke. Idiot! Don't turn around. Let us move quickly and see if we can shake them off. Got it. Sasuke and Naruto whispered to one another, drawing closer to minimize the chances of being overheard. Ino and Sakura, witnessing this, could not help but place their hands on their cheeks, eyes wide with astonishment. Sasuke-kun and Naruto are so close. It seems Sasuke-kun took the initiative to draw nearer. While Ino and Sakura were not typically fangirls, they could not help but entertain such thoughts, as is common among girls. If Sasuke truly is of that orientation, then I would have no chance whatsoever. In the hearts of both individuals, a singular thought emerged, resonating with such intensity that it consumed their minds entirely. Meanwhile, during their moment of distraction, Sasuke and Naruto had quickened their pace. By the time the two women regained their senses, the distance between them had grown to a level almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Oh no, they exclaimed, hastily pursuing the duo, who not only accelerated their steps but also skillfully navigated the winding streets of the hidden leaf village. Left turn, straight ahead, right turn, straight ahead. Although the strategy was conceived by Sasuke, it was Naruto who ultimately directed their course. Hiki, I've explored every nook and cranny of the hidden leaf village. I could ascend to the Hokage rock with my eyes closed and give the Hokage's statue a makeover. Naruto, having lost his parents at a young age and lived alone, considered solitude a norm. To alleviate his loneliness, he often roamed the village, occasionally engaging in antics to draw attention. This was also why he had earlier mentioned that home felt dull. There was only him within its walls. Keep up, Naruto urged Sasuke as they weaved through the village. Although their pace was not particularly swift, it left their pursuers panting heavily, exclaiming their exhaustion. At the entrance of the Uchiha residence, Naruto and Sasuke appeared only slightly perspired, their stamina far exceeding that of their peers. You're surprisingly reliable, remarked Sasuke. Of course. I'm destined to become Hokage, Naruto replied with a grin, playfully tapping his nose. Such praise was perfectly suited to his temperament. As Naruto conversed with Sasuke, not far off, Sakura Haruno and Ino Yamanaka had managed to keep up with them, leaning against a nearby wall, gasping for breath, resembling two individuals on the verge of collapse. Aha, we caught up. Do you think we've been noticed? After going around in so many circles, perhaps we should just leave? One more look, just one more look. We can't head back like this. You must feel the same way, right? Sakura and Ino muttered breathlessly, sharing a language only they could decipher. They then turned once more, gazing towards Naruto and Sasuke, who had paused at the entrance. Engaged in conversation. Can you hear what they're saying? Not quite, but let us try a little harder. Two individuals, jostling against each other, gazed toward a particular direction until a figure emerged along an alternate path leading to the Uchiha residence. Upon catching sight of this figure's full visage, the two women were momentarily rendered speechless. My goodness, she is utterly breathtaking. Her hair, radiant like pearls, cascaded down, and her bright crimson eyes sparkled with a youthful innocence, complemented by a physique that approached the golden ratio. Yet, the most striking feature was undoubtedly her face. The first descriptions that sprang to their minds were those of Yamado Nadeshiko, the epitome of feminine perfection. Oh heavens! This stunning beauty is making her way towards Sasuke-kun. He appears to be quite delighted. Their relationship seems remarkably amiable. A crisis. A crisis. A crisis. If she were merely a rival, I might not feel so intimidated. However, faced with such a vision of beauty as an opponent, I see not a glimmer of hope for victory. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino's inner radars blared alarmingly, a sign of imminent danger. They firmly believed they could not compete against this woman. The sheer aura of femininity she exuded was on an entirely different level. Meanwhile, on the other side, the woman whom Sakura and Ino deemed unbeatable was engaged in conversation with Sasuke and Naruto. Sister, you're out. Yes, I went out to take care of a few matters. I had hoped to return quickly and pick you up, but they were rather slow. Chiinchia could not help but critique Sarutobi Hizashi, noting that he engaged in a plethora of meaningless chatter before the main performance, an endless series of mutual probing. As soon as Chiinchia's voice fell, her gaze suddenly shifted slightly, directing towards the direction where Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino were hiding. A faint smile graced her lips, revealing a hint of intrigue. It seems, Sasuke, that your counter-surveillance training needs to be intensified. How could these two little kittens follow behind without noticing anything? They actually managed to catch up? Where are they? Sasuke displayed a look of astonishment, swiftly turning his head to scan the surroundings in a frenzy, while Chiinchia executed a swift body technique, instantly appearing beside the two who were just about to flee. She placed a hand on each of their shoulders. Little kittens. It seems it's a tad too late to escape now. Chiinchia smiled gently at the two girls, her face radiating a self-assured benevolence. Yet, the girls felt as though they were facing a formidable adversary, causing them to fall to the ground in fright. Apologies. I am truly sorry. Chapter 20. The qualification to become a younger sister-in-law. Why are you both so terrified? I am not a demon and shall not harm you, Chiinchia reassured, her hands tenderly stroking their heads. Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino momentarily froze, their expressions of astonishment gradually softening. Will you really not do anything to us? Of course not. Why would I harm two young girls? I am not a pervert, Chiinchia retorted, placing her hands on her hips with a huff. Let me clarify. I, Chiinchia, have no inclination towards minors. Although it was unclear whom this declaration was addressed to, it was made nonetheless, perhaps to prevent any misguided interpretations of her self-perceived, kind heart. Upon hearing Chiinchia's response, both girls instinctively placed their hands over their chests, exhaling in relief. After regaining her composure, Haruno Sakura mustered the courage to ask, May I inquire about your relationship with Sasuke-kun? I am his sister. What else could I be? His mother? Ah, sister, right? Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, their expressions turning adorably dazed. The tragedy of the Uchiha clan had left only two orphans, a fact well known throughout the village, and they were no exception. However, they had been momentarily oblivious to the situation at hand. So that is how it is. This stunning beauty is Sasuke-kun's sister. The two girls' hearts calmed instantly, to the point where describing their composure as tranquil would not be an exaggeration. They felt that nothing that happened thereafter could unnerve them. At that moment, Chiinchia's hand returned to rest on their heads. The girls blinked in bewilderment as she smiled at them, saying, You two have feelings for my brother, don't you? What? Their faces turned as red as ripe tomatoes. While females generally mature early, being so bluntly called out for their affections shattered their previous calmness. Hee. Pretending with me is futile. However, spying and stalking are not commendable habits. If you genuinely like Sasuke and wish for him to reciprocate, Rather than engaging in such futile endeavors, it would be wiser to focus on self-improvement. At this point, Qianxia leaned closer to the girls, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper, akin to a mischievous little imp. Sasuke is fond of strong girls. You must at least be on par with him. Without that level of ability, you won't make it onto his list of future brides. Upon hearing this, if the girls had cat ears atop their heads, they would have perked up in surprise. Is that true? Does Sasuke really prefer that type? Of course, why would I lie? The two women were not intimidated by the notion of Sasuke's sexual orientation as suggested by Qianxia. Rather, their eyes sparkled with the light of hope. As long as we grow stronger, there exists a possibility of being with Sasuke in the future. They exclaimed. Thank you, sister. We shall take our leave now. With excitement. The two women bowed respectfully to Qianxia before joyfully dashing away. Qianxia merely smiled and waved, silently mourning for the two. At least they were on par with Sasuke. If you truly can achieve that, then by all means, give it your best shot. As a time traveler, I find myself lacking the confidence that I will ever reach such a realm, a domain accessible only to the most extraordinary of the extraordinary. If one were to categorize the world of Naruto into tiers, it could be simplistically outlined as follows. Chunin, typically regarded as inferior. Save for the protagonist, Chunin, designated as capable ninjas, yet often lacking significant roles. Jonin, considered the elite forces among the ninja villages, though their numbers dwindle in later stages. Kage, the most formidable individuals of their respective villages, with most Kage possessing substantial prowess, Super Kage, beings whose strength far exceeds that of standard Kage, easily capable of contending with Kage-level adversaries. Sage of Six Paths, the pinnacle of power. At this level, one could single-handedly confront the entirety of the ninja world. Battles at the Sage level render those below it nearly powerless, with a few exceptions due to narrative anomalies. Oh, Sage of Six Paths. I fervently hope that my future self can attain such a transcendent state. Qianxia took a deep breath and quickly calmed herself down. Sasuke and Naruto approached, with Sasuke pursing his lips and explaining, Sister, I actually noticed them from the beginning. My abilities. All right, I understand, but your reconnaissance skills indeed require improvement. Don't you desire that? How could that be? Of course, I want to practice. I still have many shortcomings, sister. I will strive to improve. Sasuke shouted earnestly, and Naruto, standing beside him, felt invigorated by his fervor, a surge of desire to grow stronger igniting within him. I too have committed. Observing the serious expressions of the two youngsters, Qianxia smiled gently and replied, Then let us proceed swiftly. Our intense training awaits. Qianxia returned to the Uchiha residence with the two little ones. Before commencing their special training, she took out some paper that she had purchased from a roadside ninja tool shop prior to arriving home. This was chakra paper. By infusing her chakra into the paper, the various transformations it underwent would reveal the distinct attributes of each individual's chakra. Every ninja possesses a unique chakra attribute that is innate and unchanging, with only a select few extraordinary individuals having the capability to manipulate this principle later in life. Chika presented the chakra paper to Sasuke and Naruto. Though she already knew the outcomes of the test, Sasuke was aligned with lightning and fire, while Naruto was attuned to wind. Naturally, in due course, one became proficient in all attributes except for Yin, and the other mastered all except for Yang. Qianxia primarily purchased the chakra paper merely to adhere to a formality. After all, without such an item, it would be implausible for her to casually disclose their attributes, wouldn't it? Modesty is key. Qianxia contemplated as she held a piece of chakra paper in her hand. She recalled that the original owner possessed attributes of fire, lightning, and wind. Well, why not test it once more? After all, the pack she purchased contained more than just a few sheets. Qianxia thought to herself that she was merely experimenting casually, never expecting that this simple trial would unveil the second secret of her body. How could this be? What was happening? Qianxia gazed in trembling astonishment at the chakra paper she held for testing. To her surprise, the chakra paper exhibited a transformation unlike the forms associated with the three elemental chakra types, lightning, fire, and wind. This unfamiliar change left Qianxia bewildered. Chapter 21. That Sundara Sasuke there are 7 fundamental chakra types: water, fire, wind, lightning, earth, yin, and yang. When 2 chakra attributes blend perfectly, they produce a wondrous transformation known as a Kekkai Genkai. The Uchiha clan Sharingan is one such example. Kekkai Genkai is exceedingly rare, even among the Uchiha, who have cultivated their bloodline. Not everyone can awaken the Sharingan. The Hidden Leaf Village possesses only a few Kekkai Genkai, with the Sharingan being the most renowned. However, during the Warring States period, another Kekkei Jinkai existed, one that even surpassed the Uchiha Sharingan in prowess, would release. This secret technique, unique to the first Hokage, is a fusion of the earth and water chakra types. At this moment, Qianxia's chakra paper sprouted a bud. Would release? The Kekkei Jinkai of the Senju clan? No. That can't be right. Strictly speaking, would release is an exclusive Kekkei Jinkai of the first Hokage, with no hereditary process involved. Moreover, my chakra attributes, as I recall, are fire, lightning, wind, and water. There shouldn't be any connection to earth. Numerous perplexed expressions emerged above Qianxia's head, and as her understanding of her own body deepened, she found herself increasingly bewildered. This sense of unease enveloped her. Qianxia closed her eyes, and the chakra in her hand involuntarily intensified. The chakra paper began to sprout shoots, until the paper was entirely consumed and enveloped. Sister? Sister? It's nothing. Qianxia raised a hand to shield her forehead, overwhelmed by the multitude of perplexities surrounding her. In light of this, she resolved to cease her pondering. Any objections? They would be futile, for Qianxia acknowledged that she did not possess an exceptionally brilliant mind. Before her unexpected journey to this realm, she had merely been an utterly ordinary, profoundly mundane recluse. Nevertheless, the intricacies of would release would undoubtedly warrant her diligent study in due course. For now, however, she must first contend with the two little rascals before her. Qianxia swiftly adjusted her mindset. As a time traveler, her greatest advantage lay in the ability to take one step at a time. A privilege exclusive to those who possess a general understanding of the storyline's trajectory. After taking a deep breath, Qianxia turned her gaze back to Naruto and Sasuke, beginning to instruct them in a manner akin to following a model. Sasuke's chakra affinities are lightning and fire, while Naruto's chakra affinity is wind. There is little need to elaborate on Sasuke. As for you, Naruto, your chakra affinity truly complements your essence. Wind is the sharpest of all chakra types, propelling forward with unyielding speed, yet possessing a gentle quality, showcasing remarkable versatility. Qianxia elucidated the distinctive characteristics of their respective chakra attributes, presenting a wealth of new knowledge for the two. Sasuke, filled with excitement, clenched his fists, unable to contain his eagerness to commence training immediately. Of course, Qianxia had long since prepared Sasuke's training regimen. By diligently following the outlined steps, achieving steady improvement was certainly within reach. Just as Sasuke was about to express his gratitude, he suddenly realized that his sister had seemingly neglected to provide Naruto with a similar training plan. Was it still in preparation? That seemed improbable. His sister was far too meticulous to overlook such an important detail. Sasuke turned his head slightly to glance at Naruto, who appeared visibly anxious, gazing up at Qianxia with trepidation, fearing he might be treated differently. The atmosphere grew tense for just a few moments until Qianxia placed a reassuring hand on Naruto's head, instantly dispelling the palpable tension that had settled. As for Naruto's training, given that Sasuke had already laid a solid foundation, Qianxia advised, Naruto, first master the fundamental three-body technique, especially the shadow clone jutsu. Without this essential skill, you cannot proceed to the next phase of training. It was not a matter of favoritism, but rather an approach tailored to individual needs. Naruto's training plan, regardless of its formulation, must begin with the fundamental shadow clone jutsu. In summary, she encouraged him. Do your best. Yes. Naruto replied enthusiastically, his spirit ignited. Although he had previously attempted the basic three-body technique, those efforts had ended in failure. Yet, this time felt different. I can do this. I will succeed. I will achieve it. Naruto proclaimed with fervor, charging towards the open area of the Uchiha estate with unyielding determination. Observing this scene, Sasuke felt compelled to keep pace and quickly followed suit, although they maintained a considerable distance between them. Ah! Naruto shouted. Ah! Sasuke echoed. Both were ablaze with fervent ambition, akin to two Super Saiyans unleashing their power, challenging one another across the distance that separated them. Watching this unfold, Qianxia smiled faintly, recognizing that such friendly competition was indeed beneficial. With that thought, she decided to take this opportunity to reflect on her own studies. Qianxia stepped into the house and returned to her room. As she closed her eyes and took a gentle deep breath, she endeavored to summon all her chakra. Fire, lightning, and wind posed no challenge. These were attributes she had long possessed in her memory. Water and earth, however, my goodness, did she truly possess these two chakra attributes as well? Qianxia's brow twitched slightly, and the more she explored this body, the more intriguing it felt, if it weren't for the fact that, in this timeline, Orochimaru had yet to embark on research concerning the cells of Hashirama. Qianxia might have suspected that the original owner was a clone experiment of Orochimaru. However, if it were connected to Senju Hashirama, the astonishing regenerative ability of this body would indeed offer an explanation. As time swiftly passed, the sky darkened completely. It was already the dead of night, yet Naruto had not yet departed from the Uchiha estate. This, however, was not due to his intention to linger, but rather because the two individuals had become so engrossed in their training that they lost track of time. How infuriating! Why was it so difficult to achieve this? White smoke erupted continuously beside Naruto, accompanied by numerous shadow clones of himself. Yet, each clone exhibited some flaw, appearing exceedingly insubstantial, dissipating into nothing more than deflated balloons within a second of their creation. Breathing heavily, Naruto was bewildered as to where he had gone awry. Just as he gritted his teeth, determined to push through, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Fool, you cannot force your way through training like this. I had no intention of coming here, but your sheer foolishness leaves me no choice. Let me reluctantly impart some guidance," Sasuke declared with a classic thunder flare. Naruto, overjoyed, nodded in acceptance of Sasuke's goodwill. Thus, the night passed. At 5 a.m., Naruto and Sasuke lay on the ground. Naruto was drenched in sweat, deep in slumber, while Sasuke appeared pale and utterly drained. Teaching Naruto the shadow clone technique was hasty, Sasuke murmured with his last ounce of strength before his head tilted, and he succumbed to sleep. Today's outcome was clear: Sasuke's complete defeat. Chapter 22. Qianxia begins her work. I am truly at a loss for you. How is it that you cannot master a mere shadow clone technique? An entire night wasted. Qianxia exclaimed, exasperated. This cannot solely be my fault. I cannot pinpoint the issue. I feel utterly drained, as if my very essence has been siphoned away. At noon, while the other students had gone to school, Qianxia went to the ninja academy to request a leave of absence for Naruto and Sasuke. After an entire night of training, they were in such a state that it would be unreasonable to drag them to school. Qianxia was not the archetypal Chinese parent, after all. Upon awakening to find the two sprawled out on the ground, Qianxia was astonished. Dragging them into her home was a painful endeavor, and preparing food for them while listening to their incessant chatter was utterly despairing. With a smile on her face, she gazed at the two, when suddenly, Sasuke, who had been sulking beside Naruto, stiffened and turned his head towards Qianxia. "Sister, you seem a bit unhappy?" Sasuke stammered, his voice trembling. "Unhappy?" Qianxia echoed. No, how could I possibly be unhappy?" Chika, with her eyes narrowed and a smile gracing her lips, gazed at Sasuke. Sasuke felt the hairs on his neck stand on end. Although he had never witnessed his sister in a state of anger, it was unequivocally evident that she was indeed upset now. "Yes, my apologies," he murmured, lowering his head slightly. Beside him, Naruto quickly followed suit, uttering his own apology. Observing this scene, Chika took a deep breath and exhaled heavily. "Well, as their guardian, I acknowledge my responsibility for not having taken them away in the dead of night. Remember, rest is an essential matter. Health is the foundation. If you exhaust yourselves through excessive training and compromise your well-being, it would be a grave miscalculation." Qianxia gently placed her hands on the heads of Naruto and Sasuke. Although she was addressing them, in truth, she felt as if she were also speaking to her former self. Before she traversed into the world of Naruto, she had been an avid enthusiast, a notable figure within the ACG community, frequently darting between various conventions, often succumbing to fatigue and losing consciousness. While the memories of her past life were gradually fading, Qianxia vividly recalled the moment at a convention when she was cosplaying and was unexpectedly jabbed in the side, leaving her utterly exhausted. Had she not been in such a state, she was certain she would have immediately reacted, disarmed her assailant, and executed a sweeping kick followed by a decisive strike. As this thought crossed her mind, a sinister smile crept across Qianxia's face, causing Naruto and Sasuke, who were under her gentle caress, to shudder slightly. Feeling an instinctive fear emanating from her demeanor, Sasuke thought to himself, "I must never provoke my sister again." Naruto remarked, "So it is true what the elders say. Within every woman lies a fearsome beast." As the days passed, Naruto and Sasuke continued their training. Sasuke, akin to the original narrative, emerged as a prodigy at the Ninja Academy, ranking first in his class, though this was merely the result of him concealing his true abilities. Meanwhile, Naruto's progress was impeded due to the chaotic chakra stemming from the 9 tails sealed within him. However, his relentless determination, spurred on by Sasuke's consistent challenges, allowed him to master the fundamental shadow clone technique well before his graduation from the academy. When Naruto first successfully created 7 or 8 shadow clones, Sasuke was left in awe, as he could only manage 3 at most. Sasuke remarked, "What an astonishing amount of chakra. Shinsha, this is merely a standard shadow clone technique. Were it the multiple shadow clone technique, it would be trivial to create hundreds or even thousands at once." Others refer to their chakra simply as chakra, however. Naruto's chakra is known as chakraton, while Sasuke and Naruto enjoy a tranquil existence at the Ninja Academy. Shinsha embarks on her inaugural mission under the guise of an umbu. Recently, the denizens of the Cloud Village expressed a desire to establish diplomatic relations with our Hidden Leaf. While such relations are generally beneficial, the people of Cloud Village are far from serene. They are undoubtedly harboring ulterior motives. The umbu will surveil them discreetly. Shinsha, since you have yet to undertake a mission as an umbu, this shall be your first assignment. Within the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen rested his chin upon his interlaced fingers, addressing Shinsha with a grave demeanor. Standing before him, Shinsha donned the attire of the umbu, her countenance adorned with a subtle smile, one hand grasping a mask. "I will do my utmost for the sake of the leaf," Shinsha declared cheerfully as she affixed the mask, which bore the likeness of a fox, to her face. "For the leaf, it is commendable that you think this way." Sarutobi's expression grew somewhat uneasy. The fox mask evoked memories of the Ninetales, which in turn reminded him of Naruto's parents, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Izumaki. With so many mask designs available, why did she choose the fox? Furthermore, Shinsha's tone and smile gave Sarutobi a lingering sense of unease, as if she were mocking him, though he lacked concrete evidence. "Then I shall take my leave." Shinsha waved her hand at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then turned to leave the Hokage's office, her smile concealed beneath her fox mask. "At last, at long last, at long last. Finally, I have come across a plot that I recognize." Since the current timeline is still far from the beginning of the original story, Shinsha often found herself in a state of confusion, her knowledge as a time traveler remaining largely unutilized. However, the situation has changed. The social incident in the Hidden Cloud Village? In the narrative, the Hidden Cloud Village attempts to exploit this social event to infiltrate Konoha and abduct the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, specifically targeting Hinata Hyuga, the future bride of Naruto Uzumaki. An opportunity to enhance my rapport has arisen once more. Shinsha has begun to contemplate how she might transform into a hero, employing her natural acting skills to rescue the abducted Hinata Hyuga. Very well, let us await the moment when Hinata is captured. At this very instant, far away within the Hyuga household, the pensive Hinata suddenly sneezed. "Am I coming down with a cold?" Chapter 23. The night of no return. In the main courtyard of the Hyuga estate, a maid gently urged, "My lady, the weather has turned cold. It would be wise for you to return to your chambers." Observing Hinata's unexpected sneeze, she presented her with a tissue. "I'm fine," Hinata replied, blinking vacantly as she accepted the tissue, merely brushing it against her nose in a token gesture. For she was not ill, it was simply a sneeze. The innocent Hinata wondered if someone was thinking of her, and in truth, that was indeed the case. The Hidden Cloud Village seeks to establish diplomatic relations with Konoha. In the original narrative, the Hidden Cloud attempted this approach to infiltrate Konoha and seize the coveted Byakugan. The root of this ambition lies in the waning strength of Konoha. The demise of the 4th Hokage, coupled with the return of the 3rd Hokage, who, though venerable, was now aged, left the Uchiha clan, once the mightiest, reduced to but 2 survivors. Furthermore, Konoha's legendary Sannin, who were once the bastions of the village's defense, have seen one turn traitor, while the others have succumbed to vices of debauchery and gambling, no longer residing within the village. Such is the state of Konoha, stripped of its title as the strongest ninja village, prompting other villages to stir restlessly in a bid to usurp the last vestige of hope, the Byakugan. With the Hidden Cloud taking the initiative. Upon exiting the Hokage building, Chika swiftly encountered her fellow comrades, each adorned with an array of masks. From the aura they exuded, it was evident that they were of Nin rank or higher, with one notable exception. The leader among them was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, distinguished by a mask resembling that of a feline. He stood out as the sole Nin among the assembled umbu. "For this mission, you shall accompany us," one of the umbu members declared in a deep, resonant voice directed at Chika. "Very well, I look forward to your guidance," she replied. Shinsha extended her palm. Yet the members of the umbu before her seemed to disregard her gesture entirely. After a brief silence, Kakashi, the leader, turned away from Shinsha and stated, The people from the Hidden Cloud Village will arrive in Konoha tomorrow. Let us first allocate our respective tasks. There are multiple Umbu teams, some having departed the village to conduct preliminary investigations in the Hidden Cloud, while others remain in Konoha to monitor the guards. Surveillance will be conducted from the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest of the village, as well as targeted observation upon the arrival of the Hidden Cloud's delegation. Chinchia listened attentively to the plan devised by Kakashi. Though she found herself somewhat bewildered, she discerned that the plan was remarkably intricate. This level of meticulous surveillance led her to ponder how those individuals from the Hidden Cloud Village in the original narrative managed to abduct Hinata. As Chinchia pondered this to herself, she murmured softly. At that moment, Kakashi raised his head and gazed at her. "We will act together. I shall take charge of the newcomers this time." "Understood." The members of the Umbu nodded in agreement, having no objections to their captain's decision. With a gesture from Kakashi, the Umbu members promptly dispersed, leaving behind the still bewildered Chinchia, whose mask rendered her expression unreadable. "Hey, are you actually listening?" Kakashi observed Chinchia, who remained motionless. And after a brief moment of silence, he reached out to pat her shoulder. Instantly, she snapped back to reality, instinctively opening her mouth to exclaim, "I am paying attention. We're not in class right now. We are on a mission." "Never mind. Do as you wish." Kakashi, unsure how to engage in conversation with Chinchia, found himself at a loss for words after a few seconds of silence. Women can be troublesome. Chinchia gazed at Kakashi, whose demeanor was imbued with an unuttered tension. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly beneath his mask, evoking an inexplicable sense of having been offended, yet feeling apologetic. That evening, Sasuke and Naruto returned home from the Ninja Academy, with the latter heading to the Uchiha estate. It had been a considerable time since Naruto had directly returned to his own home, for he hardly regarded that remote little house as a true home. "Sasuke, let us engage in battle today," exclaimed Naruto. "Not today. I still need to practice my shuriken throwing. I aim to hit the bullseye with 10 consecutive throws." "Ah, what significance does shuriken hold?" "Ninjutsu is the true path. Sister Chinchia mentioned that once I solidify my fundamentals, she would teach me a superlative ninjutsu." As Naruto and Sasuke walked side by side down the street towards home, Sasuke turned his head to survey the surroundings and let out a heavy sigh. "Indeed. Sister is not here," he muttered, having been informed of Chinchia's absence that very morning, and it was not the first time he had heard it. "The days without her are rather dreary. Sasuke, I must go to work. I likely won't be back for several days." "What? What work?" "Sister, you can't leave me. It's a ninja's duty. I will be quite busy in the coming days. Do not worry about me. Focus on your studies and training. I shall return to assess your progress." Recalling the morning's conversation, Sasuke inhaled deeply, then retrieved a pack of soldier pills, tearing it open and popping them into his mouth like candy. "Naruto, this is your share," he said, tossing another pack towards his friend. Naruto, undeterred, caught the soldier pills and, after opening the pack, devoured them in one go. Soldier pills are a type of sustenance for ninjas, designed to swiftly satiate hunger and restore stamina. However, their taste is notoriously unpalatable. An unprepared person might find themselves gasping for breath after consuming them. Initially, these pills were designed to restore chakra, a concept later discarded due to its overpowering potential. After all, a chakra-depleted Kakashi with a large supply of soldier pills would be virtually invincible. After hastily concluding their dinner, Naruto and Sasuke rushed to a clearing, one tossing shuriken into the air while the other sat firmly on the ground, diligently honing his chakra. Such diligence, the azure beast of the same world, Might Guy, would commend it. Meanwhile, another individual named Chinchia from a different realm found the situation rather uncomfortable. "Do not exert yourself too much. Tomorrow, I will not be able to drag you back to your chambers. I will not be able to manage your ailments such as colds, fevers, or headaches." Concealed outside the Uchiha residence, Chinchia muttered to herself before turning to follow Kakashi into the enveloping darkness of the night. As the sun began to rise, the envoy from the Hidden Cloud Village strode into Konoha with an air of arrogance and disdain. "Today marks the commencement of bi-daily updates. I shall add another chapter later this night." Chapter 24. The Yellow Sparrow lies in wait. So this is Konoha. It is rather unimpressive. Not significantly better than our Hidden Cloud Village. No, at present, among the 5 great ninja villages, our Hidden Cloud Village must be the most prosperous, right? A smirk spread across the faces of the envoy as they entered Konoha, their expressions betraying a sense of condescension, even eliciting laughter. The Konoha guards, witnessing this spectacle, could hardly suppress a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Were it not for the social obligation of this encounter, they would have relished the opportunity to hurl a shuriken straight at their backsides. May you enjoy your time in Konoha, they managed to utter, enduring their discomfort. In the world of ninja, strength reigns supreme. Those with might command respect, while the lesser must endure in silence. The envoy from the hidden cloud, upon hearing this, only smiled wider, waving their hands as if they were the host rather than the guests as they entered the village. At the Hokage's office, the ambassador from the hidden cloud engaged in a one-on-one discussion with Sarutobi Hiruzen, which was, in essence, a negotiation. Social interaction is not merely a matter of flattery. It requires tangible sacrifices. Agricultural produce? Indeed, you are aware that while our hidden cloud is strong, our land is predominantly mountainous, resulting in a lesser capacity for food production and storage compared to your bountiful Konoha. However, I must say, your land is enviable. If only we in the hidden cloud possess such fertile grounds. Sarutobi furrowed his brow slightly, reflecting on the rudeness of the individual before him. Yet, he had already surmised that the trade would pertain to agricultural goods, albeit the quantity proposed seemed excessive. If Konoha's annual food reserves were quantified at 10, the terms presented by the hidden cloud demanded that 3 units be provided annually, a figure that could indeed lead to famine among Konoha's impoverished populace. Conversely, the hidden cloud was to offer their military capabilities, as articulated in previous discussions among the 5 great villages. In the prime of Konoha's strength, such terms would not have been deliberated. They would have simply acted decisively against any disparaging remarks. I shall contemplate your proposal further. For now, I invite you to stay in Konoha for a day. We shall reconvene tomorrow. Certainly, there is no problem at all. The envoy from the Cloud Village wore a subtle smile, as the proposal put forth by Sarutobi Hiruzen was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. The notion of food supplies from the Hidden Leaf Village? How amusing. The significance of the bloodline limits of the leaf far outweighs that. As long as they could bring back a holder of a bloodline limit, even if they were discovered, it would pose no issue. Want to fight? The Cloud Village is more than willing to oblige. After all, the Cloud Village has always been a village of combat, having held the second position during the prosperous era of the Leaf Village. Now that the Leaf has fallen into decline, should a real confrontation arise, the Cloud Village would face it with indifference to life and death. Should anyone dare to challenge, they are welcome to try. As the envoy of the Cloud Village exited the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen furrowed his brow slightly and employed a sound transmission technique to contact the leaders of the various Umbu squads. These individuals surely harbored ill intentions. Keep a close watch on them. Understood. The leaders of the Umbu squads promptly responded and began to diligently monitor the individuals they were tasked with surveilling, with one exception. After replying to Sarutobi Hiruzen, Kakashi lowered his gaze towards the individual he was assigned to observe, only to find that his partner, Chika, was nowhere to be seen. A glimmer of intrigue flashed in Kakashi's eyes beneath his mask. Just moments prior, his partner Chika had expressed a perplexing thought. Hey, Kakashi-senpai. Don't you think the actions of these Cloud Village people are rather simplistic? It's as if they genuinely wish to establish diplomatic relations with us. Shinshia stood beside Kakashi, seemingly possessed by the spirit of a certain Reaper schoolboy, persistently nudging him. At present, while undertaking a mission, do not refer to me as Kakashi. However, your observations are indeed quite astute. Their movements and numbers appear exceedingly mundane, entirely within the purview of our Umbu's surveillance. If Kumogakure harbors ill intentions, it would be rather presumptuous of them to underestimate Konohagakure. Beneath his mask, Kakashi slightly furrowed his brow. The ninjas of Kumogakure are not fools and would undoubtedly devise corresponding strategies. Unless they possess a means to elude the watchful eyes of the Umbu, it is indeed questionable. I believe they are likely not limited to just this number. Perhaps we have overlooked something from the very beginning. Kakashi, allow me to investigate further. After all, keeping an eye on a single individual is something you could manage alone, is it not? Kakashi lowered his head in silence for a moment. Under normal circumstances, he would never consent to such a request, for his mission involves not only surveilling the individuals from Kumogakure, but also monitoring Shinshia. However, he relented. Very well. You may proceed, but your time is limited, and you must return immediately when I call for you. Understood. Beneath the mask, Chika displayed a mischievous expression. Just as she turned to depart, Kakashi unexpectedly called out to her, causing her body to stiffen as she glanced back. Is there something else? She inquired. During the mission. Do not address me as Kakashi. Very well, Kakashi. 10 minutes had elapsed since Chika's departure, and regret gnawed at Kakashi for allowing her to leave. He found her inscrutable. It was a peculiar sensation, distinct from the impenetrable depths of others. Rather, it was as if he simply could not comprehend her. Indeed, he could not fathom what thoughts occupied her mind. A lady? Hardly. She was more akin to a tomboy. With a resigned shake of his head, Kakashi resumed his surveillance of a representative from the hidden cloud village. Meanwhile, under the keen observation of Chika's Sharingan, she successfully identified a suspicious individual who had stealthily infiltrated their ranks. I told you so. If the Umbu were to keep a close watch on the hidden cloud's personnel, how could there ever be a possibility of a scenario like in the original story where Hinata was whisked away? Not a single one slipped by. Qianxia concealed herself in the shadows, observing the envoy from the hidden cloud village who cautiously surveyed his surroundings. As dusk descended, he approached the vicinity of the Hyuga clan's residence, poised to take action at any moment. With the Byakugan of the hidden cloud village, I have arrived. Qianxia, could you be a bit quicker? I've been sizing you up for quite some time, and I am still awaiting my hero to rescue me. Hinata, Chapter 25. Standing on the shoulders of the original work, the ninja from the hidden cloud village had been dawdling outside for an eternity. Qianxia could comprehend his hesitation, yet understanding does not equate to forgiveness. Just as Qianxia's temper flared and she contemplated abandoning the heroic rescue scenario in favor of a more righteous intervention, the ninja from the hidden cloud village finally sprang into action. He made small, cautious steps, glancing around as he climbed over the wall. In Qianxia's heart, she silently exclaimed milkshake and began to prepare for the forthcoming heroic rescue scenario. However, she harbored doubts regarding the security measures of the Hyuga household. After all, Hinata was the legitimate eldest daughter, yet she had been easily abducted by a mere ninja from her home. Before long, the cloud ninja returned, exiting the Hyuga residence in the same manner he had entered, the only difference being the addition of a new burden in his arms, the young, adorable Hinata Hyuga. Is this the level of security at the Hyuga household? It's almost laughably easy. Perhaps if time permits, I might acquire a few more Byakugan before I leave. Oh, and I've heard there are 2 Sharingan available as well. It would be quite fortuitous to secure one of those too, he mused, his greed palpable. Although Konoha was not at its zenith, both the Byakugan and Sharingan were among the most elite Kekkei Genkai in the world of shinobi, far surpassing those possessed by other villages. Just as the cloud ninja contemplated this, he noticed a figure emerging within his line of sight. This individual, donning a fox mask, leaned against the wall of the Hyuga residence with arms crossed, head slightly bowed, exuding an undeniable air of arrogance. Who are you? The cloud ninja halted, furrowing his brow, instinctively shifting Hinata behind him. It was merely a foolish attempt to cover his tracks. The cloud ninja had already resolved to kill. His sole objective was to obtain the Kekkei Genkai. As long as he could return with it, exposure would be inconsequential. With one hand clutching Hinata and the other crackling with lightning, he prepared to unleash a formidable jutsu, the renowned enhancement technique of the Cloud Village, which utilized lightning nature chakra to augment physical prowess. Lightning release, thunder slash. The Cloud Ninja stepped forward with the swiftness of a lightning bolt, raising his hand, which transformed into a sharp blade aimed at Qianxia. Fast, remarkably fast. Yet, before the prowess of the Sharingan, the Cloud Ninja's speed appeared to diminish. Qianxia effortlessly sidestepped to the right, evading his strike with grace, as the Cloud Ninja, astonished, attempted to pivot and mount an offensive. He was momentarily stunned as he beheld Qianxia's hand crackling with lightning. Although many jutsu bore similar effects, the Cloud Ninja immediately recognized that Qianxia was employing the very same technique, the lightning release of the Cloud Village. How could this be? In that fleeting moment, the Cloud Ninja failed to consider the influence of the Sharingan. In his line of sight, a flash of lightning erupted, severing the hand that held Hinata. Simultaneously, Qianxia extended her hand to gracefully receive Hinata, executing the maneuver with remarkable fluidity and elegance. In other words, everything had transpired exactly as she had anticipated. The cloud-hidden ninja widened his eyes, gritting his teeth. It was not merely his severed arm that caused him pain, but his teeth had also drawn blood from the sheer force of his clenching. There was no alternative. The agony was truly unbearable. However, to scream in torment would amount to courting death. As a ninja capable of undertaking such perilous tasks, he possessed a certain level of professional integrity. How could she have achieved this? His trembling gaze was fixed upon Chika, who stood across from him. He felt an overwhelming sense of tension. Yet Chika presented an entirely different scene. Wow, young Hinata was so adorable. Qianxia could not resist rubbing her face against Hinata's, finding the little Hinata utterly adorable. As Qianxiao playfully teased her, Hinata's cheeks turned a delightful shade of crimson. What is she doing? Hinata wondered. If such an action were to be executed by a man, regardless of his handsome visage, he would undoubtedly be labeled a pervert. However, if a beautiful woman were to perform the same act, the societal perception would shift entirely. The distinction between depravity and innocent affection is stark, indeed. A cloud ninja, having lost an arm, scrutinized Qianxiao for a moment before opting to flee. As long as the green hills remain, I need not fear the absence of firewood, he thought, decisively retreating. Observing this scene, Qianxiao felt no inclination to pursue him. Instead, murmuring figures to herself as she counted down. The time was drawing near. Not far into his escape, a man emerged around the bend, Hinata's father, Hyuga Hisashi. Wait, you're the Umbu, Hinata? Hisashi's mind raced, quickly piecing together the situation, a surge of anger swelling within him. How dare you lay a hand on my daughter? With a violent tremor in his gaze, Hisashi's Byakugan activated, the revered bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan. This ocular prowess, akin to the Sharingan, granted him unparalleled insight, allowing him to observe every angle and perceive the chakra pathways within the human body. Enraged, Hisashi raised his hand, intending to strike the cloud ninja down as one would swat a bothersome fly. In that instant, a flash of lightning surged into Hisashi's line of sight, and his hand collided with Qianxiao's, which was augmented by lightning chakra. The cloud ninja, overwhelmed, plopped down on the ground, his teeth chattering with fear, a reaction entirely understandable, considering that in the original tale, he was indeed slain by Hisashi on the spot. What are you doing, Umbu? Hisashi inquired, his brow furrowing in dissatisfaction at Qianxiao's actions. She simply retracted her hand and replied coolly, calm down. Have you considered how to handle the aftermath if you kill him? At her words, Hisashi immediately regained his composure. He realized he had not thought through the consequences. If he had indeed killed the man, the advantageous situation would have turned detrimental. This exchange caught the attention of Kakashi, who happened to arrive at that moment, his expression behind the cat-faced mask reflecting surprise. What a level-headed assessment. I might not have been able to react as swiftly in such circumstances, he remarked. Qianxia, I maintain a low profile, merely standing upon the shoulders of giants. Chapter 26, The Spirited Hinata. In the original narrative, Hyuga Hisashi swiftly eliminated the Cloud Shinobi, leading to the Cloud Village subsequently holding the Leaf Village accountable. At that time, the Leaf Village found itself in a position of significant weakness, compounded by the fact that they had indeed killed a diplomatic envoy while lacking sufficient evidence to implicate the Cloud Village in such a nefarious act. Consequently, the Leaf Village was ensnared in the predicament of having to surrender the perpetrator. To resolve this matter, Hyuga Hayashi's younger brother, Hyuga Hinata, became the scapegoat, which later fueled Hyuga Niji's resentment towards the main branch of the Hyuga clan. Calmness is essential. One must remain composed in all endeavors. Of course, if Qianxiao were to place herself in Hyuga Hisashi's shoes, she believed she would not have the civility to merely slap him, but would instead deliver a decisive kick. Qianxia, do you really think you can harm my daughter? You're far too early for that. Fortunately, Qianxia wore a mask, concealing the foolish grin beneath it. Kakashi, observing nearby, ceased to hide his presence and swiftly approached the trembling cloud ninja seated on the ground. With a casual flick of his hand, he rendered the ninja unconscious. Lord Hyuga, I previously held a lackluster opinion of the Umbu, but your performance this time has been commendable. How could it not be? You saved your own daughter. After expressing his approval, Hyuga Hisashi prepared to take Hinata from Qianxiao, but Qianxiao expressed a desire to hold her a while longer, uttering a few more words. Lord Hyuga, how could a mere cloud ninja abduct the princess of the Hyuga clan? Is it a reflection of your clan's inadequate security? Or do you simply not value this little one? Typically, only a select few, including the Hokage, dare to confront the head of the Hyuga family. It is unthinkable for a lowly Umbu member to challenge the clan leader. Yet, Qianxiao remained unfazed. After all, I have no fear of trouble. And though you are the head of the Hyuga clan, I, too, can boldly claim to be the head of the Uchiha, even if it's just the two of us. Hyuga Hisashi felt the sting of Qianxiao's words. He pursed his lips, wanting to retort. But upon seeing the young Hinata in Qianxiao's arms, he grappled with his conscience and ultimately relinquished his rebuttal. Indeed, he had shown insufficient concern for his daughter lately. Noticing Hisashi's moment of introspection, Qianxiao reluctantly handed Hinata over to him. Building rapport? Perhaps. This heroic rescue was quite sufficient, though her face was obscured by the mask. Hinata likely heard my voice, In the future, I shall find a natural opportunity for her to recognize me. Beneath the mask, Qianxia's face radiated with a blissful smile. As everything unfolded favorably, Kakashi, having hoisted the Cloud Ninja onto his back, prepared to depart. They needed to retreat before more people converged. Lord Hyuga, we shall take our leave, Kakashi stated, turning to signal Qianxia with a gesture to hasten their escape. Qianxia shrugged and promptly followed, the two swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Hinata stared blankly, her adorably naive eyes wide as she gazed in the direction of Qianxia's disappearance, involuntarily murmuring, "So cool." Hyuga Hizashi, holding her, momentarily froze, his expression conveying a disapproving, "Dear daughter, such thoughts are inappropriate." The Umbu was no place for innocence. After Qianxia and Kakashi departed, the Hyuga family's patrol soon rushed out in a flurry, anxiously approaching Hizashi. "Little lady? Miss?" The guard intended to voice that the young lady was missing. But before he could finish, they spotted Hinata nestled in Hizashi's arms. "Ah, is the young lady here to visit her grandfather? What a relief. You truly frightened us. You are quite the mischievous one." The guard chuckled, scratching the back of his head. Hizashi furrowed his brow. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, sending the previously jovial guard sprawling to the ground with a single slap. "What does your smile signify? Is it a result of successfully safeguarding the Hyuga bloodline? All of you, get out of the Hyuga estate." Hizashi bellowed furiously, instilling fear in those before him, their legs trembling. "Get out of the Hyuga estate." The Hyuga family is divided into the main house and the branch house. The main house is the true heir of the bloodline, while the branch house's mission is to safeguard the main house with their lives. However, the boundaries of blood inheritance within the family are not something everyone can awaken. It requires not only the purity of the bloodline but also external stimulation and appropriate training methods. Thus, expelling a few members of the branch house would not significantly impact the Hyuga family. Furthermore, if the main house desires, they could easily extinguish the lives of the branch house in an instant. This illustrates the stark contrast between the branch and main houses. Akin to the demonic curse within the world of Naruto, a cage bird. After dealing with the utterly useless guards, Hyuga Hayashi returned to the estate with little Hinata in his arms. He began contemplating relocating his daughter's living space and increasing the number of guards around her. Meanwhile, Hinata's face was flushed with embarrassment, her mouth opening as if to speak but shyly closing again in a continuous cycle. "Daddy, you haven't hugged me in a long time." Hinata timidly reached out her small hand to grasp the fabric of Hyuga Hayashi's clothing, prompting him to realize he was still holding his daughter. He gently set Hinata down, and an air of awkwardness enveloped them. Their relationship, while not poor, was not particularly intimate either. Hinata gazed down, while Hyuga Hayashi turned his head to look elsewhere. And for a moment, both were at a loss for words to break the tension in the air. "Daddy? Hinata's quiet murmuring drew Hyuga Hayashi's attention back to her. "Daddy, I will work hard. I will strive to become an excellent ninja, to be your successor." Hearing Hinata's words filled Hyuga Hayashi with an inexplicable sense of emotion. As the head of the clan and her father, this was precisely what he longed to hear. He had always felt that Hinata lacked the drive to inherit his legacy, which led him to pay attention to her younger sister, Hanabi. However, if Hinata were motivated, that would be the best outcome. A long-lost smile graced Hyuga Hayashi's face, even breaking into hearty laughter, while Hinata's head lowered once more. Shy about the unspoken continuation of her previous statement, "I will grow stronger and strive to be like that masked older sister from earlier." Chapter 27. The Emergence of the Demon Chica. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Who is he? Who is she? What do they intend to do with me? In the secret interrogation room of Konoha, the fortunate yet hidden ninja, who had experienced the fate of the one-armed Yangua, found himself bound by his remaining arm and legs, hazily surveying the masked duo before him. A bucket of ice-cold water awaited to serve this esteemed gentleman, and suddenly, with a splash, the chaos ensued. A sudden splash of ice-cold water cascaded over the head of the hidden cloud ninja, jolting him into lucidity. Had he not been bound at that moment, he would have undoubtedly sprung to his feet. Even a ninja could not remain indifferent to such a frigid drenching. "Oh, awake now?" inquired Chika, her tone laced with playful mockery as she brandished the empty, chilling bucket. Beside her, Kakashi, who had originally intended to inflict a few stabs with his kunai, hesitated at the side of Chika's bucket and quietly sheathed his weapon. In a sense, the bucket seemed far more effective than the kunai. Ninjas often endure injuries, possessing a remarkable tolerance for pain, rendering a few stabs with a kunai potentially futile. Of course, Kakashi had contemplated targeting the ninja's more sensitive areas, knowing that as long as it was not excessively outrageous, medical ninjutsu could remedy the situation. Although his mask remained intact, the hidden cloud ninja could distinctly sense the chilling aura emanating from Kakashi. However, more than Kakashi, he was preoccupied with the icy bucket in Chika's grasp. The hidden cloud ninja mused, "This woman is truly ruthless." "Chinxia, what are you staring at?" Unsatisfied. "There's more to come." Chinxia gently raised the frigid water bucket in her hand, causing the bound Chunin ninja to instinctively recoil, his reaction eliciting an uncontrollable laugh from her. In truth, she did not even attempt to suppress her mirth. The Chunin ninja, his head adorned with dark lines of frustration, found her demeanor utterly exasperating. For her apparent naivety struck a disconcerting chord within him. His gaze fixated on the two individuals before him, as he endeavored to form hand seals with his remaining hand. However, Kakashi, ever observant, deliberately waited until the ninja was on the brink of success before plunging a kunai into his thigh, causing him to flinch painfully and fail in his attempt. "Cease your futile antics," Kakashi admonished. "You are fortunate. There remains a glimmer of hope for your survival. Reveal your plans entirely, and during the forthcoming discussions between the two villages, acknowledge your own transgressions, and perhaps you shall live." As he spoke, Kakashi twisted the kunai embedded in the ninja's thigh as if stirring vegetables in a pot. The pain was excruciating. The Chunin ninja could hardly bear it. Watching this spectacle, Chinxia inexplicably felt a pang of empathy, as if her own thigh had been pierced. The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to classic comedic moments from beloved culinary anime. Despite enduring such torment, the Chunin ninja gritted his teeth, showing no signs of capitulation. "Step aside. Allow me." With a bold declaration, Chinxia doused the Chunin ninja's head with a bucket of icy water. Just as she finished, another bucket followed suit. The splashes echoed slap, slap, slap. The Chunin ninja was momentarily stunned, feeling as though his mind had been cleared. Of course, mere water would eventually become tolerable. So Chinxia had added a hint of something more potent to the mix: chili water. Wound plus chili water equaled a perfect combination. "Aya, what is this hell?" "This is hell incarnate." "A Yamanaka? What a jest. This is pure demonry." Observing the Chunin ninja's agony, Chinxia stifled a laugh behind her mask. Though aware that laughter in such a moment was rather impolite, she could not help herself. Ultimately, under the relentless torment inflicted by Chinxia, the Chunin ninja could no longer withstand the pain. He parted his scorched lips and exclaimed, "I'll talk. I'll talk." Once he began, the words flowed uncontrollably, like a broken dam releasing a torrent of water. The Chunin ninja thought to himself, "Hee, I'll divulge what I can now. And when they ask me to identify anyone in person, I'll simply deny it. For now, I just need to endure. Truly, I am a genius." "Chinxia, you are truly a genius. Unfortunately, such possibilities have dissipated." The cloud-hidden ninja, after finishing his words, inexplicably wore a proud and haughty smile. Chinxia raised her hands with a gentle smile, softly applauding. Meanwhile, Kakashi stepped beside the cloud-hidden ninja and untied him. The cloud-hidden ninja felt somewhat bewildered. Although he had revealed everything they wished to know, was this sufficient for his release? It seemed too effortless. Had he known it would be this easy, he would have spoken sooner, sparing himself the drenching from so many buckets of water. Secretly elated, the cloud-hidden ninja shared in Chinxia's joy. However, his happiness was short-lived. "Allow me to confirm once more, what you just said is indeed true, correct?" Chinxia inquired with a smile, while continuing to applaud. Yes, of course it is true. This is not a coerced false testimony, is it? I have already asserted that everything I said is true. What is your issue?" Quite verbose, I must say. Without the constraints, the cloud-hidden ninja replied instinctively. If he had given his testimony while bound, it could have been argued that it was coerced, but now, with his restraints removed, his words were undeniably genuine. "Excellent. Thank you for your testimony." As Chinxia's applause concluded, her hands came together, forming a seal to dispel the illusion technique. The scene within the gaze of the cloud ninja underwent a dramatic transformation. This was no longer a mere interrogation room of Konoha, but rather the very halls of the Hokage building. Beside him, the dignitaries of the Cloud Village sat in utter dismay, while opposite them sat the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, with his arms crossed and a grave expression upon his face. Under such compelling testimony, the Cloud diplomats found themselves utterly speechless, their minds racing with curses directed at the fool who had divulged such information. Realizing he had been deceived, the Cloud ninja sank to the ground in disbelief, never anticipating that he had fallen victim to an illusion. as a ninja dispatched for international missions. He certainly possessed a degree of resistance to Genjutsu and was confident in his ability to withstand most illusions. However, the Sharingan's significant ability to amplify the potency of Genjutsu had not been taken into account. They had presumed that only 2 members of the Uchiha clan remained, and both were mere children, overlooking this critical factor. This was their grave error. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed sternly at the ambassadors of the cloud, slowly opening his mouth. Very well. We may now continue our discussion, though the topic at hand shall not pertain to Konoha's compensations, but rather to the reparations your cloud village owes to Konoha. Is it not? The aura of the Hokage fully enveloped the room. With Qianxia's maneuver, even though Konoha found itself in a socially disadvantaged position, it still wielded absolute dominance. Under the unwavering reasoning of Sarutobi Hiruzen, a series of agreements favorable to Konoha were meticulously crafted. After sending away the Cloud Ninja, who appeared utterly defeated as if his spirit had been drained, Sarutobi pondered for a moment and decided that a symbolic reward for Qianxia was indeed in order. Sarutobi Hiruzen, what reward do you wish to receive? Speak freely. As long as it is not too outrageous, I shall grant it. Qianxia, smiling, it's all right. I do not require any reward. Sarutobi Hizashi, speak up. Even as a member of the Umbu, fulfilling significant missions warrants a reward. Qianxia, smiling, there is truly no need for any rewards. I find great joy in being able to assist Konoha. Sarutobi Hizashi, Qianxia, smiling, no need. Sarutobi Hizashi, Qianxia, smiling, truly, it is unnecessary. A vein throbbed on Sarutobi Hiruzen's forehead. How stubborn can this girl be? Although I am merely going through the motions, she could at least show some consideration. Her obstinacy is putting me in an awkward position. Is she deliberately trying to vex me? No, it is imperative to allocate rewards. I see that you lack neither wealth nor shelter, so let us discuss ninjutsu. What techniques would you like to learn? Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed deeply. He still cared about his reputation. Even if he did not mind reaping the fruits of his subordinate's labor, others would undoubtedly gossip in private. Since the Hokage has spoken, very well, I wish to learn the multiple shadow clone technique. Is that acceptable? Multiple shadows? That poses no issue. But let me make it clear beforehand that this technique can easily drain the user's chakra, which carries certain risks. The multiple shadow clone technique is an advanced version of the ordinary shadow clone technique. Regular shadow clones can produce a few to at most several dozen clones at once. But the multiple shadow clone technique can generate hundreds or even thousands, provided there is sufficient chakra. In truth, Qianxia was more intrigued by the Flying Thunder God technique than the multiple shadow clone technique. However, that would be asking too much. If she were to request that technique now, not only would the likelihood of success be low, but it could also lead to perilous circumstances. Sigh. This journey through time is indeed exhausting, requiring constant consideration of various factors. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced at Qianxia, who maintained her professional smile, and found little desire to continue the conversation. He waved his hand, and Qianxia turned to leave the Hokage's office, not as a member of the Umbu, but as Qianxia herself. As she exited, a sound of 2 knocks echoed on the door of the Hokage's office. Come in. The office door swung open, and the person entering was none other than Kakashi, who had accompanied Qianxia during her time in the Umbu. Hokage-sama, during this mission, you spent the most time with Qianxia. Tell me your impressions of her, Sarutobi Hiruzen inquired, somewhat exasperated. Kakashi lowered his head slightly, remaining silent for a moment before opening his mouth, only to close it again. Hesitant to speak. Is it difficult to describe? Yes, it is challenging. Sometimes she seems as innocent as a child, while at other times, she feels almost demonic. Though all humans are contradictory, I find her particularly inscrutable. Kakashi's first impression of Qianxia was that of a genius hidden beneath the brilliance of Uchiha Itachi, possessing profound depth. However, as he interacted with her further, Kakashi became increasingly convinced of her genius, yet he remained uncertain about the depth of her character. Do you think she will pose a threat to Konoha in the future? After a moment of silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen posed the most crucial question. However, Kakashi struggled to discern the true nature of Chika, let alone ascertain whether Chika would pose a threat to Konoha in the future. Within the quiet confines of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi took a deep breath and slumped back into his chair. It seemed prudent to take one step at a time. Meanwhile, Chika emerged from the Hokage building, clutching a scroll inscribed with the technique for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. The rewards were bountiful. Not only had she replicated the enhanced lightning release technique from the Cloud Village using her Sharingan, but she had also acquired the coveted Shadow Clone technique, paving her path to greater power. Indeed, It was clear that practical experience was essential. As Qianxia made her way home, an involuntary smile graced her face. The older gentlemen and ladies on the street couldn't help but gossip as they observed her joyous demeanor. Look at little Qianxia, so delighted. Has she encountered some fortuitous event? Ah, surely she has met her destined partner. What a pity. I had hoped my son might have a chance. I doubt it. I have an eye for talent and can tell that little Qianxia is career-oriented. Perhaps she has made significant strides in her professional path, especially since she has resumed her role as a ninja. The adults discussed Qianxia with a natural ease, while she dismissed their chatter as mere background noise. Reveling in her own happiness. The time was midday, the day after the capture of the cloud-hidden ninja, and several hours remained before Naruto and Sasuke would finish their classes. Although Qianxia initially planned to return home and rest, she suddenly remembered that there was an event at the ninja school today. At the ninja school, during the combat practice class, a friendly competition was scheduled. Remember, friendship comes first, competition second. Do not strike too harshly, yet do not be overly timid. I will be watching. If any danger arises, I will intervene, explained Iruka, the homeroom teacher of Naruto and Sasuke, as he clapped his hands in excitement. The opponents would be chosen one-on-one by drawing lots, though the class time was limited, considering they were all students of the ninja school. The matches would likely be brief skirmishes. It wouldn't take long as they were merely children fighting. Thus, every student would strive to engage in 2 bouts. Upon hearing about the impending battles, flames of determination ignited in the eyes of Naruto and Sasuke. This is my chance to prove myself, exclaimed Naruto. I can finally test my current strength, provided I face Naruto, the others. Sasuke thought. With this mindset, they approached Iruka to draw lots for their opponents. After a few minutes of organizing the results, Iruka, with a hint of surprise, began to announce the matchups. Naruto will face Inuzuka Kiba. Uchiha Sasuke will battle Nara Shikamaru. Upon hearing the pairings, disappointment flickered across Sasuke's face, while Naruto remained brimming with enthusiasm. Kiba, huh? Naruto quickly turned to his side, glancing at Inuzuka Kiba. Kiba trembled slightly at the thought of facing Naruto, who had gradually garnered praise as a genius, unlike the underdog he had been in the original story. Nevertheless, Kiba asserted that he was not afraid of Naruto. He merely feared the slight possibility of the unexpected. Let us have a great match, Naruto called out cheerfully. Inuzuka Kiba, oh, and Sasuke's opponent is Nara Shikamaru. The Nara clan is renowned in Konoha as one of the families in the Ino Shikacho trio. The members of this family are generally of high intelligence, and in the original work, Shikamaru's father served as the commander of the Ninja Alliance during the Great War, while Shikamaru himself later became the strategist for the protagonist, Naruto. Oh dear, is he actually going to fight against Sasuke? The odds do not seem favorable. I suppose he might as well just go through the motions. Shikamaru raised a hand to scratch his head, letting out a resigned sigh. Soon, the practical combat class commenced. The majority of the matches among the students unfolded as Iruka had anticipated, with each participant exchanging blows in a quintessential Hollywood-style battle, where only a few could endure for a full minute. Well, it is only their first time. Such occurrences are quite normal. Iruka nodded with his arms crossed, finding the current developments within his expectations. Next up, Naruto versus Inuzuka Kiba. Here we go. Naruto raised his arm triumphantly and hastily stepped forward from the crowd. Kiba smacked his lips with both hands tucked into his pockets, before also making his way forward. Iruka-sensei, can I bring out my ninja dog, Akamaru? Kiba turned to Iruka with an inquiry. If it's all right, then let us go. I'm ready. Naruto confidently clapped his chest, expressing that he was unfazed. Both Iruka and Kiba were momentarily stunned. To them, Naruto's demeanor seemed less like confidence and more akin to arrogance. Iruka opened his mouth, intending to offer a word of caution to Naruto, but he quickly abandoned the idea. Experiencing the consequences of arrogance firsthand would likely leave a more profound impression than mere words. Iruka, even with a ninja dog, it's merely a small ninja dog. I will intervene before any accidents occur. Very well. Kiba, you may use your ninja dog. All right. Kiba, now feeling relieved, believed that with his ninja companion, victory was all but assured. Come on, Akamaru. Kiba extended 2 fingers, inhaled deeply, and let out a resounding whistle. Within moments, a small white dog dashed from the distance and arrived at Kiba's side. Kiba, one of the 12 young ninjas from the original series, is the heir of a renowned ninja family in Konoha. In a normal timeline, he would later become a Jonin and join the Konoha military police force, undoubtedly emerging as a powerful figure in the future. Of course, that is a future yet to unfold. Kiba gazed at Naruto with unwavering confidence. He and his beloved canine were in perfect harmony, almost instinctively aware of each other's intentions without uttering a word. Together, they could harness their combined strength. No, perhaps even exceed it. Naruto, I want to hold back, Kiba declared, pointing a thumb at himself with an air of confidence reminiscent of a certain Super Saiyan. The sense of immediacy was palpable. Haha, I won't go easy on you either. Bring it on. Naruto chuckled as he began to warm up. The surrounding classmates exhibited little interest in the battle at hand, perhaps reflective of their overall disinterest in the practical combat lessons. Despite being in a ninja class, where they were all destined to become ninjas, the harsh reality of their war-torn era left many of these children wishing not to tread the battlefield in the future. Among the spectators, only Sasuke observed the match with keen focus. He was acutely aware of Naruto's formidable strength, thus, his concern was not whether Naruto would win, but rather how long it would take him to secure victory. Half a minute? A minute? The match commenced. Inuzuka Kiba narrowed his eyes and, with a swift motion of his arm, summoned his ninja dog, Akamaru, as if issuing a battle cry akin to a Pokemon trainer. Akamaru barked loudly and charged forward with vigor. However, Naruto remained unfazed by Kiba's tactics, methodically implementing his own strategy. Shadow Clone Technique. With a series of pops, 3 shadow clones of Naruto appeared. 2 of them dashed towards the bewildered Akamaru, leaving the dog confused and unsure how to respond to the 2 Narutos before it. Kiba, too, was taken aback. The Shadow Clone Technique was typically learned only upon graduation from Ninja Academy, and these newcomers had yet to encounter such advanced jutsu. One of Naruto's clones seized his hand, and with a spin, they executed a relay, propelling the real Naruto towards Kiba. Naruto clenched his fist, gathering wind chakra into it. Though it appeared to be a simple punch, its impact promised to be painful. As Naruto approached, Kiba felt a sense of despair. You're kidding me, Kiba muttered, quickly retracting his head and raising his arms in defense. Naruto's fist struck Kiba's arms with a resounding thud, sending him crashing backward. Had Iruka not sprinted to catch Kiba, the latter might have been propelled much farther. The arena fell silent, although Naruto had begun to exhibit signs of brilliance. The sheer shock of his prowess in actual combat was unmatched. Naruto is amazing, Hinata Hyuga thought, her cheeks tinged with crimson as she admired his jubilant celebration of victory. Sasuke, on the other hand, wore a face that suggested this outcome was entirely expected. 30 seconds, a bit quicker than I anticipated. Though that's mainly due to the lack of challenge from the opponent, Sasuke mumbled in a tsundere manner. In contrast, Inuzuka Kiba, struck by Naruto, blinked vacantly, clearly stunned by Naruto's display, leaving him momentarily dazed. The next match would pit Sasuke against Nara Shikamaru. Just as Shikamaru attempted to step forward from the crowd, a shiver coursed through him, raising the hair on the back of his neck. He stiffly turned his head toward the source of the unsettling aura, where Sasuke gazed at him with a cryptic expression, as if to convey, you must allow me to relish this moment. Nara Shikamaru, I suppose I shouldn't hold back, but I will do my utmost. Chapter 30, Practical Combat Class 3, Sasuke versus Nara Shikamaru. Shikamaru felt a sense of despair akin to that of the current Inuzuka Kiba. The reality of practical combat was already daunting, and facing Sasuke only compounded his anxiety. If it were merely a casual spar, it might have been tolerable. But Sasuke's demeanor suggested he was not merely looking at a rival, but rather a target. As Nara Shikamaru and Sasuke emerged from the crowd, this match, unlike Kiba's against Naruto, was highly anticipated, with 99% of the excitement generated by Sasuke and the remaining 1% contributed by Naruto's cheers. Go for it, Naruto shouted, prompting both Sasuke and Shikamaru to believe he was cheering them on specifically. Nara Shikamaru, thanks, Naruto. Sasuke, unnecessary encouragement. I'm stronger than you. The two locked eyes. And as soon as Iruka announced the start, they would spring into action. Meanwhile, Chika had stealthily approached the vicinity during Naruto's battle, observing their practical combat lesson. They're doing quite well. It seems my efforts to teach you have not been in vain, she thought, munching on sunflower seeds purchased from a nearby shop while watching Naruto's victory swell her with a sense of accomplishment. Sasuke, although she may be his sister. It was I who taught Naruto the Shadow Clone Technique. Sasuke had not anticipated how heartbreaking it would be to teach Naruto, who had yet to master the Ninetales chakra. After a night of zero progress, he lay on the ground, gazing at the rising sun with despair and tears, closing his eyes in resignation. On the Ninja Academy's playground, Nara Shikamaru swallowed hard, preparing himself. As soon as Iruka declared the match to begin, he would unleash the secret techniques of his clan. The battle commenced. Shadow Possession Jutsu. Nara Shikamaru promptly raised his hands and performed a distinctive gesture, invoking the Shadow Technique. This secret art of the Nara clan allows for the derivation of various abilities such as Shadow Imitation Technique, Shadow Binding Technique, Shadow Shuriken, and Shadow Summoning Technique, among others. Although not classified as a bloodline limit, this level of secret technique is scarcely inferior to the ordinary bloodline limits. As Nara Shikamaru completed his hand sign, the shadow beneath him surged forth as if animated, racing towards Sasuke's feet. Should Nara Shikamaru's shadow make contact with Sasuke's, the latter would be ensnared, rendered immobile. Although Sasuke had never encountered such ninjutsu before, he quickly discerned the imminent danger posed by the encroaching darkness on the ground. Activating his single Tomo Sharingan, Sasuke's dynamic vision significantly enhanced, enabling him to move with extraordinary speed, surpassing the advancing shadow's reach. A bead of cold sweat formed on Nara Shikamaru's brow. The flaw of the shadow technique lay in its susceptibility to evasion. While the Nara clan compensates for this shortcoming with various complementary techniques, Nara Shikamaru himself was not proficient in them. Sasuke, like a bolt of lightning, distanced himself from the creeping shadow and charged directly at Nara Shikamaru. In response, Nara Shikamaru swiftly dispelled the shadow binding technique, attempting to rely on his taijutsu to endure a moment longer. Yet, before he could fully contemplate this, Sasuke stood right before him, halting with a kunai poised threateningly beside Nara Shikamaru's neck. The outcome was clear. Nara Shikamaru swallowed hard. If Sasuke had indeed wielded a kunai, his head would have bid farewell to his body. It was terrifying. Was this truly the strength of a peer? Even a graduation at this moment would pose no challenge. Nara Shikamaru sighed resignedly. Although he had anticipated this conclusion prior to the match, experiencing it firsthand was still disheartening. However, after claiming victory, Sasuke did not turn away but instead raised his hand in a courteous gesture, initiating a sign of reconciliation. Your technique is intriguing. If you grow stronger in the future, we might have another match, though I would undoubtedly emerge victorious. This seemingly arrogant statement was, in truth, the gentlest sentiment Sasuke could muster. Nara Shikamaru paused, then smiled softly. Extending his own hand to complete the sign of reconciliation, their hands meeting in a gesture of camaraderie. The subsequent matches continued. Yet after witnessing the spectacle of Sasuke and Naruto, the other students' contests appeared rather mundane in comparison. Nevertheless, Irika hoped for a touch of simplicity. Watching the duel between Naruto and Sasuke, perspiration trickled steadily down his face. No matter, I shall intervene. Awkwardly, Irika found himself lacking absolute confidence in his ability to intervene precisely should an incident arise during the impending match between Naruto and Sasuke. He was merely a Chunin. An ordinary Chunin at that, uncertain even of his standing among peers. Truly a reflection of the relentless tides of time where the new generation pushes the old to their demise upon the shores of fate. Fortunately, the day's lesson was nearing its conclusion. Although he could not adhere to the original plan of allowing each student to engage in 2 rounds of practical combat, he resigned himself to the circumstances. Irika felt overwhelmed, yet with approximately 5 minutes remaining before class ended, he could still facilitate one last duel. However, each student had already participated in one bout, and as he scanned the classroom for 2 suitable candidates to fill these final moments, he was met with the keen perception of Naruto and Sasuke, who instantly recognized his intent. In unison, they raised their arms with fervor. Teacher Irika, I'm in, exclaimed Naruto. I haven't had my fill yet. Allow me another round, Sasuke added. Their intentions were crystal clear. Both were eager to engage in combat. Irika, witnessing this spectacle, couldn't help but raise a hand to cover his face in exasperation. One was already challenging enough to manage, and now there were 2? If something were to go awry, he certainly lacked the confidence to restrain them effectively. Meanwhile, Chika, who had been watching from the sidelines, perked up, her snacking becoming more animated. It was rare to see these 2 facing off, at least in her recollection. She had presumed their camaraderie was so strong that they could not bear to strike one another. Could it be reluctance to harm one another? Naruto and Sasuke would vehemently disagree. They simply believed themselves too inexperienced. The thought of clashing in front of Chika filled them with dread of her merciless mockery. Young as they were, their pride was remarkably robust. Under the intense gazes of Sasuke and Naruto, Irika ultimately acquiesced to their duel, albeit with a stipulation. Once the 5-minute class period concluded, regardless of the outcome, they must cease immediately. Both boys nodded in agreement and stepped away from the crowd, facing one another as they assumed their combat stances. I will win. declared Naruto. I will not lose, asserted Sasuke. Thus, the battle between the two rivals was set to ignite. Chapter 31, Practical Combat Class 4, The Battle Begins. Naruto swiftly formed the hand signs for the shadow clone technique. With a couple of resounding thuds, two shadow clones appeared beside him, and together they charged towards Sasuke. Naturally, Sasuke was also advancing towards Naruto. He was not the type to remain idle, decisively launching his attack without hesitation. The two approached each other rapidly until they collided head-on, producing a loud crash as their arms met. Naruto's two shadow clones leapt into the air, attempting to seize Sasuke, but Sasuke, having anticipated this, deftly retreated, effortlessly dispersing Naruto's clones with a punch and a kick. Seeing his clones dispelled, Naruto was unfazed. After all, the nature of the shadow clone technique was such that they shattered upon impact. He could simply summon them anew. Shadow clone technique. As Naruto formed the hand signs once more, 6 more of him materialized around Sasuke. Sasuke observed Naruto's clones with keen vigilance, musing to himself about the sheer abundance of chakra that Naruto possessed, seemingly carelessly producing clones as if they were free, while Sasuke was aware of Naruto's substantial chakra reserves. The palpable pressure felt during their battle was truly overwhelming. However, Sasuke was no ordinary ninja. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he was considerably stronger than the majority of common ninja, even if he paled in comparison to the Uzumaki clan. Not wishing to feign ignorance any longer, Sasuke leapt into the air, retrieving several sharp kunai from his pouch and throwing them with precision. One kunai targeted each shadow clone. As he landed, he immediately formed hand signs and took a deep breath. Sasuke was preparing to unleash the great fireball technique. Seeing this, Naruto again summoned his shadow clones. This time not just a few, but a multitude. This was not the multiple shadow clone technique, but rather the limit of the shadow clone technique. Although not the limit of Naruto's capabilities. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke, puffing up his cheeks, expelled a scorching fireball that shot straight towards Naruto. The scene captivated the attention of their classmates and Irika-sensei, rendering them speechless, their faces twitching in disbelief as they struggled to process the unfolding spectacle. Irika exclaimed, "Am I still dreaming? So many shadow clones executing the great fireball technique, ha ha ha." Irika's composure began to crack, setting aside the great fireball technique itself. The sheer number of shadow clones was something even he, a Chunin, could not replicate. These two little monsters, there was no hint of mockery in Irika's tone. Only astonishment and admiration. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke's classmates stood agape, unable to close their mouths. They understood that Sasuke was a prodigy, but what he displayed, his physical prowess, combat sense, reflexes, and ninjutsu, transcended the label of genius. Why, when they were all just children, was he so exceptionally outstanding? The most shocking revelation for everyone was undoubtedly Naruto, Sasuke's formidable opponent. Inuzuka Kiba exclaimed, "No way. This kid is incredibly strong. Did he really hold back during our battle?" Nara Shikamaru remarked, "This is quite troublesome. If this news reaches the adults, it will certainly stir up a new uproar." Hyuga Hinata expressed her admiration. "Naruto-kun is amazing. He can actually hold his own against Sasuke. It's truly impressive." Among the onlookers, the most excited was a girl munching on snacks. "Go, Naruto. Strike with a straight punch, then follow up with a sweeping kick." My goodness, Sasuke's face is covered in bruises. "You can't approach this so straightforwardly. You need to unleash everything you've got. Shurikens, kunai, throw them all with abandon." Shinsha appears akin to a person grappling with a split personality, simultaneously embodying the perspectives of Naruto and Sasuke, fervently cheering for both sides, anxious that their confrontation may not be fierce enough. "Shinsha, do you not feel any heartache?" "Shinsha, heartache? Have you not heard that hitting is affection and scolding is love?" The rivalry between these two brothers serves to deepen their bond, primarily because Naruto and Sasuke are the protagonists. As long as Shinsha, this time traveler, does not excessively interfere with the storyline, those two, under the aura of their protagonist status, are unlikely to meet an untimely end. In contrast, Shinsha lacks any assurance of survival, which is truly disheartening. On the playground, Naruto and Sasuke continuously challenged the perceptions of those present, and even after 5 minutes had elapsed, there was still no victor between them. Sasuke, TCH, Naruto, you really are quite the tough one. Naruto, that was quite a blow, Sasuke. If I had mastered a high-output jutsu, I would undoubtedly have had the upper hand. Both Naruto and Sasuke adhered to the rules, ceasing their combat the moment class was dismissed. However, It was evident that neither was fully satisfied, given the lack of a decisive outcome. Irika, awkwardly clapping his hands, remarked, "I believe everyone performed admirably today. Keep up the good work. However, I think that rather than focusing solely on practical combat, it is imperative for everyone to supplement their theoretical knowledge. We shall delve into formal combat training in due time." Despite Irika's intentions to conduct practical exercises weekly starting today, he felt a lack of confidence in teaching Naruto and Sasuke, given their current state. "Irika, I cherish peace." Following today's practical lesson, no one in the class dared to overlook Naruto any longer. Nonetheless, the number of those willing to engage with him remained unchanged, limited to just a few. Ultimately, their avoidance stemmed from his reputation as the son of a fox demon, until this rumor is dispelled. Shedding the label of being at the bottom of the class would be futile. Nonetheless, Naruto maintained a positive mindset, not allowing these matters to trouble him. After school, as usual, Naruto and Sasuke shouldered their bags and hurried out of the classroom. "I wonder if my sister will return today. I'm looking forward to her teaching me some powerful jutsu," he mused. "What do you mean, sister?" "Naruto, be mindful. That's my sister. Don't be so petty." "Your sister is my sister too." Sasuke, visibly displeased, was met with Naruto's carefree laughter as he rested his hands behind his head. Upon reaching the entrance of the ninja school, both boys' gazes fell upon a girl leaning against the wall. "Sister, you're back." Qianxia playfully patted Sasuke's head as he approached, reminiscent of a gentle caress akin to petting a cat. "Let us return home, shall we?" Chapter 32. The gradually busy Qianxia. Within the Uchiha residence, Naruto and Sasuke reverted to their affectionate demeanor, each engrossed in their own training. Devoid of the earlier signs of animosity they exhibited at the Ninja Academy. Although this training regimen has been tailored by me, it should also incorporate elements of independent practice. You could engage in sparring with one another. I believe that would yield more fruitful results than if I were to challenge you both. Qianxia sat in a chair within the estate, her head resting in her hands, watching Naruto and Sasuke as they practiced their respective skills in the open space. It was not that she believed it unwise to regard Qianxia as a worthy opponent. Rather, the disparity in their strengths was far too great. Engaging in a fierce battle among peers of equal rank would enable them to better recognize their shortcomings and improve upon them. Most importantly, it would allow them to savor the sweet fruit of victory born from their relentless efforts. At the sound of her words, Naruto and Sasuke's expressions froze, their thoughts racing. Could it be that their sister had witnessed their sparring sessions at the Ninja Academy? Their reluctance for Qianxia to observe their battles stemmed from a desire to avoid embarrassment. Setting aside the possibility that the intricate techniques they considered clever might be dismissed by her as trivial, the mere thought of losing to one another in her presence was too dreadful to contemplate. They exchanged a glance, a silent communication passing between them. Though no words were spoken, their understanding was profound. Naruto's thoughts echoed, "Absolutely must not fight in front of my sister." Sasuke concurred, "Indeed, we cannot. Wait, she is my sister." As they locked eyes, a flicker of tension sparked between them, only to dissipate almost instantaneously. For now, their immediate concern was to address Qianxia. They nodded slightly, and when they turned back to face her, it was as if they donned masks of cheerful smiles, grinning foolishly. "Sister, I believe at our current stage, we do not yet require practical combat. Our foundational skills are still lacking. Wouldn't you agree, Naruto?" Sasuke concluded, immediately glancing at Naruto for affirmation. Naruto, momentarily taken aback by Sasuke's assertion, hastily chimed in, Yes. Sasuke is right. I haven't even mastered walking on water yet. Practical combat is still far beyond my reach." As he spoke, he dashed towards the nearby pond and, with a SBL splash, fell into the water, emerging as a drenched chicken. "Thumbs up for you," Sasuke called out. "I scare myself when I get serious," Naruto exclaimed, truly pouring his heart into the moment. During Qianxia's mission, he had diligently practiced the technique of concentrating chakra in his feet to tread upon the surface of water. He had originally intended to showcase this skill to Qianxia in a splendid and graceful manner, but now, while he smiled outwardly, inwardly he felt utterly embarrassed. "Is that so? If your foundation is not solid, then there is little to be done," Qianxia remarked leisurely, attempting to stifle her laughter. Continue the charade, she thought. These two, though young, possessed commendable acting skills. Alas, they were still rather inexperienced. Yet, who stood before them? None other than a renowned luminary of the two-dimensional realm. A star at countless comic conventions, a master of performance whose prowess needed no reiteration. Indeed, the primary reason for her amusement lay in the fact that she had witnessed the two young boys sparring with her own eyes. Qianxia found herself unable to suppress the smile that danced at the corners of her lips. She swiftly raised her hand to cover her mouth. Naruto and Sasuke believed they had navigated through this moment unscathed, and involuntarily exhaled a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, as Qianxia lowered her hand, the gentleness that once adorned her face vanished entirely, leaving only an expression of sternness that was undeniably severe. The foundation of their skills remained unrefined. Was this truly a matter of pride? According to the training regimen I devised for you, you ought to have mastered the fundamentals by now. Thus, it is evident that you have been idling away your time. Qianxia smiled as she raised her clenched fists, emanating an aura so terrifying it could reduce children to tears. Naruto and Sasuke trembled, utterly unprepared for the predicament they had unwittingly leaped into, having dug a pit for themselves. Surely, their sister knew of their antics at the Ninja Academy. Sasuke felt an unsettling premonition that Qianxia had witnessed their actions and was now merely toying with them. Such a deranged maneuver. If it were the sister of old, he would have never believed her capable of it. Yet now, the possibility loomed large. The two little ones gazed at Qianxia, perceiving her as a demon poised to engulf them slowly. The following morning, Naruto and Sasuke, drenched in sweat and limping, departed from the Uchiha residence, making their way to school. The events of the previous night were known only to the three of them. No fourth party existed to bear witness. Even if someone inquired, Naruto and Sasuke would remain tight-lipped, unwilling to divulge their dark history. Sasuke mused, "Sister is truly terrifying. I can never lie in front of her again." Upon returning to the Ninja Academy, Irika noticed the two boys' disheveled appearance and felt a surge of delight. It seems these two little rascals are lacking their usual energy today. Time for some practical training. Just a day had passed, yet Irika felt a sense of accomplishment. However, mere minutes later, he beheld Naruto and Sasuke once again engaging in their chaotic antics, prompting him to lower his head in silent reflection on his life. Meanwhile, Qianxia, as a member of the Umbu, received a new mission. Am I to investigate the hidden cloud village? Qianxia gazed at the message conveyed by the carrier pigeon, her expression somewhat dazed. Indeed, the conventional narrative dictates that a life was lost in Chunin, and in turn, a scapegoat perished in Konoha, resulting in no significant losses for either side. However, under Qianxia's intervention, Chunin village found itself ensnared in an unequal treaty with Konoha, leading to substantial gains for Konoha while Chunin suffered severe setbacks. Given Chunin's volatile temperament, it was unfathomable that they would hastily conclude matters. Retaliation against Konoha seemed inevitable. Thus, the dispatch of Umbu to monitor Qianxia was comprehensible, yet one question lingered. Qianxia, why must I be the only one to go? Qianxia's face was adorned with a perplexed expression, yet she found herself powerless, constrained by her current circumstances. The pressing priority remained the enhancement of her strength. Having yet to step into the realm of shadows, she felt a profound lack of confidence. Once again, she prepared to depart, knowing that when Sasuke and Naruto returned, they would likely be displeased with the note she had left behind. With a wry smile, Qianxia pinned her plans on a small piece of paper and placed it upon the table. Clad in form-fitting black attire, she exited the Uchiha estate, leaving behind the forehead protector that symbolized her status as a ninja. The Umbu did not require such adornments. In contrast to traditional ninjas, they resembled assassins more closely. Qianxia took a deep breath, gently patting her cheeks with both hands to invigorate herself. All right, Chunin village, here I come. Chapter 33. The gradual transformation of Qianxia into a corporate drone in the world of ninjas. 5 great nations exist, each housing a hidden village: Konoha, Kirigakure, Chunin, Sunagakure, and Awagakure. Beyond these 5 prominent villages, numerous smaller ninja villages also exist, each with their own leader, though the influence of these leaders pales in comparison to that of the shadows of the great villages. The shadows of the 5 great nations symbolize strength and authority, while the leaders of the smaller villages may merely hold a title. Assigned to an Umbu mission, Qianxia donned a form-fitting black outfit, carried only a small pack, and set off with a mask in hand. Her destination, the land of lightning, Chunin. However, this departure was far from a trivial matter in the world of Hokage. There are no automobiles, trains, or airplanes. One must rely solely on their own legs. Qianxia felt as though he had been possessed by a monkey, constantly leaping and landing, then leaping again. Although as a ninja endowed with chakra, his speed was undoubtedly superior to that of ordinary individuals. Qianxia did not believe that his current pace could rival that of a tireless automobile that required only gasoline to propel itself forward. Within less than an hour, Qianxia found himself panting heavily from exhaustion. He was of the Uchiha clan, not of the Uzumaki clan. The chakra of the Uzumaki clan could easily match the strength of 5 or 6 Kakashis, while Qianxia believed he could at most equal 3. Damn it. He couldn't expend all his chakra solely on advancing. He needed to conserve some to guard against surprise attacks from enemies. Nevertheless, it seemed the mission briefing did not specify a precise time frame, so perhaps it was acceptable to take a few leisurely days before returning. Qianxia, filled with resentment, muttered softly under her breath. After her quiet murmurs, she suddenly raised her head, glancing around before extending her hand in an international gesture toward the sky. A stream of colorful invective escaped her lips, sufficient to warrant censorship. Sarutobi Hiruzen? The crystal ball of distant sight? At this distance, surely he cannot still perceive my actions? In the Hokage office of Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen could not stifle a great sneeze, one that nearly caused his frail body to crumble. The chill in the air was intensifying. He longed for winter to swiftly pass, for spring heralded the season of hope and growth for the villagers of Konoha. Gazing out the window, he murmured softly. Dispatching Qianxia on a mission had been his decision. Had Shimura Danzo intervened, he would never have allowed Qianxia to venture out. The bloodline of the Sharingan must not fall into the wrong hands. By sending Qianxia away, he believed he was safeguarding her, having noticed Danzo's growing interest in her. Danzo, in a sense, was another Sarutobi Hiruzen. Both placed great importance on the village. If Hiruzen symbolized the village's bright aspects, then Danzo represented its dark corners. A true embodiment of Konoha shadows, Danzo harbored deep-seated animosity toward the Uchiha clan and secretly engaged in many distasteful acts that would disturb an average person. Though Hiruzen was not fully informed, he was aware of some of Danzo's underhanded dealings. Thus, allowing Qianxia to undertake a mission, as long as she did not act recklessly, was safer than remaining in Danzo's proximity. However, this cannot be solely interpreted as an act of goodwill. Hiruzen primarily sought to maintain a delicate balance within the village, not wanting Danzo to gain too much ground. Upon returning home from the Ninja Academy, Naruto and Sasuke swiftly discovered the note Qianxia had left on the table. Although they had sensed something amiss when their sister did not come to pick them up and they did not see her upon arriving home, the confirmation of her absence was still disheartening. Sister is on a mission again, Sasuke said, clenching the note in his palm, his head bowed, his face etched with visible displeasure. However, under Qianxia's guidance, Sasuke had learned to temper his emotional responses. After a brief moment of reflection, he inhaled deeply, calming his turbulent thoughts. She is merely on a mission, just like last time. She will return before long, perhaps even by tomorrow morning. Naruto, let us continue our training. As Sasuke spoke, he gradually relaxed his tightly clenched fist, carefully unfolding the crumpled piece of paper and placing it neatly. He then turned to head towards the open space, but was halted by a thunderous growl emanating from his stomach. In astonishment, Sasuke glanced back, only to see Naruto, one hand scratching the back of his head while the other rested on his belly, wearing an awkward smile. Well, before training, shouldn't we have dinner first? In the grand scheme of things, a meal is paramount. Despite appearing composed, it was evident that Sasuke was not entirely at ease. Naruto's words ignited a wave of hunger within him. The ration pills were all but gone. If only his sister were home, she would surely have prepared dinner by now, likely consisting of burgers and fried eggs, perhaps with a sausage on the side. With a resigned sigh, Sasuke pressed a hand to his forehead. At that moment, Naruto stepped forward, raising his arm high with a cheerful grin. If there's nothing to eat at home, I have a recommended place. Let's go there. Where? At Ichiraku's Ramen. Ichiraku? Sasuke hesitated slightly, the name ringing a bell, as if he had heard it in his sister's incessant chatter before. Surely, this Uncle Ichiraku must possess some remarkable qualities. Could he be a master of hidden jutsu? Contemplating this, Sasuke acquiesced to Naruto's suggestion, and together they departed from the mansion towards Ichiraku Ramen. Rather than worrying about when Chika would return, it would be more beneficial to continue honing his skills until he could stand as an independent ninja in the future. As Naruto and Sasuke relished their ramen, Chika too was enjoying a bowl, albeit from an unknown street vendor. A full stomach was essential for the journey ahead, with a long road still to traverse. One could not afford to set off on an empty stomach. Chika slurped down his noodles voraciously, with a full day's journey remaining until he reached the hidden cloud village. Qianxia, I joined the Umbu not to engage in menial exercises like running, but to replicate the ninjutsu of others. What distinguishes my current existence from that of a corporate drone? After finishing her ramen, Qianxia resumed her journey towards the hidden cloud village. Under the gradual transformation into a cog in the corporate machine, she set foot upon the land of lightning by the dawn of the following day. Towering peaks loomed above, shrouded in mist, while thunder echoed in a deafening chorus. This is the land of lightning. Chapter 34. The Fortuitous Qianxia. The Five Great Nations. Konoha boasts forests and plains. Sunagakure is rich in sand and gold. Kirigakure is enveloped by the sea and fog. The Wagakure is adorned with gems and fertile black soil. And Kumogakure is characterized by its lofty mountains and rugged inhabitants. Kumogakure ranks second among the 5 great villages, with each successive raikage possessing formidable strength. Within Naruto resides one of the tailed beasts, the 9 tails, while Kumogakure is home to 2 tailed beasts, the 2 tails, a cat demon named Yoru, and the 8 tails, an octopus known as Gyuki. The tailed beasts are akin to natural nuclear weapons, beyond the capabilities of ordinary shinobi to contend with. However, the raikage of each generation has proven to be exceptional. The 3rd raikage is renowned for wielding the strongest shield and spear, bravely confronting the 8 tails, with the only wound upon his body being self-inflicted. The 4th raikage is equally remarkable, having mastered his lightning-infused chakra to an unparalleled level, even managing to snap off the left horn of the 8 tails, his speed likened to a flash of lightning. It is indeed a perilous place, devoid of scenic beauty to admire. Qianxia raised a hand to touch her forehead. Now, all that remained was to traverse from the borders of the Thunder Country to Chunin village. Although the journey was still lengthy, it felt significantly less daunting compared to her previous travels. Qianxia traversed the rugged terrain of the Land of Thunder, a realm characterized solely by towering mountains, and yet more mountains. Being a ninja in this nation proved to be an arduous endeavor, for there was scarcely any cover to be found. The assassination tactics employed by the ninjas of the Hidden Cloud Village seemed rather straightforward. Upon locating their target, they would simply approach and deliver a decisive kick, swiftly retreating after the deed was done. Witnesses? Eliminating them would be a trivial matter, wouldn't it? As Qianxia strolled along, muttering to herself, her foot unexpectedly collided with an object, nearly sending her into a precarious tumble. Fortunately, her reflexes were swift enough to prevent her face from meeting the ground in an intimate embrace. That startled me to death. I thought I was about to eat dirt. What on earth tripped me? Qianxia lowered her head in confusion and realized that the object that had tripped her was not merely a stone. Initially intending to grasp it with her hands, her slight aversion to dirt led her to opt for a more refined approach. She employed a water technique to cleanse the peculiar item from the ground, followed by an earth technique to loosen the soil. Finally, she reached down to extract the object from the earth. To her astonishment, it was a forehead protector, and judging by its insignia, it belonged to a ninja from the Hidden Cloud Village. Forehead protectors are not easily misplaced, and considering how this one was nearly fused with the earth, it was evident that a considerable amount of time had elapsed. The likelihood of such a situation occurring was neither rare nor abundant. Yet the most plausible explanation remained. Qianxia swallowed a lump of saliva. As a ninja, dying in battle was quite commonplace. However, the thought that beneath her feet might lie a multitude of white bones sent shivers down her spine. The distinction between a corpse and a skeleton was significant. Her hand trembled slightly, almost causing her to drop the forehead protector she clutched. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. After all, the forehead protector of the cloud-hidden ninjas held considerable strategic value. Possessing it was undoubtedly better than not. Qianxia took a deep breath, quickly regaining her composure, and placed Yunin's headband into her pocket. It might prove useful in the future, although Qianxia hoped that it would not be necessary, for if it were to be utilized, it would undoubtedly be quite taxing on her mind. Qianxia pondered this, yet it seemed as though fate had conspired against her. As she quietly advanced towards Yunin, not long after having discovered the protective talisman, she stumbled upon something unexpected on the ground. No, this time it was not merely an object. It was, in fact, a person. Qianxia's lips twitched slightly. At first, she was sprinting forward in a ninja-like manner to keep up with her pace, when suddenly, an odd object caught her eye on the ground. Upon stopping to take a closer look, she was taken aback to find a person lying there. Goodness, how peculiar. Finding a headband is one thing, but stumbling upon a person is entirely another matter. Qianxia gazed intently at the unconscious figure sprawled on the ground. Though her lips murmured in discontent, her scrutinizing gaze remained unwavering. The individual was female, standing at a height of 170 centimeters, adorned with a forehead protector, indicating her status as a ninja from Yunin. She possessed long, light brown hair cascading down to her waist and appeared to be in her early 20s. While her looks were decent, they paled in comparison to my own. Qianxia rested one hand upon her chin, contemplating the identity of the woman before her. It was not that she was captivated by the female ninja. Rather, Qianxia had an inexplicable sense of familiarity regarding this individual. While she believed she should recall all the principal characters, this woman appeared to be a minor character with some significance. Yet, an elusive sense of recognition lingered, oscillating between importance and insignificance. Qianxia rested her chin on one hand, her eyes narrowing in contemplation. Suddenly, a spark of realization illuminated her mind as she grasped the source of the inexplicable familiarity emanating from this individual. Could it be that this person bore a resemblance to Naruto? Not in physical appearance, but rather in the profound aura they exuded. Just as the truth seemed poised to unveil itself, the woman lying on the ground abruptly opened her eyes and swiftly produced a kunai from the pocket of her clothing, launching it towards Qianxia with lethal intent. However, Qianxia was already prepared. She deftly retreated a step, tilting her head to evade the deadly thrust. "Who are you?" The woman's gaze pierced through Qianxia, her body radiating a palpable aura of menace. Yet, Qianxia sensed that this individual was burdened with a significant mission, albeit at the end of her strength, posing no real threat to her. Indeed, it ought to be this way. Just as Qianxia maintained her composure, attempting to assert her dominance, the woman's aura underwent a transformation. Chakra. This woman's body erupted with visible chakra, resembling blue flames, its magnitude far surpassing Qianxia's own. If Kakashi served as a unit of measure, the chakra manifesting before Qianxia must have equaled that of at least 20 to 30 Kakashis. And this was merely a fraction of its potential. In that moment, Qianxia's suspicions were confirmed, though she chided herself for the delay in her realization. The two Yuzuki doors. A Jonin from the hidden cloud village, a Jinchuriki akin to Naruto, with the two tails residing within her. The deep blue chakra enveloped her, dispelling the earlier aura of near-death weakness with the overwhelming presence of this formidable chakra. Qianxia's lips curled into a forced smile, and to be frank, the current situation was utterly dire, akin to the unfolding of a hellish nightmare. Chapter 35, Qianxia in a performance state. The two Yuzuki men, the two tails Jinchuriki, although he had limited appearances in the original work, stood in stark contrast to the eight tails Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, also from the hidden cloud. In the early chapters of the original, he had little screen time, and later, he was swiftly defeated by the Akatsuki organization, losing his tailed beast and meeting a swift demise. If that had been the end of it, it would have been tolerable, but her corpse was subsequently manipulated, utilized by others. It seems that few Jinchuriki of tailed beasts have fared well. Answer me quickly. Who are you? A ninja from a neighboring country. The two Yuzuki men, armed with kunai, remained vigilant, their eyes fixed on Qianxia. At that moment, Qianxia appeared calm on the surface, yet internally, she was drenched in sweat. Qianxia, your bluntness leaves me at a loss. Under normal circumstances, Qianxia finds herself with but two choices in such a predicament. First, to confront the woman before her head-on. However, Qianxia fears she might not emerge unscathed. Second, to flee. Yet, Qianxia still harbors the apprehension that she may not escape unscathed. One must never underestimate the Jinchuriki of tailed beasts. Any individual capable of harnessing the power of a tailed beast begins their journey as a formidable shadow-level warrior. Qianxia perceives herself as a Jonin, yet she finds herself confronting a shadow-level adversary. However, Qianxia has an inkling that fate seems to be toying with her. The forehead protector she recently acquired has unexpectedly come into play. Were it not for the whims of fortune, she might suspect that, as a transmigrator, she had inadvertently maxed out her luck. Yet, if such were the case, it would seem rather unjust to have been struck down at the very outset of her journey. Qianxia's cheeks twitched slightly, but she quickly dismissed such possibilities. Moreover, the pressing concern at hand were the two Udors before her. They were her own, her comrades. It would be utterly inappropriate to engage in hostilities. Hastily, Qianxia retrieved the forehead protector she had previously picked up from the ground, using it as a symbol of her identity. The two Udors bowed their heads to scrutinize the forehead protector in her grasp, falling into a fleeting contemplation. However, their gazes towards Qianxia remained tinged with considerable wariness. Are you also a ninja from our village? State your name and the squad to which you belong. You have 3 seconds to respond. Though she feigned calmness, Qianxia's complexion could no longer maintain its composure. This scenario was unfolding rather unexpectedly. Under normal circumstances, wouldn't they trust her immediately? Asking for her name and squad and giving her merely 3 seconds? Qianxia, do you believe me when I say I don't remember? The two Yumu men. Do I appear to be a fool? After a brief silence, the two Yumu men resolutely took action. Their kunai now imbued with the menacing chakra of tailed beasts, transforming what was once deemed an innocuous weapon into a formidable threat. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, a flicker of ethereal blue flames ignited momentarily, a strand of black hair dancing in the wind. The kunai of the two Yumu men embedded itself perilously close to Qianxia's neck, mere centimeters away. Had the two Yumu men missed their mark? Certainly not. It was, without a doubt, Qianxia's astute evasion through sheer prowess that saved her, albeit with a smidgen of fortuity involved, though Qianxia firmly asserted that it was hardly significant. A faint blue lightning flickered around Chica. A manifestation of the body-enhancing lightning technique she had previously appropriated from the Cloud Ninja who had attempted to abduct Hinata in the Hidden Leaf Village. This lightning technique transcended mere ninjutsu. It represented a unique approach to training, characterized by a vast disparity between its upper and lower limits. The weaker manifestations resembled the Cloud Ninja Chica had encountered before, while the more potent forms could rival the Reiki's ability to physically contend with tailed beasts. Most significantly, this lightning technique was exclusive to the Cloud Ninja, absent in other hidden villages. Could it be that she truly was a Cloud Ninja? Such a thought surged through the minds of the two members of the Uzuki clan. They did not take into account the existence of the Sharingan. For it was common knowledge that only two young members of the Uchiha clan remained after the massacre. The people of the Leaf Village would not be foolish enough to transfer such a precious bloodline outside their ranks. After much contemplation, the two Uzuki members genuinely believed Chica to be a Cloud Ninja. If Chica were aware of their thoughts, she would undoubtedly remark on the frightening ingenuity of their deductions. If the two Uzuki members were more rigid in their thinking, they would likely continue their assault on Chica without hesitation. Those who ponder too deeply often mislead themselves, nevertheless. What Chica truly needed at this moment was this wave of ingenuity. It was nothing short of a divine intervention, a glimpse of miraculous dawn. Qianxia sensed a decline in the fighting spirit of the two Uzuki doors, although she considered her intelligence to be rather modest. As a former top-tier C0S master in her previous life, her desire to perform was undeniably fervent. Qianxia swayed slightly, raising a hand to gently cradle her head, conveying an aura of fragility and discomfort. The specifics elude my memory, yet I am certain I am a ninja of Chunin. A dull ache pervades my head. With the slightest effort to recall, sharp pangs surge forth. Qianxia clutched her head, exuding an aura of profound vulnerability that perfectly embodied the image of a frail woman. Upon witnessing this, the two Yuwood doors instinctively pressed their lips together, their inner hesitation deepening. Observing their reaction, Qianxia resolutely decided to stoke the flames further. Qianxia, emulating the melodramatic heroines from her memories, raised a hand to her forehead and fell gracefully to the ground in a pose imbued with fragile beauty. Just as she was about to hit the ground, a pair of sturdy hands caught her. My apologies, it seems the world has grown tumultuous lately, and I might be a tad overly sensitive. You must be a ninja from a team on a mission, who has suffered injury and lost your memory in combat against enemy shinobi. Fear not, upon our return to the village, I shall employ my patience to verify your identity, said the two Uzuki, cradling Qianxia with a firm, yet gentle expression. Qianxia listened to the words of the two Yumu doors, her face displaying a touch of emotion and gratitude, while internally, she wore a look of helplessness and despair. Is it truly necessary to verify my identity? If you can ascertain it, then something is amiss. Nonetheless, at least I have barely managed to pass this hurdle. Such an outcome is certainly preferable to engaging in combat with the tailed beast Jinchuriki here. Thank you for your understanding. Qianxia offered a gentle smile towards the two Udors, causing them to momentarily freeze in surprise. The arms that had been wrapped around her abruptly loosened, and Qianxia, in a daze, blinked before tumbling to the ground with a soft thud. One of the Udors instinctively covered its mouth, its expression shifting to one of awkwardness. Could it be that in their earlier nervousness, they had overlooked the sheer adorableness of this girl? Chapter 36. The arrival of the temporary actor with a hand shielding her face. One of the Udors began to blush, while Qianxia, still in a state of bewilderment, blinked her eyes. Though she was aware of her own beauty, she felt that her self-assessment and the perceptions of those around her existed on entirely different planes. Qianxia's beauty is widely acknowledged by the residents of the Hidden Leaf Village, embodying the allure of a charming young lady. Were it not for the Uchiha surname, it is likely that the village's matrons would have already marched forth with their sons and grandsons to propose marriage. She captivates all, regardless of age or gender. The two Uzuki men, having been overly anxious moments ago, had completely overlooked Qianxia's enchanting visage. Now, with a moment of calm, They instantly recognized her striking beauty. In that instant, one of them even began to question his own understanding of his sexual orientation. Although this may seem exaggerated, it is somewhat understandable when considering the context of the Cloud Village, known for its abundance of rugged men. Encountering someone with Qianxia's features must be quite the shock. Ahem. I apologize for my earlier nervousness. The world is rather tumultuous at present, and I hope you can understand. One of the Yuzuki men said softly, his face flushed. It's quite all right. I may not recall many things, but I still retain basic knowledge. You are one of the elite jonin from the Yuzuki clan, correct? Qianxia rose from the ground, brushing off the dust from her clothes while seamlessly switching into the persona of an adoring fan, lavishing praise upon the two Yumu doors. Were it anyone else extolling her virtues, she would remain unperturbed and composed. Yet, at that moment, hearing Qianxia's compliments, the corners of the two Yumu doors' mouths could not help but curve upwards slightly, one of them reaching out to gently stroke their cheek. Observing the sudden ease in her pursuit of the two Yumu doors, Qianxia's heart surged with elation, soon followed by an outpouring of fervent admiration from her fangirl persona. The vigilance within the two Yumu doors waned gradually, though this decline had its limits, until they returned to the village and definitively ascertained Qianxia's identity. A flicker of caution lingered in their hearts. Nevertheless, Qianxia deemed this level of affection sufficient, and together they embarked on their journey to Chunin. Along the way, Qianxia diligently reinforced this image of herself, striving to the point where it nearly became etched into her very essence. The two Yumu doors thought to themselves, what a pitiable child. Once we return to the village, I shall earnestly assist this child in reclaiming her memories. Qianxia, what should I do? What should I do? What should I do? At this rate, it won't be long before I have to follow her to Chunin village. And that would mean game over. Qianxia's mind raced with thoughts of escape. A mere excuse would be inadequate for her situation. To concoct a flimsy pretext could jeopardize the rapport she had painstakingly built. Stay composed. Remain calm. I must maintain my tranquility. Qianxia smiled as she accompanied the two Yu doors, remaining by their side until the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended. The two Yu doors led the way, while Qianxia walked alongside them. Suddenly, the two Yu doors halted, raising an arm to stop Qianxia as well. Wait. One of the Yu doors warned, a renewed vigilance gleaming in her eyes as she surveyed the surroundings, the chakra of the two tails gradually emanating. What is happening? An ambush. Qianxia immediately discerned the situation. When she first encountered the two Yumu doors, she was lying on the ground in a state of injury, suggesting that a battle had ensued. However, considering the formidable prowess of the two Yumu doors as Jinchuriki, it was likely they had been ambushed. Symbolically, Qianxia turned her head to survey her surroundings, a faint smile gracing her lips, for she had finally conceived a means of escape. Come forth, enemies. You shall be the temporary actors, she declared. Beware, an enemy attack. With those words from the two Yumu doors, a poisoned shuriken flew from behind them. The air erupted with a ghostly blue chakra that enveloped their form, effortlessly deflecting the projectile. Though injured, the two Yumu doors, empowered by the chakra of the two-tailed beast, remained a force to be reckoned with, akin to a shadow-level warrior. As the shuriken's assault failed, the ground beneath the two Yumu doors suddenly fractured, and an unidentified ninja sprang forth, brandishing a kunai and charging with intent. The two Yumu doors cast a cold glance in his direction, deftly evading his attack while extending a hand to seize the ninja's head. With a resounding thud, the unfortunate ninja met the earth in a rather vivid embrace. While the two Yumu doors dealt with this adversary, two other unknown ninjas emerged from either side, hastily forming hand signs, seemingly intent on unleashing potent ninjutsu at close range. Yet, before they could release their technique, they were swiftly subdued by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the two Yumu doors, a fearsome combination of elite shinobi skill and tailed beast power. Meanwhile, Qianxia stood in a daze beside the two Yumu doors, astonished that none of these assailants chose to direct their attacks towards her. Qianxia, do you look down on me? Since you choose not to strike me, I'm afraid I have no choice but to resort to a ruse. From an angle that Chika could not observe at the two wooden doors, her eyes transformed into the three-tomo Sharingan. Empowered by the inside of the Sharingan, she immediately detected a ninja poised to strike. Gathering energy as he prepared to launch a kunai. Ninja, a perfect opportunity. Qianxia, a golden opportunity. The hidden ninja, observing from the shadows, witnessed the two Yu doors. Their backs turned as they dealt with others. Seizing the moment, he gathered a significant amount of chakra and hurled a kunai. With a piercing sound cutting through the air, the kunai sped forth, hurtling towards the back of the 2U doors, reacting with utmost swiftness to the imminent threat. One of the doors raised her hand to prepare a defensive maneuver when suddenly a figure soared through the air towards her. Qianxia mimicked the dramatic rescue poses she had seen in a third-rate soap opera from her previous life, launching herself toward the shuriken that was hurtling toward her. With a resounding thud, the shuriken embedded itself in Qianxia's waist, causing blood to spurt forth in an instant. Both the two onlookers, taken aback, and even the ninja who had stealthily thrown the shuriken, were momentarily stunned. The ninja exclaimed, "I must report this. She is trying to frame me. Qianxia, I am grateful to my dear friend for the kunai, but why is it always aimed at my waist?" As Qianxia was struck, she fell to the ground with a thud, forming a pool of blood. The two Uzuki men's pupils constricted as the chakra of the two tails surged forth. A colossal cat, with tails formed from ethereal blue flames, emerged upon the earth. Chapter 37. Insufficient energy of the sister. With the transformation of the two Uzuki men into tailed beasts, the entire battlefield could only be described as shrouded in a veil. The immense blue cat demon swept across the scene, rendering the ninjas armed with kunai and shurikens utterly powerless against the tailed beast chakra defenses. In a mere 10 seconds, the battle had concluded. The two Uzuki men swiftly reverted from their tailed beast form and landed on the ground with a thud. She turned and hurriedly approached Qianxia, who lay in a pool of blood, anxiously inspecting her injuries. "This is dire. The wound is too deep and in a precarious position. This is not just ordinary blood loss. What should I do? I am not proficient in medical ninjutsu." The pupils of the two Uzuki men trembled slightly. She lacked the skill in healing techniques and possessed the discernment to know that such a severe injury could not be salvaged by ordinary medical ninjutsu. Cough. Cough. Qianxia felt a sudden sweetness in her throat before violently coughing up a copious amount of blood. The volume of blood was alarmingly substantial, enough to turn even those unaccustomed to the sight into faint-hearted onlookers. This level of hemorrhage was beyond salvation. Although the acquaintance between Qianxia and the two Uzumaki was recent and lacked profound depth, they held a favorable impression of her. Had they returned to the village and confirmed her identity as a ninja from their midst, the two Uzumaki might have entertained the notion of forging a genuine friendship. However, that opportunity had now slipped away. Grasping Qianxia's hand, the two Uzumaki inquired if she had any final words. With great difficulty, Qianxia pressed her lips together and opened her mouth, but the words she wished to utter lodged painfully in her throat, refusing to emerge. As her head tilted, signaling her impending demise, the two Uzumaki bowed their heads, biting down on their lips in anguish. Subsequently, one of them removed her outer garment and gently draped it over Qianxia's lifeless form before walking alone toward the hidden cloud village. What thoughts occupied her mind remained a mystery to all. It was evident, however, that she returned to the village cloaked in a palpable aura of despondency, immersing herself in arduous tasks day after day. It was only after a month that her situation began to improve, albeit marginally. Meanwhile, as the two Uzumaki departed, Qianxia, on the brink of death with her eyes closed, slowly opened them. Had she truly gone far away? Qianxia squinted her eyes slightly, turning her neck to survey her surroundings. Then she reached down to grasp the shuriken still lodged in her waist. With a sharp crack, she forcibly extracted the weapon, and as the blockage was removed, blood gushed forth with greater intensity. Yet, within mere seconds, the flow of blood visibly diminished. Within a dozen seconds, it had ceased altogether, and within a minute, the wound had formed a scab. Though I am confident in my regenerative abilities, pain is still pain, Qianxia mused, pressing her hand against the wound inflicted by the shuriken, involuntarily shuddering at the memory of the agony. Nevertheless, she harbored no regrets about her recent action. It was the most effective means to free herself from the clutches of the two Uzuki doors. At the same time, Qianxia felt acutely aware of her current inadequacies and strength. Although she believed she could hold her own against most upper ninjas, it was essential to recognize that upper ninjas were merely slightly more formidable cannon fodder. In the timeline of the Fourth Shinobi World War, even possessing the strength of a shadow would not suffice. Qianxia lay on the ground, murmuring to herself as she ran her fingers through her hair. Presently, she possessed only a few hidden cards. Firstly, the bloodline limit, the Sharingan. However, it was merely a 3-tomo form, lacking even the ability to unlock the Manjiki. It seemed that activating this state required an immense amount of negative energy, a formidable challenge for Qianxia, given her carefree disposition. Accumulating such potent negative energy was no simple task. Secondly, a regenerative body, tentative. Her physique bore resemblance to that of Hashirama Senju, endowed with rapid healing capabilities. While Hashirama possessed an innate sage body, it remained uncertain whether Chinchilla shared this trait. Thirdly, would release. Once again, this tied her to Hashirama Senju, as it was a unique bloodline limit of his, not only powerful but also possessing the ability to counter tailed beasts. These were the three major cards Chinchilla could rely upon. Yet, despite being termed as such, none truly held the potential to be wielded effectively. Alas, the journey ahead remains long. Chinchilla let out a resigned sigh before rising from the ground. She had lost a significant amount of blood, leaving her garments stained with crimson. However, Chinchilla had already prepared a change of clothes. With a lingering glance around her surroundings, she sought out a secluded corner to change. Previously, she had donned a form-fitting black outfit, a rare find in her wardrobe that lacked the typical traits of a Yamato Nadeshiko. As the black attire was no longer suitable, Chinchilla opted for a pristine white dress instead. Chinchilla stood there, exuding an air of elegance that would lead anyone to believe she was a young lady of a prominent family. Indeed, Chinchilla was a true daughter of nobility. However, the attire she wore seemed to possess a rather inadequate level of protection. Chinchilla cast a glance at the pristine white dress she was currently adorned in, softly murmuring to herself. The level of protection it offered was undeniably inadequate. Clad in such attire, she felt utterly unprepared for any potential confrontation, fraught with the peril of unintended exposure. After a gentle cough, Chinchilla tidied herself up and resumed her journey towards Chunin. She had resolved that upon her arrival, she would conduct a brief investigation before promptly returning. She had no desire to linger in this place any longer. 3 days had elapsed since Chinchilla departed from Konoha, and the enigmatic aura emanating from Naruto and Sasuke grew increasingly intense. During class at the Ninja Academy, Irika found himself unwittingly intimidated by the two-seated students, as if they were owed millions by everyone around them. On the first day, it's nothing. A day without return is perfectly normal. On the second day, why hasn't my sister returned yet? Could something have happened? On the third day, sister, 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 sister. As the sun set, marking the conclusion of the third day since Chinchilla's departure, Naruto and Sasuke, as usual, returned to the Uchiha residence for intensive training. During her absence, they engaged in daily battles, currently maintaining a score of 5-5, with each achieving victories over the other. Although Sasuke often held the upper hand, Naruto, like an indomitable cockroach, managed to turn the tide in their Hollywood-style duels as the matches progressed. In the initial phase, they exchanged ninjutsu. In the mid-phase, they clashed with taijutsu. And in the final phase, each landed punches and kicks upon the other. That evening, the victor was Naruto, yet he collapsed to the ground, gasping for air after his triumph. Sasuke, slightly defeated, lay on the ground, raising an arm to his forehead, murmuring softly, "Sister's energy is insufficient." Chapter 38. Losing Face. Sister's energy composition is insufficient. This was indeed a statement laced with a hint of Yandere charm. Under Chinchilla's tutelage, Sasuke had not morphed into a typical Shinibu character, yet he appeared to be gradually veering towards a Yandere disposition. In contrast to Sasuke, Naruto seemed considerably improved, though a comparison to his usual self still revealed subtle changes. Time trickled by, each second an agonizing ordeal, and far away. Chinchilla also felt the weight of every passing moment. The monotony of travel was truly unbearable. Such tediousness would undoubtedly result in a significant drop in viewership if depicted in manga or anime. Moreover, unlike Konoha, Chunin was unbearably hot. Chinchilla fanned herself with her palm, substituting for a paper fan, reflecting on how the seasonal climates of other countries paled in comparison to Konoha's. The relatively mild temperatures were indeed a significant advantage of the Hidden Leaf Village. After enduring a tedious journey, Chinchilla finally arrived at the outskirts of the Hidden Cloud Village. She promptly shed her pure white dress, donning a disguise of black clothing and a mask upon her face. At last, she could commence her work. She intended to record some observations before returning home. Chinchilla took out a notebook and a black pen, switching into the mode of a news reporter. However, there was hardly any news in Chunin Village. Even Chinchilla could roughly guess what this group of brutes was thinking. Moreover, Chinchilla was a transmigrator, standing on the shoulders of giants, the original work. If Chinchilla were to mention any sensational news from Chunin, it would likely be the secret development of the planet-destroying cannon. That contraption could even obliterate the moon in the movie adaptation. Such information would certainly be explosive. However, the issue is that within this timeline, it likely has not yet come into existence. This project might still be in its conceptual phase. Chinchilla let out a resigned sigh and casually jotted down some miscellaneous remarks. such as the common chatter among the villagers of Chunin. After Qianxia tidied up their words, it culminated in this version. The disgraceful defeat of Chunin by Konoha has become the most significant topic of discussion in the international community during this period. Let us examine the perspectives of various ninjas from Chunin village. Ninja A, how could we suffer such a humiliating defeat? It is utterly disgraceful. We would have been better off engaging in battle. We have lost all semblance of dignity. Ninja B, our raikage is truly becoming less competent with each generation. Has there been any improvement? It is merely changing the soup without altering the medicine. Konoha's decline leaves us with no choice but to settle for second place. Ninja C, it is one thing to ambush Konoha, but we only dispatched a handful of people. Do those few even possess the requisite capabilities? It is unacceptable. They lack the necessary strength. Do they not realize this? Ninja D, having lost to Konoha, we are now facing imminent defeats against IWA, then Kiri, and Suna. We are losing all sense of pride. The above reflects Qianxia's interpretation of their sentiments. In truth, they may not have expressed themselves so bluntly, but in Qianxia's eyes, the essence remains quite similar. Qianxia's pen danced swiftly across the pages of her notebook, inscribing the very words mentioned above. After all, Sarutobi Sasuke could not discern the veracity of these statements, and Qianxia was not writing haphazardly, she merely embellished slightly. Well, let it be written thus. For the burden of worry does not rest upon me. Qianxia closed her notebook with a sharp clap, subsequently revealing a devilish grin. After a week away, she had worked for merely an hour. Qianxia, as expected of you. Before we wrap up, shall we take a moment to explore if there are any local specialties? After all, having been away for so long, it would be nice to bring something back. Qianxia murmured to herself and then glanced at the streets of Chunin village, finding it difficult to recall any specialties the village might possess. After contemplating for a moment, she resolutely decided to disguise herself slightly and discreetly blended into the crowd. Upon entering the culinary street of Chunin village, Qianxia immediately discerned what the village's specialty was: beef. Exquisite beef, loved by the brawniest of men. Fine wine, akin to that which would delight deities, even making the toughest drinkers roll their eyes in ecstasy. Although Qianxia was not much of a drinker, the allure of beef was undeniable. In her previous life, she had avidly watched survival shows where Bear Grylls would casually assert that even the smallest morsel surpassed beef in protein content. Nevertheless, beef remained one of the most nutritious and healthful meats available. Perhaps she should purchase some beef to take home? Naruto and Sasuke were still growing, and it was essential for them to maintain a nourishing diet alongside their rigorous training. Besides, she too wished to grow a little taller. Qianxia murmured to herself, and couldn't help but rise onto her tiptoes. Currently, her height is barely under 1.6 meters, measuring only a little over 1.55 meters. For a 13-year-old girl, this height is not particularly embarrassing. However, Qianxia harbors considerable dissatisfaction and concern regarding her stature. In adulthood, Sasuke reached a height of 182 centimeters, while Naruto also attained a height of 180 centimeters. Qianxia does not wish to be too short in the future. It would be unfortunate if she could not use the Rulai palm to subdue others, and even worse if she faced the risk of being subdued by the Rulai palm herself. At the very least, she hopes to be above 1.6 meters. And Qianxia's eyes burned with unwavering determination, a fierce fire igniting within her gaze. She swiftly strode into a shop specializing in beef, where the proprietor, upon noticing a customer, greeted her with a broad smile. 3 factors contributed to his warm welcome. Firstly, the presence of a patron signifies potential business. Secondly, the customer was a striking beauty. And thirdly, she was a ninja. The ninja headband she had retrieved from the ground proved useful. Adorned with it, Qianxia required little in the way of elaborate disguise, though caution remained prudent, as the risk of encountering the 2 Yuzuki doors loomed. Miss Ninja, are you here to purchase beef? How much do you need? Lean meat or fatty cuts? Would you like bones? The owner of the beef shop warmly welcomed Qianxia. As an otaku, she found herself somewhat perplexed by the ordinary beef of her past life, let alone the premium beef of the world of Naruto. This predicament made her susceptible to being misled by the seller, potentially leading her to purchase beef that did not align with fair pricing. However, one notable distinction from her previous life was that while she had been an ordinary middle-class individual in this new world, she was a super-rich heiress wielding the financial power of a prestigious family. Qianxia feigned calmness as she took out a substantial stack of currency from the Kingdom of Thunder, causing the butcher's eyes to widen in astonishment. Boss, I desire both prime cuts and beef. Please provide me with the finest selection. I trust that you will make the wisest choice. Considering the worth of these notes, Qianxia remarked nonchalantly, waving the money with an air of extravagance. She wielded her immense wealth as a means of domination, instilling fear through the sheer power of her finances. Qianxia, if you dare to sell me counterfeit goods, I might just use my wealth to crush your establishment. Beef shop owner. Understood. Chapter 39. The crisis before returning to the village. Qianxia lacked nothing, except perhaps a certain kind of simplicity. With her family's profound wealth, financial concerns were the least of her worries. The proprietor of the beef shop hastily turned to prepare the finest cuts of meat. During this brief interlude, Qianxia stood with her arms crossed, quietly awaiting her order. Possessing the innate beauty of a stunning young woman, her mere presence, even in silence, radiated an undeniable charm. At merely 13 years of age, one could only imagine the enchanting beauty she would blossom into, given time to mature. Is it ready yet? Almost, the shop owner exclaimed, swiftly casting aside his cleaver. He meticulously gathered the finest beef in the establishment and presented it to Qianxia, nearly 10 pounds in total, sufficient to last her for a while. Qianxia weighed the beef she carried in her left hand. Though she possessed ample funds, it was impractical to lug back several 100 pounds of meat. Otherwise, Sarutobi Hisashi would undoubtedly question whether she was on a mission or indulging in a shopping spree. After procuring the beef, Qianxia turned to depart. It was prudent not to linger in Yuan, as she sensed that remaining any longer could precipitate a situation too monumental for her intellect to devise a response. Within mere moments of her departure, a woman with tea-colored long hair appeared on the street. She exuded an aura of deep melancholy, rendering those acquainted with her hesitant to greet her, paralyzed by her gloomy presence. A passerby murmured, "What troubles you, Lord Yuzuki? Did your mission fail? Surely, it can't be heartache?" Perhaps overhearing their whispered speculations, the two Yuzuki suddenly shot a glare at the crowd, causing those who had been murmuring to immediately fall silent. After casting the scornful look, they turned away with a resigned sigh, pondering their own unexpected emotional sensitivity. After all, they had witnessed the death of an individual right before them. As a ninja in wartime, they should have long since come to terms with such occurrences. The two Yuzuki approached the very butcher shop where Qianxia had purchased the beef. The shopkeeper, blissfully unaware of their gloom due to his excitement over securing a substantial order, cheerfully waved at them. "Ah, if it isn't Lord Yuzuki. Care to buy some beef from my humble shop?" he exclaimed jovially. The two Yuzuki cast him a sidelong glance, forcing a strained smile as one inquired, "The proprietor seems quite cheerful today. Is business thriving?" "Haha, not only is business booming, but I've also had the pleasure of meeting a stunning young lady. I wonder if you two are acquainted with her? She is youthful yet remarkably beautiful and quite affluent," the shopkeeper explained, beaming. The two Yuzuki paused, momentarily taken aback, with the first thought that sprang to mind being Qianxia, though they quickly dismissed the notion. There is no doubt that Qianxia's injuries are fatal. Even with her proficiency in medical ninjutsu, survival is beyond her grasp. She is undoubtedly dead. The two Yuzuki members raised a hand to their foreheads and vigorously shook their heads, striving to dispel the gravity of the situation. They could no longer dwell on this matter. They were not reckless brutes, and acting on impulse was not an option. They needed to regain composure swiftly, for there was much work ahead. The two Yuzuki members lifted their gazes to the sky. Yet, despite their thoughts, the process of emotional recovery was far from swift. It would take a full month before they could truly begin to distance themselves from this event. Meanwhile, Qianxia returned to Konoha without looking back. If one were to be meticulous, it would have been wise for Qianxia to linger at the site of her demise a little longer to create a decoy, lest the two Yuzuki members retaliate unexpectedly. However, Qianxia was not inclined to ponder such matters. Moreover, there was no need for such precautions. Once she returned to Konoha, they would exist in entirely different realms, and perhaps their paths would never cross again. "Qianxia, although I feel somewhat guilty for deceiving you, I must apologize. I am also a ninja." After nearly a week, Qianxia finally departed from the land of lightning and returned to the land of fire. "Rest assured, the beef in my possession remains unspoiled. By continuously releasing chakra, the specially packaged meat is akin to being stored in a refrigerator, allowing for an extended shelf life. The moment has finally arrived. Perhaps I can even greet Naruto and Sasuke as they finish school. Should I surprise them?" Qianxia chuckled softly, her mind racing with a plethora of mischievous ideas. As she traversed the path back to Konoha, merely 3 or 4 kilometers away, Qianxia wore a smile that gradually faded upon the emergence of a shadow ahead. As the figure became clearer, Qianxia instinctively shifted into battle mode. The ominous presence bore a dark visage, with bandages wrapped around both face and arms, one of the few adversaries Chinchilla recognized as a necessary challenge. Shimura Danzo. The Dark Ruler of Konoha was a ninja of the same era as Hiruzen Sarutobi, yet he was far more extreme in his belief that the village superseded all. It is worth noting that following the Uchiha massacre, a multitude of Sharingan were forcibly taken by this individual, implanted within himself. Beneath the bandages on his arms lay Sharingan eyes. One of these belonged to Chinchilla's brother, Uchiha Shursui. Does Hiruzen truly believe that by sending you out, he can ensure your safety? As for that brat Sasuke, he is an exception. I can sense that if you are not dealt with, allowing you to continue your growth will pose a threat to Konoha. Shimura Danzo leisurely approached Chinchilla, perceiving no issue with his actions. Even if he were to kill her, Hiruzen would merely scold him as he typically did, casting him a few reproachful glances. In truth, this was indeed the case. Ultimately, one can only rely on oneself for salvation. Chinchilla's gaze sharpened as 3 crimson tomo spiraled forth from her eyes. The 3 tomo Sharingan. This was a pinnacle reached by the majority of the Uchiha clan members only once in a lifetime. And for Chinchilla to attain this at the tender age of 13 undoubtedly marked her as a prodigy. However, Shimura Danzo regarded the 3 tomo with disdain. Convinced that the outcome was already predetermined, not merely by sheer strength but also by hidden cards. Not to mention the 3 tomo. Even the kaleidoscopic variant would not pose much of a threat, for the end would come swiftly and painlessly. Shimura Danzo issued a bold proclamation and raised his hands to perform a series of hand seals. Chapter 40. Confronting Shimura Danzo, there would be no pain. It would all be over in an instant. Although his arrogance was palpable, Shimura Danzo possessed the confidence to back it up. Though not a Kage, his strength was undoubtedly on par with one. As he completed his hand seals, a B-rank ninjutsu, wind release, vacuum wave, surged forth. Chinchilla immediately reacted, leaping to the right to evade the attack, yet it was soon followed by a relentless barrage of vacuum waves, akin to a machine gun. Bang, bang, bang. As the vacuum waves struck the ground, they kicked up clouds of dust. Being hit by one would certainly be detrimental. Girl, you can run quite swiftly, Shimura Danzo remarked, waving his arm, transforming the vacuum waves into vacuum blades that sliced toward Chinchilla like a swordsman slashes. Chinchilla's 3 tomo Sharingan spun rapidly as she narrowly evaded all of Danzo's assaults. Danzo's astonishment was palpable. He thought to himself that this girl was exceptionally evasive. Meanwhile, Chinchilla was drenched in cold sweat, attributing her success to sheer luck. Despite her 3 tomo Sharingan, evading such a multitude of wind blades indeed required an element of fortune. Chinchilla feigned composure as she gazed at Shimizu TZ across from her, as if silently urging him to continue, knowing full well that he could not land a blow on her. After all, one must not falter in terms of presence. Meanwhile, her mind raced, seeking strategies to contend with Shimizu TZ. To be honest, at that moment, Chinchilla struggled to conceive a solution to her predicament with Shimizu TZ. In the original narrative, this character met his demise rather abruptly, hinting at a plot-driven death. Yet, such narrative conveniences are the prerogative of the protagonist. No. How could she possibly diminish her own fighting spirit? Chinchilla took a deep breath, her hands swiftly forming seals, utilizing the ninjutsu previously demonstrated by Shimura Danzo. Chinchilla observed with clarity through her own eyes. Wind release, vacuum wave. Chinchilla, embodying the spirit of Shimura Danzo, unleashed a similar ninjutsu, sending forth a torrent of vacuum waves towards him. In response, Shimura Danzo deftly maneuvered his aged physique to evade the onslaught. Simultaneously, Chinchilla inhaled deeply and unleashed the fireball technique, predicting Danzo's landing with precision. The explosion resounded as the fiery orb struck the ground where Danzo stood. Amidst the inferno, Shimura Danzo emerged, brandishing a kunai entwined with chakra. Chinchilla immediately formed seals once more, and dozens of shadow clones erupted from a plume of smoke, swiftly colliding with Shimura Danzo at close range. Danzo furrowed his brow, his hand slicing through the air, dismantling each clone with precision. However, once he had dispatched the shadow clones, he found himself at a loss for the location of the real Chinchilla. Where could she be? Danzo turned his head, scanning his surroundings. Amidst the white mist that enveloped the area, a flash of lightning suddenly pierced through the fog. The thunderous roar echoed in Danzo's ears, reminiscent of 1,000 birds taking flight. Instantly, he reacted, pivoting to face the source, only to see Chinchilla charging towards him, wielding a tempest of chaotic chakra. I apologize, Kakashi. I have employed your original jutsu, but I promise to pay royalties in the future. Qianxia swiftly thrust the still imperfect Chidori at Shimura Danzo, who, with remarkable acuity, quickly guarded his vital areas. Ultimately, the Chidori wielded by Qianxia merely pierced through Danzo's left flank. Under the influence of inertia, Chica lunged forward for nearly 100 meters before finally halting, her face glistening with beads of cold sweat. Although her surprise attack had pierced Shimura Danzo's left flank, it did not signify victory in battle. Suddenly, an unusual transformation occurred in Danzo's injured left side, not healing nor regeneration, but a direct reversion to its state prior to the injury. Izanagi. The wielder of the Sharingan can utilize Izanagi to negate unfavorable events that transpired over a period of time, effectively rendering them non-existent, while manifesting only advantageous occurrences into reality. The price of this technique is blindness in the eye that was used. This is one of the two great forbidden techniques of the Sharingan. How intriguing. You are indeed not as simple as you appear. Though merely a Chunin, your strength undoubtedly surpasses that of most Jonin. Underestimating you would come at a grievous cost. Despite these words, Shimura Danzo remained entirely composed. Though somewhat wasteful, he could unleash that invincible technique 9 more times. Each activation would grant him approximately 1 minute of invulnerability, meaning Danzo possessed a total of 10 minutes of this immunity. Even without high-output ninjutsu, those 10 minutes of invincibility could be lethal. In the original narrative, a character of his caliber was defeated by a newly awakened Sasuke with the Manjiki Sharingan, which carried a hint of plot-driven demise. Qianxia gazed at Shimura Danzo with a wary eye. Fortunately, Qianxia possessed her own advantage. She was well acquainted with Danzo's hidden cards, while he remained oblivious to hers. Through the art of overcoming the strong with the weak and subverting the hierarchy, she aimed to deliver a decisive blow at the most critical moment, capitalizing on his arrogance. Qianxia took a deep breath, her 3-tomo Sharingan gleaming a vivid crimson. Shimura Danzo gazed at Qianxia in this state, momentarily taken aback. As memories of Uchiha Shursui flooded his mind, this pair of siblings is indeed intriguing. A whimsical thought suddenly crossed my mind. I find myself reluctant to kill you. A smile crept across Shimura Danzo's face, and at this moment, a new idea began to form. To eliminate Qianxia would merely eliminate one potential threat while granting me 2 Sharingan eyes, a modest gain at best. Moreover, even if Qianxia were to perish, there remains a young boy at the Uchiha estate, and it would not be an easy task to deal with him. Instead of killing her, I shall make this girl my own. This not only allows me to achieve 2 objectives at once, but also enables control over that brotherly obsessed boy. In the future, should these 2 youngsters mature and establish their own families, the Uchiha clan could once again take root and flourish, allowing me to secretly manipulate the entire Uchiha lineage. Splendid. Simply splendid. The flames of ambition ignited within Shimura Danzo's eyes, yet the endeavor of bending Qianxia to his will would undoubtedly prove arduous. For the Uchiha clan is known for its staunch resolve. However, Danzo possessed a trump card. Uchiha Shursui's Kodo Amatsukami, one of the most potent genjutsu, capable of altering the mental state of its target, subtly rewriting memories, consciousness, and thoughts. To employ your brother's technique against you, perhaps this is the whim of fate. Thus, embrace your destiny. As Shimura Danzo spoke, he reached up to remove the bandage covering his right eye, revealing the transplanted Kodo Amatsukami, which blazed forth. Kodo Amatsukami. Chapter 41. Deception of Shimura Danzo. With the activation of Kodo Amatsukami, there was no escape for Qianxia, who was instantly struck by its effects. Through this jutsu, Shimura Danzo could alter the mental state of the afflicted, a technique unlike traditional genjutsu. Be loyal to me. I am your sole master. For Shimura Danzo, the loyalty of his subordinates mattered more than mere strength. If one possessed great power without sufficient loyalty, the risk of betrayal loomed large. Qianxia stood motionless, resembling a mere puppet, as the unwavering commands of Shimura Danzo echoed incessantly in her mind. At the moment, her lips parted to affirm with a simple yes. Danzo realized his triumph. A victorious smile spread across his face as he began to envision the future, when she and that little brat would be wed, allowing the Uchiha clan to take root and flourish once more. In his clandestine grip lay the esteemed Uchiha lineage, replete with an inexhaustible supply of Sharingan and formidable military strength, all acquired at the minimal cost of a mere Kodo Amatsukami. It was indeed a most advantageous bargain. You may return now, maintain a low profile for the time being, and avoid causing any trouble. Once you mature a little more, I shall arrange your marriage. Understood. Qianxia nodded gently, then, in a daze, began to walk step by step towards the hidden leaf village, leaving behind the excited and elated Shimura Danzo, who remained rooted in place. After approximately 10 minutes, having distanced herself from Danzo's line of sight, a figure suddenly emerged around Qianxia. Before she could react, a powerful iron fist struck her face, sending her flying. "Wake up now." As the figure landed, it became apparent that the assailant was none other than Qianxia herself. It turned out that during her battle with Shimura Danzo, while employing the shadow clone technique, Qianxia had exchanged identities with one of her clones amidst the white mist. This clone was not an ordinary shadow clone, but a wood clone. Wood clones are sturdier than regular shadow clones and are not easily dispersed. Moreover, like shadow clones, they possess an elusive quality that cannot be pierced by the Sharingan, Byakugan, or even the Rinnegan. As Qianxia's true self landed a chakra-infused punch on her wood clone's face, a glimmer of clarity gradually returned to the clone's dazed eyes. When the clone dissipates, the experiences it gathered during its existence will be transferred back to the original body, and typical illusions cannot affect the clone. However, the Kodo Amatsukami is an exception. Qianxia was uncertain whether, upon dispelling the clone affected by Kodo Amatsukami, she would also succumb to its brainwashing. Thus, it would be prudent to first release the clone from its manipulated state before dissipating it entirely. Qianxia took a deep breath, exhaling heavily. In her quest to dispel the deity of illusion, she could only conceive two methods. First, despite the might of the deity, it ultimately remained a mere illusion. Thus, a stronger illusion could supersede it. However, while the principle was sound, the technology did not support it. Second, at its core, an illusion was nothing more than an interference of chakra, which meant that disrupting this chakra interference would suffice. Consequently, Qianxia resolved to adopt the most straightforward approach. She inhaled deeply, clenched her fists, and fixed a determined gaze upon the cheek of her identical clone. "Don't you dare dispel yourself before I wake you up." With her words resonating in the air, Qianxia unleashed a barrage of strikes upon her wood-style clone, each blow targeting its face with relentless precision. Qianxia, aura, 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 aura. And thus, half an hour slipped by. Outside the hidden leaf village, a somewhat disheveled Qianxia made her way toward the village. Step by painstaking step, no one could fathom how many times she had unleashed her clones in fervent succession. Fortunately, Qianxia did not concede defeat. Just as her chakra dwindled to a mere whisper, she finally succeeded. This was indeed no trifling matter. Had it not been for her clones facing the formidable deity, Qianxia could not have so effortlessly and joyously unleashed her fury upon her opponent. Truly, the deity's might is nothing short of terrifying. Qianxia felt a slight dizziness and raised a hand to her head, uncertain whether it was a residual effect or merely a psychological response. Strangely, she could still hear the voice of Shimura Danzo echoing in her mind. Fortunately, there was no fondness, only a sense of revulsion. Upon noticing someone returning, the guards of Konoha immediately peered out to investigate. When they recognized it was Qianxia, they relaxed, for she was quite well known within the village. "Miss Qianxia, have you returned from a mission?" they inquired. "Yes, though it was not a particularly challenging task. After all, I am merely an ordinary Chunin," she replied with a demure smile, feigning the demeanor of a refined lady. Although Qianxia had no desire to maintain such an image, she had to admit that the innocent Fade proved quite advantageous, and it was likely that Shimura Danzo preferred her to uphold this guise. Upon returning to Konoha, Qianxia let out a sigh of relief. While Konoha was not entirely devoid of danger, it was certainly far safer than the land of clouds. Most importantly, she had temporarily alleviated the threat posed by Shimura Danzo. Qianxia raised one hand to cover her chest, panting heavily. Initially, when she encountered Shimura Danzo, her heart raced uncontrollably. However, this was not the moment to engage in earnest conflict. "Shimura Danzo, you may smirk in secrecy for now, but mark my words. When I fully enhance my abilities in the future, the next time I strike with Chidori, it shall not be your left flank that suffers." Qianxia clenched her fists and murmured to herself, lifting her gaze to the sky. She pondered that it was still early, and the time to welcome Naruto and Sasuke back had not yet arrived. With that thought, she shifted her course and chose to return home. Upon arriving at the Uchiha residence, Qianxia felt an extraordinary sense of refreshment. Even a desire to dance gracefully surged within her. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to this place, embracing the Uchiha manor as her own home. The feeling of returning home was truly delightful. Setting aside any concerns about Shimura Danzo, she resolved to prepare a sumptuous beef feast with the meat she had on hand. With unwavering confidence, Qianxia gazed at the beef in her hands and proceeded towards the kitchen within the Uchiha residence. As evening descended, Sasuke and Naruto, as usual, returned from their ninja academy. Upon nearing the Uchiha estate, they were captivated by the wisps of black smoke rising from within. Chapter 42. Biological Weapons and Dreams. Is it on fire? The first thought that crossed Naruto and Sasuke's minds was indeed this, yet a multitude of bewildering questions surfaced in their hearts. Why? There was no one home. How could a fire have ignited? Surely, it was improbable that some adversary, harboring disdain for the Uchiha clan, would casually stroll by the estate and unleash a fireball upon it, right? While it was not entirely outside the realm of possibility, it seemed exceedingly absurd. Naruto and Sasuke hurried towards the Uchiha residence, and as they drew closer, they realized that the black smoke was not as dense as they had initially perceived. Rather than a fire, it appeared that something had merely burned. Cough, cough, cough. I merely lost track of time. How could it have burned? Is this the power of premium beef? I cannot seem to manage it. Amidst the haze, Qianxia emerged, coughing and waving her hand while lamenting her predicament. In her grasp, she held an iron pan containing a piece of beef, resembling a steak of restaurant caliber, albeit slightly charred. Sasuke? Naruto? Qianxia surveyed the beef within the iron pot and swiftly noticed Sasuke and Naruto before her. After a rapid exchange of glances between the two, she cleared her throat emphatically, her expression turning serious. Ahem, ahem. You two have returned just in time. Come and see the specialty I acquired during my business trip to the Land of Lightning. Behold my masterpiece, meticulously crafted by my own hands. I have named it black pepper sirloin steak. Qianxia earnestly explained to the steak sizzling in her iron pan, though even Naruto and Sasuke could see that she was merely putting on a facade. Sister, is this black pepper steak? Indeed. Its full name is black pepper sirloin steak. Qianxia, without a hint of embarrassment, offered a resolute explanation, while internally she was stomping her feet in a frenzy of shame. Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, and after a moment of psychological struggle, they both opted for self-hypnosis. Sister is the truth. Sister, I am hungry. I want to taste it. Sasuke was the first to successfully hypnotize himself. He raised his arm and declared loudly. This, in turn, startled Qianxia. She cast a glance at the black pepper steak in her iron pan and swallowed hard. Surely, this must be edible? Qianxia initially intended to let Sasuke have a taste. But just as she was about to utter those words, her conscience held her back with an iron grip. Wait a moment, I shall taste it first. Qianxia, with a solemn expression, approached the dining table in the living room, firmly holding the iron skillet, her gaze fixated on the steak within. She ultimately closed her eyes and took a bite with her fork. Chewing, she savored the flavors. The taste is rather delightful. Before Qianxia could finish her words, her eyes suddenly rolled back, and she lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground with a thud. Naruto and Sasuke were startled, their eyes widening in alarm as they hurried to Qianxia's side. After a fruitless series of frantic calls, they worked together to drag her onto the sofa. However, when they turned to glance at the black pepper steak on the dining table, terror filled their gazes. That black pepper steak was a terrifying biological weapon. Under the influence of this culinary monstrosity, Qianxia slept for a full 12 hours, compounded by her previous exhaustion. In her dreams, Qianxia found herself in a wondrous oceanic realm, surrounded by an unfamiliar yet strangely familiar atmosphere. Perhaps it was due to the dreamlike nature of the experience, devoid of the constraints of time, that everything felt so hazy and fantastical. Amidst the endless expanse of the sea, she suddenly spotted a dilapidated wooden boat. In this boat sat a young girl, reclining in a nonchalant manner. Driven by curiosity, Qianxia squinted her eyes to gain a clearer view. However, upon doing so, her eyes widened in shock. The girl on the boat bore an uncanny resemblance to herself. Apart from a striking difference in aura, their appearances were almost identical. 3 daggers were sheathed at her waist, and her attire exuded an air of authority. As Qianxia scrutinized this figure for a few seconds, the girl in the distance seemed to sense her presence and turned to look in her direction. Their gazes met. Suddenly, the dream shattered. My head hurts, and my stomach isn't feeling great, Qianxia mumbled, raising a hand to cradle her throbbing head. As she surveyed her surroundings, particularly the menacing weapon on the dining table, the realization dawned upon her. She never expected to be rendered unconscious by her own cooking. This was far beyond the realm of mere dark culinary arts. Qianxia chuckled at herself, yet her thoughts were now occupied not by the peculiar dish, but by the dream she had just experienced. Was that merely a dream? It felt less like a dream and more like a traversal between dimensions. To traverse dimensions simply through a dream seems utterly absurd. Qianxia shook her head with a smile, dismissing that possibility. She tidied her clothes and hair slightly before preparing to step outside. What was her destination? Naturally, it was to report to Sarutobi Hiruzen about the findings from her investigation in the hidden cloud village. Before long, Qianxia arrived at the Hokage's office. With a series of knocks, knock, 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 Sarutobi Hiruzen called out, "Come in." Qianxia pushed open the door and entered. It's you? Back so soon? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Qianxia in surprise. He had hoped she would remain outside for as long as possible to avoid drawing the attention of Shimura Danzo. But how long had it been? A month? So, what are the results? Indeed, there are findings, Lord Hokage. Please take a look. Qianxia, with utmost seriousness, retrieved a small notebook from the pocket of her attire, an artifact of her own fanciful invention, meticulously recorded. She extended it towards Sarutobi Hizashi, who, upon witnessing Qianxia's earnest demeanor, adopted a corresponding gravity. However, as he perused the contents within, his countenance fell in an instant. Sarutobi Hizashi, are you serious? Did you not take the wrong one? Qianxia, serious, exceedingly serious. Sarutobi Hiruzen, well, never mind, you may return. After a brief moment of silence and hesitation, Sarutobi Hiruzen waved his feeble hand at Qianxia. He realized he had been outsmarted by this girl. Yet, Qianxia was unconcerned. As long as she could evade trouble, it sufficed. She politely bid farewell to Sarutobi Hiruzen before turning to open the door and leaving the Hokage's office. However, just as she exited the office, she encountered that perilous old man in the corridor of the Hokage building. How infuriating, Shimura Danzo. Chapter 43. Qianxia's desire to steal knowledge. Just as she had managed to shake off Shimura Danzo, she found herself confronted once more. Qianxia couldn't help but smacked her lips. Although she understood that the likelihood of encountering Shimura Danzo within the Hokage building was quite high, it still did not alleviate her displeasure. Qianxia took a deep breath and immediately switched her mode, for before Shimura Danzo, she was indeed in a state of brainwashing by the Bietian gods. Qianxia presented herself with an air of elegance, approaching Shimura Danzo with utmost respect. Lord Shimura, have you just concluded your meeting with that fellow Sarutobi? Are you here to report the results? Remember, it is imperative that you avoid any trouble in the near future. Your sole focus must be on personal growth. For beyond that, you hold little utility. Understood. Qianxia nodded slightly, and Shimura Danzo, satisfied, also nodded in return. He then took a step forward, leaving Qianxia's side. Once Shimura Danzo had walked behind her, Qianxia discreetly extended a solitary finger in a gesture of international camaraderie. However, there was a modicum of truth in Shimura Danzo's words. She indeed required personal growth. Originally, her intention in joining the Umbu was to covertly learn various ninjutsu through her Sharingan during missions, yet after 2 assignments, Qianxia found herself lacking in progress. The incident involving Hinata's abduction allowed her to acquire the method of enhancing physical abilities through lightning release from Kumogakure. But it remained somewhat rudimentary. This latest outing yielded little in terms of advancement, if one were to insist on a gain. It would merely be a few wind release techniques learned during her confrontation with Shimura Danzo. Wind release, vacuum wave, wind release, vacuum blade. Nevertheless, both of these techniques were merely B rank, and even without clandestine learning, mastering them through formal training would not pose a significant challenge. Qianxia let out a deep sigh, contemplating for a moment before ultimately deciding to delve deeper into the cards she currently held. The Sharingan. She aimed to find a way to awaken its kaleidoscopic form. Wood release. She sought to enhance the variety and potency of her techniques. This combination of Sharingan and wood release evoked in Qianxia an unmistakable sense of being akin to Uchiha Madara. Qianxia ran her fingers through her hair, her face betraying a look of distress. Just a few steps away from the Hokage building, a man noticed her troubled expression. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned the courage to greet her. What occupies your thoughts? You appear as though you might devour someone. Qianxia turned her head in suspicion towards the source of the voice and beheld Kakashi standing there without his mask. Indeed, wearing a mask was a remnant of his time in the Umbu, and he could not possibly be on a mission at all times. Ah, that's right. Kakashi. Will you teach me ninjutsu? Qianxia swiftly appeared before Kakashi with a sudden technique. If her earlier demeanor suggested a predatory intent, now she unmistakably aimed to consume Kakashi himself. In contrast to Qianxia, the time Kakashi has wielded the Sharingan far surpasses hers. As a member of the Umbu, he has undoubtedly replicated countless ninjutsu over the years. Furthermore, having mastered the Chidori technique, he undoubtedly qualifies as an esteemed teacher. In the depths of Qianxia's unactivated Sharingan, A flickering brilliance reminiscent of twinkling lights danced within her gaze. Kakashi's composure quivered slightly, a manifestation of his reluctance to engage. He yearned to decline, yet the enchanting allure of Qianxia's captivating eyes rendered him speechless. Very well. Since I find myself unoccupied at present, when shall we proceed? Now. At once. Immediately. In a moment of intense yearning. Kakashi found himself in a clearing within the hidden leaf village. After grappling with his inner turmoil, he ultimately decided to relinquish his thoughts. I'm not entirely certain of your ninjutsu skills, so I shall commence with the fundamentals. He sighed deeply, and with the dexterity cultivated over 2 decades of solitude, he swiftly formed several hand signs. In an instant, he crouched down and struck the ground with his palm. Earth release, earth wall. With a resounding crash, a wall of earth surged forth from the ground. This was a rather commonplace B-rank defensive technique, yet Kakashi's earthen barrier bore a unique distinction. It was adorned with the carving of a dog's head. Although Qianxia was eager to voice her grievances about this canine head, she decided against it. The pressing matter at hand was to fervently acquire knowledge and skills. Qianxia swiftly formed hand seals, and with a single hand striking the ground, a humble earthen wall rose majestically from the earth. Kakashi nodded in acknowledgement, subsequently demonstrating an array of commonplace B-rank ninjutsu. These techniques are publicly available for learning. Anyone with the desire can acquire them through scrolls. However, when someone actively showcases them, the efficiency of copying through the Sharingan is remarkably accelerated. Qianxia's Sharingan swiftly replicated. And she was not yet fatigued, while Kakashi was already panting, appearing somewhat weary. Qianxia was not surprised by this, as Kakashi was indeed renowned for his limited chakra reserves. Although various factors contributed to this, Qianxia believed the primary reason was Kakashi's inability to deactivate his Sharingan. Typically, members of the Uchiha clan can toggle their Sharingan between an active and inactive state. However, Kakashi inherited a single Sharingan from his deceased friend, lacking the bloodline enhancement, and thus could not turn it off. This perpetual activation kept Kakashi in a constant state of chakra depletion. I am running low on chakra and can only employ one more slightly advanced jutsu. Is there a particular technique you wish to learn? Kakashi gasped as he inquired of Qianxia. Lightning release, Chidori. Of course, it would be too blatant to state it so directly. That would raise suspicion. Qianxia feigned a look of hesitation and said, well, I wish to learn a more powerful ninjutsu. As you may know, I recently ventured to the land of clouds. And I must share with you that I nearly lost my life there. It is perilously dangerous. I lack any formidable ninjutsu, rendering me incapable of combating those formidable body-enhanced techniques employed by the Cloud Village. Qianxia asserted that her words were not entirely deceitful. She had indeed been on the brink of death over there, and if her acting had faltered, Kakashi, absorbed in contemplation, listened intently. During this period of reflection, Qianxia fervently echoed in her mind, Chidori, Chidori, Chidori. Very well, let me impart this technique to you. It happens to be a ninjutsu I clandestinely learned from the hidden cloud. In fact, I believe this technique possesses considerable versatility. Perhaps you could even innovate upon it. Kakashi's gaze sharpened as he summoned the last remnants of his chakra, clapping his hands together to form the hand seals. Lightning release, black lightning, black strike. Dark lightning erupted from Kakashi's form, coalescing into a sleek black panther that surged forth with astonishing speed, obliterating everything in its path. It was indeed formidable. But where is my Chidori? Qianxia lowered her head, letting out a heavy sigh of resignation. Indeed, one's treasured skills should not be easily entrusted to others. The level of rapport remains insufficient. Qianxia's clandestine endeavor to master the Qianbird plan has culminated in failure. Qianxia, however, I shall not concede. Chapter 44, A Chance Encounter at the Bathhouse. In the original narrative, it was rather effortless for Sasuke, who had just become Qianxia's student, to master the Chidori. Yet, Qianxia is aware that she must not rush, for in comparison to Sasuke, she remains an uncertain variable. It is already quite commendable that Kakashi has imparted so many ninjutsu techniques to her. Gradually, she shall enhance her rapport. Moreover, the lightning release, black lightning technique is quite formidable, with significant power. Through the replication afforded by the Sharingan, Qianxia instantaneously attained a level of proficiency in this technique akin to Kakashi's mastery. Amidst her feelings of disappointment, Qianxia bid farewell to Kakashi with a wave. Without Kakashi's direct tutelage, how could she ever showcase the Chidori in front of acquaintances in the future? Thus, with a modest sense of achievement, Qianxia made her way back to the Uchiha estate. The townsfolk continued their usual banter on the streets. Although it was a village of ninjas, not everyone was a ninja. Qianxia found it hard to imagine what these gossiping uncles and aunts were like in their youthful days as ninjas. Qianxia initially intended to return directly to the Uchiha residence. But a casual glance from the corner of her eye revealed a bathhouse. The bathhouse of Konoha. Qianxia blinked in a daze, suddenly overwhelmed by a desire to take a bath. Although the Uchiha residence boasted an exquisite bathhouse, the experience would undoubtedly differ from that of a public bath. Just as Qianxia hesitated on whether to enter, she noticed a figure loitering around the periphery of the bathhouse. If it were a woman, it would be one thing. But the individual was male. Qianxia furrowed her brows slightly. A man wandering outside the bathhouse stirred unease within her, though she wished not to dwell on negative thoughts. The likelihood of such an intention was indeed substantial. Qianxia approached the man who was restlessly pacing, initially intending to tap him on the shoulder and inquire about his actions. However, as she drew closer, she found herself momentarily frozen. There was something familiar about him. Could this silhouette possibly belong to him? Qianxia's lips twitched slightly, and then she reached out her hand to pat the person's shoulder. Qianxia took a deep breath and extended one hand to gently pinch her throat, lowering her pitch to feign a masculine voice, while her other hand reached out to pat the shoulder of the person in front of her. Pray tell, what are you doing? Engaging in serious matters, I presume. What sort of serious matters, might I ask? Is it not apparent? Given the masculine tone. The individual did not even turn to look back, which was understandable, as the reception staff of this bathhouse were all female. Thus, he had grown complacent. And this was precisely why Qianxia had chosen to speak in a disguised voice. By the way, young man, would you care to join me? I'm in need of a temporary supporting character for my novel. As he spoke, he turned slightly to glance over his shoulder, only to be startled into near collapse upon realizing that a woman stood behind him. Ahem. You truly are a trustworthy yet perplexing senior. Qianxia regarded the white-haired elder, poised to sneak a peek into the women's bath, with an expression of bemusement, one hand resting on her hip. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin of Konoha, was the mentor of the fourth Hokage. All three possessed strength on par with that of a Kage, and had they remained in Konoha, the other four villages would have dared not to act against it. However, one of the Sannin turned traitor, another fell into gambling, and the one before her, Jiraiya, was embroiled in scandalous exploits, known as the author of risque literature. A notorious lek, quite the lecherous fellow. Aside from this flaw, his character was not in question, yet being lecherous was indeed a significant concern. Qianxia briefly imagined the scenario where, had she not hesitated, she would have entered the bathhouse, only to be spied upon by Jiraiya. The mere thought ignited a surge of anger within her. Her Sharingan instinctively activated, the three Tomo glaring intently at Jiraiya. He had initially intended to offer an explanation, but upon encountering her Sharingan, he was momentarily taken aback. The Sharingan? Are you one of the last two surviving scions of the Uchiha clan? Jiraiya inquired with a mix of curiosity and urgency. Indeed. Qianxia merely responded with a faint reply, while Jiraiya was filled with intrigue towards her. Sarutobi Hiruzen had previously mentioned Qianxia in his letters, and he had returned specifically for her. Would you be my apprentice? He proposed. No, she replied with remarkable decisiveness. Jiraiya was taken aback, pondering how he, one of the legendary Sannin, could be so abruptly rejected, despite having harbored a certain fondness for Jiraiya while watching the anime, and having shed tears when he met his demise. Qianxia, embodying the persona of a girl who had narrowly escaped being spied upon, resolutely crossed her arms, signaling her refusal. I'm one of the Sannin. I can teach you powerful ninjutsu. Training alongside me will make the dream of becoming as strong as I am a reality, he urged. I can grow stronger on my own without training with you, she retorted. Why are you so stubborn? I do apologize for the peeping incident, but my instruction would be far more efficient than your solitary training or learning from others. I can impart to you incredibly powerful ninjutsu. Oh, why not demonstrate one for me? She challenged. The unassuming tone of Chika truly provoked Jiraiya, who expressed that at his age. To have his strength questioned as one of the legendary Sannin was an unprecedented experience. It seemed that unless he showcased some genuine prowess, she would remain skeptical of him. Very well, watch closely, he declared, turning his gaze around and inhaling deeply before extending one of his hands. Chakra flowed from his body in a rapid, erratic motion, compressing itself until it ultimately manifested into a simple yet remarkably versatile jutsu known as the Rasengan, a technique of unparalleled adaptability in the world of shinobi. Behold, this is the A-rank technique, the Rasengan, created by the fourth Hokage. Its power is formidable, and its versatility is commendable. Impressive, isn't it? Should you choose to become my disciple, I shall impart this technique to you. However, before Jiraiya could finish his sentence, the remainder of his words lodged in his throat. For before him stood Chika, her expression devoid of emotion, as she too raised a hand. Suspended above her palm was a small sphere, slightly diminutive compared to his Rasengan. Qianxia, please continue. I am listening. Jiraiya, damn that reckless Sharingan. 2 chapters yesterday, 2 chapters today. At last, I've stabilized the update pace. Tomorrow, systematic promotions will commence. And the success of this book hinges on the performance during this promotional phase. I implore everyone to keep up with the updates. By the way, the rating system for this book has finally opened. I would appreciate your assistance in rating it, as it has only just launched and currently holds a score of 6. 6. Chapter 45, Qianxia entangled in negative energy. The Sharingan, a supreme bloodline limit, enables the user to swiftly replicate others' jutsu through these eyes. Except for the unique techniques born from specific bloodline limits and a select few S-rank forbidden jutsu, the Sharingan can rapidly copy nearly all techniques. The Rasengan. An incomplete jutsu with an A-rank learning difficulty is one Qianxia can naturally replicate with her 3-tomo Sharingan. However, she yearns to master the Chidori even more. The reason is simple, it is far more stylish. To truly excel at the Rasengan, one requires a significant amount of chakra. Qianxia does not believe her meager chakra, akin to that of Kakashi S, is sufficient to wield the Rasengan proficiently. Jiraiya observed the Rasengan in Qianxia's hand before glancing at the one in his grasp, his face twitching uncontrollably. The Sharingan is utterly unfair. Ahem, since you have grasped the essence of my techniques, you should consider becoming my disciple, Jiraiya said, awkwardly clearing his throat and speaking with audacity. Qianxia looked at Jiraiya with a hint of despondency. After a minute of silence between them, she sighed in resignation. I am not suited to be your disciple, nor are you fit to be my teacher. Let us abandon this notion, she replied, waving her hand dismissively. Although she had fantasized about being Jiraiya's apprentice while watching the anime, dreaming of mastering the Rasengan and sage techniques, her current circumstances were different. While sage techniques were acceptable, she could forego the Rasengan and a contract with the Toads. Seeing Qianxia's resolute demeanor, Jiraiya bit his lip, contemplating numerous phrases and quotes, yet ultimately discarding them all. Very well. Sarutobi-sensei, you cannot blame me. It is not my fault that others do not wish to be my disciples. I cannot force them, can I? Originally, Jiraiya had intended to take Qianxia as his disciple, as a gesture from Sarutobi Hiruzen, aiming to impart the will of fire to her. Even if that message could not be conveyed directly, having Jiraiya oversee Qianxia would indirectly provide her with guidance. Unfortunately, his little scheme had come to naught. Jiraiya sighed in resignation, while Qianxia turned and walked into the Konoha bathhouse. Less than a minute later, she emerged once more. What were you doing in there? I just reminded them to enhance supervision in the bathhouse to prevent any unsavory individuals from peeking. Jiraiya, you are ruthless. Jiraiya displayed an expression of irritation, though in truth, he was not genuinely angry. Rather, he held a profound admiration for Chika's spirited demeanor. Unlike Kushina, the wife of Minato Namikaze, or Tsunade, who would undoubtedly unleash their wrath with a single, forceful blow, Chika stood apart from the typical shy girls or ordinary ninjas who would bow in reverence upon hearing the name of the legendary Sannin. Are you not truly considering becoming my apprentice? Jiraiya mused, regaining his composure and extending yet another invitation to Chika. Alas, she had already vanished from his sight. Upon returning to the Uchiha residence, Chika flopped onto the sofa with a soft thud, lazily gazing at the ceiling above. A twinge of regret washed over her for leaving without bidding farewell to Jiraiya, recognizing the lack of courtesy in her abrupt departure. This feeling seemed to stem from the fade of the original owner's demure persona, which already hinted at a sense of dissonance. Now compounded by the existence of the protagonist from another world, Qianxia rolled over on the sofa, feeling a sense of distress. She constantly sensed that she was increasingly drifting away from her true self, or rather, transforming into a new version of herself. Should this be a cause for sorrow or a reason for joy? Qianxia pondered over this matter, and as her thoughts meandered, she unexpectedly recalled the dream she had the previous day. This reverie led her to contemplate her past life, ultimately transforming into a reflection on why she had traversed into the world of Naruto. The figure in her dream bore a striking resemblance to her, and the adornments along with the seemingly endless expanse of ocean could not possibly belong to the world of pirates, could they? Qianxia murmured to herself, contemplating the idea of an alternate version of herself existing in the world of pirates, feeling an overwhelming sense of envy. Yet, she reminded herself that such envy is unworthy. Instead, she resolved to put forth her own efforts. With a sigh, Qianxia rose from the sofa, her hands gently patting her cheeks in an attempt to rouse her spirits. Setting aside her training in ninjutsu for the moment, she prepared to explore the possibility of evolving her 3-tomo Sharingan into the illustrious Meijiki Sharingan. The transformation from 3-tomo to Meijiki, akin to the progression from 1-tomo to 2, and then 3, necessitates a profound surge of negative energy, the intensity of which varies from individual to individual. For instance, Sasuke, having witnessed the annihilation of his clan, was propelled by intense negative energy to awaken his first tomo. Similarly, Uchiha Obito, upon witnessing the death of his beloved at the hands of his closest comrade, bypassed the 3rd tomo entirely, ascending directly to the Meijiki. Qianxia took a deep breath, indicating that she was prepared. Her chakra levels, physical condition, and mental strength should be sufficient to support the evolution of the Meijiki Sharingan. Only negative energy was lacking. Qianxia closed her eyes, her mind flooded with recollections of the most heart-wrenching experiences from her past life. At the age of 5, while wandering through a department store, she inadvertently tilted on the escalator and fell to the ground floor, narrowly escaping with a wound above her eyebrow that required several stitches, rendering her a one-eyed hero for months. At 8, during a night's slumber, she groggily opened her eyes to find herself staring directly at a thief who had crept in through the window. At 12, in the countryside, while playing with her less mature cousin, she was struck on the ankle by a 2-meter-long stick wielded in a clumsy attempt at martial arts. At 13, while strolling in her neighborhood, she unexpectedly encountered 2 small dogs, wild or not, she could not tell. After a brief moment of mutual gaze, she found herself in a frenzied chase around the block, with the dogs in pursuit. At 18, having earned a modest sum through temporary work, she purchased her first figurines. However, during a visit to relatives, she faced teasing from them and playful antics from children. Though her figurines remained unscathed, Qianxia felt a twinge of offense. As she recalled these memories with her eyes shut, her eyebrows occasionally furrowed, and her lips pressed tightly together, twitching slightly. If negative energy were visible to the naked eye, it seemed as though Qianxia would have been engulfed by it. Whether it was of any use, she could not ascertain. But one thing was clear, she felt an overwhelming discomfort as these long-forgotten memories resurfaced, forcibly brought to the forefront of her consciousness. Qianxia, I'm not a masochist. N.S. From personal experience, I have already felt the pain. Chapter 46, Awakening. Kaleidoscope. Feelings. Feelings. Feelings, come to me quickly. Qianxia has already recalled what she believes to be the most painful experiences of her life. If this cannot awaken the kaleidoscope Sharingan, then Qianxia truly feels defeated. Surely, it cannot be that she is destined to endure a melodramatic tragedy where someone passes away before her eyes. Kaleidoscope Sharingan, grant me your favor. In the depths of Qianxia's heart, she cried out with all her might, and it was this singular shout that awakened a fragment of the original owner's memories, which she had previously been unable to inherit. Within the Uchiha manor, Qianxia knelt on the ground alongside her parents, facing a man and his parents. Qianxia, he is your future husband. Qianxia found it somewhat difficult to accept, yet she responded accordingly. She gazed at the young man across from her, her brows slightly furrowing. As a woman belonging to the Uchiha clan, even with her considerable talent, she would inevitably be constrained by the expectation of marriage at an early age. The youth before her was far from her equal. Qianxia had already awakened her 3-tomo Sharingan, while he was still at the 2-tomo stage. In terms of physical prowess, ninjutsu, and the ambition inherent to a ninja, Qianxia was supremely confident in her superiority. However, within the confines of this familial arrangement, such attributes held little weight. Instead, her outstanding accomplishments merely served as a topic of conversation between their parents, transforming her achievements into leverage in this intricate negotiation. Qianxia gazed vacantly at the other person, who merely scratched the back of their head and offered a foolish smile. If it were merely a matter of marriage, the original owner might have begrudgingly accepted it. However, what she found utterly intolerable was her parents' insistence that she relinquish her ninja headband and henceforth devote herself entirely to the role of a housewife. I can still grow stronger. My future holds far more than this. Qianxia had rebelled against her parents countless times, yet all her efforts were in vain. A child is powerless against their parents. Qianxia, hurry and greet your future husband. Her mother turned to look at the dazed Qianxia, reaching out to gently pat her on the back. Qianxia pressed her lips together and eventually bent slightly at the waist, performing a gesture of homage. The parents present, witnessing this scene, showered her with praises, declaring her to be a true lady destined to become an excellent wife. Unbeknownst to them, tears streamed down Qianxia's lowered visage. How infuriating. How detestable. If only I were granted a bit more time, I could ascend to the rank of a Jonin. If only I had a little more time, I would grow strong enough to defy my parents. I yearned to forge ahead. Regretful memories surged forth. These were the unhealed recollections from when Qianxia traversed into this world. Memories that the original owner had buried deep within her soul. At this moment, that deep-seated resentment erupted. Qianxia, already burdened by an abundance of negative energy, felt an intense itch in her eyes, an overwhelming urge to scratch, a discomfort she could scarcely endure. Qianxia understood that she had succeeded. Yet the intensity of the pain took her by surprise. It was as if she thought that had she known beforehand how excruciating it would be to open a kaleidoscope, she would have refrained from attempting it. Qianxia was uncertain whether her experience was an exception or if others felt such pain when gazing through the kaleidoscope. This throbbing sensation lingered for nearly 10 minutes before it could finally be alleviated, gradually diminishing. Cold beads of sweat the size of beans trickled down Qianxia's cheeks. She raised a hand to cover her chest, listening to her heart racing at an alarming pace. Qianxia realized that her chakra had undergone a profound transformation. Though there were no mirrors in sight, she was acutely aware that her Sharingan had undoubtedly metamorphosed into the intricate patterns of a kaleidoscope. Qianxia, panting softly, took measured steps within the mansion until she stood before a mirror towering at her height, scrutinizing her eyes in that moment. The kaleidoscope Sharingan, the ultimate secret of the Uchiha clan's bloodline limit. The ordinary Sharingan, in its standard form, is merely regarded as first-rate among many bloodline limits, yet it cannot claim supremacy. However, upon attaining the kaleidoscope, one finds that very few bloodline limits can rival its prowess. Qianxia gazed into the mirror, her familiar yet alien eyes reflecting back at her. They resembled the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of her brother, Uchiha Shursui, yet were more curved and adorned with unique black stripes. Is this truly my kaleidoscopic Sharingan? With a quivering voice, Qianxia softly murmured, her feelings of exhilaration somewhat influenced by the original owner's emotions. After all, had she awakened the Manjiki Sharingan at that moment, she would have been able to seize her own destiny. The Naruto official guide lauds the Manjiki Sharingan as the most formidable celestial eye, capable of perceiving the three realms. A dazzling ocular technique. After awakening the Manjiki Sharingan, Qianxia even felt as if the very air she breathed had changed. In simpler terms, Qianxia was euphoric. However, this euphoria was short-lived, as she could sense her chakra, seemingly ablaze, and realized that if she continued to squander time, the Manjiki would inevitably deactivate. The initial activation of the Manjiki Sharingan was, indeed, excessively taxing. Qianxia closed her eyes, yet did not deactivate the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. She diligently absorbed the knowledge acquired from awakening this extraordinary ocular power. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan inherently possesses two unique abilities, which vary from individual to individual, shaped by the owner's personality, mindset, and desires. Occasionally, both eyes may even harbor the same capability. For Uchiha Itachi, these are Tsukuyami and Amaterasu. The former ensnares the enemy's mind within an illusionary realm, where every aspect, including time, space, and substance, is under the caster's dominion, subjecting the adversary to immense psychological and physical torment. The latter manifests as an unquenchable black flame. Once struck, it inexorably incinerates the target. However, throughout its use, apart from a few exceptions involving white Setsu, it appears to have failed to claim any lives. Both techniques are undeniably potent, yet their effectiveness is primarily confined to close quarters. In her heart, Qianxia fervently repeated to herself that her abilities must not be lacking, at the very least. They should be on par with Itachi's. Soon, she comprehended the power residing within her right eye. It was none other than the Kodo Amatsukami. Astonishingly, it was the same ninjutsu as that of Uchiha Shursui. Perhaps it was due to their bloodline connection? Regardless, this ninjutsu brought immense joy to Qianxia, for it was the ultimate illusion technique. As for the ability dwelling in her left eye, Qianxia continued to ponder. Initially, she thought that with Kodo Amatsukami as her foundation, she could accept any other ability as long as it wasn't too inferior. However, the outcome still took her by surprise. I believe my rise has commenced. Chapter 47. A transformation in demeanor. The technique of her right eye was Kodo Amatsukami, while the technique of her left eye was recursion. Unlike the ordinary Sharingan's copying ability, the power of her left eye allowed Qianxia to replicate even S-rank forbidden techniques or even bloodline limits used by her opponents. The price for this ability was merely a significantly increased expenditure of chakra to unleash it. although this technique may not be perfectly suited for Qianxia, who possessed only 3 or 4 times the chakra of Kakashi. It undoubtedly held remarkable potential. Before Qianxia could find someone to test the power of her Manjiki Sharingan, it automatically closed. Qianxia closed her eyes, gasping for breath. The initial activation of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan was indeed a tremendous drain on her chakra. Supporting herself against the wall, she made her way back to the living room and collapsed onto the floor. In terms of outcomes, this experience had yielded significant gains. However, the issue of depleted chakra needed to be addressed, perhaps through a tailed beast? Sage techniques? The thought of frogs was dismissed. As Qianxia lay on the sofa, one hand resting on her forehead, she murmured softly. There were only a few effective methods to enhance chakra, with the most beneficial being the tailed beasts and sage arts. Possessing a tailed beast was akin to owning a chakra power bank, capable of elevating a Jinchuriki's strength to that of a Kage. The recognized sage techniques included 3 distinct realms: the wetlands of Mayaboku, home to the toads, the Ryuchi cave, inhabited by snake sages, and the Shibaniko forest, where slug sages resided. Frogs, snakes, slugs. Qianxia covered her cheek with one hand, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. To be honest, she was not particularly inclined to forge a contract with any of the 3. If compelled to choose, she would opt for the serpent, yet considering future developments, the slug appeared to be a more prudent choice. Dismissing such thoughts, she acknowledged that today had been fruitful. Should she encounter Shimura Danzo again, at least she would stand a chance. Murmuring to herself, Qianxia rose from the sofa. Was there anything else that required her attention? Qianxia pondered for a moment. Although it was true that any amount of time could be utilized with a bit of thought, a brief respite was also essential. Perhaps a soothing bath would be in order. Qianxia let out a slight yawn, feeling a hint of drowsiness. The Uchiha estate, being the foremost clan in Konoha, was naturally well-equipped. According to Qianxia's recollection, she was once forbidden from using the bathhouse. Even if it was exclusively for women, she was required to bathe alone. How truly traditional this is. Qianxia returned to her room to fetch a bathrobe before turning towards the Uchiha family's bathhouse. As her feet touched the warm waters of the indoor hot spring, an overwhelming sense of relaxation enveloped her, softening her entire visage. It was an exquisite comfort. Qianxia languidly reclined in the soothing embrace of the hot spring bathhouse. In her pursuit of ultimate indulgence, she produced a bottle of red wine, preserved by some long-forgotten ancestor of the family. With a satisfying pop, the cork was liberated, and Qianxia gracefully poured the wine into her glass. Previously, she had reserved such gestures for toasting others. This time, however, she savored the moment for herself. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Qianxia downed the red wine in her glass in one gulp. At first, she thought the wine was nothing remarkable, but within 10 seconds, she realized she had underestimated it. The world spun around her, and she even felt the water in the hot spring defying the laws of physics, soaring upwards. Burp. Qianxia's drowsy form swayed within the soothing confines of the hot spring bathhouse. After indulging in a few hearty burps, she lifted her head and succumbed to slumber. 20 minutes later, Naruto and Sasuke emerged from the ninja academy as usual. Upon entering their home, Naruto bellowed, "Sister," but was met with silence. Where could she have gone? A mission? Hadn't she just returned? Doubts crept into their minds as they searched for Qianxia throughout the house, living room, kitchen, and the rooms on the first floor, yet there was no sign of her. Is she truly absent? Sasuke mused, his brow furrowed in confusion. He nearly convinced himself that Qianxia was not home, but Naruto, beside him, suddenly had a flash of insight. He raised a finger earnestly and proclaimed, "No. There's still one place we haven't checked." Where? The bathhouse. Sasuke paused, his expression shifting to one of realization, but soon he recognized the flaw in their logic. Wait, if she is indeed in the bathhouse, how can we confirm it? Ah, of course we can. Naruto chuckled, his finger wavering playfully. Sasuke's eyes widened, momentarily suspecting Naruto of harboring dubious intentions, and he instinctively raised his fist. Naruto quickly waved his hands in protest, explaining, "Sasuke, what are you thinking? We certainly can't peep. But we can listen, can't we? A ninja's auditory acuity surpasses that of ordinary folk. We can simply place our ears against the door and discern any unusual sounds that would confirm Qianxia's presence." Sasuke's expression transformed, as if a light bulb had gone off in his head. Beside him, Naruto chuckled in amusement, seemingly thinking, "Sasuke, you truly are quite naive." As the two exchanged banter, they hurried towards the bathhouse. Just as they were about to decide who would eavesdrop through a game of rock, paper, scissors, unmistakable footsteps echoed from within the bathhouse. audible even without pressing their ears to the door. Moments later, Qianxia emerged, impeccably dressed, exuding an aura that left no room for misinterpretation. Yet, both Sasuke and Naruto were taken aback by the transformation she had undergone. Her demeanor had evolved. Just yesterday, she had not possessed such an air. How could such a change occur in merely a day? Naruto and Sasuke were both rendered speechless, with Sasuke being particularly affected. He gazed into Chika's ordinary eyes, which had yet to awaken the Sharingan. Perhaps due to their blood connection, he sensed something amiss. Before Sasuke could voice his inquiries, Chika placed her hands upon their heads with a gesture reminiscent of the Tathagata's divine palm. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan was not something Sasuke was meant to comprehend at this juncture, especially considering he possessed only a single tomo in each eye at present. Overwhelmed, he could no longer endure the discomfort. Just yesterday, he felt fine, yet today he awoke with a sudden headache and fatigue in his legs. It seemed likely that he had contracted the virus, which was to be expected, given that his parents had also fallen ill. It was merely a matter of time before his own affliction manifested. After a brief hour of sleep and 10 minutes of writing, the day passed in this manner. He had heard that the symptoms would worsen the following day, potentially leading to a fever. He decided to take things one step at a time, hoping for a swift recovery. Chapter 48. The growth of two individual sister. Have you changed in some way? What do you mean I've changed? Don't talk nonsense. Have you stopped wearing makeup? Are you joking? I am naturally beautiful. Why would I need makeup? Qianxia spoke the lie with a calm demeanor, her heart untroubled. This was primarily because she was not yet prepared to disclose the matter of the kaleidoscope to Sasuke. Although, under Qianxia's guidance, she believed that Sasuke's mental state had become significantly more stable than it was in the original narrative. The secret of the kaleidoscope was akin to a powder keg. A single misstep could drive Sasuke to madness. Qianxia smiled as she employed her ultimate technique, the Real Divine Palm, pressing it gently against Sasuke's head in an attempt to halt his contemplations. Sasuke, bowing his head in deep thought for a brief moment, ultimately relinquished his musings. Perhaps it truly is merely an illusion on my part, he murmured softly. Nearby, Naruto, who shared a similar sentiment, instinctively swallowed back the words he had intended to voice. Me too. If Sasuke deems it an illusion, then it must also be so for me, a collective delusion, perhaps. Such a notion is not entirely implausible. The two youngsters, fundamentally, placed an immense trust in Qianxia, which perhaps accounted for their lack of critical thinking. Should Sasuke and Naruto raise this issue in the future, Qianxia would undoubtedly strike a pose with one hand on her hip, resolutely declaring, "Is this truly my fault? Clearly not. I am merely honing your cognitive abilities, young men. The world is rife with deception and intrigue. After all, as long as one possesses a thick skin, nothing is insurmountable." Following her clever evasion, the trio finally embarked upon Qianxia's long-awaited lesson. The first step, to assess the progress of the two in their training. Naturally, the method would remain traditional, the race for the bell. You both may proceed together. The rules remain unchanged. The objective is to seize the bell tied to my leg. Let me witness the extent of your growth. Qianxia lightly waved her hand towards Naruto and Sasuke. Instantly, the two of them heightened their focus to an extraordinary degree, launching an assault without the need for verbal communication. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of white smoke erupted, and dozens of Narutos leaped out from within. However, they did not advance in a straightforward manner. Instead, they swiftly dispersed, charging towards Qianxia from all directions. As Qianxia had just awakened her kaleidoscope Sharingan, her chakra was in a rather depleted state. However, she still managed to fend off Naruto's attacks. With remarkable agility, Qianxia deftly maneuvered her fists and legs, striking down Naruto's shadow clones one after another, reducing them to mere wisps of smoke. Beneath this veil of white mist, the shadow clones positioned behind Qianxia brandished shurikens, hurling them sharply towards her. Was this the technique of shadow clone shurikens? It was evident that this was implausible, for such a jutsu was classified as A rank, which Qianxia had yet to master, and thus Naruto could not possibly have acquired it. Therefore, there were only two possibilities. 1. All of these shurikens were mere illusions. Or 2. Among them, one was indeed real. Qianxia would certainly never resort to gambling, and the shurikens in question possessed neither great power nor speed. Even if one were to pierce her, the bloodshed would be minimal. Qianxia had long since grown numb to the frequent stabbings she endured. It would be one thing to be stabbed by someone else, but to be pierced by you would be utterly humiliating. From her pocket, Qianxia retrieved a shuriken and, with a remarkably precise angle, flung it forth. Her shuriken struck all the incoming ones aimed at her, revealing them to be mere fakes. Fire style, great fireball technique. As Chika turned to face Naruto, Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals and took a deep breath, unleashing the great fireball technique. What a splendid synergy. During their time apart, they must have been sparring daily. As evidenced by their seamless coordination that requires no verbal communication, a look of solace appeared on Chinchia's face, as if to say, "Behold, my child has grown." As for the fireball technique, Chinchia effortlessly evaded it with a swift body flicker. Naruto's shadow clones continued to encircle Chinchia, while Sasuke, unable to contain his frustration, clicked his tongue and drew a shuriken, hurling it towards Chinchia with the same fervor as Naruto had before. Simultaneously, Naruto's shadow clones erupted into a frenzied assault on Chinchia. After Chinchia dispatched Naruto's clones, she deftly countered Sasuke's shuriken, knocking it down with a well-aimed throw of her own. Chinchia's body swayed slightly as she elegantly evaded the shuriken with a graceful motion. Just as the shuriken had not yet traveled far, merely a meter or two away, it erupted with a resounding boom, releasing a cloud of white smoke that transformed into Naruto. This strategy bears a striking resemblance to the original confrontation with Zabuza, skillfully employing the foundational ninja techniques of transformation and shadow clone jutsu. The smile on Chika's face grew even more pronounced, while Naruto, employing his cunning tricks to approach Chika, lunged fervently toward her feet. Naruto exclaimed, "I'm going to succeed." Sasuke echoed, "It's going to work." Chinchia, hee, go ahead and dream. With a radiant smile, Chika once again activated her body flicker technique, swiftly forming hand seals. Earth release, heart decapitation technique. As Chika completed her seals, the ground beneath Naruto and Sasuke suddenly softened, causing them to plummet into a pit, leaving only their heads protruding above the surface. This was one of the many ninjutsu techniques Chika had recently learned from Kakashi. It belonged to the B-rank auxiliary category and was rather trivial, yet amusing for teasing children. Naruto and Sasuke found themselves momentarily stunned, their bodies reduced to mere heads above the ground. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Well, your coordination is quite impressive. Naruto, you needn't use shadow clone technique anymore. I have a book on the multi-shadow clone technique that you might find enlightening. Sasuke, your great fireball technique has also matured significantly. Initially, it was so small and short. Now, not only can you unleash a fireball of considerable size, but its range has also increased several-fold. Chinchia cheerfully assessed the growth of the two individuals, offering her affirmation. As for Naruto, the reward naturally took the form of the shadow clone technique, which she had previously requested from the old man Sarutobi. She had intended to teach Naruto this technique as well. Oh, and the Rasengan could also be seamlessly imparted to him, all thanks to Jiraiya. However, the situation with Sasuke was somewhat awkward. The Chidori was too deeply concealed by Kakashi. Should she settle for teaching him the lightning release, Black Lightning instead? It was not just a matter of whether Sasuke might feel some imbalance. Even Chinchia herself felt discomfort with the notion. Wait, why was she so fixated on the Chidori? Chinchia suddenly paused, contemplating that the Rasengan was an original technique of the fourth Hokage, while the Chidori was crafted by Kakashi. So why couldn't they devise a jutsu of their own? Very well, let us take action without further ado. Chinchia clenched her fists, her face illuminated with uncontainable excitement in the presence of Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 49, The Morning War of Konoha. Sister? What about mine? Seeing Naruto receive accolades, Sasuke pointed a finger at himself, his expression seemingly etched with a sense of pity, which nearly overwhelmed Chinchia with embarrassment. Well, the shadow clone technique, you can practice together, but Sasuke, you mustn't produce hundreds of clones like Naruto at once. That would completely exhaust you. Chinchia, feeling a touch of awkwardness, lightly grazed her cheek with a finger. Despite her aspirations to devise her own ninjutsu, she was acutely aware that she was no deity, and such ideas could not materialize with a mere snap of her fingers. Just grant me a moment. It shouldn't take too long, she mused. Fortunately, a single technique of shadow clone jutsu would suffice to allow Naruto and Sasuke ample time for their training. The multi-shadow clone jutsu, an advanced version of the ordinary shadow clone technique, could instantaneously create hundreds, even thousands, of clones. It was classified as a forbidden technique. For if one's chakra was insufficient, the multitude of clones could drain the original body's chakra, leading to a near-fatal state. However, the Uzumaki clan's chakra was abundant, and while the Uchiha clan was not renowned for its chakra reserves, it still surpassed that of ordinary, non-bloodline ninja. Thus, there were no significant concerns. As she observed the two begin to mimic the process of creating multi-shadow clones, Qianxia settled comfortably into her seat, resting her chin on one hand and quietly watching their endeavors. Rest was equally crucial. She considered it a form of supervision. Everything was progressing according to the original plan, even at a pace swifter than anticipated, ensuring that by the time the storyline reached its original trajectory, she would possess sufficient strength to avoid becoming mere cannon fodder. Qianxia's face radiated a contented smile, leaving Sasuke and Naruto, who were engaged in training, utterly perplexed by their elder sister's expression. They could not fathom the immense pressure that Qianxia bore, unlike other extraordinary transmigrators endowed with systems. She lacked the remarkable skills that were often acquired at the outset from various anime. Fortunately, she possessed at least one or two advantageous abilities that proved to be beneficial. Although she frequently proclaimed a strategy of taking one step at a time, unconsciously she had evolved to a point where she could foresee 10 steps ahead with each stride. There were still over 4 years until the original storyline would unfold. The following day, the Ninja Academy was on break, and Naruto and Sasuke were spared from their studies. Thus they had trained tirelessly through the night and were now deeply ensconced in sleep. In contrast, Qianxia rose early, her gaze fixed upon the sun in the sky. Invigorated and brimming with vitality. With the two young ones fast asleep, she relished her newfound freedom. Stretching languidly, Qianxia strolled leisurely out of the Uchiha residence and ventured into the streets of Konoha. The early morning streets were devoid of youthful life, instead bustling with formidable beings known as housewives, whose fierce demeanor filled the air. "Don't miss out. Today's tomatoes are just 100 yen each," exclaimed a vendor from a roadside stall, instantly captivating the attention of a throng of housewives, akin to an earthquake's tremor, as they rushed towards him. The scene was a testament to the fierce nature of these formidable housewives. Morning, indeed, was a battlefield. Qianxia observed the scene and chuckled softly a couple of times. However, she also noticed that not all housewives had joined the fray. Some of them wore expressions of derision as they watched their fellow homemakers scramble for the tomatoes. Qianxia, filled with curiosity, approached politely and inquired, "Excuse me, are you not going to buy tomatoes?" "Little Qianxia, ha ha ha, are you here to purchase groceries as well? It is quite a challenge for someone as young as you to contend with seasoned housewives like us. Would you like to have an aunt accompany you in the future?" The housewife replied with a smile. Qianxia awkwardly waved her hand, indicating that she was merely taking a stroll and had no desire to partake in the domestic skirmish unfolding among the housewives. "Xiaoqianxia, you're inquiring why I do not purchase the inexpensive tomatoes over there, aren't you? The reason lies in my pursuit of eggs, which hold far greater intrinsic value." With unwavering confidence, the housewife extended a finger towards a nearby shop that had yet to open its doors, announcing a remarkable promotion, a whole carton of eggs at a staggering 50% discount. As she concluded her explanation, the shop's entrance was gradually pushed open by the staff. Before the attendant could utter a word to declare the store open, the poised housewives surged forward with the swiftness of ninjas, dashing towards their coveted prize. Qianxia's lips twitched slightly as she realized she had underestimated this group of formidable women. After all, they were the matriarchs of the ninja village, and when these women were provoked, it seemed they could easily dispatch a low-ranking ninja with a single kick. Indeed, the spirit of youth thrived in Konoha. Qianxia found no leisure to indulge in the spectacle of the housewives' fierce contest. How could she squander her precious moments of respite here? Although she had yet to determine her next course of action, it was only natural to take the initiative and begin moving forward. Qianxia continued her journey, initially believing that this morning would pass uneventfully. Little did she know that fate had bestowed upon her a remarkable stroke of luck. Look who has appeared before her, Hinata Hyuga and Neji Hyuga. Although Neji was not part of Qianxia's plan to garner affection, Hinata certainly was. She recalled the last time she had, in her capacity as a member of the Umbu, come to Hinata's rescue. At that moment, she had deliberately refrained from concealing her voice, aiming to ensure that Hinata would recognize her in the future, thereby significantly boosting her favorability. Now was the perfect opportunity. Qianxia had her hands tucked into her pockets, her mind racing as she contemplated how to engage in a conversation with Hinata Hyuga in a manner that seemed effortless. Meanwhile, Hinata, who was approaching with small, cautious steps, quickly took notice of Qianxia. This was hardly surprising, given Qianxia's distinct appearance. It would have been odd if she had gone unnoticed. As an orphan of the Uchiha clan, she was indeed as stunning as the rumors suggested. Neji Hyuga, who accompanied Hinata, also cast a curious glance at Qianxia and subsequently explained to the inquisitive Hinata, "Uchiha, huh?" Hinata blinked in confusion, her gaze fixed on Qianxia, unable to divert her attention. There was something about this older sister that felt oddly familiar. In less than half a minute, the two were about to cross paths. Qianxia pressed her lips together, preparing to deliver the best opening line she had crafted over the past 30 seconds. However, unexpectedly, Hinata spoke up even before Qianxia could utter a word. Big sister, you're the masked sister who saved me last time, right? Chapter 50. The dangerous woman Hinata clasped the edges of her clothing with both hands, her gaze nervously locked on Qianxia. Naturally shy, Hinata's premature interjection disrupted the rhythm Qianxia had intended to establish, leaving her quite astonished. How could Hinata recognize her before she even spoke? Was it the time when Hinata activated her Byakugan? How had she missed that? The Byakugan, a bloodline limit of the Hyuga clan, granted its possessor an extraordinary vision that surpassed even the Sharingan, allowing for the ability to see through objects. Such a power was indeed a formidable one. Qianxia momentarily connected the dots in her mind, and her face suddenly flushed a shade of crimson. Sister, why has your face turned so red? Oh, it's nothing. However, little sister, publicly uncovering the identity of a member of the Umbu is rather impolite. Qianxia reached out, intending to pat Hinata's head. But her hand was swiftly intercepted by Niji, who stood beside Hinata. With a sharp sound, Niji solemnly grasped Qianxia's outstretched hand with surprising strength for one so young. Please do not touch Miss Hinata, he stated firmly before releasing Qianxia's hand. Qianxia regarded Niji with mild astonishment. In the original narrative, Niji harbored a degree of animosity towards Hinata. During their battles, he showed no mercy, prompting the four watching Jonin to intervene. This hostility stemmed from the fact that Niji's father had perished in service to Hinata's father, yet this storyline had been altered by Qianxia, as Niji's father was alive in her version. Observing Niji's protective demeanor, Qianxia couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. What are you laughing at? Niji inquired with a furrowed brow. Oh, it's nothing, just thought of something amusing, Qianxia replied with a playful smile, covering her mouth with her hand. Niji frowned slightly. 3 black question marks hovering above his head. He felt an inexplicable sense of offense, though he could not pinpoint the reason. Qianxia, like a little puppy. Ningxi, Qianxia's face revealed a thoughtful expression, causing Ningxi to instinctively take a half-step back, as if he feared she might devour him. Ha, I'm no demon. There's no need to be so wary of me. By the way, I've saved your esteemed young lady, and yet you still regard me with such suspicion. Your actions truly leave me disheartened. Qianxia dramatically extended a hand to cover her chest, revealing an expression of profound sorrow and heartbreak. Ningxi's countenance transformed into a captivating spectacle, leaving him momentarily at a loss for which expression to adopt. Seizing this moment of distraction, Qianxia approached Hinata with a playful grin, extending both hands to gently caress Hinata's soft face. How delightful, how adorable, how utterly healing. Ah, why am I not traversing into the Hyuga clan? If only Hinata were my sister. As Qianxia tenderly stroked Hinata's cherubic visage, she felt a wave of healing envelop her, and she could not help but emit a heartfelt exclamation. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. It's not that I don't love her, but rather that I love her too much. Hinata, one must ponder. If presented with the option of a sweet little sister, who would choose a younger brother with the potential for madness in the future? Of course, this does not imply that Qianxia holds any disdain for Sasuke. She remains quite content with her younger brother, especially after all the time spent nurturing him. Big sister? Hinata managed to stammer amidst Qianxia's playful ministrations. Only then did Qianxia withdraw her hands, revealing Hinata's face flushed a vivid crimson, a stark contrast to her fair skin and white eyes. As Qianxia let go, Hinata gasped for air, momentarily disregarding her flushed cheeks. With renewed determination, she gazed intently at Qianxia and asked, Big sister, can I become like you in the future? Big sister. Ningxi's eyes widened in shock as he abruptly turned to Hinata. To become like this woman? No. He vehemently opposed the notion, convinced that even Hinata's father, the head of the Hyuga clan, would never agree. However, Qianxia understood that Hinata was referring to strength. Yes, just ensure you eat well. Do some push-ups, perform squats, run a bit more, and maintain this routine for a few years. I believe you, little Hinata, can certainly become strong. Can I become as strong as big sister? Hinata inquired eagerly. Well, perhaps you might even surpass me, Qianxia replied with a grin. Though a twinge of apprehension lingered within her, she feared that Hinata might transform into a muscular powerhouse following her training advice. Surely, that wouldn't happen? Even if I am not there to oversee her, with so many family members around, she should turn out just fine. Qianxia cleared her throat with a heavy cough. while Hinata joyfully absorbed Qianxia's words. Beyond her training in Baguazhang, she resolved to practice this new skill diligently. Nearby, Niji was drenched in cold sweat, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense that allowing Hinata to be deceived by this woman could lead to irreparable regret. "Miss, do we not have other matters to attend to? We must leave." "Oh, right. Big sister, goodbye." Hinata waved her small hand in farewell to Qianxia, who was then swiftly led away by Niji, leaving the perilous woman behind. Running off quite rapidly, as if I were a beast that devours, Qianxia murmured to herself, yet her spirits remained high, having had the delightful opportunity to pinch Hinata's cheek. Just as she was about to hum a cheerful tune and depart, a green figure flashed past her. "I apologize, but I inadvertently overheard your earlier remarks. I never expected a young girl like you to advocate for doing more push-ups, squats, and running. Such invigorating wisdom. Truly, those in the prime of youth are exceptional." A voice, etched into Qianxia's very DNA, resonated from behind her, accompanied by an infectious melody echoing in her mind. "Youth, oh youth." Qianxia stiffly turned her head to glance behind her. And as expected, it was him, the venerable beast of Konoha, the embodiment of unregretful youth. "Might Guy? Hey, little girl, I am currently jogging 10 laps around Konoha. Would you care to join me in savoring the beauty of youth?" Chapter 51. Youth. This is youth. Might Guy. There are two reasons why this individual is etched into Qianxia's very DNA. Firstly, in the original storyline, when faced with the godlike adversary, Kaguya Sutsuki, and everyone was rendered powerless, Might Guy emerged heroically, opening all 8 gates and elevating his strength from a Jonin to that of several times greater than the 5 Kaguya, almost bringing the narrative to a close. Secondly, it pertains to the mobile game adaptation of Naruto from her previous life. During the time when Qianxia immersed herself in the mobile game Naruto, there was a period when the entire arena was dominated by Might Guy. As soon as the music began to play, one could witness 2 or 3 devastating attacks in a single match. A glance at the health bar would reveal, to one's dismay, that it had been entirely depleted. It is precisely due to this factor that the infectious melody now lingers in Qianxia's mind, resurfacing at the slightest recollection, much to her chagrin. Qianxia smacked her lips and tapped her forehead, while in front of her, Might Guy was jogging in place, performing a somersault after a few seconds, and then effortlessly transitioned into a handstand. "So, what do you think? If you're worried about getting tired, I can wait for you over here," he said, flashing his pearly white teeth. Under normal circumstances, Qianxia would have definitely declined. But Gaia's seemingly innocuous remark about waiting sparked her competitive spirit. "Oh, tired? Then I shall give it a go. It's the perfect opportunity to test my limits." Taking a deep breath, she crossed her arms and stretched. "Splendid," Guy exclaimed, his expression one of admiration, as he sprang up from his handstand with a resounding thud. His legs moved with the agility of a finely tuned machine, and as Qianxia inhaled deeply, the flow of chakra within her began to shift. Lightning release, body forging. Sparks of electricity flickered across her form, capturing Guy's attention, his eyes widening with intrigue. "Are you ready?" "Absolutely." Then, on the count of 3, 1, 2, 3, go. With a loud bang, both leapt into action. Gaia's running style was almost indistinguishable from that of an ordinary human, while Qianxia adopted a ninja-like sprint. However, she was not left behind. "Oh, impressive." Guy's eyes sparkled with admiration, but he was determined not to be outdone by Qianxia. Gradually unlocking the initial gates of the 8 gates technique, he experienced a significant surge in speed. In an instant, Qianxia found herself distanced by Might Guy. Although this was not a race, her competitive spirit surged uncontrollably. The 8 gates technique is the ultimate form of ninja body technique, its origins shrouded in mystery. It took Might Guy's father, Might Dato, 2 decades to master it. Even at the level of a low-ranking ninja, Might Dato, upon opening all 8 gates, could overwhelm 7 elite ninjas. Now, the technique is wielded by Might Guy, a regular elite ninja. By unlocking the channels within the body that bind chakra, one can temporarily gain immense power. Each gate opened exponentially enhances strength. Its characteristics are straightforward yet brutal, powerful, swift, powerful enough to distort space, fast enough to elude the Sharingan's gaze. As Might Guy drew further away, the electric currents emanating from Qianxia intensified, their potency surging as her speed escalated. The lightning release body technique from the hidden cloud village? That is indeed a remarkable skill. Amidst his sprint, Might Guy flashed a thumbs up at Qianxia, all the while suggesting, "But it's not as formidable as your 8 gates technique, is it?" Qianxia immersed herself earnestly in this competition. During the long-distance run that circled the village of Konoha 5 times, she sensed that she might attain some form of personal growth. In this endeavor, the residents of Konoha collectively experienced a mirage. A green figure accompanied by the crackling sound of black lightning appeared and vanished suddenly, earning the title of Ghost from the local Andes. The contest between the two continued from morning until noon as they circled the village not merely 5 times. The outcome? The victor? Such matters were of little consequence, for it was universally acknowledged that Qianxia would inevitably face defeat, given that her opponent was the youthful and spirited guy. Nevertheless, the fact that Qianxia could endure for such a duration exceeded the expectations of Might Guy, as well as her own. The stamina of a ninja is intrinsically linked to their chakra. However, Qianxia's remarkable endurance was not due to an increase in chakra but rather a newfound enhancement in her recovery rate. While depleting her energy, she simultaneously experienced rapid regeneration, a truly extraordinary constitution. Qianxia lay on the ground, one hand pressed against her chest while the other rested on her forehead, gasping for breath. Beside her, Might Guy appeared remarkably refreshed, seemingly far from his limits. Quite exhilarating, isn't it? Indeed, exhilarating. Qianxia sighed from the depths of her heart, reflecting on how exhilarating it felt to engage in extreme sports, even just once. The enhancement of her lightning release body forging technique had at least doubled compared to before, and she had also updated her understanding of her body's rapid recovery abilities. One could say it was a significant gain. That being said, who are you? A person of your caliber must be a Jonin, yet I do not seem to recall you. I am merely a Chunin, he replied. A Chunin? Such a waste of potential, Madogai exclaimed, disbelief evident on his face. However, he soon took note of Qianxia's current age and, after a heavy cough, remarked that it seemed rather abnormal for her to have become a Jonin. Should I come out to train every day? He inquired. Every day? That would be impossible. I have 2 little ones at home to care for. Little ones? Pets? Madogai was somewhat perplexed, yet he did not wish to pursue that line of thought. Wait a moment, let me fetch something. Madogai said to the motionless Qianxia lying on the ground, then quickly dashed out of her sight. Qianxia remained still, not out of obedience, but because her body truly felt numb. This electrical current from Bilibili could not be sustained for too long. 10 minutes was indeed the limit. She mused softly to herself. After approximately 6 or 7 minutes, Madogai returned, brandishing a plastic bag. We are friends now, right? This is a symbol of our friendship. He placed the bag beside Qianxia. Although she lay motionless on the ground, a sidelong glance revealed a vibrant green shadow within her line of sight. I hope that's not the green spandex you're currently wearing. Are you a genius? She exclaimed. But rest assured, it's not my size. It should fit you quite well. Chapter 52. The fleeting passage of time. Qianxia compelled her sore and aching body to rise from the ground, tearing open the plastic bag to reveal, as expected, a green, form-fitting outfit reminiscent of Might Guy's youthful vigor. The size, it was evident, was not that of Might Guy. Yet it was also not one she could don herself. Qianxia, with her fish-eyed gaze, stretched the arm portion of the bodysuit and compared it to her own arm. It was abundantly clear that the bodysuit was significantly longer than her arm. Oh, it's just a little bit longer, but that's all right. If I can't wear it this year, then perhaps next year. If not next year, then the year after. Youth is a long journey. Mike grinned broadly, giving Qianxia a thumbs up. However, Qianxia was left utterly exasperated. She had no desire to wear it this year, nor the next, nor even the year after. Was there truly no option to forego wearing it altogether? Qianxia lifted her head with a gentle grace to gaze at Might Guy, who wore an expression of eager anticipation, his eyes wide and glistening with emotion. Qianxia found herself at a loss for words. Thank you. Qianxia ultimately accepted the green bodysuit. Yet her mind was preoccupied with whether to pass it on to Naruto and Sasuke. Naruto and Sasuke. Ah, youth. Qianxia. All right, it was too glaring. So let us forget it. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Qianxia finally managed to restore a bit of her strength and rose from the ground. While Might Guy had already completed several hundred push-ups during that interval. From a young age, Might Guy was determined to lack any aptitude for ninjutsu or jinjutsu, a predicament even more severe than that of Naruto, who had the Nine Tails causing trouble. However, Might Guy did not succumb to despair. While it is true that those with talent may also strive diligently, relinquishing one's efforts would entirely obliterate any possibility of surpassing genius. The 8 Gates technique bestowed upon him the potential for greatness, and his relentless dedication paved the way for an expansive future. Qianxia opened her mouth, but after a few seconds, she closed it again. She initially intended to inquire with Might Guy about the possibility of learning the 8 gates of Uchiha, but upon reflection, she deemed it unnecessary. The 8 gates were not particularly suited for her, rather than expending time delving into their complexities. She preferred to devote her efforts to mastering the abilities of the Sharingan and developing her unique constitution. Realizing that time was slipping away, she decided to take her leave. With her head held high, Xianxia gazed at the sky and, upon noticing that it was already noon, prepared to return home. Might Guy did not insist on her staying. Instead, he cheerfully waved goodbye as he watched her depart. Xianxia retraced her steps, yet due to the numerous winding paths she had traversed with Might Guy and Konoha, she could navigate many routes with her eyes closed. Turning left, then right, she passed a blacksmith shop, and further ahead, a flower shop came into view. With her eyes closed, Xianxia floated along the street, the earlier encounter with Might Guy having instilled a sense of fear in the local women, causing them to shy away from venturing out. The streets had grown eerily quiet, save for 2 exceptions. Come at me, Ino. I am not afraid of you. I am far superior. Yamanka Ino and Haruno Sakura engaged in a playful tussle that was only marginally more refined than a child's brawl. Following the incident where Xianxia remarked on Sasuke's preference for strong women, the 2 girls endeavored to enhance their own abilities. Among them, Ino exhibited the most significant transformation, as her noble lineage afforded her the luxury of seeking guidance from esteemed family members. In contrast, Sakura showed little change, a testament to the limitations faced by commoner ninjas. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent akin to that of Minato Namikaze, and the path to brilliance was fraught with challenges for those of humble origins. The scuffle between the 2 girls lacked any real intrigue, and Xianxia, not particularly enamored with watching girls fight, soon departed. Upon returning to the Uchiha residence, she found Naruto and Sasuke unusually engaged, not in training or combat, but engrossed in their books. Sister, you're back? Are you 2 studying? Yes. The final exams are approaching. Even I must review a little, but Naruto. Sasuke cast a sidelong glance at Naruto, who appeared to be wearing a mask of anguish. What is this nonsense? I can't understand anything. It gives me a headache. I'd rather practice ninjutsu. Naruto scratched his head frantically with one hand while holding his book with the other. Ha ha ha. Don't you want to become Hokage? There are no shortcuts on the path to becoming Hokage. Keep at it. Xianxia chuckled as she settled into a nearby seat. Naruto mumbled in agreement, resigned to his fate, continuing to don his mask of despair as he immersed himself in the torturous sea of knowledge. Xianxia quietly gazed at the 2 little ones, unaware that nearly a year had passed since her unexpected arrival in this world. Compared to the time of her initial transition, she has now grown remarkably accustomed to her surroundings and the life she leads. The future undoubtedly holds a smooth journey ahead. She envisions toppling Shimura Danzo, tidying up Orochimaru, addressing the Akatsuki organization, delivering a personality correction to Nagato, awakening Obito, and bringing justice to her ancestors, the Uchiha clan, by sealing Kaguya once more. Once all these tasks are accomplished, tranquility shall finally prevail. Such an abundance of matters to attend to. Xianxia clasped her hands over her head, her eyes trembling slightly. It's all right. Not everything has to fall upon my shoulders. I merely need to prevent certain regrets from the original story, she murmured softly to herself, seeking solace. Just as she managed to calm herself, a significant concern dawned upon her. What if the last concluded and Boruto took over? The entire Tsutsuki clan would be a burden I cannot bear. Xianxia felt utterly despondent, resorting to self-hypnosis to convince herself that it wouldn't be so dire. Indeed, it surely wouldn't be that bad, she affirmed with a bemused expression, her hands cradling her head. Thus, for years elapsed. During this time, nothing particularly significant transpired. After all, the original narrative was marked by tranquility. Furthermore, Xianxia, on the surface, had become a subordinate of Shimura Danzo, and under his influence, she scarcely ventured out to undertake missions. Sasuke and Naruto were developing normally, soon to graduate from the Ninja Academy in a few months, their abilities already surpassing that of Chunin. Meanwhile, Xianxia had also made considerable progress over these 4 years. Her strength aside, the most apparent change was her appearance, transforming from a mere beauty into a veritable enchantress at 17. If her suitors were to line up, they could likely stretch from her doorstep to the Ichiraka ramen shop. However, one aspect left her profoundly disappointed. Her height had only increased by a meager 5 centimeters. A mere 5 centimeters over 4 years. Now, she barely surpassed 160 centimeters, a blow to her self-esteem. At 17, Was there any hope for further growth? Was it even possible? Probably not. It was all over. Alas, if she had to wait for these two youngsters to grow taller, her own stature would soon be rendered insignificant. Chapter 53. Farewell, Shimura Danzo 1. After Naruto and Sasuke matured, they would stand as towering figures at a striking height of 180 centimeters, while Chinchilla, at just over 160, pondered the likelihood of any remaining growth. Standing before the mirror, she envisioned a future where these two boys had outgrown her significantly, rendering her unable to exert any authority over them, her head likely reaching only to their chests. Oh well, she thought, 160 centimeters would have to suffice. With her arms crossed in a gesture of self-comfort, she prepared to step out, contemplating her destination. Grocery shopping? No. Undertaking a mission? No. The answer lies with Shimura Danzo. Under this immense pressure, for years have elapsed since I concealed myself. Throughout this period, Chika has adeptly maintained her disguise, while the self-satisfied Shimura Danzo remains blissfully unaware of her ruse. Kodo Amatsukami is the ultimate illusion, and thus its cooldown period is exceedingly lengthy. For someone like Danzo, who lacks the Uchiha bloodline and forcibly implanted another's eyes into himself, Kodo Amatsukami cannot be employed again without several decades of cooldown. In essence, Danzo's current reliance rests solely on his frail body, moderately challenging ninjutsu, and his 9 uses of Izanaji. Fortunately, the odds now appear favorable. Gazing into the mirror, Chika's eyes began to transform, the vibrant crimson and deep black of her kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirling and blossoming. Her right eye harbors Kodo Amatsukami, while her left houses a replication. Presently, her chakra levels are approximately equivalent to 6 or 7 of Kakashi's, signaling that it is time to prepare for the eradication of Shimura Danzo. Whoosh. Chinchilla suddenly turned to gaze out of the window, as she sensed something fleeting pass by just moments ago. At her level of perception, such an illusion could not possibly be mere illusion. Chinchilla briskly approached the window and flung it open, revealing a member of the clan hanging upside down from the roof of the Uchiha residence. The two exchanged glances, yet he uttered no words. Instead, he produced a letter and handed it to Chinchilla. Chinchilla lowered her head and, with just a glance, discerned the contents of the unopened letter. Nevertheless, she symbolically tore open the envelope to inspect its contents. As expected, it was penned by Shimura Danzo, stating that the moment had arrived and that he had found a suitable marriage partner for Chinchilla. He urged her to make the necessary preparations. Indeed, it was time for her to begin her preparations. Chinchilla adeptly concealed her true thoughts. After reading the letter, she smiled and raised her head to gaze at the root member who had come to relay the message. Please inform Lord Danzo that I shall change my attire and prepare to depart shortly. The root member nodded curtly before vanishing in an instant. Once she confirmed that the member had gone far enough, Chinchilla took a deep breath, drew the curtains closed, and began to change her clothes. When she emerged from her room, she had donned a kimono, a garment she found less objectionable, as it was both sturdy and substantial, rather than merely wearing an outfit. Chinchilla felt as though she had donned a suit of armor. The reason for this attire was, of course, to meet her future husband. However, it seemed that this encounter would likely carry a touch of crimson. Chinchilla adjusted her facial expression and seamlessly transitioned into her ladylike demeanor before stepping out of her home. The onlookers on the streets of Konoha were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dislocating in disbelief at the sight of her. This refined version of Chinchilla was the very image they had once held in their memories. However, over the past 4 years, the boisterous girl they remembered had gradually been overshadowed by this new persona. The echoes of lost memories assaulted me suddenly. Is Chinchilla truly making such a grand appearance to meet her boyfriend? You mean to say she's dressed like this for her boyfriend? Goodness, I am a man. Where would a boyfriend come from? Could it be that she is going to get engaged? The crowd murmured amongst themselves. But Chinchilla dismissed their chatter as mere background noise, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to take down Danzo Shimura. Should I use a divine technique for a swift kill? No, that would be too wasteful. Unlike 4 years ago, when she could only flee in the face of Danzo with little hope of victory, now Chinchilla found herself contemplating various strategies to confront him. Before long, Chinchilla arrived at a secluded house, the operational center of the Root organization, which served as a base for Danzo's activities outside of the Hokage building. As she entered, Danzo soon revealed himself, devoid of any hostility. This was to be expected, as he viewed Chinchilla not as an adversary but rather as a precious asset that could yield him immense value. Chinchilla, you have arrived, he greeted her. It's good that you're here. Now, hurry along to meet your future husband. Danzo clapped his hands, and from the shadows emerged a middle-aged man wearing a mask. In the original narrative, there were few characters from Root with significant roles, and even without the mask, Xianxia wouldn't have recognized him. He was merely an unremarkable passerby with a hint of skill. Xianxia, this is your future husband. His talents are commendable, and his chakra attributes perfectly complement yours. Marrying him increases the likelihood of producing highly gifted ninjas in the future, Danzo said with a smile, stroking his long beard. The masked man remained silent, seemingly uninterested in removing his mask, as if he regarded marriage with Xianxia as nothing more than a mere transaction. Lord Danzo, I actually have something else to report. Concerning my brother Sasuke. Oh, the other little brat? What has happened to him? Well, he stated that he despises you the most. So could you possibly go to hell? Xianxia, who had originally kept her head bowed, now raised it, revealing a maniacal smile upon her face. Shimura Danzo's pupils quivered as he became aware of Xianxia's peculiar demeanor. Although he could not comprehend how she had liberated herself from the influence of the deity, at that moment, he could not afford to ponder this mystery. His mind blared a fierce alarm. Immediate action was imperative, lest he find himself ensnared in a perilous predicament. However, just as he summoned the will to act, he discovered himself utterly immobilized, as if some unseen force had penetrated and bound him. With great effort, he cast his gaze downward, only to realize that the shadows of Xianxia and himself, a member of the Root organization, were inexplicably intertwined. Shadow binding technique. It is worth noting that the recent pandemic has proven to be rather insidious. I have yet to fully recover and still find myself coughing. Yet, the true torment lasted merely a day. I have heard tales of individuals who have fully recuperated overnight. Could such remarkable beings truly exist? Chapter 54. Farewell. Shimura Danzo, 2. The shadow binding technique is a secret art of the Nara clan of Konoha. Xianxia, however, was not originally adept in this technique. Her ability to wield it stemmed entirely from the powers of her replicated left eye. One fateful day, Xianxia stealthily ventured to the ninja academy, where, while Naruto and the others engaged in sparring, she covertly replicated Shikamaru Nara's abilities from a distance, thereby pilfering the shadow binding technique. This required a chakra expenditure of 1.33 times the normal amount, which she released through her kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Nevertheless, it must be mentioned that Xianxia, who resorted to stealing a child's secret technique, truly displayed a lack of integrity. Danzo and Xianxia, along with the shadow of the Root member attempting to become Xianxia's husband, were all interconnected. Xianxia could sense the pressure emanating from both individuals as they struggled to break free from her bindings. However, she was confident that while she could not completely restrain them, holding them at bay for a few minutes was well within her capabilities. The kaleidoscopic pattern within Chika's eyes shimmered faintly, directly in front of him. Shimura Danzo beheld the mesmerizing design of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, and his own pupil trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The other eye, which did not belong to him, throbbed with a dull ache. You, of all people, have mastered the kaleidoscopic Sharingan? Danzo, burdened by the constraints of the shadow binding technique, struggled to part his lips and let out a growl. Had you not possessed this power, I would not have dared to confront you so openly. It has been utterly repugnant to play the obedient pawn beneath you all these years, but now, it is finally time to put an end to this charade. Xianxia laughed maniacally, as if to release all the frustrations accumulated over the past 4 years. Although she considered her acting skills to be exceptional and had a passion for performance, she only chose to partake in roles that delighted her. In her eyes, the script involving Shimura Danzo was undoubtedly a stroke of misfortune. The technique Izanagi required hand seals to activate. In your current state, can you even perform the seals? I doubt it, Xianxia remarked with a smile. Even with the power of 9 invincible states, as long as she prevented Shimura Danzo from activating his technique, it would suffice. Utilizing the divine transfer on him felt far too extravagant. Xianxia had no desire to employ such an ability against him. Shimura Danzo gritted his teeth, fully aware that Xianxia's words were indisputable. To activate Izanagi, one needed to form the seals of the rabbit, boar, and sheep, yet he found himself utterly immobilized. However, Shimura Danzo remained relatively composed. The shadow binding technique was a jutsu that led to mutual destruction. He could not move, and neither could Xianxia, unless the shadow clone technique. Xianxia seemed to have discerned the thoughts of Shimura Danzo, playfully uttering those few words. Of course, in his current state, it was impossible for him to summon a shadow clone. Thus, she had summoned it prior to her arrival and concealed it in advance. As Xianxia's voice faded, A shadow clone of her sprang forth. For the immobile Shimura Danzo, not only was Qianxia's shadow clone a considerable threat, but even an ordinary genin would pose significant danger. After all, Danzo was merely immortal. A thrust to the heart or a severed head would result in his immediate demise. Qianxia's shadow clone approached Shimura Danzo, slowly raising one of its hands. There is no greater cruelty in the world than witnessing the very thing you dread the most unfold before your eyes. While you can only stand helplessly, unable to take any action, Qianxia herself felt somewhat like a villain, yet during the act, she experienced no pangs of guilt whatsoever. It was time to bid farewell. In a flash of lightning, a swift sound pierced the air as Qianxia's hand penetrated the heart of Shimura Danzo. A torrent of crimson splattered forth, once a source of headache for Qianxia, now disposed of with such casual ease. Was it joy? Perhaps it was joy. But more than elation, what surged within Qianxia was a profound sense of relief. The first inevitable adversary in her plan had finally been vanquished. As Qianxia's shadow clone's hand pierced through Shimura Danzo, she swiftly extracted the Sharingan, belonging to Uchiha Shursui, from his eye. Farewell, Shimura Danzo. Qianxia, holding a kaleidoscope of Sharingan, gazed with disdain as the breath of life steadily ebbed away. Even as life approached its inevitable conclusion, Izanagi remained elusive for Shimura Danzo. Upon breaking the shadow binding technique, the root member erupted in fury, intent on avenging his master. Qianxia, however, felt no pity for her new groom. After deftly evading his initial strike, she pierced through his heart with precision, exclaiming, "To love him is to pierce his heart." What a cold jest it was, yet Qianxia found amusement in it. After piercing the hearts of two individuals, she mused to herself, "I am truly a demon." With a flick of her hand, she murmured softly. Once she had dealt with Shimura Danzo, Qianxia ultimately removed the ordinary Sharingan from his arm. Deep down, she felt a sense of revulsion, as it was genuinely distasteful. Yet to leave it behind would be a great waste. After summoning several bottles using her spiritual communication technique, Chika placed the Sharingan within them and subsequently utilized reverse summoning to send them back. As for Shimura Danzo and the corpse of the groom, Chika naturally opted to incinerate them. Fire release, great fireball technique. Renowned as the technique that cannot be extinguished, Chika now bestowed this skill upon the first and second heads. As she swiftly performed the hand seals, a massive blaze erupted from her mouth, engulfing the two corpses in flames. Henceforth, Konoha shall no longer bear the presence of Shimura Danzo. However, given his inherently enigmatic nature, his disappearance is unlikely to provoke significant repercussions. Qianxia returned home as if nothing had transpired. This battle yielded her a Mangeki Sharingan from Uchiha Shursui, along with a relatively stable life in Konoha. The other Mangeki Sharingan belonging to Uchiha Itachi I shall procure from you, and the blade at your waist I shall return to you as well. With unwavering determination, Qianxia returned home, while at the same moment, Uchiha Itachi, who had already joined the Akatsuki organization, unexpectedly sneezed. "How rare it is for you to sneeze," remarked a man with an exceptionally distinctive appearance, turning slightly to glance at Uchiha Itachi. Itachi, however, paid little mind to the sneeze. "It's merely an ordinary sneeze. After all, I am just a common person," he replied, waving his hand dismissively. "A common person? If you are a common person, then there is no one else in the world quite like you," the man beside Itachi retorted with a pout. Itachi furrowed his brow slightly but chose not to respond further, instead lifting his gaze to the sun high in the sky. "I wonder what Sasuke is doing right now? My time is limited. I must act swiftly." Chapter 55, Ninja School, Graduation. Even if I acquire the Mangeki Sharingan from Shimura Danzo, it will be of little use in the short term. I must find a way to obtain the Mangeki Sharingan from Uchiha Itachi. That should not be too troublesome. I hope. Qianxia has meticulously devised a plan. Should she encounter Uchiha Itachi once more, she will boldly extend a hand toward him. "Qianxia, brother, return my eyes." It is only reasonable for a brother to return his sister's eyes, is it not? Refusing would indeed be unreasonable. However, Qianxia could likely anticipate the outcome. Uchiha Itachi, no. Uchiha Itachi coldly rejected Qianxia's request, his expression as impassive as ever. Instantly, Qianxia erupted in anger, showing no regard for Itachi's feelings. She retaliated by striking his side and forcibly snatched the Sharingan from his grasp. Perfect. Deep in her thoughts, Qianxia snapped her fingers with delight, marveling at the perfection of her plan. "Once I unlock the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, my strength will undoubtedly ascend to the level of a super shadow. Even without the assistance of the Sage of Six Paths, I will possess formidable combat capabilities. As she returned home, Chinxia chuckled to herself, her fingers playing with the glass vial containing Uchiha Shirsui's kaleidoscope Sharingan. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, prompting her to hastily conceal the vial. Moments later, two figures, a blonde and a dark-haired boy, rushed into her line of sight. "Sister, you're back?" Chinxia observed as Naruto and Sasuke had both grown to over 1.5 meters tall. Though they still fell short of her height by 10 centimeters, a palpable sense of urgency welled within her. Just as Sasuke was about to speak, he noticed that Chinxia was clad in a kimono, and his excitement surged instantly. "Sister, why are you wearing that? What have you been up to today? I think I've heard from some old ladies that this attire is reserved for particularly significant occasions, only worn by women on special days, right?" Sasuke exclaimed with fervor. While Naruto looked on with curiosity, Chinxia awkwardly scratched her head, realizing that she should have changed her clothes before returning. Now, how could she explain her appearance? In truth, "Dear sister, I was seeking a companion, but I simply cannot utter such a falsehood. Just assume that I was engaged in a special mission and do not ponder further." Chinxia crossed her arms and shot a serious glare at the two, prompting Sasuke and Naruto to refrain from further inquiries. "Sister, tomorrow we will undertake our graduation examination, which merely involves assessing our proficiency in the transformation technique. It is truly a trivial task, devoid of any challenge," Sasuke remarked, comfortably seated to the right of Chinxia on the sofa, casually waving his hand. "As for the transformation technique, I must admit I am not particularly adept at it. However, I should manage just fine. I am merely curious about who our instructor will be. I hope they are a kind and approachable person." Naruto, positioned to Chinxia's left, displayed a hint of worry on his face, in response to the two who had unceremoniously taken their places beside her. Chinxia sighed in exasperation before playfully delivering a smack to each of their heads with her palm, reminiscent of the Buddha's touch. "While these little rascals have yet to outgrow me, I must seize the opportunity to play with them. Otherwise, I fear I may never have the chance again." Chinxia, with a heart full of melancholy, gently ruffled the hair of the two individuals. Soon enough, the next day arrived, the graduation assessment of the Ninja Academy. In the original narrative, Naruto struggled due to the malevolent influence of the Nine Tails within him, rendering ordinary training ineffective, resulting in a lack of progress in the shadow clone technique upon graduation. However, the current circumstances were markedly different. Both Naruto and Sasuke were recognized as prodigies within the academy, yet they remained troublemakers in the eyes of their teachers. During practical training, while other students engaged in battles, the teachers scrutinized their form and technique, all the while contemplating when to intervene. As the homeroom teacher of Naruto and Sasuke, Iruka let out a resigned sigh, glancing at the roster of student names in his hands. Upon realizing that it was soon their turn, he sighed even more deeply. Hinata Hyuga, somewhat anxious, hurried to the front of the evaluators. After showcasing her body replacement technique and clone technique, she prepared to demonstrate the transformation technique. With a series of hand seals, a plume of white smoke erupted, and as the mist dissipated, Chinxia emerged gracefully from within. "Hinata-chan, your transformation technique is remarkable. To transform into someone vastly different from oneself is no small feat," Iruka commented earnestly. Actually, the person I transformed into is a big sister I greatly admire. She is my future aspiration," the Hinata-inspired Chinxia responded with an adorably shy demeanor, embodying a delightful contrast. As Hinata exited the stage, Iruka's two nightmares strolled in from outside. "Are you two performing together? I prefer not to waste time. Let us proceed," Sasuke declared, arms crossed in a rather arrogant manner, causing the evaluators to wince slightly. They were aware of Sasuke's right to boast, as both he and Naruto had likely surpassed their teachers in terms of strength. Shadow clone technique. Sasuke symbolically created 2 clones, while Naruto, with a fraction of his chakra, produced several clones. Body replacement technique. With a swift hand seal, 2 wooden logs appeared with a crisp sound, executed with precision and simplicity. Transformation technique. The 2 locked eyes and decisively formed the seals for the transformation. Transformation technique. Bang, bang. As the white smoke erupted and dissipated, 2 identical beauties emerged from the mist. And indeed, it was Chika. However, the Chika transformed by Sasuke was reminiscent of the night of the massacre, her attire slightly tattered and her body stained with blood. Yet it was the moment Sasuke deemed his sister most striking. In contrast, Naruto's version of Chika donned the kimono she wore yesterday, purely because he found his sister to be extraordinarily mature and impressive in that outfit. If only she could wear it every day. The Naruto version of Chika broke into a silly grin, prompting the Sasuke version to quickly grasp Naruto's cheeks with both hands. Sasuke exclaimed, "Do not display such foolishness with my sister's face." Naruto replied, "Ouch, ouch, that hurts." Observing the playful banter between Naruto and Sasuke, Iruka and the others were left in a state of bewilderment, ultimately deciding to award them perfect scores. "You two may leave now," Iruka said weakly. The two continued to tug at each other's hair and faces, tumbling and bouncing out of the examination room. Chapter 56. Congratulations on graduation. The graduation rate of the Ninja Academy is inherently high, for the fundamental techniques of ninjutsu are not overly difficult to master. In the original story, there was a character named Mizuki who hinted at Naruto stealing the forbidden scrolls of Konoha. Mizuki remained unchanged, but Naruto had transformed, thus missing the opportunity. Haha, tomorrow we will receive our genin headbands, and from then on, we shall be genin. Naruto exclaimed joyfully, throwing his arm around Sasuke's neck. Sasuke, with a look of disdain, quickly shrugged off Naruto's arm, saying, "Why are you so excited over merely becoming genin? With our current abilities, we would be quite justified as Chunin." Indeed, both of them had surpassed the threshold of genin strength, ranking among the formidable in the Chunin category. Sasuke's Sharingan had progressed from a single tomo to a double tomo, a slight change, seemingly attributed to a nightmare he had about the night of the massacre. Naruto, as always, was reluctant to disturb the seal of the Nine Tails, leaving his continued growth in the capable hands of Jiraiya. "Sasuke, do you think Chika will prepare a grand feast for us?" "A grand feast? Dream on. A hamburger would be a remarkable treat. Considering Chika's cooking, beware of her black pepper steak. I would gladly eat even a black pepper steak." With their hands tucked in their pockets, Sasuke wore a composed demeanor while Naruto, hands clasped behind his head, laughed heartily as they strode confidently back to the Uchiha residence. True to Sasuke's expectations, to celebrate their successful graduation, Chika had prepared 2 enormous hamburgers, each layered with double beef. The two exchanged glances, shrugging in unison, their expressions reflecting a sense of inevitability. "What's wrong? Not satisfied? How could we be?" The hamburgers made by sister are the most delicious. As 2 individuals grasped their hamburgers, they began to devour them with hearty enthusiasm. The flavor was unremarkable, yet the mere fact that it was crafted by Chika made them feel they would never tire of it throughout their lives. Meanwhile, the other students from Naruto and Sasuke's class gradually returned home, each bearing the fruits of their successful graduation. Among them, Hinata Hyuga was particularly elated. Having successfully transformed into Chika's likeness during the transformation technique examination. Father, I have become a genin," Hinata exclaimed as she hurried home. Upon hearing this news, Hayashi Hyuga joyfully extended his arms to lift her up. Ever since the incident of Hinata's abduction, the rift between father and daughter had been bridged, transforming their once frosty relationship into a warm and nurturing bond. Indeed, it seemed that Hayashi had developed a hint of fatherly obsession. "Sister, congratulations." Hinata's younger sister, Hanabi, shyly offered her blessings before swiftly darting away, a truly adorable child. After Hayashi twirled Hinata around in a joyful spin, he finally set her down. "Hinata, keep striving. You are the future of the Hyuga clan, and I am confident that you will soon become an exceptional jonin and even a remarkable head of the Hyuga family." Hayashi gently tousled Hinata's hair, speaking with affection. I will certainly become a strong warrior like Sister Chika," Hinata replied with a bright smile, causing Hayashi to be momentarily overwhelmed with exasperation. "Shinshia? Oh, the girl from the Uchiha clan. When did Hinata become associated with that girl?" Nevertheless, this does not bode well. However, Hinata Hizashi, observing Hinata's joyful demeanor, hesitated to dampen her spirits. Fortunately, Shinshia possesses a relatively good reputation, so Hizashi is not excessively concerned that Shinshia might lead his daughter astray. "Shinshia, I'm merely jesting. If I truly wished to lead your daughter astray, she would not only possess the strength of a budding Chunin, but could also transform into a miniature powerhouse." Hinata Hizashi, a miniature powerhouse? Shinshia regards Hinata, such a soft and adorable girl, as a precious resource in this world. How could one recklessly destroy such a beautiful creation? Shinshia serves as a representative of the otaku culture. Over the past 4 years, she has gradually endeavored to transform the cultural landscape of Konoha, with the concept of figurines steadily gaining popularity. However, Shinshia finds it perplexing that so many of these figurines are modeled after her own likeness. Before long, the following day arrived, marking the graduation of the Ninja Academy students, who were presented with their genin headbands, accompanied by their respective instructors. This segment of the narrative parallels the original storyline, as Qianxia refrained from intervening in this matter. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, along with Kakashi, were expected to gather. Sakura arrived at the meeting place quite early, yet she found herself waiting for an extended period without sight of Naruto and Sasuke, while Kakashi was nowhere to be found. Where could they be? Sakura blinked in confusion, unaware that at that moment, Naruto and Sasuke were comfortably lounging at home. It was not that they were reluctant to venture out. Rather, they had been intercepted by Qianxia when they attempted to leave. Don't worry. Your teacher is unlikely to arrive anytime soon. Do you really wish to stand outside under the blazing sun? Upon hearing Qianxia's words, Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances and immediately shook their heads vigorously. Sister, are you well acquainted with our teacher? Acquainted? Not really. Upon the mere thought of Kakashi, Chika puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Throughout the past 4 years, she had incessantly probed Kakashi, yet she had been unable to extract the Chidori from him. Kakashi? Familiar? Apologies, I am not acquainted. Observing their elder sister's perturbed expression, Sasuke and Naruto refrained from further inquiries. After all, resting was a beneficial endeavor. So they chose to forego outdoor activities and continued to meditate at home. After approximately half an hour had elapsed, Chika finally waved her hand, signaling that they could venture outside. Oh, by the way, your teacher will likely assess you soon, probably with a bell test. At that moment, do not hold back. Your opponent is a Jonin, impervious to defeat, so give it your all. As Chika spoke, a devilish smile graced her lips, prompting Sasuke and Naruto to inwardly scoff, realizing she was indeed someone they recognized. Nevertheless, they felt a surge of excitement at her request. During this period, both had experienced significant growth, yet aside from sparring, they lacked other outlets for their pent-up energy. As shinobi, their spirits were ablaze with fervor. Sister, we are off. With unyielding determination, Naruto and Sasuke exited the Uchiha residence, heading towards their designated meeting place. Meanwhile, Kakashi, who had intentionally arrived late, closed the little yellow book in his hands, affectionately dubbed Paradise. It was time to meet those 3 youngsters. Chapter 57, Battle with Kakashi 1. Kakashi assumed that by the time he arrived, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura would have already gathered at the agreed-upon location, possibly even growing a bit impatient. However, upon reaching the rendezvous point, he found Naruto and Sasuke arriving right on time, leaving only Sakura in a state of agitation, with a smile adorning her face. Sakura conjured an image of a colossal deity in her mind, fervently criticizing their tardiness. Yet she restrained herself from voicing her thoughts in an effort to maintain her composure in front of Sasuke. Qianxia, your gracefulness is rather lacking. At such a moment, one should smile and deliver a couple of playful punches to the tardy individual. A lady is entitled to her fiery spirit. Enduring grievances is not the hallmark of femininity. Even a clay figurine possesses a spark of spirit. Being skilled in combat does not preclude one from being a lady. However, it is worth noting that Qianxia's theoretical framework is merely for reference. To embody her vision of a lady requires immense courage. Sakura, with a gentle smile, inquired of Sasuke, "Why are you so late?" Sasuke, arms crossed, responded politely, "Because we knew our teacher would inevitably be late." Kakashi paused momentarily, taken aback. But upon realizing that Qianxia was their elder sister, he quickly regained his composure. "It appears that Qianxia has divulged my tactics to you. Please do not misconstrue my intentions. My aim was to provide you with the opportunity to understand one another better, not to deliberately leave you waiting." Kakashi raised a finger to clarify. Yet whether they believed him was another matter entirely, as both Sasuke and Naruto harbored doubts. Observing the lack of trust emanating from his fledgling disciples, Kakashi coughed awkwardly. Fortunately, he thought, restoring their faith was still within reach. He then produced 2 golden bells from his pocket and stated casually, "Today's challenge is to seize these bells from me before noon. Those who fail to do so will forfeit their lunch and be bound to that wooden post." Watching me enjoy my bento, Sakura gasped at Kakashi's words, exclaiming, "What an utterly diabolical demand. How could one possibly snatch a bell from a genin?" Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke gradually recognized that there were only 2 bells in Kakashi's possession. Sasuke remarked, "I see now." Naruto added, "Thankfully, Qianxia has orchestrated something similar before. With only 2 bells, I must secure one of them." Prior to this moment, Qianxia had employed a similar tactic, holding a bell and declaring that whoever failed to grasp it would miss dinner. The absence of dinner was not the primary concern. What mattered was that none wished to concede to the other, and the sentiment remained unchanged. As Sakura observed Naruto and Sasuke whispering, she blinked in disbelief. She was not naive, but this seemed rather harsh. Kakashi-sensei, you can't be serious, can you? Apologies, it is indeed as you imagine. There are but 2 bells, allowing only 2 individuals to pass, while the other must return to the ninja academy for retraining. Kakashi, with his characteristic half-moon eyes, remarked, intending to instill a modicum of fear in the trio. However, the effect was rather negligible, with only Sakura appearing genuinely startled. Well, any means will suffice. Shuriken. Kunai, provided you harbor no intent to kill me, securing these 2 bells will be quite the challenge, Kakashi concluded, clutching the bells firmly in his grasp. Ready, set, begin. The moment his words fell, Sasuke's eyes sharpened, and the tomo of his Sharingan unfurled. Fire style, grand fireball technique. Sasuke inhaled deeply, unleashing a massive fireball that erupted forth. The sheer diameter of this inferno caused Kakashi's eyes to widen in disbelief. Is this the size one can produce right after graduation? Kakashi mused, expecting Sasuke to conjure a fireball roughly his own size. Yet, the one before him was 2 or 3 times larger. Without delay, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique to evade the approaching fireball. Sasuke, with a swift flick of his gaze, formed a series of hand seals and hurled a shuriken with remarkable speed. Shadow clone shuriken technique. The shuriken, as it flew through the air, transformed into dozens, if not hundreds, of duplicates, emerging amidst a cloud of smoke. Kakashi quickly formed seals of his own, inhaling deeply as he unleashed another grand fireball to consume the barrage of shuriken. This scale of grand fireball, alongside the shadow clone shuriken technique, how considerate of you to train your younger comrades, Chika, Kakashi mused, perching himself on a branch of a large tree. Pondering the rigorous training Sasuke must have undergone under Chika's guidance. Suddenly, a sense of alarm surged through Kakashi, his hair standing on end as his internal warning bells clamored. He activated the body flicker technique once more, and barely 0.1 seconds after his departure, Naruto lunged into the very spot he had just vacated. Realizing his opportunity had slipped away, Naruto promptly employed the multiple shadow clone technique, summoning a multitude of clones amidst a flurry of smoke, with hundreds of Narutos emerging. Hey, that many? Kakashi furrowed his brow, feeling the weight of a headache merely from the sight of such numbers. Naruto barrage. Naruto, leveraging the strength of his clones, moved with remarkable agility even mid-air, a feat difficult to fathom for a freshly graduated Chunin. As Naruto's clones engaged Kakashi in a whirlwind of activity, Sasuke was not idle. He had already prepared his next jutsu. Fire style, grand fire extinguishing technique. Fire release, a B-rank ninjutsu, possesses a remarkable potency that distinguishes it among all fire release techniques. It is a formidable skill that is both easily learned and powerful. This was discovered by Chika while sorting through the remnants of Uchiha's ninjutsu legacy. The ruthless upper echelons of Konoha, following the Uchiha clan's annihilation, confiscated much of their wealth. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan's vast resources ensured that, despite significant losses, many valuable artifacts remained. As Sasuke unleashed a fireball even larger than the Great Fireball technique, its essence was exponentially more potent, instantly engulfing Kakashi and all of Naruto's shadow clones. Sasuke, that was too harsh, Naruto exclaimed. They're just shadow clones, after all. And don't you dare say gotcha when you ambush someone. If you hadn't said anything, your last attack might have succeeded. Momentum. Momentum is crucial. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged banter, while Sakura stood dumbfounded behind them. Why are you two so exceptional, despite being mere graduates? Chapter 58, Battle Against Kakashi 2. Although Sakura had earnestly trained following Chika's guidance, her efforts were on an entirely different level compared to Naruto and Sasuke. While Sakura could be considered an outstanding graduate, Naruto and Sasuke had both attained the rank of Elite Ch-Nin, and together, they were virtually unstoppable against anyone below the J-Nin level. I thought I had caught up a little, Sakura mused. As the explosive smoke cleared, Kakashi, who had been struck by Sasuke's great fireball technique, landed awkwardly on the ground. His expression was one of disarray. This scenario had not unfolded as he had envisioned. How did your older sister teach you? You two are like little monsters, Kakashi exclaimed, brushing off the dust. Though he had not sustained any serious injury, his astonishment was palpable and his reputation had plummeted. Unable to utilize the Sharingan against these two youngsters, he realized he needed to employ genuine skills to contend with them. Taking a deep breath, Kakashi prepared to showcase some true prowess. He swiftly formed hand seals and executed the shadow clone technique. with a series of loud pops. 3 or 4 Kakashi clones materialized around him. Fire release, great fireball technique. Countless massive fireballs erupted forth. A torrent of flames that Kakashi would not dare unleash against students incapable of using body flicker technique. Yet, he had overlooked something. Sasuke could use it. And Naruto likely could as well. And then there was Sakura, oh no. Realization struck Kakashi just as Naruto and Sasuke positioned themselves protectively in front of Sakura. Opting for a direct confrontation. Lightning release, black thunder, black slash. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, invoking the ninjutsu that Kakashi had taught to Chika, who subsequently imparted it to Sasuke. A surge of black lightning erupted from Sasuke, manifesting as a shadowy thunder leopard that collided forcibly with the overwhelming flames. The clash of thunder and fire culminated in an explosion. A resounding blast emanated from the epicenter of the collision. However, most of the shockwaves surged towards Sasuke, who promptly employed Earth Release, Earth Flow Wall to shield himself from the explosive winds. Kakashi, witnessing this scene, let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he had withstood the onslaught. Though he did not anticipate any grave incidents, it would certainly be undesirable for the outcome to necessitate a visit to the Konoha hospital. As the white smoke of the explosion began to dissipate, countless shadow clones of Naruto surged forth from the haze, previously only 100, now nearly 1,000. The nimble Naruto clones swiftly approached Kakashi, and as Kakashi continued to dispel Naruto's shadow clones, new ones were incessantly created. Kakashi felt overwhelmed. This disparity in chakra illuminated for him the essence of innate talent. For of my level? No, it is likely much more. The Uzumaki clan inherently possesses an impressive reservoir of chakra and vitality. Indeed, some members of the Uzumaki clan wield chakra that rivals that of tailed beasts. Coupled with the chakra of the Nine Tails residing within Naruto, if Naruto were to fully master his chakra alongside that of the Nine Tails, then even using Kakashi as a benchmark would render any comparison with him laughably inadequate. Kakashi pondered this matter, subconsciously underestimating the Naruto clones he effortlessly dispatched. Yet, the true Naruto was cleverly concealed among the clones, waiting for the opportune moment. Aha! An opportunity. The real Naruto, positioned behind Kakashi, focused intently. His palm unfurling as a sphere gradually formed atop it, shielded by the vision of the other shadow clones. Spiraling sphere. After Chika had audaciously learned this technique from Jiraiya, she was now able to confidently teach it to Naruto. Naruto, having not practiced for long, was well equipped, having already mastered the extraordinary technique of multiple shadow clones for training. With hundreds of clones working in concert, his experience accumulated swiftly, allowing Naruto to quickly grasp this ninjutsu. It is worth mentioning that Sasuke had also mastered this technique, albeit he was not particularly fond of using it. Sasuke remarked, "This orb-like ninjutsu lacks flair. I prefer my lightning techniques." Truly, he was a boy who relished in showing off. As Naruto completed his charge, with the cooperation of numerous shadow clones, his spiraling sphere was unleashed with precision. At a critical juncture, Kakashi reacted, but upon seeing the jutsu in Naruto's hands, his eyes trembled as if struck by an earthquake. Although surprised, Kakashi swiftly responded, resulting in him being merely knocked back rather than injured. However, the fate of the two bells was uncertain, as they were knocked from Kakashi's person to the ground. Sasuke leisurely bent down to retrieve the bells, smiling as he remarked, "Kakashi-sensei, we have obtained the bells." Kakashi blinked in disbelief. He never imagined his bells would be taken from him. Initially, his plan was simply to teach them a lesson, to make them aware of the vastness of the world, while also testing their qualities as ninjas. Bells? It was a jest. After all, he was Kakashi, a jonin. Kakashi sighed heavily, resigned to the outcome. Realizing he could only blame himself for not taking the situation seriously from the outset and for underestimating his opponents. One of the bells was tossed to Naruto, leaving Sakura alone and bewildered, standing in place as the wind stung her face painfully. "You guys, what about Kakashi-sensei?" Sakura bit her lip. A myriad of words caught in her throat, as the scene before her starkly contrasted with her expectations. She had thought today would merely be an introduction to their future instructor, a harmonious interaction, yet it had devolved into this. Everyone was so strong. I feel so weak. Tears streamed uncontrollably from the corners of Sakura's eyes. Observing this, Kakashi sighed resignedly and approached Sakura, gently ruffling her hair. "Kakashi-sensei, if I work hard, will I be able to catch up to those two in the future?" Sakura asked, her head held high despite her tears. As a teacher, Kakashi should have assured her, "Of course, you can do it." Yet, he knew that such a response would be laden with falsehoods. Ultimately, Kakashi could not answer Sakura's question. choosing instead to respond with silence, which conveyed the harsh truth of her inquiry. Chapter 59. Take care. I understand, but despite that, I still want to try. Perhaps there is still a chance for me to catch up to them, right, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura, with her eyes closed, appeared to be speaking to Kakashi, yet in truth, she was addressing herself. After all, this was a significant goal for her. Should this aspiration vanish, she feared that her path forward would become exceedingly arduous. Kakashi remained silent. Dreams are often splendid, but reality can be unforgiving. In the world of ninjas, lineage and talent are of paramount importance. However, recalling that his mentor, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was also a genius born of humble origins, he wished to instill a glimmer of hope in Sakura. Despite his sharp tongue, Kakashi's heart softened, and he could not bring himself to send Sakura back to the Ninja Academy. Thus, the trio began to form. Though Kakashi's authority as their instructor could not be compared to that of the original narrative, Kakashi pondered. Why does this assessment feel less about evaluating their potential as ninjas and more about assessing my worthiness as their teacher? All right, to celebrate your initiation as my beloved students, I shall treat you all to a meal. How about barbecue? Kakashi swiftly adjusted his mindset and smiled at the trio. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances. They were rather weary of barbecue, for after all, a hamburger is merely bread, meat, and more bread, perhaps with a touch of lettuce and cheese. Let us have ramen instead. This suggestion was well received, and Sasuke, unusually, supported Naruto's proposal. Kakashi had no objections either, knowing that ramen was considerably more economical than barbecue. Who wouldn't he want to save some money? Then let us proceed. Naruto, lead the way. Absolutely, leave it to me. Naruto grinned as he enthusiastically took the lead, guiding them towards Ichiraku Ramen, which would eventually become a renowned establishment in Konoha. At this moment, however, Ichiraku was merely a modest street-side eatery. As Naruto boldly lifted the curtain of Ichiraku Ramen, Uncle Ichiraku immediately raised his head to look over, and upon recognizing Naruto, a smile illuminated his face. Ah, it's Naruto. Well then, Uncle Ichiraku, let us start with 3 bowls of ramen, shall we? Sister, you're here too. Naruto greeted Uncle Ichiraku. But before he could finish his salutation, he suddenly noticed that Chika was also inside, quietly savoring her ramen. What do you mean? Why can't I come here to eat ramen? Chika continued to eat her noodles without even glancing up. She was entirely unfazed by Naruto's presence. The Ichiraku Ramen shop was a place as familiar to him as the dawn is to a new day. Naruto's appearances were never surprising. Naruto and Sasuke swiftly entered the Ichiraku Ramen shop, promptly occupying the seats to Chika's left and right. Sakura and Kakashi paused momentarily, left with the remaining 2 seats. Once settled, Kakashi turned to his right to gaze at Chika, who was enjoying her ramen. Despite the 2-seat gap, it felt to Kakashi as though an entire world separated them. It feels so distant, he mused. Kakashi had initially intended to engage Chika in conversation, but at this distance, he could only swallow his words in resignation. Perhaps I should focus on my noodles first. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura placed their orders, while Kakashi was left to foot the bill. At first, Kakashi believed he would only be spending the equivalent of a small task reward. But as he witnessed Naruto's relentless ordering of bowls, he felt his grip on his wallet tremble. Another bowl, Naruto exclaimed. Good grief, Kakashi sighed. With each bowl consumed, Kakashi's hand quivered slightly, prompting a look of bewilderment from Sakura, who wondered if her teacher was experiencing some form of seizure. Thank you for your patronage. The total comes to 10,000 yen. Uncle Ichiraku announced, causing Kakashi to nearly drop his wallet. While 10,000 yen was not an exorbitant amount, the thought of spending it solely on ramen was astonishing. Kakashi sighed in defeat. What else could he do but pay? He handed over the money to Uncle Ichiraku, resulting in Naruto and the others being satiated while Uncle Ichiraku profited immensely, leaving Kakashi's wallet the only casualty. As they exited the Ichiraku Ramen shop, the clock read 3 in the afternoon. Kakashi glanced at Chika, who was also emerging from inside. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to call out to her. Chika, I have something I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, really? That's fine, she replied. Shinxia had not contemplated refusal. She gently patted Naruto and Sasuke on the shoulders, urging them to return home first. Subsequently, she and Kakashi proceeded in the opposite direction, moving toward a quieter area. Shinxia, please exercise caution lately. Shimura Danzo has been keeping a close watch on you, hasn't he? In my understanding of him, the fact that he has yet to act against you is certainly indicative of ulterior motives. He may be biding his time, awaiting the opportune moment to reap the greatest benefits, Kakashi spoke gravely, walking alongside Qianxia. He considered himself somewhat knowledgeable about both Qianxia and the nature of Shimura Danzo. It struck him as remarkable that Danzo had not yet taken action against her. It could be today, tomorrow, or the day after. It certainly will not exceed half a year. Be wary of Shimura Danzo and his subordinates from root. This was the warning Kakashi intended to convey to Qianxia, as he did not wish for her to fall victim to Danzo's sinister grasp. However, upon hearing Kakashi's words, Qianxia, who had previously worn an expression akin to a blank slate, suddenly erupted into laughter. You mean Shimura Danzo? What of him? Kakashi looked at her in confusion, unable to comprehend the reason for her sudden mirth. In his mind, Qianxia should have responded with a serious acknowledgement, saying she understood. This was not entirely Kakashi's fault, as Danzo was known for his enigmatic demeanor, and it had not been long since Qianxia had dispatched him. The news of Danzo's demise had yet to circulate widely. You think Danzo is still alive, prompting me to remain vigilant? I am afraid that is not the case. It has already concluded. Naturally, Qianxia had no intention of divulging this matter to Kakashi. Qianxia? Kakashi? Are we that familiar? For years, and still unable to master the Chidori. Qianxia smiled at Kakashi beside her and said, Thank you for your reminder. I will certainly pay more attention to Shimura Danzo. I appreciate it. With an enigmatic smile, Qianxia gently patted Kakashi's shoulder, leaving him utterly perplexed. Kakashi blinked in confusion, his mind seemingly adorned with 3 large question marks. What on earth was happening? Chapter 60. Qianxia's departure. Shimura Danzo stood as the inaugural obstacle in Qianxia's intricate plan. Overcoming this challenge would lead her to confront the Akatsuki organization. However, Qianxia's sentiments towards the Akatsuki, or more specifically, Nagato's methods, were rather complex. How should one articulate this? Compassion alone cannot usher in peace, and those who are oblivious to suffering cannot truly comprehend what genuine peace entails. Ultimately, Nagato's approach is an endeavor to bear the weight of all sins upon himself. Aspiring to become the deity uniting nations against a common foe, he seeks to wield the power of tailed beasts to create a human-made nuclear bomb, employing absolute terror to quell the desires for war among all. Qianxia believes that this is a useful yet suboptimal approach. While Nagato's actions may indeed foster unity among the inhabitants of the ninja world, such a peaceful existence is permeated with an atmosphere of fear. Imagine a reality where a single nation possesses nuclear weapons and harbors malevolent intentions. Can one truly find solace in such peace? Undoubtedly, there are merits to Nagato's philosophy. Yet Qianxia is neither a politician nor does she possess Naruto's eloquence. It is simply unacceptable to passively witness the unfolding of this narrative as depicted in the original work. Action must be taken to alter this storyline. After parting ways with Kakashi, Qianxia pondered this matter on her journey home. Despite her earnest efforts to devise a solution, she candidly acknowledges that even she does not believe herself capable of formulating the perfect idea. Qianxia, indeed, matters concerning politics can be quite troublesome. Verbal sparring is equally vexing. Perhaps it is best to resort to my righteous iron fist. Just before returning to the Uchiha residence, Qianxia successfully devised Plan A. Plan A: swiftly seek out the Akatsuki organization, strike at its core, and await the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow to Nagato with my socialist humanitarian modification fist. Qianxia. Perfect. What a perfect mess. Qianxia stepped into the Uchiha residence, where Naruto and Sasuke were engrossed in meditative practices to refine their chakra. Although Kakashi expressed surprise and curiosity about how Qianxia managed to teach the two of them, the truth was that she had done little more than impart some foundational knowledge in the early stages. Both were prodigies, their trajectories of growth ascending in a linear fashion. At this point, Qianxia even felt she might become a burden to them. As the original storyline progressed, the two boys' rate of development would only continue to accelerate. After all, from age 12 to 17 in the original narrative, they transformed from mere genin to levels akin to the 6 paths. It was time to take her leave. Though she felt a tinge of reluctance, remaining by their side would likely result in mutual detriment for both Qianxia and the boys, Naruto and Sasuke. Qianxia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. As she opened them, her gaze was filled with resolve. Time ticked by, and Naruto and Sasuke gradually emerged from their meditative state. Excellent. I can feel my chakra has increased once more. Really? Please, your chakra is already abundant enough. To be able to enhance it so effortlessly is quite extraordinary, Sasuke remarked, casting a discontented glance at the boastful Naruto. Though his own chakra had indeed risen, it was merely a slight improvement, and he sensed that he had hit a plateau. Sasuke, Naruto, come here. I have something to discuss with you. Qianxia called to the two, who promptly hurried over, their anticipation high, believing she had some good news to share. However, once they heard what she had to say, the expressions on their faces shifted drastically, as if they had donned masks of despair. Sis, are you leaving? Yes, it's not for a mission, but I do need to step out for a while. It will be at least a few months. While I am away, you both must continue to train diligently, understand? Qianxia gently caressed the heads of Naruto and Sasuke, offering them solace. To be honest, she felt less like an elder sister and more like a nurturing mother within the household. It was quite burdensome, having to worry about this and that. However, Naruto was inherently strong, and after years of guidance, Sasuke's temperament had stabilized considerably, making it unlikely for him to encounter significant issues. This time, there was no room for detours. The following day, dawn broke. Qianxia, after a long absence, swiftly freed herself from the confines of her bedding and began to organize her belongings. This was certainly not an abrupt departure. She had made arrangements with Naruto and Sasuke the day before. Abrupt farewells belong to melodramatic narratives, and Qianxia has always been averse to such cliché developments. It is not a matter of life and death. She would return in merely a few months. Clothes, trousers, provisions, and yes, money. Would 100,000 suffice? Well, it should be adequate. Having prepared sufficiently, it was time to embark on her journey. Qianxia took a deep breath, slung a slightly bulging backpack over her shoulders, and was ready to set off. Was this preparation for a travel adventure? Any seasoned traveler would likely assume that Qianxia was preparing for a life of wandering, though a vagabond would hardly carry such a sum of money. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke lay on their beds, their eyes heavy with dark circles. They had spent the entire night awake, as their beloved sister was about to leave for several months. Her previous longest absence had only been just over a month. I'm fine, Sasuke muttered into his pillow, attempting to reassure himself. Naruto, sprawled out with limbs akimbo, stared blankly at the ceiling. His reaction was less intense than Sasuke's, yet Qianxia's impending journey undeniably weighed heavily on him. Qianxia could roughly anticipate the reactions of the two individuals. However, she remained unperturbed. After all, these two little ones were graced with the aura of protagonists. How could they possibly falter due to her? No, that was simply inconceivable. Qianxia took a deep breath as she hoisted her backpack, then stepped forward, crossing the threshold of the Uchiha residence. From her pocket, she retrieved a scroll and unfurled it, revealing the locations of numerous underground bounty organizations. It had cost her a significant sum to gather this information, but now, armed with this knowledge, she felt she had a preliminary objective. Qianxia scrutinized the places documented on the scroll, murmuring softly to herself. The Akatsuki organization may be shrouded in mystery, yet for Qianxia, who stood upon the shoulders of giants, there were still traces to follow. For instance, Haiden and Kaku, two individuals notorious for hunting those with high bounties to exchange for rewards at these underground organizations. Very well, time to set off. Holding a scroll, Qianxia swiftly vanished outside the gates of the Uchiha estate using a teleportation technique, racing towards the nearest underground bounty organization. Chapter 61. The underground bounty organization. 3 hours had elapsed since Qianxia departed from Konoha. Naruto and Sasuke had also risen from their bedding, reluctantly confronting the reality that Qianxia was indeed gone. Following their graduation from the Ninja Academy, their lives had revolved around accompanying their mentor, Kakashi, to undertake various ranks of missions. However, considering Naruto and Sasuke's current prowess far exceeded that of a mere genin, Kakashi could not restrict them to trivial C-rank tasks involving the capture of stray animals. Yet, A-rank missions seemed somewhat excessive. What a dilemma! 2 elite Chunin. Along with Sakura, what level of mission should they accept? Kakashi lamented, rubbing his temples in frustration. As he finalized the mission details and approached the trio, his expression fell dramatically. Naruto and Sasuke appeared as though they had been wronged of millions, radiating an aura of negativity. Kakashi, hey. Sasuke, oh. Naruto, Kakashi pondered. What on earth is wrong with these two? He scratched the back of his head, feeling the weight of his responsibilities as a mentor becoming increasingly burdensome. That night, Qianxia sprinted across the land with the agility of a ninja, her destination, the nearest underground bounty organization recorded in the scroll, now within reach. Fortunately, she employed a transformation technique to alter her appearance. After a moment of contemplation, she realized that in such a clandestine environment, a female identity would indeed be a disadvantage. A male guise would be preferable, ideally resembling an inconspicuous passerby. She swiftly dismissed the notion of adopting a character like Kakashi, as that would be too conspicuous. Instead, she settled on the persona of Moonlight Gale, a member of Konoha's Umbu. Though his role in the Naruto series was limited, he remained a familiar figure among fans. Not for his looks or strength, but rather due to a particular meme. Gale passed away in the Gale arc. Yet, this was merely a meme. As Moonlight Gale had actually met his demise prior to the events of that arc, Xianxia advanced swiftly under the moonlight, soon arriving at the nearest underground bounty organization. In this place, numerous individuals bore bounties, some for capture alive, while others merely required elimination. Upon entering this clandestine establishment, Xianxia discovered several familiar faces adorning the bounty wall. Hinata, Kakashi, my guy. Goodness, each one more formidable than the last. Xianxia glanced at the exorbitant bounty notices, clearing her throat awkwardly. What significance do these high prices hold when no one possesses the strength to resolve them? Hinata Hyuga is one thing, but Kakashi? Is the balance of power in the ninja world truly a jest? My guy? With merely the opening of the sixth gate, he attains a level of strength rivaling that of a shadow ninja. Upon the opening of the seventh gate, he embraces youth without regret. As Xianxia continued to read, she was suddenly taken aback to discover that a bounty had been placed on her head. Uchiha Xianxia, female, 17 years old, an orphan of the Uchiha clan. Estimated strength, Jonin, bounty, 5 million. Capture alive. If dead, at least preserve her eyes. Goodness, merely 5 million for my capture? Am I truly that inexpensive? Xianxia mused softly, her voice tinged with sarcasm. In her eyes, she deemed herself worth at least 10 million. Bah, I am priceless. Xianxia felt a surge of frustration, to the point where she almost reached out to tear down her own wanted poster from the wall. Yet, she ultimately restrained herself. Furthermore, this bounty could indeed be turned to her advantage. Xianxia stroked her chin with one hand, a devilish smile gracing her face. As she activated her would-clone technique, she swiftly bound the rope and tossed it towards the underground bounty organization. Upon receiving the bounty, she would immediately dispel the technique. If her adversaries harbored malicious intent, she would ensnare them all at once. Hiki, a delightful windfall of 5 million awaits. Xianxia smiled to herself, nearly forgetting the purpose of her journey. She then lowered her head and immersed herself in the crowd, keenly observing for any signs of Fadewan or Jiao. It mattered not that they were absent here. After all, this was merely the first stop. The scroll in Xianxia's hand contained numerous locations yet to be explored, and perhaps she would encounter them along her path. Xianxia expressed that she maintains a positive mindset, having already prepared herself for a prolonged battle. Indeed, it is improbable to encounter the likes of Fadewan and Jiao at the very first attempt. This is not a mere Ichiraka ramen shop, where one frequently encounters Naruto. Xianxia's inner grievances had yet to be fully expressed when she suddenly extended her hand to rub her eyes, nearly manifesting her Sharingan. Amidst a throng of enigmatic figures clad in dark robes within the underground bounty organization, two individuals instantly captured Xianxia's attention. While others might overlook them, could Xianxia be oblivious? It was Haiden and Kakuzu. What extraordinary luck I possess. Alas, if only the world of Naruto had a lottery. I would undoubtedly rely on this fortune to win the grand prize and reap substantial rewards. Xianxia's excitement was utterly uncontainable, compelling her to lower her head as she followed the two individuals at a measured pace. Before long, they departed from the underground bounty organization's base. Fadewan and Jiao continued to walk side by side, yet they both sensed an unusual presence trailing behind them. A rabbit? Of course, it was a person. Are you foolish? Beneath their cloaks, Fadewan and Jiao exchanged glances, and with a shared countdown in their minds, they abruptly turned to launch a surprise attack on the peculiar entity following them. In an instant, Fadewan hurled his scythe with a swift motion, while Jiao raised his arms, sending forth his fist with a resounding thud, accompanied by a multitude of dark lines. Suddenly, a shadow darted past them, evading both the scythe and the dark lines, and materialized in a position directly opposite to the two. Do not be so tense. I bear no malice. Had I intended harm, it would have been I who struck first, not you, wouldn't it? Xianxia gazed at the two individuals with a serene smile, undeterred by the circumstances. Similarly, Fadewan exhibited no hint of trepidation. Setting aside their extraordinary abilities, could they possibly feel anxious in a 2-against-1 scenario? How intriguing it is that they dared to follow us, utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. With a swift motion, Fei Wan flung his arm, and the scythe promptly returned to his grasp. With a smile gracing her lips, Qianxia slowly raised a hand before the two individuals before her. Would you two like to become my subordinates? Chapter 62, Qianxia's Strategy. What? Fei Wan's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth uttering a prolonged, incredulous ha. Meanwhile, beside him, Zhao Du displayed an expression of disbelief. Is she actually here to recruit us? Ha. Is this person a fool? As for me, I am indifferent to the organization I belong to. My faith lies with the great evil deity. My allegiance to a particular faction merely depends on whether it brings me joy. However, the one above me must undoubtedly be strong. Fei Wan laughed heartily, casting a disdainful glance at Qianxia. Most members of the Akatsuki were subdued by pain's might, thus a change of leadership necessitated strength. Rest assured, I am quite powerful. Qianxia replied with her eyes narrowed, yet she still bore the appearance of the Moonlight Gale, rendering her words somewhat unconvincing. Moonlight Gale, do I truly look so ordinary? Qianxia, yes. At that moment, Fei Wan's lips curled into a smirk as he gripped his scythe, his body slightly bending forward, and the moonlight in his eyes transformed into a stark, exposed prey. Let me see just how formidable you truly are, Fei Wan declared, his foot pressing down as he charged towards Qianxia at an astonishing speed. Since this was a formal battle, maintaining his transformation was not feasible. Suddenly, a burst of white smoke erupted, and Qianxia emerged, kunai in hand, clashing against Fei Wan's scythe. Ah, still a striking beauty, Fei Wan remarked, though in truth, he was not particularly attracted to women. His mind was consumed by the thoughts of murder as a cultist, viewing men and women as indistinguishable. Fei Wan swung his massive scythe wildly at Qianxia, but she exhibited remarkable agility, skillfully maneuvering around his weapon, not allowing even the slightest chance for his blade to graze her skin. Fei Wan, originally hailing from the land of water, devoted to a malevolent deity, had undergone inhumane experiments that granted him the unparalleled gift of immortality. Unlike Qianxia's rapid regeneration as a sage of the thousand hands, Fei Wan's immortality was absolute. Even if his head were severed, he would still survive. However, the most troublesome aspect was his ability to share damage by consuming the blood of others. Should he stab himself in the waist, his opponent would experience the same injury. This was indeed a formidable challenge, yet it was also the least concerning. As long as he was denied the opportunity to taste blood, Qianxia's gaze shifted into the mesmerizing form of the three-tomo Sharingan. Under the enhanced dynamic vision bestowed by the Sharingan, Fei Wan's scythe appeared to move in slow motion. How infuriating! Why can't I land a hit? Fei Wan shouted in frustration as he unleashed a flurry of shuriken. However, Qianxia was well prepared, with a swift retreat and the use of shadow clones. She effortlessly deflected all the shuriken. Multiple shadow clone technique. As Qianxia took a step back, she summoned 2 shadow clones, one on each side. After the summoning, both the clones and Qianxia swiftly performed hand seals. 5 elements, grand multi-strike technique. With a deep breath, the 5 manifestations of Qianxia exhaled 5 distinct elemental blasts, each embodying a different chakra attribute. As these 5 elements collided and mingled, a tremendous explosion resonated throughout the surroundings. This technique, a signature move of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is not particularly difficult to learn. One merely needs to possess all 5 chakra attributes and an ample supply of chakra. Fortuitously, Qianxia met these criteria perfectly, mastering the technique with just a little practice, without the need for the Sharingan's replication. Of course, it was impossible for Fei Wan to be vanquished by such an attack. As the black smoke dissipated, he emerged from the haze, his clothing completely obliterated, but still standing. Qianxia gazed at Fei Wan, her pupils quivering as she hastily raised her hands to shield her cheeks, which flushed slightly. Although covering one's eyes during battle is undeniably foolish, this instance was an exception. Nevertheless, Fei Wan was unconcerned. He observed Qianxia covering her own eyes with amusement, a broad grin spreading across his face. How utterly foolish. Never had he encountered a woman so absurd as to shield her own vision. With a hearty laugh, Fei Wan dashed toward Qianxia, wielding his colossal scythe and swinging it menacingly toward her head. Victory was assured. In his mind, he was already celebrating his triumph, until his massive scythe abruptly halted, more accurately, it became ensnared. What on earth? Fei Wan stared in astonishment at his scythe, realizing that a layer of rose-hued chakra enveloped Qianxia. It was more resilient than steel. What could this possibly be? Meanwhile, from a distance, Kakuzu witnessed the scene unfold, his pupils constricting and a chill running down his spine. A man from the era of the first Hokage, he had attained an extended life due to the secret art of the grudge, living to this day. It was precisely because he had traversed such a long span of time that he had gradually lost interest in most things beyond money. Yet this also endowed him with extraordinary insight. Kakuzu, this is the ultimate secret technique of the Uchiha. Fade 1. Huh? Ultimate technique? Fade 1 was momentarily taken aback. And as realization dawned upon him, he noticed that the chakra surrounding Qianxia had coalesced into a colossal skeletal structure. Susanoo, first stage. This marked the awakening of the third power beyond the two inherent strengths bestowed by the Manjiki Sharingan. The divine might of the Uchiha manifested through the ocular prowess and chakra of the Manjiki Sharingan, materializing a formidable deity of war. However, Qianxia could currently only command the skeletal form, yet it was sufficiently potent for the task at hand, without the need for any movement of her arms. The colossal skeletal fist had already struck, landing heavily upon Fade One's form. Bang! The Susanoo pinned Fade One firmly to the ground, rendering him utterly immobile. Qianxia, with an air of nonchalance, placed one hand on her hip and gazed towards the other individual, Kakashi. It was evident that he had not entirely relinquished his desire to fight. Instead, he activated his secret technique and entered a state of combat. I have already expressed my desire for you to become my subordinate. Perhaps you should reconsider, Qianxia said, extending her palm once more towards Kakuzu. Unfortunately, he remained unresponsive. Was the impact of Susanoo not sufficiently formidable? If that is the case, I shall simply unveil another tactic. Qianxia let out a helpless sigh, simultaneously raising her hands before swiftly bringing them together with a resounding clap. The miniature version of the wood release, Tree Realm Descend manifested. Drawing upon the majority of her chakra, Qianxia unleashed a formidable and impressive wood release technique. Suddenly, the ground beneath Kakuzu's feet cracked open, as robust vines and towering trees erupted from the earth. Kakuzu was momentarily bewildered. Was not this ninjutsu and bloodline limit exclusive to that individual? In the lore of the Book of the Past, Kakuzu had once ambushed the first Hokage, only to be defeated by his wood release technique. Though not as embarrassing as the popular jest of throwing a shuriken from 800 miles away and fleeing, Kakuzu's raw strength was rather unimpressive. Having once attempted to confront the first Hokage in a one-on-one battle before mastering the secret arts, Qianxia even harbored doubts that Kakuzu had witnessed the wood release of the first Hokage, believing it to be her own wood release clone. It was precisely because he had been forced into a hasty retreat by the wood release of the first Hokage that the psychological impact it had inflicted upon him remained unscathed through several eras. Kakuzu remarked, "Do you have any idea how I was struck down by wood release back then? You could never guess. And can you fathom the immense psychological trauma that wood release has caused me? You could never imagine either." With a clap of her hands, Qianxia summoned the technique known as wood release, forest of trees, causing countless vines and towering trees to erupt from the ground. Kakuzu immediately leaped to evade the vines sprouting from beneath his feet. However, once he took flight, returning to solid ground was no longer an option. Vines, whips, thorns, and a myriad of other manifestations sprang forth, and in a moment of carelessness, Kakuzu was plunged into an abyss. The vines continued to grow. Embodying the essence of the technique's name, the forest descended. Yet, the chakra consumption was staggering. My goodness, this technique drains chakra excessively. The chakra enhancement plan must be initiated without delay. With only the chakra equivalent to 6 or 7 of Kakashi's, how could one possibly wield wood release effectively? Qianxia murmured softly, and moments later, a series of thunderous roars echoed through the forest of trees. Likely the result of the defiant Kakuzu unleashing his secret techniques in a frenzied assault. It was merely a matter of time before Kakuzu broke free from the restraints of wood release. To be honest, Qianxia believed that with her own strength, she could contend against both Kakuzu and Haiden, but to compel them to submit solely through her power proved to be a daunting challenge. Thus, she unleashed a wood release, feeling her energy waning. Yet, Qianxia remained unperturbed. To panic at this juncture would signify defeat. Haiden continued to be pinned down by Susanoo, while Kakuzu, after a couple of minutes, finally surged forth amidst the relentless barrage of ninjutsu. Kakuzu gasped for breath, his body trailing a multitude of black threads, from which hung several masked faces. This was the secret technique, the grudge of the earth. The tendrils formed by these dark threads aside. The most notable feature of this technique was its ability to seize the hearts of others, drawing both their chakra and essence into his own being, enabling the execution of advanced ninjutsu of the basic 5 elemental natures. Moreover, with each heart acquired, Kakuzu gained an additional life. It was a formidable force, pure strength surpassing that of Haiden. But was Qinxiao anxious? Not in the slightest. With Susanoo restraining Haiden, Qinxiao placed her hands behind her back. Despite her chakra being considerably depleted, she feigned nonchalance, as if to say, "Did you see that? That would release was merely a basic strike. Should I desire, I could conjure something even greater with a mere clap of my hands." Kakuzu, already flustered by the wood release, had initially joined the Akatsuki primarily due to being overawed by Pain's Deva path. However, when comparing Pain to that other man, Kakuzu still believed the latter to be superior. The true source of Kakuzu's trepidation was not Qinxia, but rather the shadow looming within him, the first Hokage, the god of shinobi. Senju Hashirama. Cough. Qinxia softly cleared her throat, causing Kakuzu to instinctively take a half-step back, his face etched with anxiety. What is this woman's true nature? Isn't wood release a unique bloodline limit of that man? And what about the ultimate secret techniques of the Uchiha? How can these two aberrations possibly coexist? Beads of cold sweat trickled down Kakuzu's face. Although, judging from her previous move, this individual appeared inferior to Senju Hashirama. What if she were merely toying with him? Observing Qinxia's composed demeanor, Kakuzu was reluctant to take any risks, even if there was but a minuscule chance of danger. Has she finally regained her composure? I never intended to engage in combat with you. Wouldn't it be better for us to coexist peacefully? Qinxia narrowed her eyes and raised a hand. Why would someone like you join the Akatsuki? You toil tirelessly for money, only to hand over a substantial portion of it, right? Upon hearing this, Kakuzu's pupils widened in shock. Qinxia's words rang true. He and Haiden were responsible for generating income for the Akatsuki, primarily through the assassination of bountied criminals. However, the rewards did not entirely line their pockets, as a significant portion was submitted to a woman named Conan for the organization's sustenance. How could this woman possess such insight into the Akatsuki? Don't be alarmed. I am merely engaging in a cordial conversation with you. Tell me, do you not feel weary? Others work for the Akatsuki for remuneration, while you seem to be laboring without compensation. Though you may not voice it, I suspect it weighs on your mind. Qinxia, resembling a mischievous little demon, subtly enticed Kakuzu's inner turmoil, plucking at the strings of his heart. Do you wish for me to leave the Akatsuki and join your organization? Kakuzu furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. No. Why would I leave the Akatsuki? Your uniforms are rather appealing. Wear them with pride. I, too, wish to don a similar attire. Qinxia corrected Kakuzu's misunderstanding with a smile, tilting her head playfully. It was not her intention for Kakuzu and Haiden to depart from the Akatsuki. Rather, she aspired to join the organization herself, albeit with a shift in loyalty among its members. What have you contemplated? While you remain in the Akatsuki, you must earn a living for them. Once you become my subordinate, I shall provide you with a salary. Qinxia confidently unleashed her monetary prowess. As the current head of the esteemed Uchiha clan, the foremost family in Konoha, she had persevered in her pursuit despite the family's many assets being confiscated by the village. Through her relentless efforts, she unearthed numerous hidden treasures within the estate. A withered camel still outweighs a horse. Observing the confident smile adorning Qinxia's face, along with the Susanoo manifested around her and the wood release attack that had just been launched, Kakuzu fell into a contemplative silence. Qinxia realized that there was little to worry about from Kakuzu's side. With that settled, her next focus turned to Haiden. Unlike Kakuzu, Haiden lacked any psychological vulnerabilities. He was merely a deranged cultist. Thus, Qinxia was reluctant to engage him in verbal duels. Should she forsake Haiden altogether, or utilize the ability residing within her right eye? Qinxia hesitated, contemplating whether it was worthwhile to employ the Baishinshin against Fadewan. Although the cooldown period for Baishinshin was considerably lengthy, Qinxia sensed that her own cooldown would certainly not extend to a decade or more. Qinxia turned her gaze towards Fadewan, who was being restrained by Susanoo, lost in contemplation. Chapter 64, The Sabotage of the Akatsuki Organization. The Kodo Amatsukami technique requires decades for its cooldown, with only the use of Hashirama's cells capable of accelerating this duration. However, this does not pertain to the direct application by Uchiha Shisui himself, and given Qinxia's unique constitution, she believed her cooldown for Kodo Amatsukami would not be excessively prolonged. Furthermore, one could consider that when the Mangekyou Sharingan evolves into the eternal Mangekyou Sharingan, the accompanying skill's cooldown might also refresh accordingly, right? Oh my heavens! What am I hesitating for? Clinging to this and that, unwilling to part with anything. Will I never use it in my lifetime? If one does not take risks, one cannot achieve great things. After a tumultuous internal struggle, Qianxia opted to employ Kodo Amatsukami to secure immediate gains. Betraying 2 members of the Akatsuki was certainly preferable to betraying just one. As Qianxia's thoughts shifted, the skeletal frame of the Susanoo, which had been restraining Fei Duan, gradually lifted. Fei Duan, who had just experienced an intimate encounter with the mud, suddenly sprang to his feet, his face smeared with dirt, glaring at Qianxia with palpable fury. He refrained from uttering any threats, for his mouth was filled with earth, and he feared that an impulsive word might lead him to swallow the soil in a single gulp. Yet, if mere glances could kill, it was evident that Fei Duan had already envisioned 1,000 tortures for Qianxia. What a troublesome adversary he was. Verbal jabs were utterly ineffective against him. To transform him into a mere tool for Qianxia, the only viable option was to employ the formidable technique of the Btianshin. Gratitude was in order, as this was the ultimate illusion now unleashed upon him. Qianxia silently mused as the 3 tomo in her eyes began to whirl, morphing into the shape of a kaleidoscope. Btianshin. As Chika activated the power residing in her right eye, she successfully altered Fei Duan's consciousness and thought merely by the power of her gaze. Within Fei Duan's mind, Chika's status elevated rapidly, and a plethora of memories, which had never existed before, emerged. In these recollections, Chika was portrayed as the young lady whom Fei Duan had served since childhood, characterized by his unwavering loyalty and her gentle disposition, fostering an exceptionally close relationship between them. Due to unforeseen circumstances, Fei Duan had fallen into a cult, becoming one of its members. However, the young lady, undeterred by the judgments of others, continued to accept him. The silent and invisible brainwashing exemplifies the terrifying nature of the ultimate illusion, the Baishinshin, which stands in stark contrast to other illusions. Upon completing the invocation of Baishinshin, Chika raised a hand to shield her right eye, a wave of sharp pain coursing through her eyeball. Although there was no bloodshed, the sensation was nearly as intense. A cooling period of 1 or 2 years. It was swifter than I had anticipated. Moreover, even if the cooldown period had not yet elapsed, it was still possible to forcibly activate it. However, using an ordinary kaleidoscope in such a manner would likely lead to blindness after a single attempt. Fortunately, my eternal kaleidoscope has already been secured. Qianxiao endured the excruciating pain, whispering softly to herself. Although she had hesitated at first to employ the technique of Baishinshin, she felt no regret once she put it into practice. Fei Duan stood dazedly in place, his eyes vacant. At that moment, he had yet to fully process the brainwashing effects of Baishinshin, but it would not be long before he did. Qianxia turned to gaze at Jiao Du, who wore a mask of numbness. Susanoo would release. This brainwashing technique bore resemblance to the Deva path. He was already teetering on the edge of indecision, and the Deva path shattered the last remnants of his hesitation. To join? The salary must not be low. If it is, I shall rebel, Jiao Du remarked, retreating from the stance of a resentful spirit back to his original posture. Meanwhile, the brainwashing of Fei Duan had also concluded, and the once vacant gaze in his eyes regained its spark. Ah, my head aches. Lady, you are formidable. I am no match for you. Fei Duan clutched his head with one hand, his tone shifting 180 degrees towards Qianxia. In his current memory, the earlier conflict with Qianxia was merely a friendly contest proposed by her, all altered to favor Qianxia. Observing this transformation in silence, Jiao Du understood that he could only remain mute. Fei Duan, Jiao Du, I have a request to make of you, Qianxia said. Stepping back a couple of paces to position herself so she could face both Fei Duan and Jiao Du with narrowed eyes, she brought her palms together and spoke. Fei Duan, please, lady, speak. Whatever you wish to accomplish, I shall assist you. Is it murder? That is my specialty. Jiao Du, please, do tell. You are now my employer. Seeing the two who had successfully turned to her side, Qianxia nodded in satisfaction. Although only the weaker members of the Akatsuki had defected, it was inconsequential. This was merely the first step of her plan. With the first step successfully executed, the second step awaited. You too. Find a way to introduce me to the Akatsuki. Remember, it must be natural. Do not overtly recommend me. And do not mention my true identity. Create a false persona. Once there are signs of success, contact me using a carrier pigeon. Qianxia spoke earnestly to the two individuals before her, subsequently sharing the means by which they could contact her. Kakuza nodded in acknowledgement, while Haydn produced a small notebook from seemingly nowhere and began to jot down notes. Haydn remarked, "Why are you all staring at me? My memory is rather poor. Is it not acceptable for me to take notes? I take the tasks assigned by the young lady quite seriously. As he completed his notes, Haydn took a deep breath and looked at Qianxia with utmost seriousness, declaring, "Rest assured, young lady, when you entrust me with a task, I assure you of my efficiency." "Yes, I have great faith in you," Qianxia responded with a smile, subtly exchanging glances with Kakuzu beside her. "Qianxia, keep an eye on him. Do not let him create any trouble." "Kakuzu, I will try my best." At this moment, within the confines of a special instrument, Nagato, engulfed in the vortex of life, suddenly felt unwell and withdrew his consciousness from the six bodies, returning to his original form. "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing. Just felt a bit uncomfortable for a moment, but I'm fine now." The emaciated figure of Nagato turned to gaze at a beautiful woman beside him, with blue hair styled in a bun. Nagato, the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization, wielded the power of the Rinnegan to control six formidable puppets known as the Six Paths of Pain. Konan, Nagato's closest friend, is the only female member of the Akatsuki, codenamed White Tiger, often referred to as an angel. "Nagato, do not overexert yourself. Your health. I understand my own condition. There will be no issues in the short term. For the sake of our dream, I must persevere." Nagato shook his head and once again divided his consciousness, commanding the six puppets. Konan looked at him with concern, although this dream was shared between her and Nagato. She did not wish for him to completely ruin his health in its pursuit. "I hope the peace we envision arrives sooner than expected," she sighed helplessly, then turned away to continue preparing her explosive tags. Current number of explosive tags, 360 billion. Chapter 65, Change of Target. Having successfully persuaded Haydn and Kakuzu, Qianxia urged them to take immediate action, aiming to naturally introduce herself to Nagato. Joining the Akatsuki was no simple task, and Qianxia estimated it would take at least 6 months. However, resolving the issues with Kakuzu and Haydn so swiftly left Qianxia feeling somewhat awkward, as she had previously informed Naruto and Sasuke that she would be away for at least several months. Is it really acceptable to return so soon? It has been long at all. There is no way I can just go back like this. Qianxia shook her head, immediately dismissing the notion of returning to Konoha. She extended a hand to pinch her chin, deeply pondering what to do with the abundance of time she had unexpectedly acquired. Chakra, yes, chakra. This issue must be resolved swiftly. The recent use of a miniature version of the divine tree Descend had nearly drained me completely. I must acquire more chakra to sustain myself. Qianxia turned her gaze towards the area affected by her earlier would-release technique, drawing a comparison to the original would-release of Shinja Hashirama and the makeshift version utilized by Uchiha Madara. Regardless of the comparison, the current Qianxia fell short in both respects. The sage arts and tailed beasts certainly held merit. Tsunade's in-sealing technique was commendable as well. However, that technique primarily relied on the accumulation of chakra, which ultimately paled in comparison to directly augmenting one's chakra capacity, a more reliable and reassuring approach. The in-sealing technique appeared to be a secret art of the Uzumaki clan and served as one of Tsunade's trump cards, capable of storing excess chakra for instantaneous release at crucial moments. It significantly enhanced physical strength and facilitated rapid healing. Yet, the aspect of instantaneous healing seemed less beneficial for Qianxia. She felt that the priorities of chakra storage and physical enhancement were not as advantageous as the tailed beasts and sage arts. Indeed, the sage arts seemed to be the superior choice. After a moment of contemplation, Qianxia crossed her arms and ultimately resolved that it was indeed the way of the sage. Although becoming a Jinchuriki of a tailed beast would significantly enhance her power in an instant, Qianxia firmly believed that the potential of sage arts was even greater. Very well, let us not delay any further. Qianxia immediately decided to set off, but just as she took her first step, she halted. Where is the sacred land of immortal arts? She was utterly ignorant of the locations of the 3 great sacred sites. In the original narrative, Naruto was transported to the sacred land of Miyaboka Mountain through Jiraiya and the reverse summoning technique. Should I seek out Jiraiya as well? Perhaps not. I never intended to contract a toad. Initially, Qianxia had no aversion to toads, but unfortunately, the original owner of this body was profoundly afraid of them, resulting in Qianxia inheriting that fear alongside her memories and physique. How utterly embarrassing. Qianxia could not help but clench her fist, though it was quite embarrassing. She found herself resigned to her current state. The only choices ahead were the Dragon Cave or the Wetbone Forest. If she opted for the Dragon Cave, she would have to seek out Orochimaru. Was the Wetbone Forest truly her only alternative? It appeared she would need to find Tsunade next. Hoping her luck would mirror that of her encounters with Haiden and Kakuzu, perhaps locating her in a casino. With a deep sigh, Xianxia resumed her journey. Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, was known for her gambling. If Ichiraku Ramen was Naruto's place of renewal, and the underground bounty organization was where Haiden and Kakuzu emerged, then the gambling halls were undoubtedly Tsunade's domain. The number of casinos far surpassed that of the underground bounty organization, indicating a lengthy search ahead. Days passed, and the negative energy surrounding Naruto and Sasuke intensified. Sakura, wishing to speak with Sasuke, found herself intimidated by this oppressive aura, unsure of how to approach him. While the leader, Kakashi, wore a mask of numbness. After several days of investigation, he discerned the reason for their despondency. Xianxia had left the village, which explained their current state. Although Kakashi understood, as their team leader, he could not allow them to wallow in misery any longer. Cough, cough. You too, lift your spirits. We are about to undertake a C-rank mission. Oh, came their simultaneous response, sounding as if their souls had momentarily departed their bodies. Kakashi's cheeks twitched slightly. He thought to himself that this could not continue. Sasuke, did you not always find missions dull? Here is the deal, complete 10 C-rank missions. And I will teach you this technique, Kakashi proclaimed, raising his palm. Suddenly, lightning crackled from his hand, resembling the chorus of 1,000 birds. Sasuke, initially disinterested, gradually lifted his gaze, his eyes beginning to sparkle with intrigue. This is my self-created A-rank ninjutsu, Chidori. Would you like to learn it, Sasuke? Of course, Sasuke instinctively replied. His gaze fixated on Kakashi's Chidori, thinking that mastering this technique would allow him to impress his sister upon her return. Kakashi nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Naruto, declaring loudly, Naruto, just like Sasuke, upon completing 10 C-rank missions, I will offer you a reward that rivals Chidori. Kakashi was determined to ignite their fighting spirit. If he could not inspire these two, then he truly had lost his touch. Fortunately, his efforts bore fruit, as both Naruto and Sasuke found their determination rekindled, eager to earn their rewards and to showcase their growth upon Xianxia's return. Sakura stood beside the two, her expression a mix of innocence and longing as she contemplated raising a finger to point at herself, asking Kakashi, what about me? Kakashi, accompanied by the revitalized Naruto and Sasuke, embarked on their C-rank mission. However, this C-rank task was not as straightforward as it appeared on the surface, for it marked the first pivotal challenge in the original storyline, the Land of Waves incident. Awaiting them was none other than one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Zabuza Momochi. Meanwhile, Chika had arrived at a nearby casino, her head swiveling as her eyes scanned the surroundings like a radar, assessing the situation. All appeared well. Xianxia wasted no time. She rushed into the casino and swiftly emerged. Within the confines of an underground bounty organization, there could be hundreds of casinos. Xianxia remarked that if she were to hit the jackpot in such a manner, it would not merely be a stroke of luck akin to winning the lottery, but rather a cause for concern regarding the few years left in her life. Xianxia, akin to a corporate drone, tirelessly traverses the various regions of the Land of Fire. Over time, her smile gradually faded, replaced by a mask of anguish that unmistakably reflected her suffering. Xianxia, Tsunade, where on earth are you? Chapter 66, The Battle Against Kakuzu 1. The quest to locate Tsunade was agonizing. After traversing hundreds of casinos, Xianxia was unable to catch a glimpse of her. No. It was more accurate to say that Tsunade's presence could be felt everywhere, yet the actual woman remained elusive, known for her gambling addiction but lacking the skills to match. Tsunade was often referred to as a generous target for easy money in the casinos. Xianxia heard just about the cash cow in nearly every establishment she visited. However, such banter provided no substantial leads, and she still could not find Tsunade. In desperation, Xianxia ultimately opted to acquire information about Tsunade from the underground black market. After spending 200,000, she successfully narrowed Tsunade's whereabouts from the entirety of the Land of Fire to a specific area. Although it was a steep price at this juncture, the notion of money had to be disregarded, especially considering the substantial expenses already incurred with Kakuzu. Rather than lamenting the financial loss, it was wiser to focus on how this expenditure could yield greater value for herself. Xianxia took a deep breath, her eyes brimming with rationality. In her previous life, she was an esteemed enthusiast, traversing various comic conventions and even managing her own club. In this life, she has inherited the advanced education befitting the daughter of the Uchiha clan, her intellect far surpassing that of the average individual. before depleting the Uchiha treasury. She aims to acquire greater profits and amass more wealth to revive the Uchiha clan. However, Qianxia admits that her contribution will only suffice for a revival. For the Uchiha clan to truly flourish, it will require the efforts of her younger brother, Sasuke. Qianxia could already envision a multitude of Uchiha children surrounding her, calling her aunt. Indeed, splendid, quite splendid. Qianxia reminisced about the family gatherings of her past, where a sea of relatives, whose names eluded her, surrounded her. It was a time fraught with embarrassment. While there were indeed younger generations present, the necessity for greetings seemed absent. Now, all that remained was to await Sasuke's flourishing lineage of the Uchiha clan, for then she would undoubtedly hold the highest seniority within the esteemed Uchiha family network. Qianxia, clutching the information about Tsunade acquired from the black market, advanced with a foolish grin, lost in a beautiful dream, albeit one still distant from her grasp. To realize this dream, the revolution has yet to succeed. Comrades must continue to strive. Qianxia carefully stored the intelligence in her possession and then swiftly activated her body flicker technique, racing towards the expansive area designated for the information. It is worth mentioning that due to her frequent use of the body flicker technique, her proficiency has been increasing remarkably. Just as her brother Shursui is known as Shursui of the body flicker. Qianxia mused that perhaps she could one day earn the moniker Qianxia of the body flicker for herself. Considerable time has elapsed since Qianxia embarked on her quest to locate Tsunade. Meanwhile, Kakashi and his team, accompanied by the C-rank mission client, made their way to the Land of Waves. Although classified as a C-rank mission in the original narrative, it is, in truth, a perilous task of B-rank or even A-rank difficulty. The formidable demon of the mist, Zabuza Momochi, serves as the boss of this chapter. Before encountering Zabuza, Sasuke unleashed Lightning Release, Black Lightning, Black Spot, to which Naruto responded with Rasengan. The hidden ninjas along their path were effortlessly subdued by Naruto and Sasuke, leaving the elderly mission client utterly bewildered. Are the genin of Konoha truly this formidable these days? At the same time, Kakashi regarded the client with a grave expression, demanding an explanation for the misclassification of this mission as C-rank, questioning the presence of a CH nin from the mist. Following a brief explanation, Kakashi and the others realized that the old man had deceived them. According to his account, the task's difficulty was at least B-rank. What do you think, Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura? Kakashi entrusted the decision of whether to proceed to his team. Naturally, Naruto and Sasuke responded in unison. Let us continue. Sakura hesitated for a moment before timidly raising her hand, indicating her agreement as well. Very well, we shall proceed, but you must increase the payment once the mission concludes. Understood? Kakashi squinted his eyes, intently intimidating the elderly client, who promptly nodded in fear. They continued onward, and not long after, a massive sword suddenly flew towards them. The group swiftly retreated to avoid the oncoming blade. Executioner's Blade, the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kakashi instantly recognized the weapon, and at that moment, a half-naked man appeared atop the sword, Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the mist. Zabuza Momochi, is it? Copy Ninja Kakashi, he acknowledged. However, Zabuza did not underestimate Kakashi. He merely regarded him as the only significant threat, viewing the other 3 as mere ordinary genin from Konoha. Ninjutsu, Hidden Mist Technique. Tao Di Zabucha. Refusing to linger, immediately unleashed a ninjutsu capable of summoning terrain advantageous to himself. As this technique was invoked, a dense white mist enveloped the surroundings, severely impairing visibility. Even at close proximity, everything appeared indistinct, rendering it impossible to ascertain specific locations. Tao Di Zabucha thought to himself, with this, I shall gradually seize control of the rhythm. Even the copy ninja Kakashi shall find it impossible to escape unscathed once ensnared in my tempo. Exuding confidence, he prepared to charge forward and eliminate Kakashi and his companions. Yet, amidst the thick white fog, a sudden crimson dot emerged. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. Upon witnessing the fog's emergence, Sasuke wasted no time, forming hand seals and unleashing flames even more intense than when he battled Kakashi. The dense mist was instantly evaporated. What? Tao Di Zabucha was momentarily taken aback. Was this level of fire jutsu truly unleashed by a mere child? Surely this was a jest. In that fleeting moment of astonishment, Naruto, simultaneously gathering energy for his Rasengan, had already dashed in front of Tao Di Zabucha. Rasengan! Zabucha's pupils trembled as he hastily raised his executioner's blade in defense. The Rasengan collided with the blade, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that sent him flying. He soared over 10 meters before barely regaining his footing. Zabucha struggled to comprehend the situation. Was the child who dispelled the mist and the one who had just attacked him truly the standard of a genin from Konoha? Observing this scene, Kakashi's expression morphed into one of shared astonishment, revealing that he was not the only one caught off guard, though it was unrelated to him. He spoke with a sense of pride. Do not misunderstand. This is not the average level of Konoha's genin. These two are mere exceptions, having been raised by that woman. That woman? Which woman? Zabucha was left bewildered by Kakashi's words. There were only a few renowned women in Konoha. Could it possibly be Tsunade? One of the legendary Sannin? No, this was not the time for such speculation. He cautiously surveyed his opponents, a boy capable of unleashing powerful fire jutsus. Another who could utilize high-impact ninjutsu without hand seals, along with the copy ninja Kakashi. Should he fail to establish his rhythm? He realized this might be a battle devoid of hope. Alarms blared in his mind, yet he harbored no thoughts of retreat. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, his pride as a formidable warrior would not allow him to flee after merely 2 exchanges. He resolved to fight. With a resolute determination, Zabuza charged towards Naruto, who immediately formed hand seals. A burst of white smoke erupted, and countless shadow clones of Naruto dashed forth from the mist. Zabuza's pupils quivered. His own clones could only number less than 20, while Naruto's exceeded 100. Swiftly, Zabuza swung his decapitating blade, while Sasuke leapt high, unleashing a barrage of fireballs with intense, remote power. Meanwhile, Kakashi, originally the primary force in this battle, found himself relegated to the role of an observer. The collaboration between Naruto and Sasuke was proving troublesome, and Zabuza had no intelligence on either of them, making it far from easy to eliminate both. More pressing than the duo was the concern for Sakura. Kakashi turned slightly to regard her. As a graduate, Sakura possessed commendable strength, ranking among the upper echelons of her peers. Yet, there remained a vast chasm between being merely competent and truly exceptional. Kakashi-sensei, what must I do to have any chance of catching up to them? Sakura's eyes were filled with confusion. She saw no glimmer of hope in matching Naruto and Sasuke. During her time in the Ninja Academy, Naruto's immense chakra and tenacious vitality had marked him as a prodigy, while Sasuke excelled in every aspect, consistently scoring full marks in assessments. In contrast, lacking their vast chakra and innate talent for ninjutsu, Sakura yearned to catch up but was at a loss. Observing Sakura's distress, Kakashi sighed in resignation and gently patted her head. Sakura, from the very beginning, I received numerous evaluations from teachers regarding the 3 of you. You possess remarkable chakra control and talent in genjutsu. You could develop in this direction. But can I truly catch up to them solely with genjutsu? I've heard that the upper limits for genjutsu users are not high, she queried. Upper limits? Kakashi replied, it would be prudent not to dwell on that just yet. Although I have a pathway that could help ensure your future potential, I must advise against it. As he spoke, a green figure flickered in his mind. But he quickly shook his head to dispel it. That path is not easy. While the potential is high, it requires immense perseverance to sustain, and frankly, training alongside me may be quite the eyesore. In any case, let us set a small goal for now. The Chunin exams are approaching. Consider that your immediate target. Understood. As Kakashi conversed gently with Sakura, Naruto and Sasuke began to find themselves on the back foot. It was indeed challenging for 2 elite Chunin to successfully defeat a Nin, yet Zabuza's expression was equally strained. If these 2 youngsters were given a few more years to grow, they would undoubtedly surpass me, perhaps even the Mizukichi. Breathless and in a state of disarray, Zabuza gazed at Naruto and Sasuke before him, while the 2 pondered how to vanquish the formidable foe standing in their way. At that moment, a voice filled with a hint of despair echoed in Zabuza's ears. Naruto, Sasuke, let us attack together. Beneath his mask, Kakashi wore an unmistakable smile as he approached the duo, narrowing his eyes and raising one hand. Suddenly, a crackling surge of sharp lightning erupted from his palm. Zabuza retorted, how am I supposed to respond to that? Kakashi replied, by playing with a smile. Thus, Zabuza was mercilessly overwhelmed by the trio's relentless onslaught. Not far away, the ninja Haku observed in shock, wishing to assist Zabuza, yet finding no opportunity to intervene, fearing that entering the fray would lead to an immediate demise. From the outset, the conclusion of this narrative had already deviated from the original storyline. In the land of fire, in an unremarkable small town, Qianxiao walked despondently upon the earth, having departed from Konoha 3 months prior. During these 90 days, Haiden and Kakuzu occupied 2 days, while Tsunade consumed the remaining 88. According to intelligence from the black market, Tsunade must be present here, It is inconceivable that she is not, for I have traversed every other place. Qianxia murmured softly, her body feeble, as she walked in a daze, appearing utterly detached from her surroundings. 3 months. Who could fathom the passage of time she has endured? Even Qianxia herself wished to avoid the memories. If compelled to encapsulate it in a single word, it would be tedious. Good grief. The incessant and monotonous forays into the casino had rendered her utterly bored, exceedingly bored. Qianxia was enveloped in a cloud of negative energy, murmuring to herself as she entered the nearby village. Might there be a casino in this village? Qianxia managed to force a smile as she inquired of a passing villager. Under normal circumstances, her smile could be likened to a biological weapon, capable of disarming a multitude in an instant. However, given her current aura of negativity, she nearly appeared as a demon in the villager's eyes. There. Over there. After pointing in a direction, the villager hurriedly departed. Qianxia let out a resigned sigh, and with a firm clap of her hands against her cheeks, she resolutely endeavored to uplift her spirits. Qianxia followed the direction indicated by the villager and soon arrived at the small casino within the village. Upon entering, she immediately noticed a large crowd gathered in a tight circle. At this sight, Qianxia's heart fell into a profound silence. Was there any need to observe further? It was unnecessary to continue watching. Qianxia unzipped her small backpack and retrieved a substantial portion of the 1 million she had brought with her when she embarked on her journey. What was her intention? Naturally, she was drawn into the world of gambling, though not alongside Tsunade. Instead, she bet against her without hesitation. Chapter 68. Tsunade's shock. How is this possible? I have lost again, Tsunade exclaimed, incredulous. Isn't it said that misfortune comes in threes? 3 consecutive defeats? I consulted the almanac, and today is supposed to be my auspicious day. As she watched her capital dwindle away, a look of dismay crossed Tsunade's face, and she covered her cheeks with her hand, lamenting the hard-earned money slipping through her fingers. Big fat sheep, you now owe us money. The gamblers in the casino gazed at Tsunade with malicious intent. In the realm of gambling, many things could be overlooked, but debt was not one of them. Once one fell into debt, the casino would relentlessly exploit this weakness to oppress the gambler, stripping away the dignity of men, while for women, the gazes of the gamblers fixated on Tsunade, particularly on her ample assets. Though Tsunade was over 50, she had utilized a sealing technique to maintain her appearance in her 20s, youthful and stunning, with a figure that was among the best in the ninja world. As the lecherous stares lingered on her, Tsunade sighed helplessly, raising a hand to rub her forehead. Men, as one of the legendary Sannin, Tsunade was not intimidated by the threats of mere casino patrons. Nonetheless, repaying debts was a matter of principle. She could not resort to violence against them, which was quite vexing. Give me a few days, and I will repay you. Repay? Don't deceive us. You, the big fat sheep, are notorious in our circles for accruing massive debts and vanishing the very next day, only to reappear at another casino later. We cannot allow you to escape. The crowd encircled Tsunade with sinister smiles, attempting to subdue her by force and act as they pleased. Tsunade, observing these gamblers with a weary expression, gradually clenched her palm, preparing to gauge her strength to avoid inadvertently causing them grievous harm. Just as the gamblers were about to strike, a voice emerged from behind them. Wait a moment. I will cover her debt. The crowd paused, turning in confusion toward the source of the voice, where a young girl stood, brandishing a large sum of cash. It's only 500,000. I will pay it off for her. Qianxia gracefully waved the stack of cash in her hand, the negative energy enveloping her being replaced by the affluent aura emanating from her wealth. She had initially set out with 1 million, spending 200,000 in the black market to acquire information about Tsunade. On her journey to find Tsunade, she expended another 100,000, leaving her with approximately 700,000. In the recent gambling game involving Tsunade, Qianxia wagered her entire fortune on the opposing side Tsunade had bet on, resulting in her 70,000 doubling to over 100,000. To secure a favor from Tsunade for a mere 500,000 was an opportunity too advantageous to overlook. Qianxia contemplated this, even envisioning a scenario where her assistance in repaying Tsunade's debts would evoke immense gratitude from her. In her imagination, when Qianxia proposed notions such as the Yin ceiling and the wet-bone forest, Tsunade would grandly wave her hand, wholeheartedly agreeing to impart all the classic traditional tales to Qianxia. Child, must you cause such a ruckus? Isn't it better to pocket your earnings and depart? Wait a moment. This girl is truly striking. No, it's more accurate to say she possesses an exceptional allure. Once again, they encountered a substantial prize, a beautiful maiden. Fortune smiled upon them today. The gamblers' faces contorted into expressions of lewdness, so grotesque that words failed to capture their depravity, but suffice it to say, it was exceedingly unsavory. Qianxia gazed at the gamblers shifting their targets, helplessly covering her face with her palm. "Please, I am trying to save you. Do you not understand?" she lamented. "We provide you with money, and then we escape with Tsunade. You profit, we profit, and all is harmonious. Is that not agreeable?" Meanwhile, Tsunade, standing across from her, could not help but lower her head, suppressing a laugh if circumstances allowed. Qianxia, with her hand over her face, felt an inexplicable sense of shame as her lips pressed together, pondering that she had perhaps overestimated the intellect of these casino patrons. To deal with such individuals, one must resort to force. "Little sister, I have a proposition for you. Would you care to join us for work? We won't hassle you. Rather, we will protect you, and the salary is quite generous. However, we do have one stipulation. During work hours, you must wear our specially designed attire, which is somewhat revealing." The gamblers approached Qianxia with smiles, while she, still covering her face in embarrassment, bit her lip. She had surrendered. She abandoned the hope of persuading these gamblers to refrain from such foolishness through mere words. Since these individuals were so corrupt, then justice must be served. Qianxia inhaled deeply, her hands suddenly clenching with a sharp sound. This gesture, Tsunade, observing Qianxia's movement, felt her pupils constrict. As the granddaughter of that man, she certainly understood the significance of this sign. Would release. As Qianxia brought her hands together, the ground beneath the gamblers fractured, revealing slender vines that swiftly ensnared their thighs. After a moment of playful elevation, they were tossed aside like refuse in a Thomas spin. The majority of them lost consciousness from the impact, while the few remaining still struggling on the ground were struck on the head by a vine, likely suffering from concussions. Was it too much to simply collect the money and leave? Must I resort to violence? "I am, after all, quite fond of peace," Qianxia muttered through gritted teeth. Her fists clenched. On the other end, Tsunade stood in shock, momentarily speechless. Recognizing the technique as would release, she thought, "This is impossible. Would release is my grandfather's bloodline limit, not that of the Senju clan. Even if this bloodline could be inherited, it should belong to me, his granddaughter. Is it conceivable that this girl shares blood ties with my grandfather? Could she be my little sister?" Tsunade, known for her impulsive nature, found her thoughts racing as she witnessed Qianxia wielding would release, nearly overwhelmed by confusion. After dispatching the gamblers, Qianxia exhaled, realizing that although her plans had not unfolded as intended, an encounter with Tsunade was still necessary. After a moment's hesitation, she turned to Tsunade, extending a hand and stating, "Tsunade-senpai, I require your assistance. Apologies for the late update. I was out dining, and while it wasn't particularly busy, it was rather bothersome, as I don't enjoy being surrounded by a multitude of relatives. However, I'm back now and will post another update later tonight, though I encourage everyone to retire early." Chapter 69. The Whetbone Forest. Let us set aside the matter of assistance for now. Here, I am, incredibly curious about you. Kyoka's words were cast aside by Tsunade, who, rather than offering assistance, chose to indulge her own curiosity. Would release, a unique bloodline limit of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, is not a trait of the Senju clan, and even Tsunade, his granddaughter, could not inherit it. Her greatest asset was merely her grandfather's passive abilities. Tsunade was profoundly intrigued. Why would her grandfather's bloodline limit manifest in another, if such a limit were hereditary? Could it be that this young woman before her was a descendant of her grandfather's illegitimate child? If the bloodline limit were not inherited, how could it possibly appear in an unrelated individual? So many questions ignited Tsunade's competitive spirit, which typically revolved around gambling. As she felt Tsunade's intense gaze, Kyoka sensed that she was regarded as something other than human in Tsunade's eyes. Tsunade grasped Kyoka's hand, propelling her forward like a sprinter, bringing her to her temporary residence, which also housed another woman. Lady Tsunade, who is this girl? You cannot imagine what I have just witnessed," Tsunade exclaimed, her excitement akin to that of a child. Ino, taken aback, instinctively replied, "Lady Tsunade, did you win some money?" Tsunade's enthusiasm seemed doused by a bucket of cold water. But after glancing at Kyoka, her fervor reignited. "Who exactly are you? How do you possess my grandfather's wood release? Are you a ninja from Konoha? How old are you?" A barrage of questions erupted from Tsunade's lips, leaving Kyoka slightly bewildered. Was Tsunade in the original work such an extroverted character? Perhaps Kyoka had underestimated the depth of Tsunade's reverence for wood release. As Kyoka gradually revealed her identity, The revelation that she was a descendant of the Uchiha clan left Tsunade momentarily speechless. The Uchiha? The Uchiha wielding would release? Tsunade's mind immediately conjured images of Uchiha Madara and her grandfather. What was she thinking? Those were two distinguished men. Embarrassed by her immature thoughts, she cleared her throat. Although she was over 50, she had never experienced romance, and such immature musings were, perhaps, understandable. In summary, Kyoka's favorability with Tsunade had certainly increased. However, Tsunade was not one to act hastily. She contemplated whether Kyoka might be a product of some experiment. Yet, under such close observation, Tsunade dismissed this notion. Even if would release had a slight chance of being artificially created, the aura Kyoka exuded, reminiscent of her grandfather, could not be feigned. Perhaps this was a miracle? Ahem. So what was it you mentioned earlier about needing my assistance? After considerable time spent on investigating and analyzing Chika, Tsunade finally recalled the matter at hand. Upon hearing that they could finally discuss something of importance, Chika promptly regained her composure and eagerly spoke. I would like to attempt to learn sage techniques. And I hope you, Tsunade-senpai, can guide me on this path. Sage techniques? Tsunade was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Chika had traveled such a long distance for this purpose. Sage techniques, indeed. I once aspired to learn them myself. Especially since that rascal Jiraiya mastered them, yet I was unable to succeed. Allow me to clarify, it is not due to a lack of talent, but rather that the sage techniques of the Whetbone Forest are exceedingly difficult to master. Tsunade crossed her arms, suddenly feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction. Among the legendary three, the underachiever Jiraiya had learned sage techniques, while Orochimaru, though he did not master them, had acquired a unique variant of sage technique seals. Only she had made little progress on this path. I'm indifferent to helping you find your way. After all, it merely involves a reverse summoning technique. Tsunade said with a nonchalant expression, waving her hand dismissively. While Tsunade remained unhurried, Shizen exhibited signs of urgency. She had previously heard various unfavorable rumors about the Uchiha clan. And given that the Senju and Uchiha clans had once been adversaries, Shizen felt it would be inappropriate to assist a member of the Uchiha clan from Tsunade's standpoint. However, Tsunade reassured her that she had long since moved on. After all, how many years had passed? Moreover, the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. A fate far more tragic than the normal dissolution of the Senju clan. Even if it were merely out of sympathy, Tsunade wished to lend a hand to Chika. Is it possible now? Of course. Chinchilla responded with utmost seriousness, stating that it had already taken 88 days to locate Tsunade. And with an additional 2 days spent searching for Haiden and Kakuzu, a full 3 months had elapsed. Given that he had successfully mastered sage techniques, the cultivation of such arts would reasonably require a minimum of 2 to 3 months. Should there be any delays? It could take well over half a year to return to Konoha. While Naruto posed little concern, Sasuke needed to expedite his efforts. I implore you, Tsunade-senpai. Listening to Chinchia's earnest response, Tsunade refrained from further comments. If Chinchia harbored ill intentions, even the sage of Whetbone Forest would be able to subdue her. Tsunade then extended a finger, gently biting it to draw blood, and invoked the reverse summoning technique. Chinchia felt as though her vision had been engulfed in darkness, her body seemingly abandoned by the force of gravity. While an ordinary person might have been frightened by such a sensation, the seasoned Chinchia, despite her experience, was still taken aback. Fortunately, the transfer of the reverse summoning technique was remarkably swift. Just as she began to feel apprehensive, it came to an end. Her vision restored, and her body regained its equilibrium. Chinchia exhaled softly, then turned her gaze to her surroundings. Tsunade had not accompanied her. She was alone in this place. Regarding the environment, Chinchia could only say it perfectly matched the ominous name of the Whetbone Forest, requiring no further embellishment to describe it. Is this the sacred ground? Soon. I shall learn the art of sage technique here, and then return to Konoha. I hope I possess the aptitude for mastering this sage technique. Chinchia murmured to herself, then took a step forward, and before long, a colossal figure emerged within her line of sight. Who are you? Before her stood a gigantic slug, towering above her like 10 Kiangxias stacked upon one another. Slug Sage. It is said that aside from sages, other sacred lands also harbor numerous mystical creatures, each a distinct entity. However, the slugs of the Whetbone Forest are different. They are numerous, yet they are all split-off bodies from the Slug Sage. The Slug Sage, a single being, is equivalent to an entire sacred land. Chapter 70. Learning Sage Techniques. Slug Sage. I wish to cultivate sage techniques. I was sent here by Elder Tsunade. Qianxia said, slightly bowing her body in respect to the slug sage. Tsunade? Is that so? Then follow me. In truth, the sage techniques of the wet-bone forest are not difficult to learn. Those with talent grasp them swiftly, while those without may never master them in their lifetime. The slug sage slithered its massive form, leading Qianxia deeper into the wet-bone forest, boasting along the way about the superiority of its sage techniques, declaring that those of the other two lands were utterly inferior. Though the sage techniques of the dragon cave are formidable, the deeper one delves, the more one's body transforms. Sprouting scales and serpentine tails. That serpent claims this is a transformation into a dragon, but to me, it merely results in an abominable creature that is neither human nor snake. As for the techniques from the toads of Mount Mayaboku, they are passable, the higher the mastery, the lesser the impact on the body. If mastered perfectly, one merely ends up with a few more stripes on their face. Nevertheless, when compared to our wet-bone forest techniques, they fall significantly short. The slug sage chuckled, boasting about its sage techniques, while Qianxia followed behind, awkwardly smiling, pondering the unexpected nature of the slug sage. Despite all this talk, it remains to be seen if you can actually learn, the slug sage continued. To date, only that man has succeeded in mastering our wet-bone forest techniques. That man? Without a doubt, it must be Senja Hashirama, but I believe that in the future, there will be more than just him who masters the techniques of the wet-bone forest, because that woman has arrived. The slug sage led Qianxia to the depths of the wet-bone forest, where a damp marsh awaited, visibility greatly hindered by the surroundings of black bamboo. From now on, you shall cultivate here. Oh, well then, I shall take my leave. Qianxia was momentarily taken aback, her mind swirling with confusion as she turned to gaze at the slug immortal, who was truly turning to depart. Is she really leaving just like that? Even the Frog Mountain offers novice tutorials and guidance. To simply abandon me like this, surely, even if a master leads one to the door, the cultivation still relies on oneself. At the very least, she could impart a method. Qianxia initially believed that the slug immortal was merely playful and jesting with her. However, as the slug immortal gradually faded from her sight, she came to realize the seriousness of the matter. The pursuit of immortality is fraught with challenges and perils. For instance, a misstep in the mystical arts at Miaomu Mountain could result in one transforming into a frog. In the absence of guidance, the level of danger escalates exponentially. Cold beads of sweat trickled down Qianxia's face as she turned to gaze at the muddy pit, then shifted her eyes towards the direction in which the slug immortal had departed. Retreat? What a jest! Having come this far, would I cower? Qianxia took a deep breath, resolutely turned around, and stepped into the quagmire. Closing her eyes, she attuned herself to her surroundings, realizing that there was no absence of guidance. The answers were born within the process of exploration, as Qianxia diligently sought to sense the natural chakra around her. Her perception evolved from an initial inability to discern anything to a gradual awareness of a unique energy that existed alongside the ordinary chakra in the air. Qianxia endeavored to gradually envelop this natural chakra and absorb it into her being, yet the ultimate outcome was far from satisfactory. Failure, 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 failure. Fortunately, Qianxia possessed the patience to persist. Each setback was merely a precursor to another attempt. As long as she did not encounter a complete debacle akin to transforming into a toad like in Mayaboku Mountain, there remained a purpose to continue. Now, it was time to summon the unwavering resolve of a true enthusiast. The Sage of Slugs, having distanced itself from the depths, cast a fleeting glance back. To it, Qianxia was merely an ordinary practitioner traversing the lengthy annals of history in pursuit of sagehood. If she were to withdraw now, she might yet retain her life. But should she become ensnared in the depths of the wet-bone forest, the name Bone was not affixed without reason. The Sage of Slugs gently shook its head. Throughout the protracted journey of sage training, only that man had successfully cultivated his abilities. That man was particularly, The Sage of Slugs abruptly halted its contemplation, turning its gaze once more towards the profound depths of the wet-bone forest. Had the flow of natural chakra undergone a transformation? Could she be special as well? As time inexorably flowed, a week passed swiftly. Qianxia's training in the sage arts within the wet-bone forest continued unabated. As for the results, let us eat. I have brought some fresh delicacies. The Sage of Slugs approached Qianxia, carrying a bowl of the wet-bone forest's specially prepared dish. Gradually emerging from the mire, Qianxia released a sigh. Why the sigh? No progress, no progress. Qianxia approached the exquisite dish brought by the slug sage and sat down with a soft thud. After responding to the slug sage's words, she let out a deep sigh laden with negativity. It is entirely normal to experience a lack of progress. You are already more exceptional than most. Many individuals, let alone making progress, have vanished within a week. I am acutely aware of this. But time is of the essence for me. You see, dear slug sage, I have a rather unstable younger brother at home. I fear that if I remain away from him for too long, he may be provoked by some unforeseen circumstance. And all my efforts over the years would be in vain. As Qianxiao savored the specially prepared delicacies presented by the slug sage, she remarked that while the dish might not be exquisite, at least it was a meal, unlike the garish array of colorful insects served in my Boku mountain. With this thought, she found the small dish in her hand to be utterly delectable. Observing Qianxiao relish her food, the slug sage felt particularly pleased. Would you like me to prepare something special for you? I see great potential in you, far surpassing that girl Tsunade. With a bit of guidance, you should be able to master natural chakra in no time. No need, Qianxia replied casually, continuing to enjoy her meal. I've already gained a preliminary understanding of natural chakra. The slug sage was initially taken aback, then began to doubt whether his ears were deceiving him. You've mastered natural chakra? The slug sage exclaimed in a moment of disbelief, while Qianxia successfully finished the last morsel of food brought by him. With a satisfied rumble, she patted her belly and let out a contented belch. Oh, I'm full. What else with that expression, slug sage? Come on. It's been a week. If I hadn't grasped natural chakra, that would be alarming. However, I still have yet to make significant progress in utilizing natural chakra to enter sage mode. Qianxia gently patted her abdomen with one hand while gradually raising the other. The natural chakra flowing through the wet bone forest exhibited a noticeable change, surging steadily into her body. Indeed, she had mastered it. Chapter 71. Sakura's youth during Qianxia's studies of sage techniques. Konoha was swiftly advancing the main storyline of the original work, with the Chunin exams approaching rapidly. Kakashi naturally recommended all 3 members of his team for the Chunin exam list. Regardless of Sakura's chances, it was certain that Naruto and Sasuke would pass. Kakashi mused. It would be unwise to keep these 2 little monsters at the genin level for too long. I hope they go easy on their contemporaries during this Chunin exam and do not instill lasting fears in their fellow genin. In truth, if Naruto and Sasuke were in a good emotional state and possessed ample experience, Kakashi would have considered recommending them to become genin. For the strength of these 2 youngsters was truly remarkable. The only source of Kakashi's concern within the team was Sakura, not due to any lack of excellence on her part, but rather because the other 2 were exceedingly extraordinary. During a break after completing a mission, Sakura wandered alone through the streets of Konoha, sighing after every few steps. Enveloped by a distinct aura of negativity that contrasted starkly with the energy radiating from Naruto and Sasuke. What should I do? Although Kakashi-sensei suggested I pursue genjutsu, mastering this type of ninjutsu cannot be achieved merely through self-study and expect rapid breakthroughs. While many ninjas employ genjutsu, few truly excel and innovate within its realm. And it is a notoriously challenging discipline to self-learn. If I delve into genjutsu, by the time I achieve a significant breakthrough, Naruto and Sasuke will have already made monumental strides. With a resigned sigh, Sakura contemplated returning home, noting that the hour was still early. Why does this young girl sigh so frequently? In such a vibrant season of youth. To not pour forth the sweat of her labor, but instead lament is far from ideal. A peculiar voice emanated from behind Sakura, its angle of projection rather odd. From the sound, it seemed to belong to an elder, yet it felt as if it were coming from below. With a hint of confusion, Sakura turned around, only to find not the man's head but his groin within her line of sight. Sakura stepped back in alarm, and as the voice sounded again, she lowered her gaze slightly, finally realizing that the man was speaking to her while in an inverted position. Who are you? The Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy? Might Guy took a deep breath, exerting his arms to effortlessly return to an upright stance. One hand rested on his hip while the other was raised with a thumbs up directed at himself, his pearly white teeth gleaming beneath his green spandex attire. The Azure Beast? Sakura blinked vacantly, her mind grappling with the names of the Azure Beast and Might Guy. She felt a flicker of recognition, yet it was elusive. A Jonin, perhaps? Indeed. However, my limits extend far beyond that rank. By the way, in my battles against your teacher Kakashi, I have secured more victories. Might Guy chuckled heartily. Sakura's expression transformed into one of astonishment, her thoughts swirling with the notion that this man before her might surpass even Kakashi-sensei. Sakura, would you like to train with me? Although you are not a member of my team, it matters not. I shall impart to you the essence of youth. Might Guy exclaimed with exuberance. giving Sakura a hearty pat on the back. She realized that this could very well be Kakashi-sensei's arrangement for her. While the specifics remained unclear, it presented an opportunity. "Might Guy-sensei, please teach me. I yearn to grow stronger." Sakura's eyes sparkled with determination, her face radiating sincerity. Observing her fervent attitude, Might Guy's joy knew no bounds. And he patted her back once more, leaving Sakura feeling as though she might choke on her own excitement. Precisely. It is increasingly rare to find young women who can appreciate the charm of youth. My teammate Tintin shows little interest. What a pity. Speaking of which, it has been quite a while since I last saw that girl. She truly resonates with my spirit. We are like siblings separated at birth. However, I wonder where she has gone. That girl? Sakura mused, tilting her head in curiosity. Conjuring an image of a girl clad in the same striking green spandex as Might Guy. Unable to contain herself, she burst into laughter. The visual of the green attire proving to be overwhelmingly comical, it was alarming enough on a boy, let alone on a girl. Since you wish to learn my craft, allow me to present you with a gift. Wait here, I shall return momentarily, Might Guy said, transitioning from patting Sakura's back to resting his hand on her shoulder. With that, he executed a swift movement akin to the body flicker technique, vanishing from her sight in an instant. Sakura remained stationary, contemplating what Might Guy's gift could possibly be. Surely it must be a training tool? Might Guy-sensei is reliable. I must devote myself to training. Whatever he instructs me to do, I shall comply. As long as it enables me to grow stronger and catch up to Sasuke and Naruto. Determined, Sakura nodded to herself, resolutely deciding to follow Might Guy. This path seemed far more promising than delving deeper into illusionary techniques. 10 minutes later, Might Guy returned, brandishing a plastic bag amidst the bustling crowd. Sakura scrutinized the contents of the bag, her mind racing to deduce what might be inside. Ninja tools? The bag was not large, and it appeared devoid of any indentations, suggesting that its contents were likely not heavy. Sakura's observational skills were commendable. Alas, her thought process did not align with that of Might Guy. The moment Sakura grasped the plastic bag, she instantaneously realized what it contained. A green bodysuit, tailored to her size, akin to what Might Guy wore. Donning this attire would undoubtedly facilitate her training. I had previously gifted a similar one to that girl, and since you will soon be my student as well, you naturally deserve your own, Might Guy proclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, utterly oblivious to the tremors in Sakura's hands. She was hesitating. She was contemplating. She was awakening. In her quest to catch up to Sasuke and Naruto, she was resolute. Might Guy-sensei, please commence my training at once, Sakura declared earnestly, clutching the plastic bag. Witnessing this scene, Might Guy was exceedingly pleased, exclaiming, "Excellent. Such vigor. I am thoroughly satisfied. Now, follow me, for I shall impart to you the 8 gates. A ninjutsu I have practiced since childhood." In that moment, Sakura embarked on a path starkly divergent from the original narrative, even ahead of Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 72, Kakashi of Double Digits. Although Might Guy intended to teach Sakura the 8 gates, this ninjutsu requires a certain foundational proficiency to practice. Thus, the immediate priority for Sakura was not to train but to build her strength. During this period of conditioning, Might Guy would also assess Sakura's perseverance and determination. Running, squats, sit-ups, pull-ups. Throughout her rigorous regimen, Sakura diligently channeled her chakra to control her currently limited muscle strength, a testament to her exceptional chakra control talent. While simultaneously pushing her limits, Sakura repeated to herself, "Do not become a muscle woman. Do not become a muscle woman. Do not become a muscle woman." To avoid transforming into a muscular figure, Sakura exerted herself exponentially, her fervor astonishing both Might Guy and his protege, Rock Lee. Might Guy mused. Perhaps she truly has the potential to master the 8 gates. The prospect of 2 users in the Chunin exams is exhilarating. Rock Lee chimed in. Sakura is working so hard. I too must strive diligently to master 5 gates by the time of the Chunin exams. Tion expressed disbelief, wondering if there truly were girls practicing this, and felt a sense of fear. Ning Ci, however, was unfazed, asserting that even if someone could indeed cultivate such skills, the Nin exams were fast approaching, and at most, he could only open the 2nd gate. To him, this posed no significant threat. Ning Ci believed that the real dangers in the upcoming Nin exams were Naruto and Sasuke, yet he held confidence in his abilities. Having mastered the Hyuga clan's ultimate defense, the Kaiten, clenching his fists, he designated Naruto and Sasuke as his rivals, while at that very moment, those 2 formidable opponents were enjoying skewers together. I say, Sasuke, Shouldn't we return to our training? The Chunin exams are nearly upon us, Naruto remarked, expressing concern about their current state and the difficulty of progress through mere relentless practice. Rather than training tirelessly, a moment of enlightenment might prove more beneficial. Who would have thought those words would come from you, Sasuke? Naruto chuckled as they continued to indulge in their meal. Both possessed strength nearing the level of Chunin. And while they could continue to advance, they both believed there were more effective methods than mere hard work. They were confident that their sister had already devised a plan for them. They just awaited her return. Anxiety consumed them. Not from the slow pace of their own strength's improvement, but from the worry about their sister's prolonged absence. It had been nearly 4 months. Could something have happened to her? Or perhaps she has caused trouble for someone else? Sasuke mused, resting his chin on his hand, dismissing any serious concern for his sister's safety. He believed her strength surpassed that of anyone, even the Hokage. He simply missed her and felt discomfort at being unable to match her pace. Ah, sister, when will you return? Sasuke lamented, abandoning his stoic demeanor, resting his head on the table, pouting as he let out a ghostly wail. Meanwhile, far away in the wet-bone forest, Qianxia suddenly felt a tremor, nearly losing control of the natural chakra she had stored within. What is happening? Why do I suddenly feel so cold? Am I cursed? She murmured, before closing her eyes once more. Attempting to transform the natural chakra into Senjutsu chakra used in sage mode. Through her observations over this time, Qianxia had begun to grasp the essence of sage techniques in the wet-bone forest. She realized that mastering them would lead to a tremendous enhancement of her abilities. And she felt she was gradually comprehending the strength of that man. It doesn't matter. I will catch up. With her eyes closed, Qianxia diligently refined the natural chakra within her body. At this moment, she was on the verge of entering sage mode, with the Sage of Slugs by her side. Eager to witness this historic moment, it was within her grasp. Suddenly, the sage straightened up, sensing a positive transformation in Qianxia's chakra. The transition from natural chakra to Senjutsu chakra required a harmonious adjustment and balance between her physical and mental energies. This delicate equilibrium was the key to achieving sage mode. The most challenging aspect of this process was not the refinement of natural chakra into Senjutsu chakra, but rather maintaining that balance. A single misstep could send Qianxia plummeting into an abyss. However, Qianxia was undeterred. She had trained extensively in this aspect in her previous life. The world of cosplay was not merely about donning an outfit and striking a pose. Top-tier cosplayers often executed intricate movements or performances to fully embody their characters. This included activities like parkour and magic tricks. Qianxia, as a top-tier C0S member, my sense of balance has been meticulously honed. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a premier enthusiast. Within Qianxia's body, the chakra collided, intertwined, and merged until it attained a sublime equilibrium, gradually revealing the unique markings of sage mode upon her visage. Oh, how splendid! This young girl has succeeded. The slug sage, brimming with excitement, yearned to applaud with its hands, though it possessed none. As Qianxia, with closed eyes, gradually opened them, her aura transformed alongside her entry into sage mode. If the previous Qianxia radiated an alluring charm that captivated hearts, the current Qianxia exuded an ethereal quality, one that was to be admired from afar and never trifled with. Is this what sage mode truly is? Qianxia mused as she gazed at her hands, sensing the profound shift in her inner state, feeling as though the very world around her had altered. Congratulations, you are the second individual to master my wet-bone forest sage technique. How does it feel? My wet-bone forest sage technique is remarkably powerful, the slug sage stated, a blend of excitement and pride in its tone as it addressed Qianxia. Upon hearing this, Qianxia once again scrutinized her own physique. As she clenched her fists, the chakra within her surged forth like a super scion unleashing its power. Qianxia was initially taken aback, but soon a joyful expression graced her face. In that moment, her chakra surged to an extraordinary level, far surpassing her expectations. With the same amount of chakra, sage chakra could unleash powers several times, even dozens of times, greater than ordinary chakra, 6 or 7 Kakashi's worth. Now, she possessed at least the prowess of 60 or 70 Kakashis. Chapter 73, the opening of the Chunin exam. Such an immense amount of chakra was splendid. From now on, she would no longer need to hesitate when using would release. To be honest, before mastering sage techniques, Qianxia's chakra was insufficient to create an entire forest. She could only manage some minor greening and house construction. After all, how could she possibly confine even a corner? Moreover, having learned sage techniques, her plan to create her own jutsu could finally be set in motion. Crafting original jutsu was not particularly challenging prior to this. Qianxia had already developed many of her own techniques. However, she deemed them rather ordinary and lacking in value. After all, most jutsu, despite their differing names, merely varied in magnitude of power. Great Fireball Technique. Fireball Great Fire Extinguishing. Sea of Flames Great Fire Disappearance. Fireball Sea of Flames. To enhance the prestige of her original jutsu, Qianxia ultimately decided to postpone her creation plans until she acquired external enhancements akin to Sage Techniques or Tailed Beast powers. And now, the moment had finally arrived. Toad Sage, thank you for your guidance during this time. It's nothing, really. I haven't been of much help. By the way, would you like to take some local specialties back with you? With a thought, the Toad Sage summoned a multitude of small toads, each carrying baskets of the secret wild vegetables from the Whetbone Forest. Lacking any space-time storage techniques, Qianxia symbolically accepted one basket. Although she had much more to discuss with the Toad Sage, the immediate priority was to return to Konohagakure. Qianxia contemplated that the plot of the Chunin exams was approaching, and she yearned to stir the waters of this tumultuous affair. Orochimaru's obsession with the Sharingan made it nearly inevitable that her younger brother would draw his attention. With Orochimaru's beguiling tongue and the mind-altering effects of his cursed seal, Qianxia felt that her previous efforts might be rendered futile. Nevertheless, she hoped to catch up. Despite everything still being within her plans, an ominous premonition began to swell within her. However, even the Sage of Snails could not directly transport Qianxia back to Konohagakure. Instead, he employed a reverse summoning technique to align the coordinates with Tsunade, thus transporting her to the Hokage's side. By the way, let us forge a contract. Summon me if you encounter any troubles. Although it won't be my physical self that comes, but rather my progeny, they should be of some assistance. The Sage of Snails willingly established a summoning contract with Qianxia, enabling her to summon snails like Tsunade, providing her with an additional layer of security. It's been quite amusing during your time here, and I can teach you some of our secret techniques upon your return. The Sage of Snails expressed a motherly reluctance, akin to a parent sending their daughter off into the world. As for Qianxia's feelings towards the sage, it remained unknown. However, with the promise of secret techniques to be imparted, it was certain that Qianxia would return in the not-so-distant future, and likely frequently. Qianxia, what is the matter? This is a free gift of celestial techniques. There is no contradiction between visiting and obtaining secret skills for free. As the art of reverse spirit communication commenced, Qianxia's form was enveloped and consumed by a radiant light. As Qianxia's vision plunged into darkness, she found herself unable to perceive anything around her. Even the formidable sensory perception bestowed by the sage mode proved futile in this moment, such as the might and enigma of spatial power, surpassing the elemental forces of fire, water, earth, thunder, and wind. Even the most potent of bloodline limits and the remnants of blood would pale in comparison to this overwhelming force. How splendid it would be if she could one day harness this power herself. A fleeting thought crossed Qianxia's mind, but within moments, she regained her ability to see. Her body did not crash directly to the ground. However, she sensed that the nearest object beneath her feet was less than a meter away. Suddenly, with a man's exclamation of bang, Qianxia's body plummeted, toppling a mahjong table below her. The crowd of dozens surrounding her stood in stunned silence, including Tsunade, who, rather than being overwhelmed by the shock and distress of those around her, found herself thinking, how splendid. The mahjong table has been overturned. That round doesn't count. With a round that she was destined to lose rendered void, how could Tsunade not feel elated? As 3 to 4 seconds passed, the gamblers finally reacted, each pulling out their weapons, hammers, mallets, hunting knives, high heels. They paid no heed to any semblance of rules. It was a blatant disruption. Amidst the rising clamor, the crowd surged towards Qianxia. Although Qianxia was somewhat bewildered by the unfolding scenario, witnessing a throng of ordinary citizens rushing towards her, she had no intention of using force to subdue them. The previous encounter had taken place outdoors, but now they were indoors. Using force here would likely result in the destruction of the gambling den. As Qianxia's eyes glowed crimson, she activated her Sharingan in the state of sage mode. With a simple yet unassuming genjutsu, all present relinquished their weapons, standing dazed and entranced, ensnared in a beautiful dream. Had she employed such an illusion against a multitude in the past, it would have undoubtedly drained her chakra significantly. However, with the abundant chakra of Kakashi at her disposal, this expenditure was rendered negligible. Qianxia exhaled deeply, turning to glance at Tsunade behind her. It was only then that Tsunade noticed the stripes on Qianxia's face, emblematic of sage mode. My goodness, have you truly mastered it? Tsunade gazed in astonishment at Xianxia, who had entered sage mode, and instantly recalled her own experiences. Once, she had trained in the Whetbone Forest, where the Sage of Slugs had deemed her talented, albeit with limited potential. She was certainly better than the average individual. As she wouldn't turn to bones due to failure during training, yet the probability of success was dismally low. Ultimately, her pilgrimage to the sacred land yielded only a summoning contract with the slugs of the Whetbone Forest. Has it truly been only a few days? Perhaps 2 weeks? It seems more like just a little over a week, doesn't it? Mastering the techniques of the Whetbone Forest is notoriously challenging. Tsunade increasingly suspected that Xianxia might have some connection to her grandfather. Given the circumstances, she found it hard to believe that the legendary Senja Hashirama had no involvement. Tsunade-senpai. What is the date today? How many days are left until the Chunin exam in Konoha? Xianxia, facing the astonished Tsunade, inquired with a hint of urgency. Tsunade quickly composed herself, clearing her throat twice, adopting the demeanor of a senior. The Chunin exams? I believe I heard Shizen mention it. It seems they commence today. What? Now it was Xianxia's turn to be taken aback. Had she truly been so hasty that she was still behind? Was there still time to rush back? Regardless of the time constraints, she had to hurry. Xianxia channeled all the chakra of her celestial arts into the body flicker technique, and in an instant, she vanished before Tsunade, leaving the astounded Tsunade and a group of gamblers still ensnared in their illusions. Chapter 74. Xianxia, a remarkable woman. During the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen fell in battle, while Orochimaru, unable to obtain Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan, turned his attention to Sasuke's eyes as a secondary target. Xianxia, Orochimaru, if you dare, come at me. Do you believe I can transform you, the great serpent, into a pitiful trickster? Xianxia utilized the instantaneous body technique continuously. Yet a considerable distance still lay between here and Konohagakure. To return, it would inevitably take several hours. Sasuke, stop being so lewd and focus. Meanwhile, in Konoha, a multitude of candidates from the other 4 ninja villages had gathered, and Gaara, along with Naruto and Sasuke, encountered one another just as in the original narrative. However, this time, Gaara refrained from provoking the two, sensing an unusual aura and latent threat emanating from them. Lowering his head, Gaara displayed an expression of excitement at this moment. He had yet to experience Naruto's personality correction fist and remained in a daze. Although the storyline had been partially altered, he believed that this personality correction fist would manifest in another form in the near future. The first phase of the Chunin exams commenced, the written test. It comprised 9 exceptionally challenging questions, among which 2 candidates possessed the correct answers. The participants were required to employ ingenious cheating techniques amidst numerous proctors to pilfer the answers, thereby assessing their reconnaissance abilities as ninjas. Following the 9 questions, an additional question would arise, the difficulty of which would escalate further. With no answers available in the examination hall, it was rumored that those who could answer correctly would pass directly, while failure would result in the permanent loss of the chance to become a Chunin, prompting most to opt for withdrawal. After all, no one wished to confront such a daunting prospect of failure, thinking that if not this time, they could always try again later, for as long as there were mountains, there would be firewood. However, this phase tested the teamwork and unwavering determination inherent to ninjas, as long as one persevered until the end. Even submitting a blank paper could suffice for passing. In this round, Sakura diligently wrote with her pen in hand, while Sasuke and Naruto exchanged glances, fully understanding each other's unspoken thoughts. Naruto, Sasuke, could this possibly be the technique from my sister? Sasuke, if all goes as expected, then yes. In truth, years prior, Xianxia had employed a similar tactic on Naruto and Sasuke, transforming an originally dismal outcome into a threat of not teaching them any further. The written test of the Chunin exams was a challenge crafted by Xianxia that was particularly arduous for Naruto and Sasuke to accomplish. The consequence of failing the Chunin exams was the permanent forfeiture of their Chunin qualifications, while the penalty for failure in Xianxia's scenario was the irrevocable cessation of teaching the 2 youngsters. The effectiveness of this strategy was remarkable. Both boys experienced a mental shutdown, almost as if smoke were emanating from their heads. Fortunately, they managed to pass at that time, as they gazed at the test paper in their hands. Both Naruto and Sasuke surmised that this was indeed the very tactic their sister had previously employed. Reflecting on this, an involuntary shiver ran through them, recalling their initial hesitation. Fortunately, neither chose to give up in the end. Sasuke and Naruto laid down their pens, their expressions markedly different from those of the other candidates in the examination hall. The surrounding participants were bewildered, pondering what the two were doing. Surely they weren't giving up so swiftly? Could it be that they are employing some extraordinarily cunning methods of cheating? The relaxed expressions of Naruto and Sasuke have certainly captivated the attention of the proctors surrounding them. While the other examinees are either fervently scribbling away or resorting to various underhanded tactics to glean answers, these two seem to have surrendered entirely, which naturally draws scrutiny. The notion of leaking exam questions is utterly implausible. However, it is equally improbable that they would simply abandon the test, given their renowned talents as Naruto and Sasuke. As time ticks away, some candidates exhale a sigh of relief, their faces reflecting ease, while others appear utterly flustered, akin to a deer caught in headlights. Sasuke quietly studies the clock, murmuring to himself that the time must be approaching. Sure enough, mere seconds after his muttering, one of the proctors rises and announces the existence of the 10th additional question along with the penalties for failure. Instantly, 99 of the examinees seem to don masks of despair, raising their hands one by one, their spirits crushed as they exit the examination hall. Sakura, too, feels the beads of cold sweat trickling down her brow. She initially intended to gauge Sasuke and Naruto's demeanor, but upon witnessing their nonchalance, she is taken aback. Naruto rests his head on the desk, seemingly on the verge of slumber, while Sasuke, arms crossed, hasn't even glanced at the exam paper. Doubts about her own choices flood Sakura's mind as she gazes at her own meticulously penned answers. If her frustrations could be harnessed as energy, she would likely be able to shatter this planet with a single punch. Sakura thinks to herself, if those two remain unfazed, why should I be anxious? With a sigh, she relinquishes her grip on the exam paper and stretches her arms in a grand yawn. Although the trio is not seated together, their demeanor renders them the most striking figures in the examination hall. As time continues to elapse, the examination reaches its conclusion, and relief washes over the candidates as the proctor announces that the remaining examinees have successfully passed. You, and you, step outside for a moment. The proctor gestures toward Naruto and Sasuke, beckoning them to exit the examination room first. Naruto and Sasuke remain unperturbed as they rise from their seats and follow the proctor outside. The proctor inquires about the source of their apparent calmness during the test, to which the two respond candidly, seizing the opportunity to boast about their sister's cleverness. It was all thanks to our sister's wisdom, they declare. Hey, the tricks you employed were already used on us by Sister Chika several years ago, so we were completely unfazed. But don't get the wrong idea. We passed that assessment with flying colors too. Upon hearing the words of Naruto and Sasuke, the proctor displayed an expression of enlightenment. Realizing that someone had successfully anticipated the questions, and indeed, several years in advance. Your sister must be Uchiha Chika, a truly remarkable woman, the proctor exclaimed sincerely. Although Chinchilla has yet to arrive, her presence has not diminished in the slightest. Soon, the first challenge of the Chunin exam approached, which happened to be the one Chinchilla feared the most, the Forest of Death in Orochimaru. Chapter 75, On the Road, Riding to the Rescue. Alas, this distance is insufferably far. Having continuously employed the body flicker technique over long distances, Chinchilla landed on the ground, not because her chakra was depleted, but rather to conserve her energy. As she was preparing to confront Orochimaru with the intent to subdue him decisively, Chinchilla lifted her head to gaze at the sun in the sky, mentally estimating the progress of the Chunin exam. There should be enough time. Perhaps she should seek a mode of transportation to alleviate her fatigue. However, what means of conveyance could possibly be found in this vicinity? She decided to continue utilizing the body flicker technique. Then, Chinchilla raised her eyebrows as a horse suddenly emerged from the thicket, leisurely grazing while turning its head to gaze at her. The eyes of both human and horse met in a moment of silent connection. Chinchilla, Arima, Ma. The horse seemed to sense something amiss and quickly turned to flee, but it could not escape the firm grasp of Chinchilla's control. With a small leap, she mounted the horse, her legs tightly clamping around its body. One hand pressed against the horse's head, her face contorted into a devilish expression. In that moment, the barriers of race and language became trivial. The horse reared its head and let out a neigh, galloping madly towards the direction of Konoha. What a spectacle! Ahead, a martial arts master transformed into a steed. Behind, a shadow-level warrior riding a horse. How terrifying. The second phase of the Chunin exams, the Forest of Death. 13 Heaven Scrolls and 13 Earth Scrolls were randomly distributed among 26 teams. To pass, they must acquire a pair of Heaven and Earth Scrolls and locate the designated completion point within 5 days. This was precisely the segment that Chinchilla dreaded. For Orochimaru had infiltrated under a concealed identity, his target being Sasuke, hoping to claim him as his next vessel. It was audacious indeed. The very one who was swiftly defeated by Uchiha Itachi dared to extend his reach towards his younger brother. At this moment, Shinshia was en route on horseback. Earth scrolls, you say? Thus, we merely need to obtain one heaven scroll, making the second phase of the Chunin exams rather simple and uninteresting. Upon hearing the rules of the second phase, Sasuke lost interest, realizing that with a stroke of fortune, they only needed to eliminate one team. And with 5 days at their disposal, he believed the difficulty of this phase paled in comparison to the written test of the first phase. Humph. Shall we race to see who can acquire a heaven scroll first? Oh, Naruto, your mind is surprisingly sharp to conceive such an entertaining notion. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, their lips curling into devilish smiles. Beside them, Sakura was flustered and bewildered. Did they intend to separate? Please. This was the Chunin exams. Was it truly wise to be so reckless? With a resigned sigh, she acknowledged her understanding of their prowess. It seemed unlikely that any candidates in the exams could rival them. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I'm not the same as I used to be. Sakura took a deep breath, closing her eyes to concentrate fully. The first gate of the 8 gates, open. With a fierce shout, her body erupted with an unprecedented aura. Success. Sakura's face radiated with excitement. Although she had achieved success in private, this was her first opportunity to showcase it before Naruto and Sasuke. Unable to contain herself, she eagerly turned her gaze towards them, only to find that the two seemed utterly oblivious to her transformation, one gazing eastward, the other westward, both in pursuit of their quarry. Sakura's initial exhilaration swiftly diminished, realizing that perhaps her accomplishments in the first gate were insufficient to impress them. Nevertheless, she reassured herself, if the first gate would not suffice, she had the second, third, fourth, fifth, and even the 7th gates at her disposal. Youth. Ultimately, the trio did not separate, for before they could act independently, they encountered a friendly group of 3 who promptly surrendered their scroll without much resistance. Remarkably, it was the coveted heaven scroll they sought. Naruto sulked, his lips pouting, hands cradling the back of his head, clearly displeased. After all, he longed to display his prowess in the Chunin exams, laying a solid foundation for his future as Hokage. Yet he had yet to deliver any remarkable performances. Meanwhile, Sasuke maintained his aloof demeanor, arms crossed, his head tilted at a 45-degree angle, softly remarking, "The winds today are rather tumultuous." In contrast, Sakura clutched the heaven scroll in her right hand and the earth scroll in her left, possessing the envious prerequisites for passage. Yet she found the weight of these items burdensome. We should hasten to the submission point. With 4 days remaining, we can still afford some rest, she suggested with a hint of resignation. The two nodded in agreement, and just as they were about to set off, a sudden surge of hostility enveloped them. Quick! Take cover! The trio leaped in different directions, and a moment later, the spot they had just occupied was violently swept away by a colossal white serpent. Had they been struck directly, it would have surely resulted in dire consequences. Atop this massive serpent stood Orochimaru, cloaked in secrecy, his gaze fixed intently upon Sasuke, his eyes brimming with an unsettling aggression. Shinshia's greatest concern was unfolding before her eyes. She was still en route on horseback. Sasuke unleashed, fire style, great fireball jutsu. Naruto exclaimed, multiple shadow clone Rasen Shuriken. Sakura shouted, huh? Although they were oblivious to the identity of the assailant, the trio immediately retaliated against Orochimaru. While they remained significantly on the defensive, their situation was markedly improved compared to the one-sided thrashing depicted in the original narrative. Orochimaru, perplexed, mused that he was merely bestowing a cursed seal upon Sasuke. Why was this so troublesome? He questioned their presence in the Chunin exams given their apparent lack of strength. Despite his grievances, Orochimaru was confident in his superiority, having discerned all their trump cards and tactics. The game was about to conclude. A wicked smile crept across Orochimaru's lips as he directed the colossal white serpent towards the trio, who were gasping for breath. Naruto still had chakra to spare, but Sasuke felt utterly depleted. Damn it. Sasuke clenched his teeth, yet he refused to concede. Even in the face of imminent defeat, he would not choose to surrender. This was one of the fruits of Chinshia's years of training. Orochimaru, you shall not prevail. Just as Orochimaru was poised to seize victory, an incongruous neigh echoed from afar, followed by a voice that rang out. Orochimaru, if you're a man, face me directly. Sneaking up on my little brothers is cowardly. A black horse emerged from the underbrush, ridden by Shinshia, who defiantly raised her middle finger at Orochimaru. Chapter 76. Confronting Orochimaru. Once there was a prince on a white steed rescuing a princess, Now, Qianxia rides a black horse to save her brothers. The ebony steed ridden by Qianxia galloped wildly, its speed so frenzied that even Qianxia could not rein it in. In a moment of desperation, she was compelled to leap from the horse, which continued its chaotic charge. With a resounding crash, it collided with the massive white serpent coiled beneath Orochimaru's feet. The enormous serpent, taken aback, glanced down in bewilderment at the horse that had struck it. Without a moment's hesitation, it opened its mouth wide and, with a gulp, transformed Qianxia's temporary mount, which had accompanied her for a couple of hours, into its delectable meal. My horse. Qianxia was completely ignited. Although she was already in a state of fervor, that is not the crux of the matter. Qianxia is indeed a person of profound loyalty and sentiment. Witnessing the demise of her beloved steed, she mourned for a full 3 seconds in heartfelt indignation. Orochimaru regarded Qianxia with an unusual expression. His ambition was to possess a body endowed with the Sharingan, and as a scion of the Uchiha clan, Qianxia was initially part of his grand design. However, according to the intelligence he had gathered, Qianxia was merely an elite Chunin with a modicum of cleverness, her strength hovering around the elite Jounin level. In stark contrast, Sasuke, at such a tender age, boasted strength surpassing that of a Chunin, a prodigious talent, and he was the brother of that man. In Orochimaru's eyes, Sasuke held far greater priority than Qianxia. The fact that Qianxia was female did not diminish her value in his assessment. He believed that talent was paramount, rendering gender utterly irrelevant. As he observed the emotionally volatile Qianxia, who made a rather striking entrance, an ominous premonition surged within him. Qianxia slowly raised both hands, and Orochimaru's gaze sharpened as he sought to discern the hand signs she was forming, ready to react at a moment's notice. Clap. Qianxia clasped her hands together, pondering the significance of this imprint. It seemed entirely non-existent. Orochimaru was momentarily bewildered, but within the span of a heartbeat, realization dawned upon him. Orochimaru exclaimed, "Damn it. This girl wields would release." Qianxia clapped her hands, exclaiming, "What I call forth, comes forth." Orochimaru had conducted extensive research on would release. Yet he found himself a step behind when faced with Qianxia's astonishing display of power, despite her confidence in her own understanding. This singular moment granted Qianxia a significant advantage. Orochimaru hastily leaped away, the scene reminiscent of Qianxia's previous battle with Jiao Du. Yet despite his fervent struggles, he could not escape the rapidly growing trees that ensnared him. However, this time, Qianxia did not wait for her opponent to break free from the restraints of the wood release. Instead, she gathered her strength and leapt into the very forest of bindings she had created. As she plunged into her own domain, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura finally exhaled in relief. Qianxia sister, she's back." Naruto gasped, collapsing onto the ground. Sasuke remained silent, his gaze fixated on the spot where Qianxia had vanished, and the two Tomo in his eyes hinted at a transformation towards 3. Meanwhile, Sakura's face radiated admiration when she first encountered Qianxia. She merely perceived her as a stunning beauty, but now she recognized her as not only a breathtaking figure, but a formidable warrior as well. With Qianxia's entrance into the fray, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. In the forest that would release had conjured, Orochimaru found himself leaping about frantically. For each branch upon which he landed threatened to splinter and assault him in the very next instant. "Aren't you a snake? Why do you keep jumping around?" As Qianxia pursued from behind, Orochimaru sprinted ahead. With a swift motion, he turned his head and unleashed a gust of wind release. Great breakthrough. Yet, before it could strike Qianxia, it was abruptly intercepted by a robust branch that emerged unexpectedly. Could it be that someone else, like myself, has been clandestinely experimenting with wood release techniques and possesses abilities that surpass my own? Orochimaru gritted his teeth, realizing the implications. No wonder his previous encounters with Sasuke had been so troublesome. Sasuke was far stronger than anticipated. Moreover, that Ninetales brat was also a factor. All of this chaos stemmed from this woman's interference. In Orochimaru's mind, Qianxia's priority soared significantly, surpassing even that of Uchiha Sasuke. This body, I must possess it. Abruptly halting his retreat, Orochimaru chose to shift from defense to offense. He raised his arms, and countless white serpents erupted from his sleeves. However, without exception, they were deftly evaded by Qianxia and surged directly towards Orochimaru. A tremendous explosion resonated through the forest space created by the wood release, sending Orochimaru flying amidst the billowing smoke, landing heavily upon the ground. Qianxia leapt gracefully from the forest, landing with an air of composure. The entire scene reminiscent of an overwhelming triumph. Ahem, My dear girl, you have truly exceeded my expectations. No wonder you managed to survive the grasp of Uchiha Itachi. I had thought it was merely coincidence. Regardless, your physique has certainly caught my interest. Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished or reduced to a mere rogue snake. It is well understood that, beyond sheer strength, his most formidable asset lay in the vast assortment of forbidden techniques he commanded. Suddenly, Orochimaru raised his hands, forming seals. As he completed his incantation, two coffins materialized before him. Edo Tensei. This forbidden technique, devised by the second Hokage, enables the retrieval of a deceased individual's soul and their resurrection in corporeal form. Typically, it is employed in conjunction with another jutsu he invented, the explosive tag, yielding terrifying consequences. However, due to its inhumane nature, it has often drawn the ire of his elder brother. As the coffins creaked open, the creator of this forbidden technique and his brother became the latest puppets to be manipulated. Brother, it is quite evident that we have fallen victim to your forbidden jutsu. One remarked. With the resurrection via Edo Tensei, their consciousness gradually returned. They surveyed their surroundings and their own bodies, quickly discerning their predicament. It appears we have been summoned by this individual to confront the girl before us. How vexing. Hashirama Shinja sighed in resignation, while his brother Tobirama Shinja's attention was fixated on Qinshia's pair of eyes. From the Uchiha clan? If we have been summoned to engage with the Uchiha, perhaps this individual behind us is not entirely malevolent. Wouldn't you agree, brother? Qinsha listened to the words of Qinsho Tobirama, and her lips involuntarily twitched slightly. Indeed, he is the second Hokage. One might think that even stumbling over a small stone would prompt him to exclaim about the malevolence of the Uchiha clan. Nevertheless, this unfolding narrative is becoming increasingly intriguing. Qinsha clasped her hands together, ready to confront the two former Hokages. Chapter 77, Qinsha's Joy. If both the first and second Hokages were at their peak, Qinsha would have a mere one chance of victory. However, at this moment, the two Hokages resurrected by Orochimaru were not in their prime. Even the elderly Sarutobi Hiruzen could contend with them. Thus, the advantage lies with me. Qinsha took a deep breath and immediately began to accumulate her chakra for sage techniques. While she could not activate it instantaneously, gathering power for 7 or 8 seconds was certainly feasible. The patterns of the wet bone forest sage mode began to manifest on her cheeks, and her entire aura surged dramatically. From a distance, she appeared not as a character from Naruto, but rather as a super scion emerging from the neighboring realm of Dragon Ball. Sage techniques? The sage techniques of the wet bone forest. Shinja Hashirama displayed an expression of astonishment, while beside him, Shinja Tobirama raised an eyebrow, struggling to contain the tension in his cheeks. Shinja Tobirama, it is utterly astonishing that the nefarious Uchiha clan could also wield sage techniques. However, what left Shinja Tobirama in further disbelief was yet to unfold. With a resounding clap of his hands, Chika made a swift decision after a mere 0.1 seconds of contemplation, opting to employ this would-release technique. Would-release, eternal binding of the trees. With a decisive strike of his hands, what he summoned came forth as commanded. Vigorous vines suddenly emerged from beneath the feet of Shinja Hashirama and Shinja Tobirama, ensnaring their hands and legs. Within moments, the situation escalated further as two towering trees erupted from the ground. Their perspectives soared higher and higher, swiftly reaching an altitude of 1,000 meters. Though the two remained composed, a look of bewilderment overshadowed their faces, particularly that of Tobirama. He turned to his elder brother, who was similarly bound, and, in a state of confusion, remarked, "Brother, why have you left a legacy within the Uchiha clan?" Shinja Hashirama, with his head adorned with dark streaks, replied rather irately, "Tobirama, even if she truly shares a bloodline with me, it is impossible for her to inherit my would-release. You are well aware that my would-release is not the kind that can be passed down through a bloodline limit." Shinja Hashirama was also perplexed. If his would-release could be inherited, then his children and grandchildren ought to exhibit at least a hint of its potential. However, through profound self-reflection, he concluded that this secret technique was unique to him alone. Regardless, this girl was no ordinary individual. We were about to be caught off guard. "Brother, you are right. I should never have pursued the study of this forbidden technique." Once they spoke, the light in their eyes dimmed. The user of Edo Tensei could manipulate those who were summoned, and at that moment, the two former Hokage were under Orochimaru's control. "Go." With a command from Orochimaru, Shinju Hashirama and Shinju Tobirama instantly unleashed their chakra, breaking free from Shinja Chika's would-release restraints. Without a moment's hesitation, they plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters straight to the ground, and upon landing, they dashed towards Shinjuchika with the agility of seasoned ninjas. Qianxia, with a deliberate and unhurried demeanor, performed a series of hand seals and unleashed several massive fireballs. Senju Hashirama, unperturbed, effortlessly swatted each fireball away, reducing them to mere ashes with a casual flick of his hand. Beside him, Senju Tobarama showcased his remarkable prowess by producing a shuriken from seemingly nowhere and launching it with a swift motion. Qianxia deftly evaded the shuriken with a swift sidestep. And in that fleeting moment, her Sharingan revealed that the shuriken bore the Flying Thunder God seal. Qianxia, what? When did you carve this? Your hand is quite swift, isn't it? Qianxia immediately employed the body flicker technique to create distance. Almost simultaneously, Senju Tobarama teleported to Qianxia's side using the Flying Thunder God technique and delivered a horizontal kick aimed at her waist. Of course, Qianxia managed to defend against the strike. To be honest, she had no absolute confidence in blocking any attack. However, when it came to her waist, please. Having endured so many blows, one would hope for some growth. If someone could easily strike my waist, that would be utterly unacceptable. Qianxia found herself in a somewhat disheveled state as she tumbled through the air, landing a considerable distance away before regaining her footing. Yet, before she could stabilize herself, Senju Hashirama was already upon her, and it was not his true form but rather a wooden dragon he commanded. How is it possible for you to still summon a wooden dragon? Senju Hashirama can undoubtedly summon the wood dragon. Not only can he conjure the wood dragon, but he can also manifest the wood golem and the great Buddha, even simultaneously invoking all three. However, what astonishes Senju Kakashi is that at this stage, Hashirama possesses the ability to wield such formidable techniques. In the original narrative, the reanimated Hashirama at this phase could hardly manage to perform wood release, let alone devour an entire house. Kisame wished to voice her complaints, yet the unconscious Hashirama Senju afforded her no such opportunity. As he charged towards her with the wooden dragon beneath his feet, a thunderous crash ensued, and a dense cloud of dust enveloped the surroundings, from which Hashirama emerged. His intentions thwarted. Thwarted? How could he have missed from such proximity? Orochimaru furrowed his brow in confusion, dismissing the notions of body flicker or substitution jutsu. It wasn't merely speed, could it be? Before Orochimaru could ponder further, a kunai hurtled towards him from a nearby tree, compelling him to swiftly evade, the weapon embedding itself in the ground behind him. In that fleeting moment, a potent sense of dissonance surged within Orochimaru, and he realized, behind him, there was not just a kunai, but also Kisame, grinning with a devilish smile. The Flying Thunder God technique. This was the S-rank space-time ninjutsu previously employed by Tobarama Senju against Kisame. While ordinary Sharingan could replicate basic jutsu, many may have forgotten that Kisame's Manjiki Sharingan harbored abilities beyond mere celestial phenomena. With the power of her other eye, she could utilize even secret techniques and bloodline limits, provided she expended a copious amount of chakra. And that considerable chakra expenditure? Forgive her. Endowed with a chakra reserve surpassing double digits like Kakashi, Kisame felt unrestrained. With a swift motion, blood erupted as Kisame's palm, sharpened like a blade, pierced through Orochimaru's torso. In that instant, a profound sense of satisfaction welled within Kisame. At long last, at long last, at long last, it was her turn to pierce someone else's vital organs. After enduring countless instances of being on the receiving end, today, she finally had the opportunity to strike back. A feeling so profound it transcended mere joy, her expression reminiscent of a lovesick individual. Orochimaru, is piercing my organs truly that exhilarating? Qianxia, you fail to comprehend my joy. This is not merely happiness, but an exuberant delight, and with the assurance that you cannot extinguish it, it is an unparalleled ecstasy. For there remains the possibility of further indulgence. Orochimaru, Chapter 78, The Art of Qianxia. This elation is an experience beyond the grasp of others. It may even be deemed perverse by some, yet Qianxia remains unfazed. Others lack the capability to endure such an experience, yet Qianxia has not merely encountered it once. After being pierced through the waist by Qianxia, Orochimaru's face contorted momentarily in agony. However, as a practitioner of the art of regeneration, a mere stab through the waist is far from fatal, and it is precisely for this reason. Qianxia swiftly withdrew her arm, aiming at another direction to pierce through the kidney once more with precision and ferocity. The expression on Orochimaru's face was dominated by a single word: pain. He had never anticipated that Qianxia possessed such a sadistic nature, relishing in the torment of others in the act of stabbing their kidneys. This woman may well be more twisted than I am. Orochimaru concluded that this battle could not continue. If it persisted, he might not perish. but he would undoubtedly be subjected to an agony that rendered him desperate for life, yet unable to escape death. Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobarama swiftly turned towards Chika and Orochimaru. In a moment of desperation, Chika activated the Flying Thunder God technique once more, teleporting herself to the trunk of a large tree where she had previously marked her location. This technique proves to be remarkably effective. It is no wonder that after mastering the Flying Thunder God, when combined with the Rasengan, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, could dominate the battlefield with these two skills alone. There is little that can be done when he appears right behind you, unleashing a Rasengan before vanishing again, indifferent to whether you survive or not. If you endure, he will return after a brief interval to unleash yet another Rasengan. Such is the joy of a cunning strategist. Even Chika, who has only begun to grasp the Flying Thunder God technique, can already sense its potential. Standing upon the tree trunk, she surveyed Hashirama, Tobarama, and Orochimaru, her mind racing to formulate a plan. Jinxia, behold, let me show you what it truly means to be a master of cunning. Jinxia took a deep breath. Just as she was about to embark on the next phase of her endeavor, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from a distance. Someone was approaching at an alarming speed. And it was not just one individual. Jinxia was momentarily taken aback, and it took her a few seconds to realize that she was currently in the midst of the Chunin exams. Given the tumultuous commotion around her, it was indeed surprising that no one had come to investigate. Orochimaru also sensed the disturbance. He lowered his head and couldn't help but click his tongue, pondering whether he would have to abandon this body and flee. However, the cooldown period for acquiring a new body was 3 years. If he relinquished this opportunity, he would have to wait another 3 years before he could change bodies again. Now was not the time for such considerations. I must escape. First Hokage. Second Hokage. Protect my retreat. Orochimaru issued his final command to the two, and then summoned a multitude of white snakes to cover his escape. Jinxia, determined to thwart Orochimaru's slippery antics, was reluctant to let him slip away so easily. However, the fact that Hashirama and Tobarama were being manipulated by Orochimaru was quite troublesome, as resolving that situation would require ample time. There was no choice but to adopt a more forceful approach. Chika continuously employed the Flying Thunder God technique for swift movement. Although Senju Tobarama was also adept in this technique, his lack of self-awareness, being entirely in a controlled state, rendered his movements a step slower than Chika's. At this moment, Orochimaru had already distanced himself by several kilometers, believing that he would not be caught by the monstrous Chika. Little did he know, Hashirama and Tobarama had unwittingly aligned their path with Orochimaru's escape route. Splendid! An opportunity to capture them all in one fell swoop. Jinxia is poised to unleash a grand offensive, intent on vanquishing Orochimaru, the Edo Tensei Tobarama, and the Edo Tensei Hiruzen all at once. Would release? Ninjutsu? Sage techniques? Dojutsu? No. This is the realm of science. Jinxia had long ventured into the realm of self-created ninjutsu. However, she found that most ninjutsu merely revolved around variations in sheer power, such as the Great Fireball, Great Fire Destruction, and Great Fire Annihilation. As for functional ninjutsu, like Impure World Reincarnation and Flying Thunder God, she regrettably concluded after some research that she lacked the necessary intellect. Nevertheless, while she did not possess the genius of a pioneer, Jinxia stood not only upon the shoulders of the original work's giants, but also upon the shoulders of the giants of science. After years of relentless effort in recalling scientific concepts, Jinxia finally aligned the ultimate weapon of Earth's scientific principles with the chakra of the ninja world, achieving conceptual success. What remained was merely the vast chakra, perception, and precision needed to actualize her concept. Fortunately, she had now mastered all these conditions. With a slight smile gracing her lips, Jinxia calmly raised a hand, directing it towards the direction of the Impure World Reincarnation Pillars, Tobarama, and the fleeing Orochimaru. Fire release ignited the spark, utilizing the formidable perception from Sage Mode to lock onto the air and meticulously strip it of the required elements. She then enveloped these elements with her immense chakra, continuing to raise the temperature, facilitating reactions, amplifying, and compressing them. Every detail was swiftly executed under Jinxia's precise manipulation, and an art that would astonish and evoke cheers from Deidara was about to unfold. Ninjutsu, Nuclear Fusion Technique. Jinxia hurled the compressed amalgamation with the precision of a baseball throw, and in an instant, the once-contained energy surged forth, engulfing the pillars of dirt and Tobarama. In the distance, Orochimaru, who had been enjoying himself moments before, had not even turned to witness the spectacle when this formidable force struck him with unerring accuracy. Impact. Grounded. Explosion. Boom. Under Chinxia's mastery. The destructive range of the ninja art, nuclear fusion technique was not as extensive as in the real world. However, the reduction in area resulted in a more concentrated force. And the mushroom cloud that ascended was both vast and towering. As the tempestuous winds generated by the explosion surged forth, Chinxia's unrestrained hair danced wildly in the chaos. In this moment, she felt an exhilarating sense of freedom, so overwhelming that she nearly erupted into laughter, should she actually laugh. One could imagine that the legendary fifth man of the Hokage's merry band would soon materialize, just as Chinxia was on the verge of unleashing her nuclear fusion technique. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, arrived on the scene, staff in hand, witnessing the birth of this artistic spectacle. His pupils trembled as if shaken by an earthquake. In his recollection, Chinxia was merely a clever girl with a hint of depth, but the skills she exhibited at this moment were utterly astonishing. Could he truly thwart her if she sought vengeance for the Uchiha clan against Konoha? Hiruzen Sarutobi found himself grappling with a profound doubt. Chapter 79. The Power of World Peace. Initially, Chinxia had intended to experiment with a Ninja World atomic bomb, but upon closer examination, she discovered that it was far less straightforward than nuclear fusion, which yielded a hydrogen bomb with a potency 4 times that of an atomic bomb. It was truly a pity. Had it not been for the additional complexity involved, she would have relished the opportunity to engage with it, even if it meant wielding something of lesser power. She had even devised names for her techniques. The left-hand release would be dubbed ninjutsu, little boy, while the right-hand release would be called ninjutsu, fat man, exuding an artistic flair. As Chinxia faced the tempest unleashed by her own nuclear fusion explosion, a faint smile graced her lips. She reveled in the brilliance of her creation. Art need not always be an explosion, yet an explosion undeniably embodies a form of artistry. It was this very smile, reflecting her appreciation for her masterpiece, that caught the attention of Sarutobi Hiruzen, striking a chord deep within his heart. The rapid thumping of his aging heart resonated in his ears, akin to the rhythmic beating of drums. With a gulp, Sarutobi Hiruzen swallowed hard. Fully aware that he must devise a strategy to protect Konoha, he realized, with a sinking clarity, that should Chinxia truly intend to oppose Konoha, he would be powerless to intervene. If that peculiar mushroom cloud, born of an unknown jutsu, were to descend upon the village. Holding the staff transformed from the summoning monkey, he stood frozen in place, while Chinxia diverted her gaze from the ominous cloud. After all, Orochimaru was unlikely to be vanquished by such means. Merely causing him to endure prolonged suffering was satisfaction enough for Chinxia. After all, she was no demon. Chinxia clapped her palms, feeling a sense of satisfaction as she turned to search for her younger brothers. However, upon turning, she first noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen standing frozen in place. Ah, it seems the charade can no longer be maintained. What a pity. With a playful smile, Chinxia approached Hiruzen and gently patted his shoulder. Hiruzen, his head bowed in contemplation, eventually inquired in a somber tone, "May I ask what ninjutsu you just employed? I have never encountered such formidable techniques." "You are not a Jinchuriki. Indeed, as a master of ninjutsu, are you intrigued by my abilities?" "Hee, curiosity is warranted. Allow me to share. My technique is called ninjutsu, nuclear fusion technique, an ultimate art capable of flattening the world." Hiruzen gazed quietly into the distance where the mushroom cloud had vanished. Lost in thought, the second round of the Chunin exams could not possibly continue and would have to be postponed. The genin from various villages left Konoha with trepidation, returning to their own villages to report the terrifying weapon concealed by Konoha. The leaders of the various villages were shaken, realizing they had been outsmarted by Konoha. For decades, Konoha had flourished. Though it may have waned somewhat now, it undoubtedly possessed hidden strengths. During a time when others looked down upon Konoha, the village had been quietly developing, ultimately creating such a fearsome weapon. Now, with the weapon completed, they had chosen to conduct a demonstration during the Chunin exams, a clear show of force. Terrifying. Indeed. It was utterly frightening. Konoha's standing soared, and it was evident that in the upcoming 5 Kage summit, Konoha would reclaim a position of dominance. Yet, this was not a time for celebration. Sitting in his office, Hiruzen despondently cradled his head in his hands. Before him stood 2 figures, a man named Mitarashi and a woman named Uchiha Koharu, both contemporaries of Hiruzen and members of Konoha's upper echelons alongside Shimura Danzo. "Where is Danzo?" "We're not sure. We haven't seen him for several days," they shrugged, indicating that inquiries would yield no results. Normally, Danzo was elusive, and his absence would not raise eyebrows. But given the current circumstances, Hiruzen harbored serious doubts about whether Danzo was hiding or had fled, although both shared a commitment to the village over personal matters. Danzo and Hiruzen were not entirely alike. In the original narrative, when Pain invaded and the situation grew dire, Danzo mysteriously vanished. Yet, once Pain was defeated, he reemerged, donning the Hokage hat and brazenly assuming the role of the fifth Hokage for an entire week. At this moment, Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed at the absence of Uchiha Danzo, feeling increasingly anxious. Meanwhile, Mito Minyin and T. Kashikamaru, having yet to witness the devastating might of the world-destroying technique, remained somewhat dismissive. Hiruzen, have you summoned us to discuss the Uchiha clan? Hasn't enough time passed? Is it truly necessary to revisit this matter? They remarked nonchalantly, unaware that they were treading on a precarious minefield. As Sarutobi listened to their careless suggestions, he lowered his head, suddenly overwhelmed by an impulse to command Chikage to unleash the world-destroying technique upon them. Naturally, he restrained himself. His invitation to the two was not intended for idle chatter. He had already formulated a plan and merely wished to inform them of his decisions. On the following day, a multitude of boxes arrived at the entrance of the Uchiha estate, filled with ninjutsu scrolls, property deeds, and various forms of currency, items confiscated during the fateful night of the Uchiha massacre. Strangely, the least valuable among them was the money. Although an accurate count had yet to be made, Chikage had previously uncovered over 1 million in hidden funds belonging to clan members in their desolate estate. Thus, the family wealth that once rested in the clan's treasury was indeed considerable. Qianxia roused the slumbering Naruto and Sasuke, urging them to assist in transporting a substantial pile of boxes into the residence. Meanwhile, she lowered her gaze upon a scroll, the most valuable item she had unearthed from the heap. This forbidden technique scroll, authored by the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, contained the majority of the S-rank ninjutsu and forbidden techniques he had meticulously researched. However, Qianxiao remained unfazed. Just the previous day, this very item had incited a fervent debate between Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Kazumi, and T-Rune Koharu. During the time, with nothing else to occupy her, Qianxia had donned sage mode, utilizing her heightened sensory abilities to sit at a distance, casually munching on sunflower seeds while eavesdropping on the entire exchange. Chapter 80. That woman strikes eavesdropping in sage mode. Qianxia, you truly are quite the spectacle. Yet, she genuinely regarded the situation with indifference, considering that entering sage mode did not significantly exhaust her or shorten her lifespan. On the contrary, she felt invigorated both physically and mentally while in this state, prompting her to engage in it more frequently, which doubled as practice for swiftly entering sage mode. As Sarutobi Hiruzen and Mito Kazumi, alongside T-Rune Koharu, fervently exchanged verbal volleys, Qianxia perched atop the Hokage building, relishing sunflower seeds sold within the village while enjoying the panoramic view and clandestinely listening to their discourse. Mito Kazumi, what? Sarutobi, have you lost your senses with age? To even consider handing the forbidden scroll to that woman. T-Rune Koharu, indeed. If that woman is truly so perilous, then entrusting her with the forbidden scroll would only render her more dangerous and uncontrollable. The two voiced their vehement objections to Sarutobi Hiruzen, yet as the Hokage, his authority overshadowed their status as senior advisors, rendering their protests futile and their words ineffectual. What does it mean to make Qianxia even more dangerous and uncontrollable? She was already perilous and challenging to manage. Under the unconventional verbal sparring of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Mito Ya and T.J. Koharu found themselves in a heated disagreement, feeling as though their already dwindling lifespans had been further diminished. Angrily, they turned and exited the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed in resignation as he slumped into his chair, understanding that both Mito Ya and T.J. Koharu were simply too obstinate, much like himself. However, he recognized that the world had long since evolved beyond the whims of these old stalwarts. Upon hearing this, Chika chose not to linger any longer, lightly clutching a bag filled with sunflower seed shells as she gracefully ascended from the top floor of the Hokage building. Fast forward to the present. Chika leisurely returned to her residence, holding a forbidden jutsu scroll. With a soft thud, she collapsed onto the sofa, propping her legs up as if she were an esteemed gentleman perusing the paper, and began to examine the scroll. Indeed, the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama, renowned for having developed an array of forbidden techniques aside from water jutsu, had compiled a veritable cornucopia of formidable techniques. Some were comprehensible, others baffling, some inducing blushes, while others provoked a questioning of one's very existence. Kakashi Itachi, you should focus on mastering water release techniques. Qianxia gazed at the forbidden technique scroll, marveling at the audacity and ruthlessness of Shinju Tobarama. The scroll contained numerous forbidden techniques that could truly be deemed instruments of war. Meanwhile, as Qianxia contemplated the scroll, Naruto and Sasuke busily transported a multitude of boxes from outside. Naruto exclaimed, "Sasuke, how many bowls of Ichiraka ramen do you think we could buy with all this money?" Sasuke replied, "Rather than pondering how many bowls of Ichiraka ramen we could purchase, it would be more worthwhile to consider how many Ichiraka ramen shops this money could establish." Naruto inquired, and how many Ichiraka ramen shops could that be?" Sasuke, dismissively, stated, "I can't be bothered to answer that." He swiftly carried the last box back into the residence. Just as Qianxia finished a cursory examination of the forbidden technique scroll and casually tossed it to the other end of the sofa. In summary, useful, but not extensively so. Techniques like Edo Tensei and Flying Thunder God had already been replicated by Qianxia during her battle with Orochimaru, thanks to her Sharingan's capabilities. Although the remaining jutsu within the scroll were all forbidden techniques, they seemed of little assistance to Qianxia, given her already extraordinary configuration. After thoroughly examining the surroundings, Chika was astonished to discover that the most beneficial knowledge for her lay within the realm of barrier techniques. It could not be said that she had left empty-handed. "Sister? What is this?" Sasuke inquired, his curiosity piqued upon spotting the scroll sprawled across the sofa. This is a forbidden technique scroll. If you wish to take a look." "Sasuke, perhaps it's best to reconsider. At your current stage, such knowledge could prove perilous." Chika abruptly curtailed her sentence, grasping the forbidden scroll once more. The thought of Sasuke practicing the techniques contained within filled her with trepidation, fearing he might fall into obsession. "I will select some ninjutsu from this scroll to impart to you and Naruto. Bear in mind that the contents are all S-rank techniques and forbidden arts. The training will be arduous, so prepare yourself mentally." Upon hearing that his sister would be resuming her long-awaited teaching, both Sasuke and the newly arrived Naruto could hardly contain their excitement. Just as Sasuke was about to suggest commencing immediately, he suddenly froze, turning his gaze sharply towards the entrance of their residence. "Sister, it seems someone is coming." "Indeed, you are quite perceptive." The visitor was not one summoned by Chika. Yet she could sense the restless chakra in the air, leading her to speculate on the identity of the person outside. "Let us go and investigate." Qianxia rose from the sofa, accompanied by two little ones, and stepped out of the estate. At the entrance of the Uchiha compound stood a youth wielding a gourd of sand, exuding an aura that screamed, "You dare to provoke me, and I shall unleash my wrath upon you." He was Gaara, the Jinchuriki of Shikaku. He was originally the strongest contender in this Chunin exam, possessing the might of a tailed beast and the strength bestowed by his mother. Even the formidable Li, who had recklessly opened the fifth gate of the 8 gates, could not best Gaara. Despite the rigorous training that Qianxia had imparted upon Naruto and Sasuke, elevating them to the rank of elite Chunin, Gaara remained an imposing adversary in their eyes. As Sasuke and Naruto emerged from the estate, Gaara was poised to speak when he caught sight of Qianxia stepping out alongside them. This woman was perilous. Gaara had been a mere distance away during the chaotic confrontation with Orochimaru, witnessing firsthand the clash between Sasuke and Naruto against the formidable foe. Before he could utter praise for Orochimaru's prowess, a certain overprotective brother had charged in on horseback and sent Orochimaru flying with a single punch. His presence here was perhaps not a mere coincidence, but rather a consequence of the tailed beast within him guiding him to Naruto, another Jinchuriki. Gaara glared at Naruto, his silence creating an awkward tension in the air, while Naruto fidgeted, uncertain of how to respond. Just as Gaara attempted to intimidate Naruto with his piercing gaze, the woman intervened. With a thundering punch resembling a sandbag, she struck Gaara squarely on the head. The force of the blow caused him to stagger backward, nearly losing his balance. Cradling his head in disbelief, he looked up at the woman who had dared to strike him, only to find her grinning at him with her enormous fist raised in triumph. "Why, you can speak. If you can talk, you should have done so sooner." "My dear little brother." Chapter 81. The Jinchuriki and the tailed beast. Gaara, hands clutching his head, bore an expression of utter disbelief, as if to say, "Not even my mother has ever struck me." Although her mother never physically struck her, she tragically perished during childbirth. It was precisely due to her mother's demise, the instability of the sealed-tailed beast within her, and a minor childhood incident that transformed Gaara into his current state. Frequently plagued by Shikaku, the one-tailed beast, Gaara has had to remain perpetually vigilant, unable to succumb to slumber for fear of the beast's repercussions. In contrast, Naruto is fortified by the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, rendering him impervious to the disturbances of the nine-tailed fox, which cannot even rattle the confines of its imprisonment. At this moment, Gaara fixated his gaze upon Chika, who nonchalantly waved her hand, as if to dismiss her earlier actions directed towards him. She continued with a light-hearted tone. "I am aware that you have not slept for a considerable time, and I understand the incessant buzzing in your mind, as that entity within you persistently disrupts your peace, which explains your rather irritable demeanor. However, I believe I might be of assistance to you." "What?" Upon hearing Chika's assertion of her ability to help, Gaara's expression underwent a swift transformation: shock, skepticism, and a flicker of joy. He pressed his lips together, preparing to voice his doubts regarding the feasibility of her claim. Yet, before he could speak, Chika took the initiative, stealthily approaching Naruto from behind, adopting a promotional demeanor as she presented Naruto before him. Qianxia remarked, "Look, you are a Jinchuriki. And he is also a Jinchuriki. He radiates vitality. Do you still think this is an unattainable feat?" Upon hearing these words, Gaara momentarily froze, for he was weary, not blind. Even he could perceive the vast chasm separating them. Why? Despite being vessels of monsters, why is our disparity so pronounced? Rest assured, the sealing of these chaotic entities is a specialty of Konoha, Qianxia said, extending a finger to gently poke Gaara's forehead, smiling all the while. There was Uzumaki Minato sealing the Ninetails. Then there was Uzumaki Kushina sealing the Ninetails, followed by Namikaze Minato sealing the Ninetails, and Sarutobi Hiruzen sealing Orochimaru with both hands. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. The essence lies in Qianxia's ability to assist Gaara. "Look into my eyes," she urged, maintaining unwavering eye contact. Qianxia gently crouched down, aligning her gaze with that of Gaara's. Gaara's deadpan eyes met hers directly, while Qianxia's irises gradually shifted into the mesmerizing pattern of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. A tremor coursed through Gaara's heart, and in an instant, the entire world around him underwent a profound transformation. By the time he comprehended what was happening, he found himself within his own mental realm, with the tailed beast, Shikaku, imprisoned behind him. "Naruto, come here, connect with me," Qianxia instructed. Naruto, bewildered by her words, was ensnared by Qianxia's kaleidoscope Sharingan and drawn into his own mental domain. Through the resonance between the tailed beasts, coupled with Qianxia's deliberate interference, the mental spaces of the two were intertwined, giving birth to a masterpiece of the mind. Naruto and Gaara exchanged confused glances, their respective tailed beasts, Kurama and Shikaku, looking at each other with expressions akin to constipation. Kurama gazed at Shikaku's confining cage and then glanced at his own, a smirk of inexplicable delight creeping across his face. "Shikaku, your living conditions are quite deplorable," Kurama remarked. "Do you wish to argue with me?" Shikaku retorted. "Let us argue then, for you cannot win against me." "Oh. And let us not forget, you cannot defeat me either. So all you can do is bicker," Kurama replied, a playful tone evident. "You little brat." The air crackled with tension as these two rivals met, yet the barriers of their cages confined their exchanges to mere words. Meanwhile, Naruto and Gaara turned their attention to the tailed beasts sealed within them, and Kurama and Shikaku momentarily halted their quarrel to focus on their respective Jinchuriki. As the orchestrator of this shared space, Qianxia chose not to intervene in the dialogue between the Jinchuriki and their tailed beasts. Given their current emotional maturity, it was unrealistic to expect them to either seize the tailed beast chakra or foster reconciliation. Qianxia's intention was merely to facilitate a deeper understanding of themselves. On Naruto's side, he and Kurama engaged in a lively argument, each expressing themselves freely, filled with raw emotion and devoid of any artifice. In contrast, Gaara and Shikaku exhibited a more cryptic exchange, laden with cunning but devoid of genuine sentiment, both clearly reluctant to engage with one another. "For now, this will suffice." Qianxia shrugged helplessly, gesturing for the two individuals to approach. "How is the conversation progressing?" Qianxia gazed at the two individuals approaching her and inquired symbolically. On Naruto's side, emotional expressions were quite adequately displayed, whereas Gaara's demeanor could only be described as somewhat acceptable. Observing Gaara's expression, she refrained from employing verbal jabs, instead simply suggesting that he should converse more with his grandmother, should the opportunity arise in the future. "All right, let us halt at this stage for now. I shall assist you in addressing the disturbances caused by Shikaku, Naruto, by lifting your shirt," she stated. "Hey, sister, what are you planning to do?" Naruto's body froze, suddenly resembling a shy maiden as he covered his torso with both hands. Qianxia's face twitched slightly, and with a resounding thud, she delivered a punch to his head. I merely wish to examine the sealing technique on your abdomen. To ensure Gaara is not disturbed by incessant chatter, the most effective method is, of course, to reinforce the seal, Qianxia declared, her fist clenched in irritation. Naruto awkwardly chuckled, then lifted his shirt to reveal the sealing technique inscribed on his abdomen. It was the secret sealing technique of the Uzumaki clan, the four-symbol seal, which had been compounded into the 8-trigram seal through the repeated application of the four-symbol seal by Minato Namikaze. Qianxia bent down, her eyes wide as she scrutinized the intricate 8-trigram seal adorning Naruto's abdomen. Truly, it was an extraordinary sealing technique. Fortunately, my eyes possess the ability to replicate it, though it does require a considerable amount of chakra. Upon concluding her words, Chika exhaled deeply and turned to face Gaara beside her. She extended one hand, gathering chakra within her palm. You might as well reveal yourself. In fact, why not discard your outer garment entirely? It shouldn't be too painful, but just in case, prepare yourself mentally. Gaara, not too painful? Is that for real? Qianxia, indeed. Chapter 82. The Rebirth of Gaara. Pain is simply out of the question. After all, Naruto endured 2 forceful impacts of this nature during his childhood, and it was the volatile Ninetales that was sealed within him. Is it that Gaara's physique is even more fragile than that of infant Naruto? Or is the One Tail even more ferocious than the Ninetales? Regardless of the perspective, it cannot possibly inflict pain. Qianxia merely offered a verbal warning before unhesitatingly delivering a resounding slap to Gaara's abdomen. A sharp sound echoed through the air. Gaara's face twitched slightly, and Qianxia, astonished, lifted her gaze to meet his, inquiring, "Does it hurt?" "It shouldn't. Your slap was far too forceful." "Oh, I see." Qianxia smiled awkwardly before quietly withdrawing her hand from Gaara's abdomen. Having accustomed herself to the strength required to strike Naruto and Sasuke since childhood, their resilience had long surpassed that of ordinary peers. Had this force been applied to Naruto, he would likely have teased, questioning why his sister seemed so lackluster today. As Qianxia lifted her hand, a seal with 4 symmetrically arranged symbols appeared on Gaara's belly. There was no need for an additional 8-trigram seal. Gaara already bore a layer of sealing. Adding another would hinder his ability to unleash his full potential in times of danger. Once the 4-symbol seal was completed, the area around Shikaku underwent a dramatic transformation, akin to a house undergoing renovation. Shikaku blinked in bewilderment, hastily pounding on the confines of his seal. While he could previously manage to shake the seal, now it remained immovable despite his fervent efforts. Nearby, Kurama observed this scene with a glint of derision in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Shikaku glared at Qianxia, while Gaara pointed a finger at them, unleashing a torrent of words. Unfortunately for him, with the 4-symbol seal now in place, Gaara could assert his will and dictate the flow of their exchange at will. In simpler terms, Gaara had acquired the volume control. As Gaara listened to Shikaku's frenzied outburst, his brow arched slightly, the cacophony gradually diminishing until only the movement of Shikaku's mouth remained, devoid of sound. How wonderful it was! Finally, there was no noise. Gaara felt elated. As the heavy burden on his chest dissipated entirely, years of accumulated fatigue finally released. Yet, before he could finish his thought, a wave of profound drowsiness enveloped him. The connected party lost consciousness, with Qianxia and Naruto being expelled from the realm. In the real world, Gaara's body swayed drowsily, nearly toppling over. But Qianxia was swift enough to steady him. This little one had not slept in ages. It was likely he would rest for several days. "Let him sleep here with us," Qianxia murmured, gazing down at Gaara in her arms. Naruto, without a word of dissent, raised his hand in agreement. Sasuke curled his lip in mild displeasure, sensing an ominous premonition that another individual would soon become attached to his elder sister. As anticipated, Gaara indeed slumbered for an extended period. Fortunately, chakra serves as the essence of both spirit and body. Thus, transferring chakra to Gaara was akin to modern medicine administering nutrients to a patient. Throughout his dreams, Gaara encountered myriad visions, seemingly intent on recalling all that he had previously overlooked. Night after night passed until the arrival of yet another evening, when Gaara slowly opened his eyes to reveal an unfamiliar ceiling. Confounded, he turned his head to survey his surroundings, discovering a house he did not recognize from his memories. After a prolonged contemplation lasting over 10 seconds, realization dawned upon him, and during this interval, Naruto and Sasuke also noted Gaara's awakening. Sasuke remarked, "You have finally awakened." Naruto chimed in, "You must be hungry. Care for a hamburger?" With a cheerful grin, Naruto extended a specially crafted hamburger from Chikage. After a brief moment of silence, Gaara hesitantly rose slightly from the bed and accepted the offering. Lowering his gaze to examine the hamburger, he then turned to look at Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, like him, was a Jinchuriki, having endured a childhood filled with similar tribulations, yet now he bore no trace of his past sorrows. Was it she who had transformed everything? As Gaara savored the hamburger, tears unwittingly welled in his eyes. Delicious. On the following day, Gaara's elder sister Temari and older brother Kankuro arrived at the Uchiha residence, expressing warm greetings and gratitude towards Chikage, who had rendered significant assistance to their younger brother. After all, verbal thanks were merely cursory. Bestowing a plethora of gifts would be a trivial gesture. My brother Gaara has awakened, hasn't he? It is time for us to depart from Konoha. After all, we have lingered here for quite a while, and with the Chunin exams postponed indefinitely, there is no reason for us to remain now that Gaara has regained consciousness. Temari respectfully addressed Chikage. Simultaneously, Gaara walked back with Naruto and Sasuke from the Uchiha estate. Observing Gaara's revitalized spirit, Kankuro and Temari wore expressions of nostalgia and relief. Gaara, we must return. You two can go back without me. I wish to stay here a little longer. Wait, what did you say? Gaara's sudden proclamation left Kankuro and Temari momentarily stunned. Gaara, what are you saying? Temari questioned in disbelief. Kanjiro. Although I can comprehend the situation, we truly have no justification for prolonging our stay in Konoha, even if Konoha harbors no objections. Remaining here without cause would undoubtedly lead the people of our village to entertain unfounded speculations. With a resigned gesture, Kanjiro scratched the back of his head, and beside him, Sh exhibited a similarly contemplative expression. Gaara, being the Jinchuriki of Sunagakure and the son of the fourth Kazekage, has no reason to linger in Konoha. Such circumstances could easily lead to misconceptions that he has been taken hostage as a pawn or that he has defected to Konoha. It is not a matter of inability to understand, but rather the constraints imposed by the situation. Chinchia gazed at the two individuals before her, who were sighing in unison. She blinked and extended a finger. If there is no reason, then let us create one. With a cheerful smile, Chika spoke, while Sarutobi Hiruzen, seated in the Hokage's office, suddenly sneezed, an event that only heightened the restlessness within his already turbulent heart. In his hands lay a report concerning the Forest of Death. Ever since Chika had employed the technique of global annihilation on a corner of the Death Forest, it seemed as though the specter of death had truly entwined itself within the area. Anyone daring to approach the explosive confines would swiftly encounter a myriad of intense negative reactions. The repercussions of Chika's maneuver were astonishingly perilous, indeed. Chapter 83. The Forest of Death. Gaara wished to remain, not out of compulsion from Chika, for his staying would offer her little advantage. Rather, it stemmed from her inability to endure someone displaying affection in her presence. Alas, after occupying the role of an elder sister for so long, Chika now viewed everyone as a younger sibling. She felt imbued with the radiance of sisterly love. If there were an annual contest for the best sister, she believed it would be a travesty if she did not emerge victorious, suggesting that such a contest must be riddled with corruption. After bidding farewell to Gaara and the others, Chika swiftly employed the body flicker technique, arriving at the window of Sarutobi Hiruzen's office in the Hokage building. There, he found Hiruzen engrossed in a document, visibly troubled. Just as Hiruzen reached for a nearby cup of water, preparing to take a sip, a series of loud knocks resounded from behind the window. Startled, Hiruzen nearly spat out the water, quickly turning to see Chika standing outside. Water droplets lingered at the corner of Hiruzen's mouth as he coughed slightly, hastily opening the window. With a sudden splash, Chika leaped inside. Hiruzen, hesitant to scold Chika, nonetheless mentally affixed an additional label to him, Monkey King. Sarutobi Hiruzen, are you a monkey? Chienxia, what do you understand? A certain unsuccessful man acts in this manner. Sarutobi Hizashi, an unsuccessful man? Sarutobi sighed, plopped back down into his chair, and with a hint of weariness in his voice said, Is there anything going on? I remarked. The Chunin exams can probably resume now, right? I have moderated the intensity, and it only resulted in the destruction of a corner of the Forest of Death. There is no need for such prolonged delays. Chienxia stood with one hand on her hip, gazing at Sarutobi Hizashi before her. This unpretentious demeanor was far more satisfying than feigning innocence. Indeed, it felt far more refreshing and comfortable to be herself. Sarutobi Hizashi wore a hesitant expression, contemplating for a moment before finally extending the report he held in his hand towards Chienxia. Please take a look at this first. Chienxia hesitantly accepted the report. lowering her gaze to examine its contents. Little did she know that upon reading, she would be engulfed in a fervor. Radiation? Who could enlighten me as to why there exists radiation even after the conclusion of a nuclear fusion explosion? Is it a deficiency in my understanding of this subject? Or could it be that the elements here differ fundamentally from those on Earth? Could it be that I have overlooked a minuscule detail during this process? Qianxia gazed at the report, a slight twitch at the corner of her mouth. The art of nuclear pacification in this world was the result of her painstaking efforts to amalgamate the knowledge she had acquired in her previous life with the theoretical studies of chakra from the ninja realm. Qianxia stated that she created this contraption solely for the purpose of discarding it. Due to her hazy recollections, many details were actually constructed by her own imagination. What you perceive as the technique of world annihilation is, in essence, a combination of scientific theory and chakra. The true technique of world annihilation consists of certain scientific theories. Qianxia's own theories and chakra. Qianxia, why do you look at me with such eyes? I am not a professional. If there are some issues, please try to understand. Moreover, this might be a blessing in disguise. After all, one cannot complain about receiving something for free, even if it leads to continued harm. However, one must consider numerous factors when discarding this thing in the future. As Qianxia pondered softly, she murmured to herself, leaving Sarutobi Hiruzen in a state of bewilderment. Despite being a master of ninjutsu, he found himself utterly perplexed by her words. Just as Hiruzen was lost in contemplation, Qianxia, glancing at the report in her hand, suddenly posed a question. So, what does the cessation of the Chunin exams have to do with the Forest of Death? The Chunin exams do not necessarily require the Forest of Death. Surely, an alternative examination method could be devised? Qianxia once again reverted to her original demeanor. Displaying that arrogant visage, Sarutobi Izashi suddenly found himself reminiscing about that cheerful girl who appeared somewhat enigmatic and occasionally teased him. This matter bears no relation to the Chunin exams. It merely serves as a glimpse for you. As for the continuation of the Chunin exams, I have already devised a plan, set to unfold in a week's time, though it has yet to be announced. Is that so? In that case, there is no cause for concern. I shall take a look at the Forest of Death. I will take my leave now. Qianxia swiftly returned to the office window upon finishing her words. Before Sarutobi Izashi could utter a word to dissuade her, Qianxia flung open the window, stepped out, and utilized the body flicker technique, vanishing without a trace. You should have taken the front door. Qianxia departed from the Hokage's office. As the haunting melody of failed man echoed in her mind, she arrived at the site of her own devastation, a place she had reduced to ashes. Qianxia, unwilling to risk her own safety in such perilous surroundings, took a few seconds to enter Sage Mode. With the activation of Sage Mode, her perception heightened significantly, allowing her to easily sense the anomalies present in this location. My goodness, it truly is. Qianxia raised her brows in a moment of unease, subsequently crossing her arms and closing her eyes, endeavoring to recall the knowledge acquired in her previous life. Yet, the elusive information remained out of reach, while a multitude of embarrassing report cards surfaced instead. Ahem, I shall make do with this for now. My abilities are indeed limited. Qianxia coughed awkwardly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush of shame. As she comforted herself, she turned to leave. Sarutobi Hizashi inquired, Are you not going to address this? Qianxia, there is nothing I can do. My assistance is beyond reach. Qianxia expressed her confusion regarding her own world-destroying techniques, questioning how she could purify something beyond her comprehension. This indeed delved into her realm of ignorance. However, she reassured herself that the quantity was not particularly vast. If left undisturbed for a decade or so, it should dissipate significantly. Thus, Qianxia conveyed this promising news to Sarutobi Hizashi, leading to the Forest of Death being aptly marked with the words death, forbidding any approach, even by elite ninjas. Sarutobi Hizashi remarked, This is clearly a forbidden technique. Qianxia, all right, I will be more cautious next time. Sarutobi Hizashi feels that Qianxia is merely being dismissive, yet Qianxia indeed intends to temporarily seal away this technique of hers, for its power is excessive. She plans to reserve it for encounters with adversaries far more formidable than Orochimaru in the future. As the Chunin exams are set to resume in a week, Konoha has once again become somewhat crowded. However, ninjas from various villages no longer dare to treat the ninjas of Konoha with arrogance. Each now exhibits a vigilance akin to that of a turtle. And what, pray tell, has Qianxia been occupied with during this week? Qianxia donned a pair of non-prescription glasses and, wielding a forbidden technique scroll, assumed the role of mentor to Naruto and Sasuke. Firstly, for Sasuke, Chinchilla carefully selected a few ninjutsu from the scroll, ensuring that their danger levels were relatively low. This was intended to augment Sasuke's arsenal of offensive techniques, thereby facilitating more versatile tactical combinations in future engagements. As for Naruto, Chinchilla assigned him a singular ninjutsu as the focal point of his studies for the week. Naruto, she stated, with merely a week remaining until the Chunin exam, it is imperative that you master this technique. Chinchilla meticulously transcribed the section concerning that particular ninjutsu from the Forbidden Scroll and handed the small notebook to Naruto. With a puzzled expression, Naruto glanced down at the notebook and opened the first page. S-Rank Space-Time Ninjutsu, Flying Thunder God. Chapter 84. Teacher Chinchilla goes online to master the Flying Thunder God technique within a week is indeed a daunting task, albeit one assigned by Chinchilla herself. She harbored uncertainties regarding the one-week time frame. However, if time constraints were lifted, she held absolute confidence in Naruto's ability to learn the technique. As the son of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, Naruto possessed an innate gift for perception, a trait that enabled him to master Sage Mode. Moreover, he had the advantage of utilizing the Shadow Clone technique, a method that effectively amplifies experience, along with the personal guidance of Chinchilla, a practitioner of the Flying Thunder God technique. To think that he could not learn the Flying Thunder God would be an affront to reason. Naruto contemplated the characters representing the Flying Thunder God technique, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, accompanied by a surge of determination to master it. I will accomplish this task, he vowed, brimming with spirit and resolve. After Chinchilla finished speaking, she took out several kunai from her waist pouch and proceeded to demonstrate the Flying Thunder God technique to Naruto. The Flying Thunder God technique is a noble space-time ninjutsu that allows the user to instantaneously transport themselves to a marked location by inscribing the Flying Thunder God seal on an object. The seal remains indefinitely unless actively dispelled, and the maximum distance one can travel using this technique is contingent upon the user's perception of the marked location. For instance, if one places a Flying Thunder God mark at the northernmost point of the Hidden Leaf Village, they can instantaneously arrive at that mark from the southernmost point as long as they can perceive it. Conversely, if the mark is beyond their perception, even inscribing it would not allow for instantaneous travel. Nonetheless, the essence of the Flying Thunder God technique places significant emphasis on the user's perceptive abilities, thus enabling those who have mastered it to achieve considerable distances in their teleportation. This ninjutsu is typically employed in conjunction with throwable weapons such as kunai, exemplified by the legendary Minato Namikaze, who wielded a Rasengan in one hand and a kunai in the other, earning the moniker Yellow Flash, known far and wide. Chinchilla gazed at the towering trees within her estate and swiftly hurled 3 or 4 shurikens into the air, each landing at distinct points. Before Naruto could register that Chinchilla had vanished from his side, she had already teleported to one of the shuriken's landing spots. What followed was an astonishing display of rapid lateral movement, as she darted back and forth among the various positions of the shurikens. So, Naruto, do you understand now? Not at all. But it's incredibly fascinating. I must master this technique, Naruto exclaimed, his fist clenched in excitement. He then crossed 2 fingers, summoning a multitude of shadow clones to embark on an unorthodox training session. Chinchilla gazed at Naruto, who was diligently training to master the Flying Thunder God technique, and felt a surge of emotions. Although Naruto, empowered by the strength of the Nine Tails, could indeed be regarded as a beacon of brilliance, it would be splendid if he could also master the signature skill of his father. Meanwhile, Sasuke, observing his older sister intently instructing Naruto from the other side of the estate, pouted with a tinge of jealousy. I must surpass that Naruto and grasp the task assigned by my sister before him. I shall not be outdone. With a deep breath, Sasuke immersed himself in a one-sided competition, one striving to master the S-rank space-time Flying Thunder God technique within a week, while the other aimed to perfect several forbidden attack jutsu in the same time frame. Senju Tobarama, shouldn't I receive some royalties for the fruits of my labor over these many years? Chinchilla, how about we light some incense at your grave next year? By the way, where is your grave located? After guiding Naruto, Chiko walked over to Sasuke's side. Under a gentle shower of rain, she raised her arms high, crossing them as she stretched in a languorous manner. Just as she intended to return for a well-deserved rest, she suddenly noticed Gaara sitting nearby, his large, watery eyes fixed intently upon her. Chinchilla, feeling somewhat embarrassed, lowered her raised arms slightly and inquired kindly, Gaara, is there something you wish to learn? I would be delighted to teach you. Teach me? But is that truly acceptable? After all, I am rivals with your brothers. If you impart knowledge to me, Wouldn't that inadvertently increase the challenge of the Chunin exams for them? Increasing the challenge? If that is the case, so be it. I believe they would welcome the presence of worthy adversaries. After all, these two little monsters have few equals among their peers, and you, Gaara, are one of them. Qianxia chuckled playfully as she extended a finger to gently tap Gaara's forehead. A faint blush crept onto Gaara's cheeks, prompting him to cover his forehead with his hand. May I call you sister? He inquired. What? I apologize, but Naruto's training is quite loud, and I couldn't hear clearly. No, it's nothing, Gaara replied. His head bowed in embarrassment. He was unsure why he had uttered those words earlier and suddenly felt a pang of guilt towards Temari. Taking a deep breath, Gaara's gaze grew resolute. He lifted his chin and declared, Please teach me as well. I wish to grow stronger. After all, the monster within me remains sealed. And I cannot rely solely on the seal. I must develop to a level where I can confront the monster head-on. That gaze is quite commendable. Qianxia reached out to gently caress Gaara's head. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who was practicing nearby, was so taken aback by the scene that his eyes widened in astonishment. The chakra he had just gathered in his hands became chaotic, resulting in a sudden explosion with a resounding bang. Qianxia quickly turned her head to take a glance. And upon confirming that the little explosive figure was unharmed, she turned back to gaze at Gaara, saying, What is it that you wish to learn? Speak to me about it, or I could offer you guidance on your combat techniques. As Qianxia spoke, her expression inadvertently took on a somewhat arrogant demeanor. She reflected on how she was no longer the same person who had initially taught Sasuke. Now, she was not merely a theorist but a legitimate practitioner of combat, effortlessly instructing Gaara in his fighting techniques. Listening to Qianxia's confident words, Gaara lowered his head, one hand thoughtfully grasping his chin as he delved into serious contemplation. What about that jutsu that can suddenly conjure a multitude of wooden constructs? Gaara inquired. Chika, that is a bloodline limit, not a ninjutsu. Gaara, then I wish to learn the explosive ninjutsu you used against that serpent man in your final battle. Qianxia, the art of world annihilation? You would need to study mathematics, physics, and chemistry for 3 to 5 years to perhaps grasp the principles of the art of world annihilation. Gaara, then what is the technique behind the markings on your face? Qianxia, that is the sage mode. Qianxia's lips twitched slightly, overwhelmed by a sudden wave of intense frustration. She had posed 3 questions, yet she was unable to impart any knowledge to her counterpart. All her techniques were her ultimate secrets. Gaara, I harbor no ill will towards you, but perhaps you could learn some more conventional ninjutsu, like the Flying Thunder God technique? Flying Thunder God, so? Am I considered a normal ninjutsu then? Would release, sage mode, is it not comparable to me? Chapter 85, The Chunin exams proceed. The Chunin exams soon arrived, allowing us to observe the progress Naruto and Sasuke had made over the past week. Sister, just a few more hours. I am on the verge of mastering the last ninjutsu, Sasuke exclaimed, beads of cold sweat adorning his forehead, reflecting on how, despite his intelligence, he had yet to complete the assignment until the very end. Meanwhile, Naruto and his companions were engaged in an endless cycle of leaps and bounds. Was this considered mastery? No, it could only be deemed half-learned. While they could perform the spatial jumps, there remained a slight deviation from the mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. All things considered, Qianxia felt quite satisfied with their progress after a week. All right, enough practice. Although I am not particularly concerned about a few hours. The Chunin exams cannot afford to wait for you. It is best to head to the examination now. After all, this is merely the second round. You can showcase your prowess in the third round. Qianxia clapped her hands, urging them to act swiftly. As someone who had not engaged in any training, Gaara had long been waiting at the entrance of the Uchiha estate. Their shared experiences over the past few days had fostered a rather amicable relationship, or so Qianxia believed. Reluctantly, Sasuke and Naruto halted their training. Their chakra reserves were not particularly abundant, yet it mattered little, as they were more than sufficient to navigate the second round of the Chunin exams. Well then, sister, shall we depart? What farewell is necessary? I will accompany you. Qianxia walked up to them, preparing to accompany them to the venue of the Chunin exams. Why? Was Qianxia also participating in the Chunin exams? Indeed. But not as a candidate, she was appointed as an examiner. This arrangement was made out of concern, as Sarutobi Hiruzen feared that Qianxia, in her boredom, might secretly delve into her world peace techniques, hence the special assignment. Nevertheless, Qianxia was pleased with this. For reveling in the excitement of others is an intrinsic trait of humanity, especially when it involves her own younger brothers, an exuberance akin to that of a festive celebration. Due to the abandonment of the forest of death and the necessity for the exam questions to vary, the second phase of this Chunin exam underwent a transformation. Once again, teams of 3 would operate within a designated area, where each group would possess both an immovable flag and a movable flag. The destruction of the immovable flag would result in elimination, while advancement required possession of 2 movable flags. This meant that while safeguarding their own flag, they must also launch assaults on the flags of others. Sakura reunited with Naruto and Sasuke, who blinked in astonishment and inquired, "Sakura, I don't know if it's just my imagination, but if it is, I apologize in advance. Have you gotten a bit stronger?" Upon hearing this, Sakura's cheeks flushed, and she nervously bit her lip, exclaiming, "How is that possible? Naruto, don't say such things." In truth, Sakura had indeed become slightly stronger, but only to a minor extent. To avoid becoming overly muscular, she had exercised considerable restraint, meticulously controlling her muscle size with precise chakra manipulation. If it weren't for Naruto's naturally keen observational skills, others might not even notice the change. Sakura clenched her fists and then relaxed, resolutely stating, "Let me take on the role of the attacker. You two just need to guard the flag." Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both unwilling to showcase their abilities in this round, as they had yet to master the techniques required for their current tasks. They chose to reserve their prowess for the third phase. Amidst their conversation, a sudden whirlwind of dust and sand erupted nearby, startling Sakura, who turned around in shock. Utterly perplexed by the origin of the tumult. "That guy has already made his move. We should hasten our start as well." Naruto and Sasuke gazed at the swirling sandstorm, their minds momentarily suspended, instantly realizing that it was Gaara who had made his move. Sakura, initially taken aback, though she did not fully comprehend the situation, resolved to engage. She no longer believed she would easily succumb to anyone. As Gaara's sandstorm raged, all the teams began to stir restlessly. Some teams dispatched 2 members to seize flags aggressively, while others opted for a more cautious strategy, with 3 members guarding their flag, waiting for their opponents to tire before making their move. Bystander A remarked, "The fighting over there is truly intense. It's merely a Chunin exam, yet it resembles a battlefield." Bystander B retorted, "Battlefield? I believe this is far more ruthless. You all witnessed the massive explosion in the forest of death. Luckily, we are at a safe distance. Had we been caught up in it, we might have been reduced to mere bones." Bystander C added, "I heard that was an ultimate weapon developed in secret by the village hidden in the leaves. Konoha is indeed formidable. After years of decline, it has once again risen to the top among the 5 great shinobi villages." Unbeknownst to the 3 ninjas employing the cautious strategy, Sakura stealthily approached, her breathing controlled and her footsteps nearly imperceptible. Her gaze was fixed intently on the flag they were guarding. Resolutely, she sprang into action, moving with the swiftness of a tempest towards the flag. 8 gates released. Second gate, rest gate, open. Sakura shattered her limits, and by the time the turtle trio reacted, it was already too late. With a decisive punch, she struck Bystander squarely in the face, followed by a spinning kick that sent Bystander B crashing to the ground. Bystander C attempted to retaliate, only to be swiftly subdued by Sakura, who locked his throat and slammed him down with a resounding thud. The entire sequence unfolded in less than 10 seconds. The turtle trio lay incapacitated on the ground. After neutralizing the 3, Sakura did not immediately release the enhancements of the 8 gates. Instead, she seized the flag and hurried back to Naruto and Sasuke, as she triumphantly raised the flag to boast about her accomplishments. She was met with the sight of numerous defeated ninjas from other villages sprawled on the ground within the vicinity, guarded by Naruto and Sasuke, some frothing at the mouth, others with stars in their eyes. "Honestly, I can understand if Naruto looks weak, but I was here too. How dare they?" Sasuke muttered, brushing off the dust from his hands in confusion. "Weak? I've counted the fallen. I've taken down more than you." "What? Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Naruto and Sasuke locked eyes, a tempest of electricity crackling between them. Sakura observed their fierce exchange, then lifted her gaze to the banner in her hand. Suddenly, the banner lost its allure. Chapter 86. No one can stop them. The Chunin exams posed a challenge that was evidently insufficient for them. This outcome was entirely anticipated by one of the proctors, Chika. Presently, the only contenders capable of facing Naruto and Sasuke were the overexerted Rock Lee and Gaara, who was performing at his full potential with a steady mindset. Yet, even they could only manage a fleeting confrontation. Chinxia, assuming the role of invigilator, feigned attentiveness to the performance of the candidates, yet in truth, she only observed 3 groups, one of her younger brother, another of Gaara, and the last of Hinata. "Splendid. All have succeeded. Qianxia stretched contentedly, causing the other invigilators around her to involuntarily shudder, fearing that she might unleash a cataclysmic power at any moment. Qianxia, am I not regarded as something in your eyes? A lunatic or a monster? The crowd, a devil. Qianxia let out a helpless sigh. While it was indeed a blessing to no longer have to pretend to be the obedient girl, their palpable fear of her left her feeling somewhat discontented. Back in her student days, prior to her reincarnation, she had been the unrivaled queen of the campus, commanding both fear and respect from her peers. It was imperative to alter their perception of her. Perhaps she could seize the position of Hokage for herself, but that seemed excessive. Instead, why not use the Uchiha clan as a foundation to forge a gang-like organization of her own? Qianxia muttered to herself, her mind conjuring images of the mediocre soap operas frequently aired in her past life. Though they were far from captivating, they possessed an inexplicable allure. Nearby, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was also observing, caught fragmented snippets of words related to the Hokage. A chill of dread cascaded down his spine, causing beads of cold sweat to form, until the utterance of forget it allowed him to exhale in relief. While other villagers trembled at the thought of Konoha's ultimate weapon, Sarutobi acknowledged that he too harbored trepidation. The implications of such a device falling into the hands of Konoha were not merely about the annihilation of vast territories. It would necessitate a complete relocation for the village's reconstruction. The second round of the Chunin exams concluded smoothly, albeit without spectacle due to the overwhelming dominance displayed. As the second phase wrapped up, Qianxia rose from her seat, preparing to depart for home. Suddenly, she sensed an unfamiliar yet oddly familiar presence. After a brief moment of contemplation, she swiftly entered sage mode, amplifying her perception to its zenith. Two figures fell within her sensory range. And beneath the guise of sage mode, Qianxia donned a grin reminiscent of a mischievous dragon king. She reached for her waist pouch, only to find it empty, prompting her to turn and stride directly towards Sarutobi Hiruzen. The latter, gripped by fear and perspiring profusely, locked eyes with Qianxia. Sarutobi Hiruzen stammered. What do you intend to do? Qianxia pondered. Is there any suffering? I wish to confront someone. On the outskirts of Konohagakure, two men clad in fashionable coats and adorned with conical hats stealthily approached the village. Is this truly wise? It is the period of the Chunin exams. Not only are the elite of Konoha present, but also ninjas from various villages have gathered here, elevating the danger to levels far beyond the norm. One of the men, sporting a blue complexion and jagged teeth, lifted his hat slightly and addressed his companion. What, are you afraid? Nonsense. How could I possibly be fearful? It is no exaggeration to say that there are but a handful in the ninja world who could best me, even with the prowess gathered in Konoha. Should I choose to flee, they would not be able to detain me. With a defiant tone, he grasped a peculiar weapon strapped to his back. After a moment of silence, his companion replied, rest assured, although Konoha is currently hosting the Chunin exams, most of the attention is focused on the competition. We are not here to assault Konoha, so there should be little danger. They were not here to attack Konoha but merely to visit his brother. This individual was none other than Itachi Uchiha, the one who annihilated the Uchiha clan, while his blue-skinned companion was Kisame Hoshigaki, known as the wielder of the tailless beast. In the original narrative, they returned to Konoha shortly after the Chunin exams concluded, primarily to see Sasuke and to provide him with additional pressure and motivation. Considering the timing, it was indeed around this period, though due to Qianxia's interference, the Chunin exams were still ongoing. Itachi intended to enter Konoha from a less guarded area, but just as he believed he could infiltrate unnoticed, he abruptly halted. Itachi, what is it? Kisame inquired. It feels as though something has locked onto us. Itachi furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings. Although he was uncertain about the sensation he had just experienced, if he had to describe it, it felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him and Kisame. Who? Where? How is this possible? Itachi's mind raced as he activated his Sharingan, seeking answers with enhanced vision, yet the three-tomo Sharingan did not yield the clarity he sought. Could it be your imagination? You seem overly tense lately. Even you, I suspect, might occasionally misinterpret things, Kisame suggested, though his body remained vigilant, mirroring Itachi's scrutiny of their surroundings. While it is possible for anyone to experience similar illusions, Kisame had known Itachi long enough to know that such occurrences were unprecedented. As time ticked away, suddenly, Itachi's Sharingan fixed with intensity, and he declared solemnly, they're coming. Not only Uchiha Itachi, but even Kisame Hoshigaki could sense a formidable presence rapidly approaching. With narrowed eyes, Kisame gazed in that direction, where a figure gradually came into focus. A girl, her hair tousled by the wind, wielding a kunai with a deranged smile, charged towards them. Susanoo. Itachi's pupils trembled, and his three-tomo Sharingan transformed into a kaleidoscopic pattern as an orange-red skeletal figure surged upward, shielding his body. Yet, Chika showed no signs of slowing down. Instead, her speed continued to escalate. No one could prevent Chika from avenging the betrayal of the past. And even with Susanoo as protection, she remained undeterred. Wrapping Sage Chakra around her kunai, she aimed it with unparalleled sharpness, striking precisely at Itachi's waist. Chapter 87. Don't run. Come back to me. The kunai pierces through Susanoo. Qianxia is certainly not Shimura Danzo. After all, the kunai in her hand is infused with the chakra of sage techniques. With just one thrust, it could pierce the heavens. The kunai in Chika's hand pierced with unparalleled precision towards the waist of Uchiha Itachi. Regrettably, it was thwarted by Susanoo. However, to lower one's guard would be to fall into Chika's cunning trap. Chika's celestial technique, chakra, continued to flow ceaselessly, sustaining itself by the same principle as the chakra blade, akin to an overwhelming tide of pressure surging towards Uchiha Itachi's Susanoo. The first stage of Susanoo could not withstand this force. Uchiha Itachi immediately reached this conclusion, and without a moment's hesitation, he directed a fierce glare at Chika, unleashing the so-called eternal flame that no one could extinguish upon her. Amaterasu. With her senses fully attuned, Chika effortlessly evaded Amaterasu. After all, aside from its inability to be extinguished, there was little to fear from it. Even someone as astute as Chika could conjure up 3 methods to counter the flames in an instant. First, rapid movement to evade. Second, a chakra cloak or additional layers of clothing. Third, sealing techniques to bind the flames. However, if Chika were the target of the attack, she could also consider severing the parts tainted by the flames. Witnessing Amaterasu so easily dodged, Uchiha Itachi momentarily faltered, for Chika's evasion was alarmingly effortless, as though she possessed a deeper understanding of his ocular technique than he himself did. No, that was impossible, due to his physical condition. Itachi had scarcely utilized his Manjiki Sharingan, and nearly all who had witnessed its power had perished beneath its gaze. A frown creased Itachi's brow as he resolved to employ the ability housed in his other eye. At that very instant, Chika unhesitatingly activated her own formidable technique, Susanoo. Second form. Unlike the skeletal structure of Uchiha Itachi, Chika's rose-hued skeleton rose from the ground, enveloped in tendons, flesh, and skin, forming a half-human, warlike figure. She raised her fist and charged at Uchiha Itachi, prompting the nearby Kisame Hashigaki to charge forward with his sword, engaging Susanoo in a fierce clash. Unsurprisingly, Kisame was sent flying, though the impact hardly constituted a true injury. Nevertheless, this provided Chika with a brief moment to confront Uchiha Itachi one-on-one. Chika picked up her kunai from the ground with a smile, momentarily tempted to lick the blade's edge, though she ultimately refrained, deeming such an impulse too twisted. Despite this, the sight of Chika's unnaturally joyful expression stirred a flicker of concern even within Uchiha Itachi. In the years since the clan's massacre, what had transpired with this woman? It was not merely after the event, but rather during the massacre itself that something had gone awry. Itachi was uncertain whether sparing Chika had been a blessing or a curse, yet he grasped one thing. The woman before him radiated hostility, albeit one that had not yet reached the threshold of lethal intent. What, exactly, did she intend to achieve? What do you truly seek? Since you have inquired, allow me to bestow upon you a revelation. I, Uchiha Chika, shall strike you down here and now, and no one shall come to your aid. Upon finishing her words, Qianxia's figure suddenly vanished from her original position, reappearing behind Uchiha Itachi. It turned out that during the earlier clash, Qianxia had inscribed the Flying Thunder God seal. And one could hardly blame Uchiha Itachi for his lack of vigilance. Anyone confronted by a frenzied individual, seemingly possessed, relentlessly attacking their vital points would inevitably falter. Standing behind Itachi, Qianxia swiftly drew her kunai, which struck sharply at Uchiha Itachi's waist. His face twitched as memories flooded back of when he had used Tsukuyami on others. A swift series of thrusts aimed precisely at the waist. The pain. It was excruciating. Given Itachi's already frail condition, this sudden jab was truly unbearable. In a matter of seconds, the previously sent flying Kisame Hashigaki returned, his expression reflecting a realization of his earlier carelessness. With the Samahata in hand, he swung it fiercely at Qianxia. However, she cast a sidelong glance at him and elegantly utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, vanishing from behind Uchiha Itachi just in time. Kisame's strike nearly connected with Itachi but halted at the last moment. Mr. Itachi, are you all right? I'm fine. Merely a jab to the waist, Itachi replied. suppressing the pain as he lifted his gaze towards Qianxia, who was inexplicably brimming with excitement and joy. That earlier strike had been merely a superficial jab. She could have unleashed a far more devastating attack. Could it be that she intends to torment me? A light flickered in Uchiha Itachi's mind as he believed he had arrived at a conclusion, for it was the most plausible one. He had exterminated an entire clan, and this sole survivor sought to inflict suffering upon him, the perpetrator. How reasonable it seemed. Meanwhile, during Itachi's contemplation, Qianxia was lost in her own world, delightfully observing the kunai, stained with Uchiha Itachi's blood in her hand. Qianxia. Is this the exhilarating sensation that follows the fulfillment of a dream? Uchiha Itachi could distinctly perceive the dissolution of Qianxia's hostility towards him. However, he remained vigilant, suspecting this to be a mere facade. I apologize. From the perspective of the Uchiha clan, I am indeed a significant sinner, yet I cannot afford to perish at this moment. I still have unfinished business to attend to. Kisame. We must flee. Flee? Very well, then let us retreat. Kisame Hoshigaki paused for a moment, reluctant to abandon the fight, but since Itachi had spoken, he complied. With a swift motion, he raised both hands and began forming seals, employing an impressively sophisticated water-style jutsu. Water-style, great waterfall technique. As he completed the 17 seals, torrents of water surged forth, crashing violently towards Qianxia, completely obscuring her line of sight with a cascade of water. Without a moment's hesitation, Kisame and Itachi turned and fled. Qianxia initially thought that her dream, which she had pursued with great determination, had finally come to fruition. They could run away if they wished. But this notion was swiftly overshadowed by another thought that struck her with urgency. My elder brother's kaleidoscope is still in his possession. Uchiha Itachi, why are you fleeing? Come back to me. With a clap of her hands, Qianxia summoned robust trees that sprouted beneath her feet, propelling her to heights surpassing that of the waterfall. She then raced towards the two individuals making their way across the land. Chapter 88. The Kaleidoscope of Stagnant Water and the Sharingan. Qianxia, why are you running? Come back. Uchiha Itachi, do you expect me to return just because you asked? What about my dignity? Of course, this exchange never truly occurred. One party was in pursuit while the other fled, each wholly focused on their respective roles, devoid of any room for banter. Uchiha Itachi dashed forward with the grace of a ninja, swiftly closing the distance to Qianxia, who was nimbly leaping from tree to tree in hot pursuit. In terms of physical stamina, what can your frail form accomplish? In terms of chakra, my reserves far exceed yours, akin to 100 Kakashis playing a game. Once Qianxia chose to chase after them, the outcome was all but predetermined. Uchiha Itachi abruptly pivoted and unleashed a torrent of dragon fire toward her. Yet, Qianxia emulated the flamboyant gestures of Senju Hashirama, channeling chakra to disperse the fireball with a swift clap of her hands. Itachi took a deep breath and halted his flight. While beside him, Kisame Hoshigaki, slightly delayed, executed a sudden stop as well. Kisame gazed at Itachi, who in turn regarded Qianxia, while she scanned Itachi with her two Sharingan, meticulously assessing him. Where is my brother's Mangekyou Sharingan? It appears he has not brought it with him. Could it be that he has installed it within the crow's eyes? Qianxia gently stroked her chin, murmuring softly to herself. After a brief moment of silence, Uchiha Itachi summoned his formidable Susanoo once more, not in its initial form, but rather in its third stage. The first stage manifested as a skeletal frame. The second stage embodied a half-formed warrior, complete with sinews and flesh. The third stage donned a heavy armor, representing a half-formed deity of battle. Beyond this third stage lay the complete and ultimate forms, realms that were unattainable for Uchiha Itachi. Given his frail state, the third stage truly represented his utmost limit. Yet, even in this form, the capacity to wield the three legendary artifacts, the Ten-Tails Sword, the Yata Mirror, and the Yasakani no Magatama, illustrated the considerable boon bestowed upon him by Kishimoto. Among Japan's three sacred treasures, he possessed two, the Yata Mirror and the Yasakani no Magatama, while the Ten-Tails Sword, renowned as the Sword of the Gods, added to his prestige. Consequently, in her previous life, Qianxia had encountered numerous audacious claims online, such as Itachi at full power sealing Kaguya Otsutsuki with the Ten-Tails Sword. Observing Itachi's determined demeanor, Qianxia furrowed her brow in confusion, leaping down from the colossal tree beneath her. Are you truly intent on risking your life against me? Of all the games to play, why this one? I advise you to retract your Susanoo. Your life is meant for awakening Sasuke, is it not? What? How do you know this? A look of astonishment crossed Itachi's face, prompting even Kisame, who stood beside him, to turn and gaze in his direction. According to established lore, Itachi was afflicted with an incurable illness and had devised a plan to awaken Sasuke in his final moments, offering his own eyes to enable Sasuke to unlock the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Should Sasuke be consumed by vengeance, he intended to employ the Kodo Amatsukami to alter Sasuke's fate, ensuring that he would not oppose Konoha but instead protect it. One truly wonders what accolades he deserves: best big brother or best Konoha citizen. Qianxia flicked the kunai in her hand, harboring neither malice nor hostility towards Uchiha Itachi. Unfortunately, Itachi's imagination ran wild. You have no objections to returning my brother's Meijiki, do you? Qianxia asked, extending one hand while the other held the kunai, beckoning towards Itachi. You are aware of my brother Shirsue's Meijiki? How could you possibly know that? Itachi replied, astonished. Of course, I know my brother's eyes. How could I not? You wouldn't dare refuse to return them to me, would you? Qianxia responded with audacious haste, widening her captivating, almond-shaped eyes as a warning. Qianxia, have you seen my kaleidoscope? Would you like to try and see if it is your Tsukuyami or my Kodo Amatsukami? However, Uchiha Itachi is unaware that the power residing within Qianxia's kaleidoscope is Kodo Amatsukami. So her warning, delivered through a fierce glare, is merely an ordinary caution. Nevertheless, he holds the eyes of another's beloved brother. Even though they were entrusted to him by the brother himself, it would be difficult to refuse the request of his sister who has come to him personally. I can offer Shirsue's eyes, but may I inquire about Sasuke's current condition? To what extent has he developed now? Rest assured, under my guidance, he will undoubtedly grow in a well-rounded manner, both physically and mentally. From a young age, I have instilled in him the 8 virtues and the 24 core values. I certainly will not employ your peculiar methods of protection. As Qianxia spoke, she proudly extended a finger, expressing her thoughts with a hint of arrogance. Yet, despite her confidence, she remained uncertain whether Sasuke would succumb to darkness and rage upon uncovering the truth about his brother's massacre of their clan. Nevertheless, Qianxia felt she had done everything within her power. Listening to her words, Uchiha Itachi fell into a momentary contemplation. Although he did not comprehend the meanings behind the 8 etiquettes and 4 rites, nor was he familiar with the 24 character core values, he surmised they likely conveyed a positive educational message. Perhaps it was a blessing that she had not perished beneath my kunai all those years ago. Uchiha Itachi formed a hand seal, summoning a pitch-black crow that emerged into the air. One of its eyes resembled that of an ordinary crow, while the other bore the Sharingan of Qianxia's elder brother, Uchiha Shirsue. As the crow was summoned and turned its gaze towards Qianxia, it trembled violently, nearly losing its balance and plummeting from the sky. Qianxia waved her hand towards the raven, signaling it to approach. The raven hesitated, glancing back at Uchiha Itachi, who offered a resigned nod. With a sense of despair, the raven fluttered onto Qianxia's shoulder. The two, a girl and a bird, regarded each other intently. Qianxia smiled warmly while the raven blinked. The barrier of language posed no challenge, especially considering the innate spiritual nature of summoning beasts. Qianxia, little crow, do not be afraid. I am not a villain. Look into my eyes. Do they not resemble one of yours? Crow Ka, what do you wish to say? Speak freely. I am prepared for anything. Qianxia, oh, you possess quite the spirit. How about you accompany me from now on and become my familiar? However, before that, little crow, please return my brother's eyes to me. Qianxia, with an innocent demeanor, slowly extended a palm towards the raven, which was utterly terrified, letting out a chilling cry that echoed through the heavens. The eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was successfully acquired. Chapter 89. What a clever boy, employing this technique. With the acquisition of another kaleidoscope Sharingan from brother Jishue, merging it with his own ocular prowess to elevate it to the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan was no longer a challenge. It is somewhat regrettable, however, as others typically evolve into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan when their eyesight is nearly lost, while Qianxia experiences no significant depletion. Both his vision and physical condition remain remarkably sound. Qianxia joyfully played with the water-resistant kaleidoscope in her hand, her Sharingan gleaming with delight, while the one-eyed raven bowed his head, his face etched with pain and discontent. Beside them, Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hashigaki exchanged a subtle glance, a silent communication that spoke volumes without the need for words. In that moment, they simultaneously employed the body flicker technique, not daring to glance back, fearful of being pursued once more by Qianxia. Qianxia raised her head to gaze at the two figures who had already run far away, letting out a resigned sigh. Ultimately, the disconnect in their wavelengths was evident. There was no need for such a hasty retreat. Qianxia had never intended to end their lives on the spot. This was not an act of mercy on her part, nor did it signify any affection for Uchiha Itachi, considering he was the very one who had aimed to take her life from the beginning. Yet, was she expected to kill Uchiha Itachi right then and there? Seize his Manjiki Sharingan and present it to Sasuke with a smile, saying, "Look, these are your brother's eyes. I avenged you?" One of the reasons Sasuke had strived so hard to grow was to one day take vengeance upon Uchiha Itachi himself. If she were to usurp that goal, it would undoubtedly have adverse consequences. Qianxia's task is to continue enhancing Sasuke's character education, ensuring that when he ultimately confronts Itachi Uchiha, he does not, as depicted in the original narrative, succumb to despair or darkness upon discovering the truth. Instead, he should be able to swiftly regain his composure and approach the situation with a clear and rational mindset. However, what decision Sasuke will ultimately make at that moment remains uncertain. At times, Qianxia too feels a sense of confusion, pondering the potential outcomes for characters existing beyond the original storyline. After safely securing Shirsue's Manjiki Sharingan within her summoning space, Qianxia turned and made her way back to Konoha. The second and third rounds of the Chunin exams do not occur on the same day, so the successful participants return to their homes. Sasuke and Naruto, puzzled by the sudden departure of Sasuke's sister following the conclusion of the events, lingered for a moment before making their way back to the Uchiha residence. Qianxia is quite efficient in her dealings, and on her way home, she happens to encounter Naruto and Sasuke. "Oh, you two just returned? Sister, why does your scent seem so peculiar?" "Ah, my scent?" Embarrassed, Qianxia hastily lifted her arm to sniff her own scent, finding no unpleasant odor. She had never used perfume or any such products, so how could there be anything odd? Moreover, how sensitive could one be to my scent? If it were Naruto making such a remark, Qianxia might have found it somewhat unsurprising, as he was indeed a notorious flirt in the original story. Yet, it was Sasuke who uttered those words. Naruto, upon hearing Sasuke's comment, paused momentarily before also sniffing in Qianxia's direction, his face a canvas of confusion. How could I not detect any peculiar scent from my sister? She smells just as delightful as usual. With a look of unwavering belief in his sense of smell, he pondered the situation. Is it possible that I am mistaken? Though Sasuke expressed doubt, he still harbored a desire to continue sniffing. Qianxia, noticing this, quickly executed a swift gesture to subdue him, pressing down on his head. "What scent are you imagining? How could I possibly have an odd odor?" "Sasuke, your sense of smell is lacking. It seems you are quite deficient in this regard. Perhaps today as training should focus on honing your olfactory abilities." "Oh." Sasuke grimaced in pain, while Naruto chuckled teasingly beside him. Beneath Qianxia's calm exterior, however, beads of cold sweat formed. "An odd scent? Itachi's scent? When did you evolve such remarkable sensory abilities?" Qianxia took a deep breath, resolving to systematically instruct Sasuke on the 8 etiquettes and the 24 core values starting from today. "Itachi, what? Did you not claim that you had taught him before?" "Qianxia, I was just teasing you, after all. You are unaware of what the 8 rights and 4 etiquettes are, nor do you know the 24 characters that constitute the core values." Qianxia patted Sasuke and Naruto on their backs before returning home. You may wonder where Gaara went. He was ensnared by his older sister Temari and older brother Kankuro. Temari said, "Sweetheart, once our exams are over, we can return to Sunagakure." Gaara replied, "I won't go back. After all, there are hardly any who care for me in the village. Why should I return to face their disdain?" Kankuro interjected, "Even if what you say is true, at least Grandma Chiyo is there. If you don't return, she won't be able to see you." Upon hearing this, Gaara fell into a brief silence, free from Shikaka's interference. His mind gradually regained clarity as he reminisced about Grandma Chiyo's tender moments. While the others in Sunagakure may not have mattered, Grandma Chiyo was undoubtedly significant. Seeing Gaara's emotional response, both Temari and Kankuro exchanged looks of surprise and joy. In the past, Gaara had never shown such vulnerability when they spoke of Grandma Chiyo. They then focused their efforts on persuading Gaara to return to Sunagakure. After a moment of contemplation, Gaara lifted his head, having made a decision. "Gaara, with determination, I've made up my mind." Temari and Kankuro, with anticipation, made up your mind. "Gaara, you both should take Grandma Chiyo to Konoha. The environment here is far superior to that of Sunagakure. I believe that living here will greatly improve her health." Though Gaara's reasoning was sound, it was undeniable that Konoha's environment was indeed better than the harsh winds of Sunagakure, known as the most inhospitable of the ninja villages. However, Bringing Grandma Chiyo to Konoha would surely provoke the elders of Sunagakure into thinking they had rebelled. Temari and Kankuro exchanged glances, sensing the gravity of the situation, while Gaara remained oblivious to the concerns of the upper echelons, viewing them merely as bothersome creatures. What's this? You don't want Grandma Chiyo to live better? Gaara's gaze hardened slightly, causing beads of cold sweat to trickle down Temari and Kankuro's faces. Clever boy, employing such a tactic. Temari and Kankuro shared a knowing look before letting out resigned sighs. The younger brother had indeed changed, though whether he still belonged to them was a question mark. Chapter 90. Kakashi, you are ruthless. Transporting Granny Chiyo to the Hidden Leaf Village is indeed a formidable challenge, as it necessitates not only her acceptance of the journey but also the willingness of the Leaf Village to embrace her. Unlike the lower-ranking shinobi such as Temari and Kankuro, this situation transcends mere personal matters and delves into the realm of political intricacies. However, fortuitously, Chika harbors a profound aversion to political affairs, as these issues often lack definitive resolutions. Even with her considerable intellect, deciphering the complexities of such matters proves arduous. Yet, paradoxically, Chika now finds herself drawn to political dilemmas. And although her current cognitive abilities still leave many questions unresolved, she boldly asserts that we need not rely on intellect. A display of strength will suffice. Upon Gaara's return to the Uchiha estate, he relayed this predicament to Chika, who, after a brief moment of contemplation, snapped her fingers, signifying that this is a trivial matter and that she would take care of it. Chiyo's son was slain in a previous war by Konoha's White Fang, who is none other than Kakashi's father. Thus, it may prove challenging for her to accept Konoha. However, Chienshia, Konoha is Konoha, and our home is our home. Chika entered the Hokage's office and engaged in a fierce exchange of verbal sparring with Sarutobi Hiruzen. In simpler terms, Chika sought to establish the Uchiha estate as an independent entity from Konohagakure. Although situated within its territory, it would not be directly governed by the village, akin to the relationship between Italy and the Vatican. Sarutobi Hiruzen, upon hearing such an outrageous demand, felt his face flush with indignation. How could he possibly acquiesce to such an unreasonable request? If considered on a national scale, this would equate to ceding territory. And as someone who prioritized the village above all else, Sarutobi was determined to argue his case vigorously. Ultimately, after Chika promised to present Hiruzen with the tomes of basic physics and basic chemistry, manuals that, if mastered, could unlock the secrets to world-altering techniques, Hiruzen found himself wavering. After a considerable pause, he finally consented. Sarutobi Hiruzen remarked, "If we can master such forbidden arts, Konohagakure could thrive for at least another century. Chienshia, keep it up. If you can comprehend the art of world annihilation solely from these 2 books, then you are truly remarkable. Although I author these volumes, I must admit that I struggle to grasp their content myself. The introductory physics and chemistry texts were hastily pinned down when I first traversed into this realm, eager to preserve fragments of my scientific knowledge. However, the information within is rather chaotic. It would be utterly absurd for Sarutobi Hizashi, a product of a non-compulsory education, to decipher these works." As Chienshia handed the books to Sarutobi Hizashi, he was met with the sight of her disheveled and haphazard notes on the first page, leaving him bewildered. "Goodness, how careless of me. Couldn't you, as a young lady, write a bit more neatly? The alignment is completely off." Yet, after perusing a few lines, a spark ignited in his eyes. He understood. No, it was an inexplicable yet profound admiration. Although the text was indecipherable, he sensed an underlying order and structure, indicating that it was not merely the ramblings of Chienshia. However, an array of incomprehensible terms plagued his mind. What could they possibly mean? As he raised his head to inquire further, he found Chienshia had vanished from his sight, a gentle breeze wafting behind him. Turning slowly, he noticed that his previously locked window now stood ajar, starkly contrasting with the tightly closed door, which ought to have served as the sole entrance. Why couldn't he have exited through the front door? Having successfully distanced himself from Konoha, this was merely a superficial achievement. Yet, for Chienshia's ambitions, it undoubtedly marked the initial step toward her grand objective. What? You wish to know what that goal is? Naturally, it is the establishment of a criminal syndicate. The Uchiha clan, once the foremost family, became overly traditional and ultimately devolved into Konoha's security force, eventually being forsaken. In her quest to reconstruct the Uchiha clan, Chienshia is resolute in ensuring she does not tread the same path. Re-establishing within Konoha? No. We shall not rely on Konoha. We seek independence. We strive for self-sufficiency. Qianxia envisioned her future plans. Although they required both time and financial resources, the Uchiha family's treasury had been replenished, providing sufficient means for the time being. Let us focus on the growth of our clan. Sasuke, pursue your flourishing endeavors. Qianxia returned to the Uchiha residence with a playful smile. Naruto and Sasuke were nearing the conclusion of their training, even engaging in combat utilizing their newly mastered ninjutsu. Observing this, Qianxia chose not to reveal herself, fully aware that her presence would undoubtedly cause the two boys to cease their activities, as their shyness was quite pronounced. I beg of you, Gaara, Naruto implored, bringing his palms together towards the third party, Gaara. Gaara responded with a subtle nod, and soon sand began to swirl around them, forming a battleground. Fortunately, the Uchiha estate was spacious enough to accommodate their playful antics. As the arena took shape, Naruto crossed his fingers, summoning a multitude of shadow clones. And with the release of his sealing scroll, a flurry of shuriken descended from above. Sasuke, however, remained unfazed by the spectacle. Although his ninjutsu lacked the versatility of the flying thunder god technique, its lethality was undeniable. A single moment could determine the outcome of their battle. Naruto, mindful of the stakes, paired up with his clones to initiate a Rasengan. Sasuke, calm and collected, understood that they were merely at the beginning and that a final showdown would not commence just yet. Mimicking Naruto's technique, Sasuke also crossed his fingers. Though his numbers were significantly fewer, yet he required no such pairings, as he could unleash his ninjutsu with a single hand. In an instant, Sasuke's eyes shifted into the double Tomo state, and arcs of lightning enveloped his right hand. Chidori. The duel commenced, Sasuke versus Naruto. The clash of Chidori and Rasengan. A truly classic combination, yet Chika cannot muster a smile. Instead, her expression betrays a hint of tension. Chidori. Qianxia pressed her palm against her cheek, reminiscing about a time when she was not yet formidable. For 4 long years, she had persistently probed and tempted Kakashi from the sidelines. Even so, she managed to extract the Chidori, along with a plethora of miscellaneous ninjutsu. Kakashi, 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 it all comes back to you. Beneath the palm that covered her cheek, Qianxia revealed a smile that bore a sickly semblance. At that moment, Kakashi, quietly observing the paradise of affection from a certain spot in Konoha, suddenly sneezed, nearly dropping the paradise of affection he held in his hands. Is someone searching for me? Perhaps it is just Guy, he mused. Kakashi pinched his nose and then resumed his gaze at the paradise of affection. Starting today, I shall return to a routine of 2 updates a day. Chapter 91. The Buddha's palm is no longer effective. Qianxia's anger subsided, yet her eyes silently transitioned into her kaleidoscopic Sharingan. With a blink, the Chidori technique was deftly absorbed into her arsenal. The Thousand Birds technique is not particularly formidable. However, Qianxia had a profound obsession with this ninjutsu in its early stages. Now, having acquired it so hastily, Qianxia feels somewhat uneasy. Kakashi, you are ruthless. As Qianxia lowered her head, her palm inadvertently unleashed the technique of Chidori. The sudden release of chakra interrupted the Hollywood-style duel, causing both combatants to halt mid-fight. Their fists poised against one another's faces as they turned to the direction where Qianxia had concealed herself. Naruto inquired, "Do you sense anything?" Sasuke replied, "It seems to be my sister's chakra." Despite their frequent disagreements, Naruto and Sasuke shared an unspoken understanding in this regard. They would never unleash their full power in front of their sister, as Qianxia had remarked. These two boys were indeed quite bashful. Realizing she had inadvertently revealed her presence, Qianxia awkwardly cleared her throat, attempting to feign indifference before vanishing in a burst of speed into the Uchiha estate. Have you two mastered your techniques? Truly remarkable. I am quite impressed. Qianxia exclaimed as she prepared to employ the Rulai Divine Palm to press down on their heads. Naruto showed no inclination to evade, while Sasuke's expression shifted abruptly, prompting him to hastily sidestep. As Qianxia's palm met empty air, disbelief washed over her. This was the first time her Rulai Divine Palm had been evaded. Sister, please do not always treat me like a child. I am 13 years old, Sasuke exclaimed, flustered, his words tumbling out in haste. Upon hearing this, Naruto paused momentarily before breaking free from Qianxia's grasp, wearing an expression that conveyed, "I feel the same." Qianxia felt a pang in her heart, unable to restrain herself as she raised both hands to cover her chest. Is this what they call the pain of a child growing up? Even before surpassing my height, they have already ceased to indulge in the Buddha's palm. Qianxia pressed her hand against her forehead, feigning a state of despair so profound that she seemed on the brink of fainting. Were it not for her aversion to the dirt beneath her, she would have truly desired to perform a dramatic, albeit cliché, spiral reminiscent of a third-rate idol soap opera, delicately collapsing to the ground in a display of fragility. This day would ultimately be inscribed in her diary, marked with a distinctive crease at the corner to signify its significance. The Chunin exams continued unabated. In the myriad challenges of the Chunin exams, regardless of the fluctuations in the first 2 rounds, the third round invariably remained a one-on-one duel. Unlike its predecessors, this round placed paramount importance on strength. In a direct confrontation, no subterfuge could be employed, for the spectators were not merely the villagers, but also representatives from various villages, including the Hokage. As was to be expected, Qianxia found herself once again among the examiners, affording her the privilege of observing the contest from a vantage point above the ordinary audience. Qianxia sat with her legs crossed, her chin resting on one hand, displaying little interest as she observed the skirmishes of the young warriors below. She wondered when her own little ones would finally take the stage. Fortunately, her wait was not prolonged. The highly anticipated Sasuke stepped into the arena. With his entrance, the audience erupted in a harmonious chorus of cheers. Sasuke-kun, so dashing. Among the enthusiastic crowd were numerous young women, including some kunoichi who had already been eliminated, who waved handmade banners triumphantly in the air as they shouted. Qianxia observed the scene with great interest, contemplating how popular Sasuke truly was. Entrusting him with the flourishing and complex tasks brought her a sense of ease. As Sasuke stepped into the arena, he took a deep breath. The identity of his opponent was inconsequential, for victory was assured. The crux lay in whether he could showcase a level of skill that would earn him his sister's admiration. His adversary, a ninja from the hidden Cloud Village, remained nameless. Such trivialities were of little significance. As Sasuke opened his eyes, the Crimson Tomo manifested, igniting the arena with palpable excitement. After all, this was a premier bloodline limit, vastly superior to the ice and wind release techniques. Gazing at his opponent, Sasuke inhaled deeply, his mind racing with numerous strategies to vanquish his foe. He pondered which method would allow him to triumph in a spectacular fashion. Meanwhile, Qianxia finally ceased her nonchalant posture, no longer reclining as if she were a lord, and prepared to attentively observe her little brother's prowess. Qianxia reached into her pocket, only to realize that her hand grasped nothing. She was taken aback. Oh no, she had forgotten to bring sunflower seeds. Watching a match without sunflower seeds is akin to enjoying a film without popcorn and soda. Qianxia promptly turned her head, glancing around in search of anyone selling snacks. To her surprise, she indeed discovered a vendor. Qianxia, filled with delight, eagerly waved at the vendor selling snacks and beverages. After a brief moment, perhaps realizing that her gesture from such a distance might go unnoticed, she swiftly reached into another pocket and produced several banknotes, brandishing them enticingly. It seemed that Qianxia's audacious display of wealth truly bore fruit, as the vendor promptly made a wide detour to approach her. "What would you like?" he inquired. "Well, I desire all of these, if that's permissible," she replied. Qianxia gazed longingly at the array of delectable snacks. Her appetite stirred as she attempted to wield her monetary prowess. Just as the crowd perceived this as an ordinary occurrence, the vendor unexpectedly drew a handful of shurikens from among the treats, launching a swift and precise strike aimed directly at Qianxia's waist. "Qianxia, no, with so many parts of my body, you all insist on striking my waist, don't you?" The alarm in Qianxia's mind instantly buzzed with urgency. Had the injury occurred elsewhere, it might not have been as critical, yet fate dictated that the injury was to his waist. In an instant, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan flared to life, unleashing an illusion far beyond what his opponent could endure. The shuriken, which had yet to pierce Qianxia's waist, slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Meanwhile, the assassin, overwhelmed by an illusion unbefitting his rank, collapsed, foaming at the mouth. Qianxia looked coldly at the assassin sprawled on the ground. The process had been so swift that most people around had scarcely noticed. Among the few who did, Sarutobi Hijiran stared at Qianxia in astonishment. His surprise was not merely at her swift action in dispatching the assassin, but at how, after kicking him into the corner, she nonchalantly picked up the snacks the assassin had brought and began to eat, as if nothing had transpired. Such a carefree demeanor was astonishing. Chapter 92. Continuing the spectacle in truth, Qianxia had long recognized this individual as an assassin. After all, she was adept in the sage mode, and even without its use, her perceptive abilities surpassed those of most. She could sense even the faintest hint of hostility. However, She found it perplexing that someone would attempt to assassinate her. It seemed unlikely that this threat came from the other 4 villages. And it was even more improbable that Konoha would target her. Surely, Sarutobi Hijrin could not be that foolish. Could it be a black market assassin? In the underground bounty organizations outside the 5 villages, the last time Qianxia had ventured into the black market in search of Haiden and Kakazu, she recalled her bounty was approximately 5 million. Not an exorbitant sum, especially considering that her neighbor, Sarutobi Asuma, had a bounty of 35 million. She wondered if it had increased since then. Qianxia munched on the snacks in her hand, her mind swirling with thoughts. She felt no trepidation regarding the potential toxicity of the treats, after all, if they were indeed poisoned. She would not have so carelessly pierced her own flesh with a shuriken moments ago. Furthermore, she hardly believed that any poison could prove fatal to her. Her gaze returned to the fierce battles unfolding in the Chunin exams, only to notice that Sasuke had turned his head to look at her. While the few individuals around her remained oblivious to the imminent threat on her life, Sasuke had discerned it. Sasuke, someone just tried to assassinate my sister. His mind raced as he completely disregarded his opponent from the Cloud Village. The Cloud Ninja, feeling slighted by Sasuke's indifference, felt a surge of anger. Though he doubted his own chances of victory, he found Sasuke's arrogance intolerable. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hands, commencing a series of hand seals, preparing to unleash his most powerful jutsu to teach Sasuke a lesson. Sasuke was momentarily pulled back to reality by the Cloud Ninja's ambitious declaration. Observing the hand seals being formed, he sighed and began his own sequence. At that moment, the Cloud Ninja had completed 10 seals and was on the verge of finishing his technique, while Sasuke swiftly formed 5 seals and inhaled deeply. What jutsu could he possibly be planning? A newly learned forbidden technique? No, it was merely the most basic fireball jutsu. A fireball towering over 5 meters surged towards the Cloud Ninja, who stood frozen in shock. I still need 2 more seals. Boom. Before the Cloud Ninja could finalize his hand seals, the fireball, radiant like the sun, engulfed him completely, sending brilliant sparks flying and even shattering the stones of the battle stage. Sasuke's victory was undeniable. Yet the sheer swiftness with which he dispatched his opponent using a mere C-rank technique was nothing short of astonishing. A hush fell over the arena as spectators realized they had underestimated Sasuke. They began to ponder whether any contender in this Chunin exam could truly stand against him. Naruto, with fervor, proclaimed, "Yes, that contender is me." Following Sasuke's departure, Naruto, draped in a flamboyant cloak, stepped onto the stage, instantly revitalizing Qianxia, who had been teetering on the edge of boredom. The snacks were still ample. She continued to indulge. With Naruto's entrance, the crowd erupted in excitement. For he was the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki of Konohagakure. Although Naruto had already showcased his prodigious talents, many still harbored reservations about him. While he could not possibly match Sasuke's grand entrance, Naruto remained unfazed. He raised his arms, waving cheerfully, and declared, "Thank you all for your support. I will do my best. I will defeat Sasuke." Instantly, the female fans of Sasuke responded with disdainful boos. Observing Naruto's carefree demeanor, Qianxia paused her snacking. Since no one else was rallying behind Naruto, she felt compelled to step in. However, despite this resolve, Qianxia was not one to shout encouragement in front of such a large audience. Fortunately, even without shouting, Chika had her own method to cheer for Naruto, providing encouragement that proved to be far more effective than ordinary cheers. She extended a finger towards the sky, and immediately, flames from her fire release soared into the air. Under Chika's exquisite chakra control, the flames danced in the atmosphere like brushstrokes, and within moments, the words "Go Naruto" were vividly formed, impossibly conspicuous. Fire release, Chika's flame special technique. Once completed, Chika blew gently on the finger she had raised, mimicking the gesture of a cowboy holstering a gun. Her display was undeniably impressive. Those who were initially dumbfounded were irrelevant at this moment, as both Naruto and Sasuke were left bewildered by Chika's fervent support. Sasuke pondered. "Why was I not included?" Naruto exclaimed, "That was amazing. With my sister's encouragement, my strength has increased tenfold, perhaps even ninefold." He lowered his head and removed the absurd cloak he had acquired from an unknown source, replete with the over-the-top essence inherited from his father. Though it remained uncertain if he had also inherited his father's penchant for outlandish names. With determination, he focused on his opponent, who was, as in the original narrative, the prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Neji Hyuga. In the original tale, Neji harbored considerable resentment towards the main branch of the Hyuga family due to his father's fate as a scapegoat, often speaking of destiny until Naruto's persuasive rhetoric changed his perspective. Alas, that was not the case in the end. However, things were different now. Niji's father was still alive, and his childhood environment was healthy. Although devoid of pressure, he still benefited from his father's teachings, ensuring that his strength was not inferior to that of his counterpart in the original timeline. As Niji stepped onto the battlefield, he immediately adopted the signature stance of the Hyuga clan, while Naruto, brimming with enthusiasm, seized a kunai. Kunai? Niji furrowed his brow slightly. It was indeed rare for Naruto to wield a kunai. In Niji's recollection, Naruto was either molding chakra balls or on the path to doing so. What could a kunai possibly achieve compared to those balls? Was this merely a tactic to distract me? Regardless of the circumstances, one must indeed exercise caution. With a serious glint in his eyes, Hyuga Niji activated his Byakugan, a bloodline limit equivalent to the Sharingan. This remarkable ocular ability significantly enhanced his dynamic and static vision, observation, and insight, even granting him the extraordinary power to perceive the flow of chakra within others' meridians. As the Byakugan unfolded, Niji immediately sensed Naruto's immense chakra reserve, rendering him momentarily incapable of quantifying it in relation to his own. Niji had already devised a tactical plan in his mind, eagerly awaiting Naruto's approach wielding the Rasengan. Naruto, grasping a kunai with precision, flung it toward Niji, who effortlessly sidestepped, the kunai embedding itself into the floor behind him. A triumphant grin spread across Naruto's face, reminiscent of a schemer's success. Observing the mischievous smile on Naruto's face, Niji swallowed hard, a sense of unease creeping in. You better come at me. Chapter 93. Rising Turmoil. I remain still as long as the enemy does. If they move, I shall act first. Niji vigilantly scrutinized Naruto before him, confident in his reflexes, certain he could draw Naruto into his rhythm. Watching the match, Hinata's eyes flitted between Niji and Naruto, torn on whom to support, ultimately wishing for both to emerge unscathed. Suddenly, Naruto raised both hands, fingers crossed, and Niji's vigilance peaked, recognizing this as Naruto's signature move, a precursor to the shadow clone technique. As anticipated, Naruto executed the technique. But instead of summoning a multitude of clones as usual, he conjured only one, utilizing it to assist in shaping his Rasengan. Niji was momentarily puzzled. Why summon just one when he could employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers? At this moment, Niji remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, given his limited experience. It was commendable that he even recognized the existence of a technique called Flying Thunder God, let alone associate it with Naruto. I'm coming at you, Naruto warned with a devilish grin, prompting Niji to prepare his arms, ready to counter with a heavenly spin followed by a series of 8 trigrams palm strikes. Once the warning was issued, the shadow clone beside Naruto dissipated into white smoke. Naruto, with one hand clasping the Rasengan, leaned forward before vanishing. Niji's pupils widened in alarm as he utilized his Byakugan to scan his surroundings in a matter of moments. Unfortunately, as a member of the branch family, his Byakugan had blind spots. The position of the kunai embedded in the ground behind him fell squarely within his visual blind spot. In the blink of an eye, Naruto materialized at the location of the kunai, his hand skillfully shaping a Rasengan. His golden hair shimmered, and a portion of the audience witnessed this scene, a legendary figure subtly emerging in their sight. This man commanded the utmost respect from all in Konoha. He was the god of death, a legend, a hero. The 4th Hokage, known as the Yellow Flash Minato Namikaze, the Flying Thunder God. Surely, it must be the Flying Thunder God technique. Is that not the very ninjutsu employed by that man? The Rasengan as well, combined with the Flying Thunder God, and those golden locks. Oh no. It seems I am hallucinating. I cannot shake the feeling that this young lad bears a striking resemblance to Lord Minato. Wait a moment. The little fox demon seems to be named Uzumaki Naruto, but Lord Minato's surname is Namikaze. However, it seems that Lord Watergate's wife bears the surname Uzumaki. In that fleeting moment, countless memories surged forth, and a possibility they had never even contemplated began to materialize, expanding wildly, exuding an air of disbelief that was nonetheless hard to dismiss. Simultaneously, at that very instant, Naruto, wielding the Rasengan, swung it towards Niji Hyuga's waist. An alarm blared in Niji's mind, sending him into a cold sweat as he hastily activated the Hyuga clan's ultimate defense, the Heavenly Spin. Although the defense ultimately succeeded in forming, it lacked sufficient rotational speed and was struck by the Rasengan, which boasted a myriad of flowing trajectories. Niji's body jolted violently, as if struck by cannon fire, propelling him through the air. Niji attempted to dissipate the force with a 720-degree flip, but the process was too brief. Before he could fully release the energy, he had already been ejected from the battlefield, signaling the decisive conclusion of the match. The arena fell silent. Prior to this moment, no one had anticipated that their battle would conclude so swiftly. In this encounter, Naruto displayed a strikingly different method of attack, and the shock it imparted overshadowed the result itself. As one after another, spectators envisioned the figure of Minato, Namikaze, and Naruto. Some even raised their heads to gaze at Sarutobi Hiruzen, who occupied the VIP seats. Hiruzen awkwardly produced a handkerchief from somewhere, dabbing at the beads of sweat on his brow. The crowd looked at Hiruzen, who in turn glanced at Chika, who sat with her legs crossed, leisurely whistling to the side. Hiruzen then observed the assassin lying beside Chika and the onlookers who had turned their attention toward him. With a weary sigh, he covered his face with his palm, his expression one of profound fatigue. I can't endure this any longer. I'm nearly 70 years old, and the work pressure remains immense. Jiraiya, Tsunade, you must return. If you don't come back soon, I fear I may collapse in this position. As the first day of the tournament drew to a close, people gradually returned home. The third round of the competition would continue for another 2 days, and typically, discussions would ensue regarding the day's events. This time, however, while they discussed the match, it was not trivial details but rather explosive revelations. Following the conclusion of the match, Hiruzen began interrogating the assassin who had attempted to kill Chika. Initially, he presumed this assassin to be merely a mercenary from the black market, as such opportunists were not uncommon. Yet Hiruzen was mistaken. After the interrogation, he discovered that this individual was, in fact, a member of his own root, specifically from the secret squad under Shimura Danzo. Was this assassination of Chika orchestrated by Danzo? He pondered. Has that old fool lost his senses? If Chika finds out, all the goodwill I painstakingly garnered will evaporate in an instant. Sarutobi Hizashi interrogated the bound member of the root, who wore a face of utter despair. Gritting his teeth, the captive bellowed, Danzo is already dead. He was killed by that woman. Is there anything wrong with seeking vengeance for Lord Danzo? What? Danzo is dead. Shock was etched across Sarutobi Hizashi's face as he processed this revelation. Little did he know, Danzo had long since met his demise. Had he been buried, grass would have likely sprouted on his grave by now. The members of Root, fiercely loyal to Danzo, had not received orders from him for an extended period and began to search for his whereabouts, ultimately learning that his last command was to summon Chika. Initially, they remained composed, doubting Chika's capacity to have slain Danzo, clinging to the hope that he might still be alive, engaged in undisclosed matters elsewhere. This notion was utterly shattered when Chika arrived at the Chunin exams, utilizing her devastating technique to shock the ninja world. Absolutely, it was this woman who killed Lord Danzo. The bound member of Root suddenly erupted into manic laughter. Though she had failed, she was not the only one harboring intentions to assassinate Chika. The entire Root was now seeking opportunities to avenge Danzo. Witnessing this person's frenzied laughter, Sarutobi Hizashi retreated to his chair, letting out a deep sigh laden with meaning. You think you can assassinate Chika? I have a foreboding sense that not only would you fail, but even if Chika stood before you, you wouldn't be able to bring her down. Chapter 94, Maximizing Interest Regarding Shimura Danzo's Death. Sarutobi Hizashi felt a pang of emotion. Despite their frequent disagreements, he recognized Danzo's dissatisfaction with him and his ambition for the Hokage position. From the outset, Hizashi had understood that Danzo would eventually target the still unrefined Chika. Oh, Danzo. Your greed has led to this. Look at you, slain by your own hand. Slumped in his chair, Hizashi sighed deeply, feeling as though he had aged a few years. Meanwhile, Chika was on her way home with Naruto and Sasuke, initially engaging in cheerful conversation about their performance in the recent competition. Suddenly, Chika's smile vanished. You two head back first. I just remembered I need to have a word with old Sarutobi. As she spoke, she reached out to pat their heads, but then recalled the unfortunate reality that these two little rascals would not accept such a gesture, and her hand shifted to pat their shoulders instead. Naruto and Sasuke, not giving it much thought, nodded and continued on their way home, while Chika stood still, smiling and waving until they vanished from her sight. You can come out now. Hiding away, did you think I wouldn't notice you? The smile on Qianxia's face abruptly vanished. Her hands thrust deep into her pockets as she tilted her head at the deserted corners. Swish, swish, swish. 1, 2, 3 10 men? Not an excessive number. They possessed an average level of Jonin prowess, each equipped with 1 or 2 specialized skills, the culmination of Shimura Danzo's years of effort. Uchiha Qianxia. You shall pay a grievous price for the demise of Lord Danzo. Together, we stand a reasonable chance even against Sarutobi Hiruzen. Today, even if half of our comrades perish, we will drag you into the depths of hell. Lord Danzo has treated you well. How could you repay him with such treachery? Truly, you are a villainous woman. Listening to their heartfelt declarations, Qianxia couldn't help but click her tongue, feeling somewhat speechless. Treated well? Had I not possessed some skills back then, I would have perished at his hands before I even reached maturity. Furthermore, that old fool was solely preoccupied with marrying me off and bearing children. What kind of kindness is that? Bah! As their words stirred her emotions, a certain iconic line from a protagonist in her previous Life S series, Armor Warriors, suddenly came to mind. I can't be bothered to reason with you. You are unworthy of it. A group of individuals brainwashed by Shimura Danzo, uttering anything now seemed like a waste of breath. In an instant, a desire to obliterate them all surged within her, yet Qianxia ultimately regained her composure. She pressed a hand against her chest and took several deep breaths, reflecting that simply annihilating them would cast her as a demon. After all, she was a cultured individual who cherished peace and abhorred conflict. Ahem. Lay down your weapons and become enlightened. I can offer you a chance. Brothers, stop wasting words with her. Kill her. Damn it. You truly are unworthy of reasoning. The group of root ninjas brandished their kunai and charged towards Qianxia, encircling her. In a fleeting moment, she vanished from their midst without a trace. Oh no, it's flying. Bang, bang, bang. Each of the 10 men sprouted a large, red bump on their heads. And one by one, the previously fierce group collapsed to the ground, some rolling their eyes while others foamed at the mouth, their vision filled with twinkling stars. What a spectacular battle! Qianxia landed on the ground, disdainfully brushing off her palms. With so many people rushing towards her, it was no easy feat to render them unconscious without resorting to slaughter. As for the reason behind her reluctance to eliminate them, it was not merely a desire to prove her lack of malevolence. No, it was far more intricate. Qianxia refrained from annihilating them primarily because she sought to exploit their latent potential. They were resources, after all, individuals possessing specialized skills, painstakingly cultivated over decades by Shimura Danzo. If they could be persuaded to serve her, the path ahead would undoubtedly become much more manageable. Subsequently, Qianxia extended her hand, pressing the Flying Thunder God seal onto the crowns of their heads. Through the resonance of the seal, one by one, they were transported to the underground chamber of the Uchiha estate. This basement, a secret even to Sasuke, boasted exceptional soundproofing, no matter the cacophony that erupted within its confines. Those above would remain blissfully unaware. Qianxia stretched her limbs and then, with a flick of her wrist, cast an entrancing hypnotic illusion upon the gathered individuals. Enhanced by the kaleidoscopic power of her Sharingan, the effect of the illusion was irresistible, and in an instant, they succumbed to its influence. As they opened their eyes, they rose from the ground like marionettes under her command, while Qianxia settled comfortably into a nearby chair, crossing her legs and surveying them like a queen. Introduce yourselves. But keep it brief, she instructed with an air of indifference. One by one, they began to divulge their identities and special abilities. Younger Oil Woman, a member of the Oil Woman clan, revealed that she harbored within her body a nano-sized, venomous insect. Oil Woman Longma, also of the Oil Woman clan, introduced himself as an insect manipulator skilled in utilizing parasitic creatures. Mountain Wind, hailing from the Mountain clan, claimed expertise in their secret techniques, identifying himself as a sensory ninja. Terai Keisuke, known for his proficiency in physical arts and tracking skills, followed suit. Shinraka Tanuki, one of the researchers from the Root, completed the introductions. As they presented themselves, fragments of Qianxia's once fuzzy memories began to resurface, revealing that these individuals possessed considerable prowess. Had she not incapacitated them so swiftly, they might have posed significant challenges for her. Qianxia's gaze swept over the members of the Root organization. It was impossible for her to make them all her subordinates. The ordinary hypnotic ninjutsu could only be sustained for a mere 10 minutes. Only by using the Kodo Amatsukami could Qianxia find peace of mind. However, her Kodo Amatsukami was currently on cooldown. Forcing its use would greatly deplete her ocular resources, potentially leading to blindness after just 2 applications. Yet, this was hardly a concern. After all, her elder brother's eyes had been fully collected, and once upgraded to the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, they would regain their brilliance. Therefore, prior to that, it was imperative to make good use of this surplus vision. As for the selection of 2 individuals, she pondered carefully. The first 2 that came to mind were Yamanaka Kurenai and Yamanaka F., both trusted confidants of Shimura Danzo, exhibiting remarkable strength and loyalty. Yamanaka Kurenai's formidable nanny-level poison insects posed a significant threat, while Yamanaka F., a member of the Yamanaka clan, possessed powerful control capabilities. Together, They would likely dispatch most Nin in an instant. Given the opportunity to forcibly utilize Kodo Amatsukami twice, Qianxia deemed it most prudent to allocate these chances to these two. Nevertheless, a nagging feeling lingered, as if she were overlooking something crucial. Her attention shifted to a man named Shinraka Tanuki. The name struck a familiar chord. Yet she could not recall where he had appeared in the original narrative or what role he played. My aging mind truly offers me no respite, Qianxia lamented, rapping her knuckles against her wooden head. It was not a pressing matter to forget him for the moment. She decided to postpone his fate and confine him instead. After some time, once she had successfully integrated her eternal Meijiki Sharingan, she could then consider recruiting him. As for the others, she regretted to inform them that their services would no longer be required. Qianxia expressed that although she is not a devil, she is also not a merciful person. The moment they attempted to assassinate her, they should have been prepared for retaliation. Qianxia hesitated for too long, ultimately deciding on Yun Tsugen and Shan Chongfeng. She took a deep breath and then fixed her wide right eye upon Yun Tsugen. Damn the heavens! The kaleidoscopic pattern in Qianxia's right eye seemed to swirl as she invoked the power of Bai Yishinshin once more, even before its effects had fully dissipated. After just one release, she felt an intense, burning sensation radiating from her eye, and the vision before her began to blur. A stream of blood trickled from within. It hurt. It hurt so profoundly. Qianxia inhaled sharply, the pain rivaling that of awakening the kaleidoscopic Sharingan for the first time. Nevertheless, she still believed that the agony of being stabbed in the back was far more excruciating. Qianxia took a deep breath twice, gradually regaining her composure. With a hazy gaze, she focused on another individual she had chosen. After a few moments of silence, she invoked the forbidden technique, Kodo Amatsukami, once more. In an instant, the basement of the Uchiha residence echoed with Qianxia's heart-wrenching screams, leading any unaware bystander to believe she was being tortured or executed in the depths below. Meanwhile, directly above in the basement, Naruto and Sasuke remained utterly unfazed, continuing their activities while Naruto muttered about his sister's delayed return. Following Qianxia's anguished cries, she slumped into a chair, her mouth agape as if her very soul was about to escape. Question: how can one render their eyesight blind? Answer: by invoking Kodo Amatsukami twice in succession. Qianxia's right eye had lost all intuition, rendering it incapable of perceiving any imagery, a state more profound than blindness itself. The pain was unbearable. She hoped that upon evolving into the eternal kaleidoscope Sharingan, the burden would lighten. With her head held high, Qianxia gazed at the ceiling with her left eye, while Yun Tsugen and Yamamoto Kaze, their memories and thoughts altered by the deity Bai Yishinshin, were engulfed in a tempest of cognitive chaos. Through Bai Yishinshin, Qianxia forcefully redefined their roles. What? You two are loyal to Shimura Danzo. Very well, from this moment forth, you belong to me. Your previous diligent efforts under Shimura Danzo were mere facades. You have been operatives of my clan from the very beginning. Despite their considerable mental fortitude, it was inconsequential in the face of the ultimate illusion cast by Bai Yishinshin. Moments later, they awoke and swiftly knelt on one knee before Qianxia. Young miss, your handling of that old coot Danzo was truly splendid. We are finally free from our undercover roles. Though the Uchiha clan faced tremendous tribulations, they believed that as long as the young miss and young master stood resolute, the Uchiha clan would undoubtedly rise once more to the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Their eyes brimmed with unwavering loyalty, resembling two eager pups despite their age. Under normal circumstances, Qianxia might have indulged in some playful banter. However, in the present moment, she merely gestured for them to handle everyone except for Xinyue Li and to exit through the tunnel, promising to summon them later for further discussions. Understood. They nodded, swiftly disposing of their former companions with precision, and then departed through the tunnel in the direction indicated by Qianxia. Qianxia rose from her chair, shielding her aching eyes, and made her way step by step from the basement to the first floor of the Uchiha residence. Sasuke immediately noticed his sister ascending the stairs. Initially, he had intended to pout and voice a few grievances to her, but upon seeing Qianxia's frail appearance, he transformed into a cat or dog startled by a sudden noise. He was alarmed. Sister, who hurt your eyes? Let me go teach them a lesson. Sasuke gritted his teeth, a surge of potent chakra erupting from his body. The long-dormant two-tomo Sharingan finally evolved into its three-tomo form in response to this emotional upheaval. Unlike other bloodline limits, this particular one was inherited from the Tsutsuki clan. Ordinary training could not effectively enhance the Sharingan's quality. Only intense emotional fluctuations could trigger its transformation. Qianxia's gentle treatment of Sasuke had prevented him from experiencing the opportunity to evolve his Sharingan for so long, yet unexpectedly, the long-stagnant three-tomo was now breaking through. Sasuke, filled with excitement, clenched his teeth, attempting to transform into a Super Saiyan. However, before he could fully realize this transformation, Qianxia delivered a swift chop to his head, returning him to his original state. How could I possibly be injured by anyone? Even if someone did hurt me, do you think you could avenge me? I did this to myself. Sister, are you implying something? Get lost. I'm simply striving to become stronger. In any case, I need to seclude myself for a period. During this time, I do not wish to be disturbed. I'm sorry, but I cannot attend the final stage of the Chunin exam. In a swift motion, Chika once again directed the Rulai Divine Palm towards Sasuke, who this time did not resist, perhaps caught off guard. After exchanging a brief greeting, the weakened Chika, with an air of estrangement, returned to her chamber, retrieving the eternal Mangeki Sharingan that she had seized from both Shimura Danzo and Uchiha Itachi. The eternal Mangeki Sharingan, an ultimate form born from the fusion of two pairs of Mangeki Sharingan, possesses a higher success rate when the bloodlines of its wielders are closely related. Upon attaining the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, one can utilize its powers without the risk of losing their vision, and the ocular strength contained within the eyes can surge exponentially. Qianxia sat cross-legged, having already taken out her elder brother's two kaleidoscopes. She inhaled deeply, preparing for the fusion of eternity. She hoped it would not be too painful. Chapter 96. Collision in the Night. The initiation of the eternal kaleidoscope was remarkably straightforward, so much so that had it not been within the context of the Naruto universe, it would undoubtedly lead to chaos. Qianxia was feeling apprehensive, yet given the circumstances, she had no choice but to proceed. Was she to become a one-eyed warrior? Thus, within her modest chamber, Qianxia embarked on the intricate fusion of her two kaleidoscopic Sharingan. The duration of this endeavor remained uncertain. One thing was clear. She would not be participating in the upcoming Chunin exams. Naruto and Sasuke, too, found their enthusiasm for attending the exams waning. Observing their sister's deteriorating condition, they resolved to act as her guardians. Ultimately, it was Kakashi-sensei who, noticing the delay of the two, arrived at the Uchiha residence. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the situation, he chose to undertake their responsibilities, allowing them the peace of mind to compete. You wouldn't want Qianxia to discover that you two fled at the last moment, would you? You are both more aware than I of what state she may be in then, he remarked. But there's no buts about it. Leave this to me. I am a Jonin. And I assure you, my presence at the door is far safer than yours. Do you truly believe you can defeat me? Kakashi urged, patting the backs of both boys, prompting them to hasten towards the examination while he would guard the entrance. Hesitantly, Naruto and Sasuke took their leave, step by step, from the Uchiha estate towards the arena. As he watched them fade from view, Kakashi exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on how difficult these two were to persuade. As one of the three dark horses of this Chunin exam, if both were to forfeit, the competition would surely shift from a thrilling spectacle to an utter bore. Kakashi felt the weight of responsibility as their guiding teacher. Beyond that, he wished to contribute to safeguarding the frail Qianxia. Even if he could hardly envision her in a weakened state, in his memory, she was the very embodiment of vitality and wildness. Wait, wildness? Kakashi pondered for a moment but ultimately chose not to enter the residence, instead opting to remain at the threshold. He trusted that, from this vantage point, his experience in the Umbu would ensure he detected any hostile presence or unfamiliar aura. Time passed steadily as Naruto and Sasuke dominated the competition. Perhaps the matchups had been predetermined. The three dark horses had yet to face each other until the semifinals, much to the audience's delight, despite the overwhelming nature of their victories. Indeed, in any world or era, the sheer dominance of strength captivates the observer's gaze. Akin to a compelling novel, who does not relish a gratifying tale? Qianxia, raising her hand, I am not fond of this. Audience, with disdain, this is the pot calling the kettle black. Huh? You inquire about the final contender in the semifinals aside from those three? Is it the third member of Team Xiaoqi, Sakura? No. Is it the formidable Rock Lee, capable of opening all 5 gates? No. Is it the astutely intelligent Nara Shikamaru? Not at all. The last contender among the final 4 is Tian. Tian blinked blankly, lost in contemplation as she gazed at the 3 opponents she would face in the upcoming semifinals. Perhaps I should double my stock of shurikens and kunai upon returning. That way, losing tomorrow should not be too embarrassing. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of her mouth as she articulated her strategy. This is not an act of self-abandonment. Rather, it is a well-considered judgment after pondering for a considerable time. Will my kunai and shurikens penetrate Gaara's defenses? Can I accurately strike Naruto with my kunai and shurikens? Will Sasuke grant me the opportunity to launch my kunai and shurikens? Oh dear, the difficulty has escalated tremendously. Meanwhile, Qianxia's integration of the eternal Manjiki Sharingan continues. Halfway through, she began to regret not having pursued this endeavor in the basement instead. Qianxia tightly sealed her lips, fearful of emitting a cry akin to that of a slaughtered pig. This was not merely a matter of pride. It was also the dread of provoking unwarranted emotions in Mingzhou and the others should they overhear her. As night fell, Qianxia remained ensconced in her room, while Mingzhou and his companion, returning home, found themselves devoid of any inclination to continue their training. Kakashi, opting not to return home, chose instead to endure the night guarding the Uchiha estate. Had it not been for the assassination attempt against Qianxia during the Chunin exams, Kakashi might have believed himself merely a redundant precaution, certain that no one would be foolish enough to trouble Qianxia. Yet, given the existence of such an incident, Kakashi could not afford to relax. For every assassin, there could be two, and should they appear, he could only hope to manage the situation. In the dead of night, even the ninjas of the village had succumbed to slumber. With time on his hands, Kakashi found himself perusing a rather risky publication, marveling at the fact that, even in the darkness, the contents were still discernible. He anticipated that the night would pass uneventfully, stretching his arms in a languid yawn. Even he felt the weight of fatigue creeping in. Just as Kakashi prepared to close his eyes for a brief respite, two well-concealed presences emerged within his perception. Someone. Kakashi's eyes flew open. The two presences were expertly hidden, and he had never encountered them before in Konoha. They were skilled. Yet, whether they were friend or foe remained uncertain. Kakashi grasped a kunai, vigilantly surveying a particular direction cloaked in shadow, as the two figures sensed his presence and abruptly halted. Surely we could have sent a message by carrier pigeon. Why did we come to Konoha? This place is perilous. What do you know? Can everything be conveyed on paper? Do you possess the eloquence, or do I? Ah, how do you possess such intelligence? It's unexpected. Wait, someone is there. Is there someone at the young lady's doorstep? At this hour? Could it be an ill-intentioned individual targeting the young lady? Kakashi listened intently to their conversation. Although not entirely clear, he caught the mention of the young lady. After their dialogue ceased, one of the individuals emanated a palpable hostility. In the darkness, like a wraith, a massive scythe materialized before Kakashi's eyes, slicing towards him with alarming speed. Kakashi swiftly leaped back, narrowly evading the strike, and both parties locked eyes amidst the shadows. Kakashi thought, what a formidable assassin. Haydn remarked, this flower thief has some skill in plotting against the young lady. Chapter 97. It turns out they were colleagues. Both parties regarded each other as adversaries, and beneath the shroud of night, a fierce battle unfolded in Konoha. Under normal circumstances, this would undoubtedly place Haydn at a disadvantage, for this was Konoha, where reinforcements could emerge at any moment in droves, an eventuality both Haydn and Kakuzu were keen to avoid. Kakashi, too, shared this sentiment. Should a confrontation erupt within the Uchiha estate, it would inevitably attract a multitude of onlookers, leading to a thorough investigation that could potentially expose Chika's clandestine training. Even when Qianxia was a superwoman, she dared to engage in assassination. And now that she has become a mere mortal, one cannot help but wonder if she will summon an entire assassination squad. Kakashi and Haydn collided in the darkness. Devoid of any flashy ninjutsu attacks, their confrontation purely physical. However, in a straightforward contest of taijutsu, Haydn held the upper hand, not due to the sheer strength of his martial prowess, but rather because of his unique ability, the death god's blood. Through this forbidden technique, as long as Haydn could obtain a drop of his opponent's blood, he could share the inflicted damage, and it proved effective against most adversaries. If Kakashi were to be wounded and have his blood taken, the outcome would be sealed from that moment onward. Kakashi's kunai clashed incessantly with Haydn's scythe. Although he could not fathom Haydn's hidden trump cards, the alarm bells of danger echoed incessantly in Kakashi's mind. As he fought and retreated, Haydn grew increasingly ferocious. Kakuzu, observing the two with his dead fish eyes, would have yanked Haydn back to safety had he not discerned Kakashi's desire to avoid causing a commotion. What is peculiar about the boss's demeanor? Is he truly guarding the entrance for the boss? Kakuzu pondered quietly. An elite shinobi guarding the entrance? Under normal circumstances, this would be nearly impossible, yet for their own boss, Kakuzu felt it was not beyond the realm of possibility. Just as those two men merged into one formidable woman, Also possessing the ultimate genjutsu, Kodo Amatsukami, could this individual also be a victim of such mind control? After a moment of contemplation, Kakuzu resolved to intervene. Unleashing a multitude of robust black threads from within him, ensnaring Haiden and pulling him back forcefully to his side. Kakuzu, what are you doing? This is Konoha. No matter how covertly you fight, you will eventually be discovered. Remain calm. Allow me to handle this. As the elder member of the Akatsuki, Kakuzu's composure was far superior to that of the impetuous Haiden. He approached Kakashi slowly, who remained vigilant, while he felt he could hold his own against Haiden. If the man before him matched Haiden's level, could Kakashi still maintain parity? Reluctantly, Kakashi raised his hand, adjusting his tilted forehead protector, unveiling the eye that had been concealed beneath it, an eye of scarlet, adorned with 3 tomo, a Sharingan. Kakashi was not of the Uchiha clan. This eye had been a gift from a friend. Because he was not an Uchiha, the Sharingan remained perpetually active, steadily consuming his chakra. Yet, it endowed Kakashi with enhanced dynamic vision, acute insight, and the ability to replicate others' jutsu. Upon seeing Kakashi's Sharingan, Kakuzu finally recognized him. Just as he was about to probe Kakashi's allegiance, Kakashi sensed 2 more familiar yet unfamiliar presences. Are there more skilled individuals? As Kakashi turned his gaze towards the direction from which he sensed an unfamiliar presence, both Haiden and Kakuzu followed suit, although their perceptive abilities did not match Kakashi's finesse. His mere indication allowed them to vaguely sense the emergence of a third party. A silent exchange of glances among Kakashi, Kakuzu, and Haiden confirmed that the 2 unfamiliar auras did not belong to either of them. The intrusion of a third party. Kakashi thought to himself, what on earth? Who dares to infiltrate Konoha at this hour? Are the guards merely idle? Kakuzu speculated, not from Konoha? Could they be under the same employer as us? With their sudden cessation of combat, the hidden third party could no longer remain motionless. With a swift rustle, they leapt from the shadows, revealing themselves to be Yamanaka Toryun and Kamizuki Izumo, who had successfully switched allegiances. Kakashi, who are they? The 2 inquired, feigning calmness as they scrutinized him. Upon recognizing them, Kakashi's composure faltered. Having once been a member of the Umbu, he was somewhat familiar with the root members, and these 2 were indeed the right-hand men of Shimura Danzo. It seemed Danzo still harbored an interest in Chika. Kakashi fell silent, his mind racing to devise a suitable response and navigate the delicate situation at hand. The silence enveloped them. Kakashi remained mute. Yamanaka Toryun and Kamizuki Izumo exchanged glances without speaking, while Haiden and Kakuzu also refrained from uttering a word. As the saying goes, a triangle is the most stable form. They each looked at one another, and the atmosphere became increasingly awkward. The first to speak would inevitably bear the burden of shattering this uncomfortable silence. After approximately 100 seconds, Kakashi finally crafted a perfect explanation that would not only conceal Chika's current condition, but also justify his presence there, effectively expelling Haiden and Kakuzu from Konoha. Excellent. Let us proceed with this plan. Kakashi inhaled deeply. Just as he was about to articulate his explanation, another unusual presence surged forth. Who could it be now? Everyone abruptly turned to look behind them, and the Grand Uchiha estate came into view. The source of this peculiar aura was none other than Chika, who was in the process of merging with the eternal Meijiki Sharingan. Young lady, Haiden murmured softly, unable to restrain himself upon sensing this energy. Kakashi, momentarily distracted by the Uchiha estate, failed to catch his utterance, but Yamanaka Toryun and Kamizuki Izumo, standing closer, clearly heard it. With a puzzled blink, Yamanaka Toryun and Kamizuki Izumo turned their gazes toward Kakuzu and Haiden. They extended a hand, suggesting, could it be that you are also in the same line of work? Kakuzu immediately grasped the meaning behind the gesture, exhaling a sigh of relief as he reciprocated with a similar motion. So, we are colleagues. My apologies, my apologies. Kakashi was momentarily taken aback. Though he could not discern the reason, he suddenly sensed that the previously balanced tripartite situation had shifted. Chapter 98. Colleagues meeting. Kakashi turned to face the other 2 parties once more. The equilibrium that should have existed among 3 factions began to feel increasingly peculiar, as if the 3-legged stance had transformed into a 2-legged one. He stood alone on one leg, while 4 individuals opposite him shared the other. Kakashi felt entirely uncertain whether he could contend with 4 adversaries in a 50-50 engagement. The Crimson 3-tomo Sharingan appeared utterly feeble in this moment. Kakuzu remarked, shall we, as colleagues, join forces to bury him? Yamanaka Ino replied, well, all right then. A standard villainous grin spread across the faces of the 4 opponents, intensifying Kakashi's unease, which had merely been slight until now. As a feudal battle loomed, set to ignite amidst the encroaching darkness, the atmosphere within the Uchiha residence, emanating from Chika, underwent yet another transformation. Qianxia's eyes merged the powers of two, transforming the once simple stripes into an intricate pattern. A searing pain radiated from her eyes, permeating every part of her being. If Qianxia were a masochist, this moment would undoubtedly be the most exhilarating experience of her life. Alas, she is not. Qianxia raised her head, gritting her teeth, feeling the enhancement of her ocular power along with an excruciating sensation that pierced to the bone. After a considerable period of contemplation, she finally articulated a phrase of remarkable elegance. Damn it, this doesn't seem right. In the original narrative, when Sasuke underwent the evolution into the eternal Meijiki Sharingan, he expressed a sense of comfort. Why then do I feel such pain? Am I the one who is abnormal, or is it Sasuke? Have I overreacted? Or is it possible that Sasuke harbors a penchant for masochism? Qianxia gasped for breath. Although the pain was excruciating, it was evident that the intensity of her suffering was gradually diminishing. After all, when one is engulfed in agony, there is little room for complaints. Time ticked away. And remarkably, this torment transformed into a refreshing sensation. Qianxia's anguish metamorphosed into exhilaration. She opened her eyes, and the patterns within them shifted from the ordinary kaleidoscope to the form of an eternal kaleidoscope. Vision restored, a significant enhancement of her ocular prowess, a remarkable amplification of her fundamental abilities. The cooldown of the celestial deity's skills decreased. Qianxia exhaled deeply, slowly rising from the ground, where her sweat lay thick and sticky, making her long for a soothing bath rather than exerting her abilities. She pushed open the large door of the room, startling Naruto and Sasuke from their slumber with her unusual aura. Observing their tense expressions, Qianxia felt relieved that she had not emitted a blood-curdling scream, for she feared they might have kicked the door down in alarm. Sister, are you all right? I'm fine, really, just a bit fatigued. I'm going to take a bath. Is it already deep into the night? You both should get to bed soon. You ought to be excited, as I'll be able to personally witness your match in the finals tomorrow. Qianxia smiled as she reached out to gently pat their heads. And amidst Naruto and Sasuke's tense expressions, delighted smiles began to emerge. Once the tension dissipated, Sasuke instantly reverted to his usual aloof demeanor, swiftly withdrawing Qianxia's hand after only a few moments of contact, leaving Qianxia with a slight pang of disappointment. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was to indulge in a soothing bath. With her arms raised, she stretched luxuriously and prepared to turn towards the hot spring bathhouse within her residence. However, after just a few steps, she detected the presence of 5 individuals outside. Was that oil woman Takaru and Yamanaka-fu? Haiden and Kakuza too. Had they finally made some progress? And wait, why was Kakashi there as well? What were this large assembly of men doing outside? Qianxia, with one hand pressed against her head, stepped out of the mansion, feeling somewhat dizzy. As she emerged, Fadewan immediately knelt down, appearing ready to serenade Qianxia with a song of conquest. Miss, I have fulfilled my mission, Fadewan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Kakashi, witnessing Fadewan's fervor, was momentarily taken aback, even someone as astute as he found himself unable to comprehend the sudden shift, seizing the opportunity while Kakashi was bewildered. Unitorian and Yamashiro Aki each drew a kunai, poised threateningly against Kakashi's neck, ready to launch a lethal attack at Qianxia's command. What are you doing at this late hour? Are you not concerned about disturbing the peace? No need to detain Kakashi. In any case, all of you come inside first. We shall converse after I freshen up. Qianxia gazed at the exceptionally chaotic scene, helplessly covering her cheek with a hand, a sense of trepidation washing over her. What if the fusion had already been completed, and they had hesitated just a moment longer? Would they truly have resorted to violence here? Upon hearing Qianxia's words, Yunfugen and Yamashiro Wind immediately set down the kunai they held. Though Kakashi still struggled to comprehend the situation fully, he grasped one crucial point, here, in this moment. Among these individuals, Qianxia held the greatest authority. The crowd exchanged glances, each person observing the others as they entered the Uchiha residence. Naruto and Sasuke stood in stunned silence, taken aback by the sudden influx of guests on such a late evening. Qianxia stifled a yawn and made her way toward the hot spring bathhouse of the Uchiha estate, leaving Kakashi, who was bewildered in the living room, along with his colleagues engaged in lively conversation. Brothers, when did you all enter the business? We are undercover. What? You are undercover? I was an undercover agent for another organization. I just returned recently. Oh, I see. The group chuckled as they chatted. With Haiden dominating the discussion, praising Qianxia's merits to the extent that the flattery skills of Oil Girl and Yamanaka F were nearly worthy of note. Kakuzu, meanwhile, surveyed his surroundings, discerning the considerable value of the estate, and his keen nose for wealth detected the presence of substantial riches stored within. Excellent. It seems we won't face any wage delays. Kakashi sat cross-legged on one of the sofas in the living room, attempting to comprehend the chaotic situation before him. So, Oil Girl and Yamanaka are not members of Danzo's faction, but rather undercover agents? Furthermore, the attire of the other two seems to indicate they are members of the recently rising Akatsuki organization. Could it be that Qianxia is the leader of Akatsuki? Ah, Qianxia. Where have you found the time to accomplish so much? When did it all begin? Did you start preparing for all of this from the very outset? The living room presents one scene, while the bathhouse offers another. Qianxia, for the moment, has no desire to regard the circumstances of those outside. She luxuriates in the hot spring, her body submerged, with only her nose above the surface. Her mind is a blank slate as she fully immerses herself in this post-catastrophe bliss, indulging in the warmth for nearly 2 hours. Chapter 99, reporting the results. Gurgle, gurgle. Gurgle, puff. Suddenly, Qianxia, half asleep in the hot spring, jolts upright. With squinted eyes, she scans her surroundings, taking a moment to ponder where she is. A moment to consider what she is doing here, and a moment to reflect on whether she has forgotten anything. Oh dear, she has indulged a tad too much. Qianxia displayed a look of sudden realization as she hurriedly tidied herself up, donned her clothes, and swiftly made her way from the bathhouse to the living room. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and Qianxia had assumed that without her guidance, the living room would be in utter chaos. To her surprise, upon entering the living room, she found it not only orderly, but also remarkably tranquil and harmonious. Miss, you are finally here. Fade Wan was the first to notice Qianxia's emergence. With a swift motion, he sprang up from the sofa, his demeanor and enthusiasm unmistakably evident. Qianxia began to question whether she had exerted too much force when she initially employed the heavenly deity against him. Although Fade Wan was never a paragon of virtue, his current demeanor was certainly an improvement over that of the previously bloodthirsty cultist driven by madness. Qianxia turned her gaze towards Kakashi, who was seated on another sofa. His hands were crossed, and the confusion that once clouded his eyes had vanished, replaced by a clarity that was strikingly profound. During the nearly 2 hour span, Kakashi had diligently endeavored to comprehend and discern Qianxia's actions and intentions. While listening to the conversations of his colleagues around him, he painstakingly analyzed the situation. Finally, an epiphany struck him. He felt as if he had grasped the truth. Everything suddenly became remarkably lucid and transparent. Kakashi lifted his chin, gazing wisely at Qianxia, and, raising a finger, he inquired, Qianxia, may I pose a question to you? A question? Certainly, feel free. As Qianxia spoke, she made her way to the sofa, while Fade Wan instinctively vacated his spot and stood beside her. Zamura Danzo, has he perished? Indeed, he has departed from this world, or rather, one might say he has been gone for quite some time. His grave may well be overgrown with grass. Qianxia responded to Kakashi's inquiry with a nonchalant air. For this was no secret that needed further concealment. Danzo had long since met his demise, and his elite subordinates either defected or were reduced to mere remnants by those who had defected. The only company Danzo left behind were his adversaries. And Qianxia need not fear the cliché narrative of fantastical tales, where after defeating the young, an older foe would emerge, only to be succeeded by one even older. Upon receiving Qianxia's answer, Kakashi exhibited a look of realization, as his thoughts coalesced into a singular conclusion. Perfect. Observing Kakashi's somewhat unusual demeanor, Qianxia felt a moment of disorientation, wondering if Kakashi had conjured some absurd notions in his mind. However, explaining it would be rather cumbersome, and since he would not become an enemy, it was best to let it be for now. Qianxia cleared her throat and directed her gaze towards Oil Girl Toraijin, Yamashita Kaze, Haiden, and Kakuzu. I am aware that you all have much to express, so let us take turns. You two may begin, Qianxia said, looking at the pair seated on her left. Oil Girl Toraijin and Yamashita Kaze. They nodded earnestly and began to report their recent undertakings to Qianxia. Firstly, they had dealt with the belongings of Shimura Danzo, which included wealth, ninja technique scrolls, and a plethora of underground intelligence. It turned out that the bounty Qianxia had seen in the underground organization was indeed issued by Shimura Danzo. Secondly, the two had quietly returned to their respective clans, attempting to recruit individuals from within. While they acknowledged that it would be impossible to draw out the core members of their families, they believed that with some time invested, they could likely recruit a few ordinary members. Xianxia was immensely satisfied with this outcome, particularly with the intelligence from the underground black market and the potential to recruit from the two clans in the future. As for money, Xianxia humorously remarked that she was left with nothing but her poverty, questioning whether Shimura Danzo's modest treasury could possibly compare to that of the Uchiha clan. It was but a mere drizzle in her eyes. In Kakuzu's view, Xianxia radiated a golden aura, which nearly blinded him with its brilliance. This was an air that only the wealthy, newly affluent, and second-generation rich could exude, and Xianxia embodied all of these traits. Xianxia's future aspiration is to step beyond the confines of Konoha, pursuing a path of independence and self-reliance. To realize this ambition, she requires not only financial resources but also talent, with the latter being of paramount importance. In her quest, Xianxia has been diligently contemplating her strategy. A stack of unfinished flyers rests in her room, and she envisions launching an offensive against Konoha upon their completion. The thought of the Uchiha clan's revival that she aims to establish in the future nearly brings her to the brink of drooling. Yet the remnants of her ladylike demeanor prevent her from embarrassing herself in front of so many onlookers at the last moment. Clearing her throat, she adopts a serious demeanor and addresses her subordinates. Now, report your progress. It has been a considerable time, and since you have come personally, I trust you have achieved significant success. With her arms crossed, Xianxia's tone becomes grave. The Akatsuki organization, led by Haiden and Kakazu, presents a critical narrative that she must confront after the elimination of Danzo. To resolve this matter peacefully, her initial step is to infiltrate the Akatsuki. Kakuzu and Haiden exchange glances, and after a deep breath, Kakuzu speaks first. Boss, we have completed the task you assigned to us. You may visit our organization at any time, but it is merely a visit. New members must undergo a test conducted by that individual. Oh, that individual? A test? Xianxia inquires, realizing that this must pertain to Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki, as Nagato never intervenes directly and lacks the means to do so. As for the test, she thinks, let him assess her strength. It is unlikely to gauge loyalty, considering that the majority of Akatsuki members harbor little allegiance to the organization. Kakuzu and Haiden had only joined the Akatsuki after being subdued by Pain, pledging their service to him. The only thing that Chika must be cautious of is Itachi Uchiha from the Akatsuki organization. If he ruthlessly exposes her disguise, it would spell her doom. However, rather than pondering this, Chika is more eager to understand how Haiden and Kakuzu managed to persuade Nagato to suddenly accept new members. Initially, she had thought it would be at least another 6 months before such delightful news would reach her. Xianxia, filled with unbridled curiosity, gazed into the sparkling eyes of Xianxia, illuminating with the stars of wonder. At that moment, Jiaodu was poised to elucidate their course of action. However, just as Jiaodu was about to speak, Haiden abruptly covered his mouth, seizing the microphone with a decisive flourish. Allow me to explain. My lady, this plan was conceived by me, and everything is well within my control. Chapter 100. The duo scheme. After Haiden and Jiaodu distanced themselves from Xianxia, they swiftly returned to the temporary base of the Akatsuki organization. In order to facilitate Xianxia's seamless integration into the Akatsuki, Haiden and Jiaodu engaged in a debate that symbolized their intellectual prowess. Jiaodu advocated for stability, while Haiden's perspective was diametrically opposed, characterized by a reckless boldness. When that fellow invited me to join, he managed to persuade me, Haiden declared. Therefore, let us approach that man to lodge a complaint. We can claim that during the execution of our mission, we were left rolling on the ground in defeat. This will surely pique his interest in my lady. Ultimately, she can disguise herself and reenact the scene where I was convinced by that man, thus allowing her to join the Akatsuki seamlessly, with his hands on his hips. Haiden confidently articulated the top-tier plan he had meticulously devised over several days, radiating an air of pride. Upon hearing Haiden's proposal, Jiaodu paused for a moment in silence before shaking his head, deeming the plan too crude. To have us both left rolling on the ground? In this ninja world, such beings would likely not be interested in our boss, but rather be wary of her, seeking to eliminate her instead. Even if she were to successfully join, she would be under constant scrutiny. This is not feasible at all. Jiaodu promptly dismissed Haiden's suggestion, and upon realizing that his painstakingly crafted plan had been so easily rejected, Haiden erupted in frustration, akin to a gas canister igniting. Jiaodu, unyielding, engaged in a heated argument with Haiden within the confines of the Akatsuki's temporary base. What began as a debate over plans escalated into a quarrel about each other's personalities, ultimately devolving into personal insults. Haiden, you worthless, Jiaodu, you imbecile. In this battle of wits, Jiaodu maintained a firm advantage, asserting that he had consumed more salt than Haydn had rice over multiple lifetimes, effortlessly countering the brash youth. Other members of the organization gradually gathered, intrigued by the spectacle. While it was common for the two to engage in banter, such intensity was unprecedented. Enough, enough. We are on the same team and must work together. Let's leave some room for civility. We may meet again under better circumstances. Ha ha ha. The noise is quite overwhelming. I relish this thick scent of gunpowder. Do you require my assistance to further enhance the atmosphere? It is dreadfully tedious and unbearably loud. Listening to the surrounding murmurs of onlookers, Kakuzu suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He clenched his fist and launched a punch directly at Haydn's face. Haydn, caught off guard, did not evade, and Kakuzu's fist struck true with a resounding thud, sending Haydn flying. This life is intolerable, you wretch. Kakuzu bellowed ferociously, his fist clenched tightly. Haydn, now on the ground, covered the side of his face that had been struck, wearing an expression of disbelief at the audacity of the attack. You actually laid a hand on me? Go ahead, strike me again. Haydn stood up, brandishing his enormous scythe, exuding a fierce demeanor, genuinely prepared to engage Kakuzu in battle. Kakuzu, in the periphery of the crowd's gaze, signaled frantically to Haydn, yet Haydn disregarded all of Kakuzu's gestures. With his scythe in hand, Haydn charged at Kakuzu. Kakuzu clicked his tongue, realizing he had no choice but to defend against Haydn's advance. Haydn, being immortal, and Kakuzu, possessing multiple lives, could engage fiercely without the immediate threat of severe consequences. However, internal strife was strictly prohibited within the Akatsuki organization. Just as the two began to exchange blows, a flurry of white paper suddenly emerged, erecting a formidable wall between them. At that moment, a man radiating a powerful aura stepped forward. He raised a hand, and despite Kakuzu and Haydn's attempts at resistance, they were forcefully repelled, instantly quelling the ruckus. The Akatsuki does not permit internal conflict. What is the meaning of this? The organization's ostensible leader, Pain, regarded Kakuzu and Haydn with a low voice, as the previously restless surroundings fell into silence. Haydn, gritting his teeth and preparing to speak, was abruptly cut off by Kakuzu, who seized the microphone. It is all this guy's fault. I demand a new partner. A new partner? There is no one else in the Akatsuki capable of forming a partnership with you. Besides, were you not working together quite effectively before? Pain replied quietly. It is remarkable that we have endured this long with differing values. Ultimately, we are not aligned. I merely possess a few extra lives, while he is a remorseless killer, a madman obsessed with his so-called evil gods. Pain fell silent, recognizing the futility of trying to comprehend Kakuzu's sentiments. However, it was equally improbable to utilize force to compel them to reform their partnership. A team lacking unity is utterly useless. Then, go seek a new partner. However, anyone you find must come to me for assessment. I shall personally determine their eligibility to join the Akatsuki. Tian Daopain shrugged off the matter, seemingly disinterested, while Jiaodu's face remained notably displeased, casting a hostile glance at Haydn beside him. In truth, he felt a significant sense of relief, although the outcome was not flawless. It was certainly preferable to Haydn's brash approach. The remaining decisions would be made upon returning to consult with their superior. Meanwhile, Haydn blinked vacantly, momentarily bewildered about what had just transpired. Is this how it turned out? As memories faded, the group returned to reality at the conclusion of the previous chapter. Haydn had been forcefully subdued back onto the sofa by Jiaodu, and the aforementioned recollections were merely a product of Jiaodu's narration. The others remarked, "Goodness, Haydn. It seems you have little to do with this." Haydn protested, "What do you mean I have little to do with this? I was clearly pivotal to this plan." He turned to Qianxia, seeking her validation. Upon feeling Haydn's intense gaze, Qianxia awkwardly cleared her throat and hastily shifted the topic. Since the first phase had been completed, it was now time to determine the identity she would assume to infiltrate the Akatsuki organization. She crossed her arms, adopting the demeanor of a mafia boss, and stated her intentions. Given the presence of Uchiha Itachi and his Sharingan within the Akatsuki, transformation techniques would be utterly ineffective. Furthermore, there were even more formidable Rinnegan users within the organization. Chapter 101. You stick, I tear. The Sharingan possesses remarkable insight, and the shadow clone technique would be easily discerned. After a moment of contemplation, Qianxia suddenly had a flash of inspiration, snapping her fingers and exclaiming, "If ninjutsu won't suffice, then let's resort to makeup." However, the instant the thought escaped her lips, she regretted it, wishing she could retract her words, as makeup appeared to be of little utility. The Sharingan could directly perceive the flow of another's chakra. Given the rapport between Qianxia and Uchiha Itachi, it was likely that a mere glance from Itachi would cause her to recoil in shock, hastily clutching her waist. This was not a viable plan, at least. It lacked reliability. Qianxia rested his chin on one hand, letting out a helpless sigh. In truth, with his formidable strength, he could easily have the likes of Kakuzu and Haiden carry him straight into the Akatsuki's base. As for Pain of the Six Paths, even if all six were to confront him together, Qianxia would not be intimidated. However, such actions would only address the symptoms rather than the root cause and could easily alert the enemy. The main storyline of Naruto revolves around a series of manipulations. Kaguya Otsutsuki employs Black Zetsu to free herself from her seal and resurrect. Black Zetsu utilizes Uchiha Madara to aid in his mother's revival. Uchiha Madara, in turn, exploits Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito manipulates Nagato of the Uzumaki clan. And finally, Nagato uses the Akatsuki organization to further his own ends. Qianxia firmly believes that her greatest strength lies not in martial prowess, but in her profound understanding of the original narrative as a traveler from another world. She is reluctant to excessively alter the trajectory of the original storyline, as doing so would ultimately lead to her own demise. Qianxia's aspiration is to enhance an already satisfactory conclusion to a state of perfection. However, if her attempts disrupt the narrative's trajectory to an unforeseen direction, it would be disastrous. Observing Qianxia's melancholic demeanor, the surrounding cadre strained their minds to alleviate her worries. Yet, the powers of the Sharingan and Rinnegan rendered the notion of infiltrating the Akatsuki under a guise utterly implausible. Just as they were at an impasse, a certain bold individual suddenly raised his arm. Why disguise oneself? Let the young lady embrace her true identity, Fadewan proclaimed earnestly, lifting his arm high. The others were momentarily stunned by his words. Just as they contemplated ridiculing Fadewan's audacious thought process, Qianxia burst into laughter. You are right, Fadewan. Since we cannot disguise ourselves, we shall simply alter our external appearance. This is indeed a task that can be accomplished with relative ease. It seems we are truly on the verge of departing from Konoha. Fadewan's remark illuminated a path for Qianxia. If masquerading would be seen through, then she would forego it entirely, opting instead to transform her appearance into one befitting a member of the Akatsuki. Jiao, being a perceptive individual, swiftly grasped Qianxia's line of thought. Boss, you do not intend to become a rogue ninja, do you? Upon uttering this, the room fell into astonished silence. All eyes turned towards Qianxia, who stood with her arms crossed and a gentle smile, tacitly acknowledging Zhao's assertion. To join the Akatsuki, one cannot possess a pristine image. One must at least bear the title of a rogue ninja. As for how to attain that status, Qianxia mused that with Shimura Danzo's demise lingering in memory, it was surprising he could be utilized once more. After all, he was publicly recognized as a high-ranking official of Konoha. If the news of his death at Qianxia's hands were to spread, acquiring the title of rogue ninja would be a mere formality. However, should they proceed with this plan? Sasuke and Naruto. Qianxia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. When she reopened them, she had come to a significant realization. Unitorian, Yamashiro Kazekage. Attend to this matter swiftly. I wish to don the title of rebel ninja by tomorrow. Ensure the task is accomplished. Unitorian and Yamashiro Kazekage nodded in agreement, promptly rising from the sofa and exiting the Uchiha estate with haste. Meanwhile, Qianxia also stood up from the sofa, running her fingers through her hair as she made her way to Naruto and Sasuke's room. Naruto, Sasuke, we need to discuss the intricacies of life. Unitorian and Yamashiro Kazekage exhibited remarkable efficiency. Shortly after receiving their instructions, they managed to print a plethora of promotional posters, affixing them to every door in their path. By dawn, it would undoubtedly incite an explosive reaction. As the two diligently plastered the promotional materials, a series of loud knocks reverberated through the door of the Hokage's office, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was laboring over documents late into the night. Come in. With a huff, Sarutobi Hiruzen permitted entry, and several members of the Umbu swiftly entered, each brandishing a copy of the promotional poster. Hokage-sama, look at this. They hurriedly presented the posters to him, and the initially drowsy Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes widened in shock. What is the meaning of this? Hokage-sama, it seems someone is putting these up, but we are yet to ascertain who is responsible. Who cares about who? We have no time for that. Gather all members. For every poster we find, tear it down. Not a single one should be visible to the public before sunrise. Understood. At Sarutobi Hiruzen's fervent command, the Umbu members vanished in a blur, utilizing the body flicker technique to disperse throughout the village. This rare mobilization of the Umbu, usually a reclusive force, saw them leaping from building to building in the dead of night, tearing down posters at every opportunity. Umbu A, there are so many here. Umbu B, there are even posters on the kittens and puppies. Umbu C, this is outrageous. There are even posters on Hokage Rock. The Umbu squad frantically ripped down the promotional materials, while Unitorian and Yamashiro Kazakage continued their fervent affixing of posters. Yamashiro, don't you feel as though we have posted in this area before? Perhaps it is merely your imagination. Do not dwell on it. The sun is about to rise. Let us work harder and affix a few more. Indeed, the two individuals fervently plastered various locations in Konoha with promotional posters until none remained in their hands. Exhausted, they raised their arms to wipe away the beads of sweat trickling down their foreheads. As they turned to admire the splendid scene they had created after a night of hard work, a group of weary Umbu appeared before them, gasping for breath, their hands littered with remnants of the posters. Umbu finally finished tearing them down. Yamanaka? Chapter 102, The Reason Behind Sarutobi Hizashi Umbu A. So, you two have been the ones sticking up these flyers. Umbu B. Wait, don't they look a bit familiar? Umbu C. Who cares? Let's apprehend them first. With fiery gazes, the Umbu regarded Yamanaka, an oil girl. Meanwhile, Yamanaka and Oil Girl turned their heads to glance at the doors of the houses that should have been plastered with their flyers. They then looked at the scraps of paper in the hands of the Umbu. This represents an entire night's worth of effort. A fierce flame ignited in their eyes. Though not typically of such temperament, having endured Chika's unique personality, they had inherited a trace of her characteristics. They were indifferent to life and death, ready to confront any challenge. Once their eyes met, there was no need for further dialogue. The fight commenced at dawn, armed with kunai. Of course, Oil Girl refrained from using her extraordinarily potent nano-sized poison insects, for once entangled, a mere touch could incapacitate anyone. Similarly, the Umbu refrained from lethality. Despite the aggravation caused by the two, outright killing them was ill-advised. Thus, both sides concealed their true abilities, engaging in combat utilizing only physical techniques and moves common among ninjas. Over time, the essence of the ninja faded, replaced by warriors exchanging punches in a Hollywood-style brawl. Just as these warriors were on the verge of being discovered by the waking villagers of Konoha, a figure flashed past them, instantly subduing everyone present. Was it Chika? No. It was Sarutobi Hizashi. Enough. If you continue like this, the villagers will notice, Sarutobi Hizashi stated sternly. Understood. The Umbu quickly retracted their fists, kneeling on the ground in response. Yamanaka stumbled back slightly, supported by Oil Girl who steadied him. Sarutobi Hizashi gazed at Yamanaka and Oil Girl, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he recognized them. Sarutobi Hizashi, aren't these two under Danzo? As the news of Danzo's demise spread, his subordinates sought to propagate the narrative of his death. Even if the word of his demise at the hands of Chika circulated, it was evident that no one aside from them would seek vengeance for Danzo. Were they aiming to render Chika socially ostracized within the confines of Konoha? Sarutobi Hiruzen, a flicker of enlightenment striking him, began to discern the motives behind the actions of Yamanaka F and Aburame Kirin. Truly, they were the loyal acolytes of that old rascal. Danzo. Social ostracism could often be more fearsome than the constant threat to one's life. However, this was not the primary concern for Sarutobi Hiruzen. What if Chika awakened to find herself branded a rogue ninja? With him, Sarutobi Hiruzen, cast as the shadowy architect behind it all. The goodwill towards him would evaporate instantaneously. And if the calamity were to extend to Konoha, it would be a disheartening transformation from being revered to being reviled, feared, and despised. What dire consequences would befall Chika in such a scenario? I assure you, as long as I, Sarutobi Hiruzen, occupy the position of Hokage, I will not allow any discord to fester. Even if Chika is not a resident of Konoha, I will not permit you to wield her as a weapon. Sarutobi Hiruzen declared, extending a finger with righteous fervor towards Yamanaka F and Aburame Kirin. The Umbu behind him felt compelled to applaud his words in admiration. However, Yamanaka F and Aburame Kirin remained unfazed by Hiruzen's proclamation, which astonished him. Truly, they are Danzo's loyal subordinates, exhibiting unwavering fidelity. As the sun began to rise, Sarutobi Hiruzen understood that he could not afford to delay any longer. Just as he attempted to spring into action, Aburame Kirin swiftly extended a hand while manipulating her microscopic venomous insects. Wait, this utterance, akin to an embodiment of the laws of time and space, commanded immediate attention in any realm. As soon as it was spoken, the opposing party would invariably pause and await the speaker's words, in some instances allowing for repeated use of the phrase. Sarutobi Hiruzen froze, his gaze fixed on Aburame Kirin. What is it that you wish to convey? Are you merely attempting to buy time? Not at all. I believe you may have misunderstood a matter, she replied. 3 hours later, within the Hokage's office, a resounding bang echoed as a hand struck the desk. Sarutobi Hiruzen jolted in his chair, swallowing hard as he regarded the person responsible for the disruption, none other than Chika, the true master of Yamanaka F and Aburame Kirin. I have my suitcase all packed, and yet you have torn down the posters? Do you have any idea how much effort I expended on this matter last night? Although Sarutobi Hiruzen had no inkling of the extent of effort Chika had invested, he could palpably sense her surging fury. How was I to know they were your subordinates? Certainly, the cry of Sarutobi Sasuke was but a silent lament within his heart. Outwardly, he merely smiled, revealing his amiable and irresistibly affectionate demeanor. Qianxia's expression twitched slightly, and ultimately she lifted her hand to cover her cheek. Truly, I am exasperated with this old fellow. However, I indeed need to become a rogue ninja to accomplish a certain task, so if social death is the price to pay, then so be it. I firmly believe that before long, I shall experience a social resurrection. It will be all right. Qianxia spoke softly to Sarutobi Hiruzen, acknowledging that becoming a rogue ninja was not her intention, yet the title was necessary to achieve her goals. She would not waver due to such a trivial societal downfall. Sarutobi pursed his lips, initially intending to articulate something, but ultimately sighed, remaining silent for 30 seconds before finally speaking again. In the eyes of other villages, you are Konoha's ultimate weapon, a safeguard for a village that has lost both the 4th Hokage and the legendary 3 ninjas, preventing it from becoming the target of other villages. If you, who are no less than a Jinchuriki, were to depart Konoha bearing the image of a rogue ninja, it would inevitably lead to Konoha facing disdain, exclusion, and potential attacks from other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained true to his principles. The village took precedence above all. He hoped that Qianxia would not become an adversary to Konoha, nor wish for her to embrace the identity of a rogue ninja. This was the reason behind his intense reaction upon seeing Qianxia's poster after she had killed Danzo. Chapter 103. Let's discuss serious matters. Not indulge in sentimentality. Konoha's standing among the 5 great ninja villages had significantly diminished due to the death of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, the aging of the 3rd Hokage, and the departure of the legendary 3 ninjas. This decline was evident when Chunin once attempted to secretly acquire Hinata's Byakugan. If the legendary 3 ninjas were to return, the situation could naturally improve. However, one among them, Orochimaru, had turned rogue. Tsunade, having lost her brother and lover, succumbed to despair, sealing her heart and becoming addicted to gambling. Conversely, Jiraiya, who appeared the least reliable, became the most dependable, yet he was often absent from the village, pursuing information on Orochimaru and the Akatsuki organization. In such circumstances, Qianxia's emergence offered a glimmer of hope to the weakened Konoha. Yet this same hope could also serve as the final straw that breaks the camel's back. Please, do not become a rogue ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen implored Qianxia, his eyes shimmering with tears. However, just as the tears threatened to fall, Qianxia swiftly launched a cloth projectile, striking him squarely in the face. Let us discuss matters at hand, not indulge in sentimentality. If you were a beauty, perhaps it would be different. But do you truly believe your sentimental words carry weight with me, old man? Qianxia crossed her arms, her expression unmistakably conveying a refusal to indulge in melodrama. In her previous life, soap operas were rampant, with emotionally charged scenes appearing every 2 to 3 episodes, and even a perfectly good comedy often concluding with a disheartening finale. Was it truly necessary? While emotional appeals may have their place, they should not be employed so frivolously. A comedy may end on a tragic note, but it ought not to be executed in such a crude manner. The masked Sarutobi Hizashi blinked vacantly, having feigned tears moments earlier, at his advanced stage. Shedding tears felt rather undignified. He had wrestled with his conscience for quite some time before resorting to such theatrics. Are you just a girl? He questioned. Isn't a young lady supposed to thrive on the tears of others? I, an old man, have gone so far as to strip away my dignity for this ploy. Could you not grant me a modicum of respect? With a hint of embarrassment, Sarutobi Hizashi removed the cloth covering his face, instantly restoring his composure. Ahem. Let us avoid sentimentality. No need for melodrama. There remains room for negotiation in this matter. As she spoke, Qianxia picked up a chair from the corner of the office and placed it steadily across from the desk, settling herself comfortably. The moment Sarutobi Hizashi heard that there was still room for negotiation, he beamed with delight, as long as there was a chance to maneuver. He believed he could win Qianxia back. Benefits. Benefits. Oh. Benefits. Benefits. Sarutobi Izashi immediately raised his hand in a gesture of affirmation, thanks to Qianxia's ultimate weapon. Konoha's standing within the ninja world had been restored. Not only had they received a plethora of gifts, but they had also garnered numerous applications for commercial collaborations. Qianxia, feel free to express your desires. Qianxia, I desire land. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Overcome with excitement, Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly rose from his seat. Noticing this, Qianxia gestured for him to calm down. Do not be so agitated, lest you risk high blood pressure. I did not specify that I wanted the land of Konoha. I merely seek a parcel within the borders of the Land of Fire. The Land of Fire? In that case, you should negotiate with the daimyo. Discussing it with me is of little consequence. Very well, I shall converse with the daimyo. If you have no further concerns, I will continue my path as a rogue ninja. Wait. No. I will go. I will speak with the daimyo. Surely, he will grant me this favor. With beads of sweat trickling down his face, Sarutobi Hiruzen clutched a cloth, wiping away the perspiration. He reflected on his long life. Having engaged in dialogue with a myriad of individuals, rarely finding himself at a disadvantage. Yet, in the presence of Qianxia, he dared not let his guard down. Even for a moment, a single misstep could lead him to fall into an unfathomable abyss. Deeply calculating? No. Sarutobi Hiruzen realized that Qianxia was not a person of profound schemes, but rather a whimsical spirit. However, this pure eccentricity, coupled with formidable power, rendered one utterly defenseless. Then I shall entrust the matter to you regarding the daimyo. Oh, and here is a map. The area circled in red is my objective. Let us see what you are capable of. Qianxia smiled as she patted Sarutobi Hiruzen's shoulder before departing from the Hokage's office. Before Sarutobi Hiruzen could even exhale in relief, his gaze fell upon a map resting on his desk, and to his astonishment, he realized the significance of its contents. The area depicted was not particularly vast, yet it exuded a sense of meticulous importance, indeed remarkably so. Upon leaving the Hokage's office, Chika promptly returned to the Uchiha residence, where she found Naruto and Sasuke, each burdened with a suitcase and sporting prominent dark circles under their eyes. They had hardly slept the previous night, as Chika had engaged them in an extensive discussion on the intricacies of life. Are we not leaving, sister? Can I then sleep? I'm so tired. The two, already in a state of drowsiness, struggled to keep their eyes open. Upon hearing Chika's words, they could no longer withstand the fatigue. Their bodies trembled and tilted as if struck by a bullet, collapsing to the ground. Fortunately, Chika was nearby and swiftly reached out to grasp Naruto, while Sasuke, positioned a bit farther away, propped his foot against the ground to cushion his head's descent. Chika's actions were quite peculiar, and she remarked that her toes nearly cramped from the strain. Subsequently, she escorted both of them back to their respective beds, and once she had managed this, she flopped onto the living room sofa like a weary homebody. At this point, the prospect of becoming a rogue ninja and joining the Akatsuki had to be shelved. Yet that was not Chika's primary concern. Her greater worry stemmed from the psychological burdens she had imposed on Naruto, and especially Sasuke, regarding this matter. The process of instilling such burdens had been fraught with anxiety, considering Sasuke's brother was a renegade and his sister was poised to follow suit, albeit fictitiously. The impact of this revelation was substantial, requiring considerable effort from Chika to stabilize Sasuke's emotions and persuade Naruto. As Chika lay on the sofa, she slowly closed her eyes, attempting to allow her underutilized mind a moment of respite before strategizing her plan B against the Akatsuki. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, an unsettling realization jolted her awake. Something was amiss. It felt as though she had forgotten something crucial. Qianxia rose from the sofa and opened the window, peering outside as the distant clamor reached her ears. Ah, yes. Today marks the semifinals leading to the finals of the Chunin exams. The finals. Chapter 104. A Role of Duality. Naruto. Sasuke. Awaken. Sleep after the battle. Sleep after the battle. Qianxia hurriedly rushed into the room of Naruto and Sasuke. She gently grasped their shoulders, vigorously shaking them in a futile attempt to rouse them. After realizing the ineffectiveness of her efforts, she resorted to a somewhat crueler method, raising her palm to deliver a flurry of slaps across their faces. Unfortunately, after all these years, both Naruto and Sasuke had developed a remarkable resilience to Qianxia's slaps, punches, and kicks. In their state of slumber, her frenzied attempts to awaken them proved utterly ineffective. It was truly absurd. Qianxia felt a lingering soreness in her palms, having stayed up all night and hardly catching any sleep. If possible, she longed to lie down and drift off like Naruto and Sasuke. Alas, such is the burden of being your elder sister. Xianxia let out a helpless sigh and raised her hands to gently slap her own cheeks. While she could strike others with increasing ferocity, she showed no mercy to herself. She crossed her fingers, attempting to perform Naruto's signature jutsu, but after a moment's reflection, she ultimately decided against it. Although the shadow clone technique was commendable, given her mastery of wood release, why not utilize the wood clone technique instead? The wood clone not only possessed the same capabilities as the shadow clone, but also appeared more lifelike and was less likely to be disowned. Xianxia transitioned from a gesture of crossed fingers to a posture of clasped palms, as a wooden figure gradually emerged from her form. Just before the figure fully separated, she infused it with her transformation technique. Bang! Bang! The Chika version of Naruto and the Chika version of Sasuke made a stunning entrance. Well, it was fairly satisfactory. They should not be easily recognized. In unison, the Chika versions of Naruto and Sasuke exclaimed, quickly realizing that it was not merely their appearances that mattered, but their tones were equally significant. Both lowered their heads, embarrassed, and cleared their throats awkwardly. Subsequently, they began to mutter softly to themselves as a form of self-suggestion. Once this self-affirmation concluded, they initially began to exude the essence that Naruto and Sasuke, in their true selves, would naturally radiate. After all, it is quite challenging to feign maturity when one has been raised since childhood. Embodying youthfulness, however, comes quite effortlessly. Xianxia confidently stepped out of her room, making her way to the bustling venue of the Chunin exams, where the third round was in full swing. The finalists were Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and Tenten. Gaara and Tenten had already arrived, and according to the usual protocol, the battle should have commenced by now. However, Naruto and Sasuke, the two most anticipated candidates, were conspicuously absent. In typical circumstances, such tardiness would have resulted in disqualification, allowing Tenten and Gaara to face off directly. Yet, this was no ordinary situation. Naruto and Sasuke were the dark horses of this Chunin exam, and the excitement of the event hinged upon their participation. The audience was left unsatisfied by the prospect of merely watching Gaara battle Tenten. Time dragged on as the organizers sought to prolong the event. Tenten, holding a kunai as if in prayer, muttered anxiously, "Where are they? Hurry up, Naruto and Sasuke. If you don't arrive soon, I'll be left to face this guy in the finals, and I will be utterly humiliated." Beside her, Gaara remained in serene contemplation. Tenten could foresee the headlines that would follow should she indeed face Gaara. Shock. The most boring Chunin finals in history. She was not keen on becoming the center of attention for the entire village. With Naruto and Sasuke present, the focus would shift away from her. A scenario she could reluctantly accept. As the seconds ticked by, the makeshift circus performance intended to stall for time became increasingly awkward. Sarutobi Hiruzen desperately signaled to the circus performers, who were drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the situation. "Apologies, I'm at a loss here," they lamented. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, a version of Naruto and Sasuke finally arrived. The announcer, upon confirming their presence, hastily declared the commencement of the match, shattering the tense silence and igniting cheers throughout the arena. Tenten, relieved to see Naruto and Sasuke, exhaled deeply and smiled at them, saying, "You're so late. You nearly gave me a heart attack." Naruto chuckled in response, "Sorry to keep you waiting." Sasuke, however, merely crossed his arms in silence. Tenten, oblivious to any discrepancies, noted nothing amiss with this altered version of Naruto and Sasuke. In contrast, Gaara's brow furrowed slightly. While Tenten had undoubtedly spent more time with Gaara, he had also lived alongside Naruto and Sasuke for a considerable period at the Uchiha compound, where he had gleaned far more about them than Tenten had. Something felt off. Both Naruto and Sasuke seemed distinctly unusual. Gaara murmured softly, sensing something amiss, though he could not quite discern what it was. However, this was understandable. Who could so easily deduce that Naruto and Sasuke were, in fact, disguised by Chiyo? Only someone with a mind as neurotic as Chiyo's could conjure such a whimsical notion. The third round of the Chunin exams proceeded smoothly, with opponents randomly paired through a draw. Please, please, please. Naruto is fine. Sasuke is fine. As long as it's not Gaara. Tenten clasped her hands together in fervent prayer. She knew that if her opponents were Naruto or Sasuke, at least she wouldn't suffer a humiliating defeat. But with Gaara, the outcome was uncertain. Suddenly, Tenten's previously closed eyes flew open as she glanced at the name inscribed on her slip. Naruto. Fantastic. Tenten nearly leapt for joy, her eyes sparkling as she turned to the side to look at Naruto, playfully winking and signaling him with subtle hints. Tintin thought to herself, I am not asking Naruto to throw the match. I simply wish to exit the arena with dignity. Being the good-natured person he was, Naruto could hardly refuse such a modest request. Tintin believed this to be true, and in fact, Naruto would likely comply. Alas, the one to whom Tintin was casting her eager glances was not the genuine Naruto, but Chiyo's version of him, transformed through her jutsu. Understanding Tintin's flirtatious signals, Chiyo responded with a knowing gesture, forming an okay sign towards her. Shinshia, rest assured, I shall ensure that Naruto shines brilliantly in this written examination. Chapter 105, The Counterfeit Naruto and Sasuke. Tion received Naruto's response and her spirit soared. With newfound confidence, she stepped into the arena alongside Naruto, her smile radiating a sense of triumph that might lead one to believe she possessed a secret strategy to outmaneuver him. Tion, although I may not prevail, I shall give it my utmost effort. As the host's voice signaled the beginning of the match, Tion promptly unfurled her scroll. With a swift motion, she opened it, releasing the seals contained within. A flurry of shuriken and kunai filled the air, captivating the audience's attention. What the crowd thought, so many kunai and shuriken, how impressive. In reality, their thoughts were, goodness, it's all money. How wealthy. Each kunai and shuriken, glimmering in the air, represented a fortune. A ninja capable of hurling 20 or 30 shuriken in the heat of battle would indeed be considered affluent. But Tion's display rivaled even Naruto's shadow clone jutsu in its sheer volume. Following this battle, it is certain that the name Tion the Wealthy will echo throughout Konoha, nay, the entire ninja world. Naruto, prepare to be challenged. Tion shouted at the counterfeit Naruto, crafted by Shinshia, as she observed the multitude of kunai and shuriken soaring toward him. She pondered how Naruto would respond to her onslaught. Would he utilize the shadow clones as a shield, or employ the Flying Thunder God technique to evade swiftly? While Tion strategized, Naruto, surrounded by the swirling kunai and shuriken, allowed a faint smile to grace his lips, recalling the battle techniques of his original counterpart. Raising a hand, he began to gather energy for his signature move, the Rasengan, with astonishing speed and precision. One-handed formation? The crowd gasped in astonishment at the sight of Naruto conjuring the Rasengan with a single hand, a feat previously reliant on his shadow clones to execute. Has Naruto leveled up overnight? Shinshia's subsequent actions revealed to them that their earlier surprise had been excessively hasty, for there was something far more momentous yet to come. Before their eyes, the sphere that Shinshia was deftly manipulating began to expand rapidly and significantly. The myriad of shurikens and kunai, which had been hurled towards her, were devoured and reduced to mere remnants by this colossal spiraling orb before they even reached her. Tion stood frozen, her astonishment stemming not only from the sight of Naruto crafting such a massive sphere, but also from witnessing her previously thrown weapons being entirely consumed. Even Tion, who was frugal with her ninja tools, regarded them as invaluable raw materials, capable of being salvaged and reused despite any damage. Never had she encountered a situation where so many of her tools were lost without a trace. She gazed up at the sphere, which loomed as high as 5 or 6 of her, and swallowed hard, just as she was about to criticize Naruto for his excessive force. A realization struck her. Naruto did not wish for her to suffer such humiliation. With a look of sudden comprehension, Tion promptly raised an arm in surrender. The crowd erupted in cheers, and Naruto's popularity soared, with even other girls, besides Hinata, joining in the applause. This filled Shinshia, his elder sister, with profound emotion, nearly bringing her to tears. Oh dear, the once overlooked Naruto now had so many admirers. This was a development that was years ahead of the timeline in the original story. How deeply moving. Kushina and Minato, the parents of Naruto, could only watch as their son basked in this newfound attention. Shinshia, you are his parents, and I am his elder sister. It's all right. Let us each express our views without conflict. Shinshia expressed that if she were to meet her end in the future alongside Uzumaki Kushina, she would demand a proper recompense from her. After the conclusion of Naruto's match, it was naturally time for Gaara to face Sasuke. In the backstage resting area, Gaara remained in serene silence, eyes shut and uttering not a word, and Sasuke mirrored this demeanor. Despite Shinshia being somewhat of a chatterbox and socially inclined, she was able to exercise patience. The moment had arrived. It was our turn to take the stage. Shinshia crossed her arms, imitating Sasuke's nonchalant demeanor as she uttered a single phrase before preparing to rise and head towards the arena. Gaara, with his eyes now open, observed Sasuke departing from behind. Just as Shinshia was on the verge of leaving the room, Gaara could no longer contain himself. his brow furrowed as he summoned a blade of sand, propelling it towards Chinchilla. At the moment of imminent impact, the sand blade abruptly halted. Chinchilla turned her head, frowning, and regarded Gaara with an expression that questioned his intentions. I merely wished to stretch my limbs. My apologies. Let us save the true clash for the arena, for I shall not concede to you, Gaara declared, rising and striding past Chinchilla directly towards the arena. Seeing this unfold, Chinchilla felt a sense of relief wash over her, pondering that he was rather perceptive. It seemed he had begun to suspect that she was not the authentic Sasuke. Had she effortlessly reacted and thwarted his attack? Her reputation as the counterfeit Sasuke would have been firmly established. Meanwhile, Gaara furrowed his brows, contemplating that she was indeed an imposter. If she were the genuine Sasuke, her reaction to his sand blade would have been more instinctive. The true Sasuke, after evading his attack, would undoubtedly unleash a Chidori aimed at his torso. Naruto was a fake. Sasuke was a fake. Where were the real ones? He wondered about Chinchilla's whereabouts, fearing she might have encountered trouble as well. With a serious expression, Gaara ascended the arena, turning to await the approach of this counterfeit Sasuke who would be his opponent. Although he remained uncertain of their true identities and the motives behind their impersonation of Naruto and Sasuke, his objective was clear: to defeat this challenger in the match and present them to the Hokage. Gaara exhaled deeply, entering the combat phase. Sand swirled around him, and with Shikaka's interference absent, his mastery over the sand grew more stable. He could now execute more intricate maneuvers and adaptations without succumbing to chaos, his strength only increasing. I shall protect my sister. Before the match commenced, the spectators sensed a palpable atmosphere, thick with the scent of impending conflict, far surpassing that of the previous bout. But did the audience care? Not in the slightest. They were simply aware of one thing: a new spectacle was about to unfold. Chapter 106. Gaara's thought process. Gaara stood on one side of the arena, facing the counterfeit Sasuke. While the unique nature of the wood-release clones rendered even the seasoned Sarutobi unable to discern the truth in a short span of time, Gaara was an exception. Even Chika herself did not believe that Gaara had completely unraveled her disguise. In reality, Gaara had not entirely seen through Chika's ruse. His thought process diverged from that of an ordinary individual, allowing him to tenuously keep pace with Chika's mental circuitry. Unfortunately, at the moment of their connection, Gaara's thought process faltered. With a grave expression, Gaara gazed at the Chika version of Sasuke that had taken the stage as the surrounding sand began to stir restlessly. Under his impeccable control of the sand, many high-ranking shinobi would find themselves outmatched by Gaara. As the host declared the commencement of the match, Gaara's mind shifted, and countless grains of sand transformed into long whips, swiftly striking towards Chika. Chinchilla instinctively extended both palms, intending to merge them and wield the omnipotent wood-release technique. Fortunately, at the last moment, he restrained himself. Sasuke's mastery of wood release is utterly astonishing, and the fact that she possesses such a skill is equally remarkable. Chinchilla swiftly adjusted her tactics. She first took a large step backward and then, with a flick of her right hand, unleashed the jutsu she had unsuccessfully attempted to extract from Kakashi for a full 4 years, Chidori. In an instant, the cacophony of agitated birds filled the air as the sand whips hurtling towards her were effortlessly dispersed by Chinchilla's formidable technique. TSK. How unsatisfying it is to employ this move now. Chinchilla murmured softly to herself. She had initially been eager to learn the art of Chambird, but now, in stark contrast, she felt a surge of anger at the mere sight of it. For 4 years, Chinchilla had been persistently trying to persuade Sasuke, and after dispersing the sand whips, she swiftly shook her hands to release the Chidori. Taking a deep breath, she unleashed a magnificent great fire destruction towards Gaara. In that moment, Chinchilla seemed to channel the spirit of Uchiha's Dance King. The intensity of the flames was astonishing, causing those present with knowledge or expertise in fire techniques to become uneasy. Audience A exclaimed, "Is this little brat cheating?" Audience B remarked, "This fire intensity. Is it truly the great fire destruction?" Audience C commented, "I've heard that the Uchiha clan excels in fire techniques, surpassing ordinary capabilities, but this is simply outrageous." Audience D cheered, "Sasuke-kun is so cool." The atmosphere surged like the flames that had been ignited. Gaara, noticing the threat, quickly summoned his sand to counter, resulting in a tremendous explosion that reverberated throughout the arena, leading everyone to believe the outcome of the match was already determined. However, observing that Sasuke showed no signs of retreat, the crowd gazed curiously towards the rising smoke. As the haze gradually settled, it revealed that Gaara had not lost his fighting capability. He was merely panting heavily, with roughly half of the surrounding sand diminished. Why was the disparity so vast? Gaara believed himself to be quite formidable, and indeed he was strong. Just considering Naruto's training during his years away. Returning to Konoha with peers who had become Chunin or even Jonin, Gaara's prowess as the Kazekage was evident. However, it also highlighted the shortcomings of Sunagakure. At that moment, Gaara sensed an aura emanating from the self-assured Sasuke that far surpassed his own. Shadow-level strength? No, it was something even greater, reminiscent of his sister. Gaara suddenly became dazed, as if a previously disconnected line of thought had suddenly reconnected. Yes, there was that possibility. How had he not considered it before? The more he pondered, the more convinced he became of this unfolding reality. Suddenly, Gaara lost the desire to continue the fight. Yet, simply surrendering felt unsatisfactory. So he resolved to proceed in this manner. A confident smile crept across his face, and in that instant, Gaara's line of thought severed its connection with Qianxia once more. Sensing the shift in Gaara's aura, Qianxia furrowed her brows slightly. While she believed it was impossible for him to surpass her imitation of Sasuke, it was wise to remain cautious. Qianxia glanced down at the fist-sized gravel at her feet, and, in what she deemed a remarkably cool manner, swiftly kicked the stone as if it were a soccer ball. Ninjutsu, aerial strike. The small fragment was instantly enchanted, soaring away with a whoosh. The speed and angle of its flight would have left even the characters from Captain Tsubasa in disbelief, and even the super-intelligent Sakura would exclaim in admiration. Of course, for Gaara, this posed no challenge whatsoever. However, Qianxia was able to gauge Gaara's remaining strength by observing how he utilized his sand defense. If he appeared to be nearly depleted, she would consider a gentler approach to usher him off the field. On the opposing side, Gaara, witnessing this aerial strike, suddenly found renewed vigor. He accurately assessed the angle and force of the incoming stone. And at the precise moment it was about to strike him, just a few centimeters away, he instinctively leaped backward. With a whoosh, Gaara was propelled off the combat stage by the oncoming stone, and despite having done nothing at all, he lay on the ground, eyes closed, feigning unconsciousness. Gaara thought to himself, perfect. Qianxia, who discerned Gaara's subtle maneuvering through her Sharingan, felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. If this technique had been executed by Naruto, she would have wholeheartedly believed it without a hint of surprise. But Gaara, has he really inherited something from Naruto? What on earth transpired between them in just a few days? On the surface, Qianxia mimicked Sasuke's aloof demeanor with an air of coolness, while internally she was engaging in a litany of sarcastic remarks. This subtle maneuver did not escape the keen observation of the Sharingan, and one could only imagine the clarity with which the Byakugan perceived it. Among the audience, several members of the Hyuga clan sensed a hint of deceit. While Sarutobi Itachi scrutinized Qianxia's portrayal of Sasuke, his chin resting thoughtfully in his hand, Sarutobi Itachi pondered, what prompted Gaara's sudden self-detonation? Furthermore, there is something peculiar about this Sasuke. Even Naruto seemed off just now. What am I thinking? Those two are under Qianxia's protection. Nothing could possibly go awry. Surely, it's unnecessary for Qianxia to utilize Shadow Clone and Transformation Jutsu to impersonate them in the match. Thus, Qianxia navigated this challenge with ease. After she descended from the stage, Gaara, who had been carried on a stretcher, slowly opened his eyes, feigning the appearance of someone just regaining consciousness. As the medical team passed by a visibly perturbed Qianxia, Gaara, maintaining a stoic expression, discreetly raised his thumb in approval towards her. He then tilted his head, pretending to faint, as the medical personnel hastened their pace, disappearing from Qianxia's sight. Chapter 107. A change in plans. With the elimination of Tion and Gaara, the finals of the Chunin exams naturally fell to Naruto and Sasuke, a situation that caused Qianxia considerable distress. After all, both were her own creations. How was she to proceed? Would she resort to a feigned confrontation? Qianxia shrugged, indicating that she would not engage in a feigned performance. Although she prided herself on her exceptional acting skills, this was entirely distinct from the art of deception. Naruto and Sasuke crossed their arms and lowered their heads, their faces etched with melancholy. Meanwhile, the host outside was fervently extolling the event, igniting a fervent verbal skirmish among the audience. Was there any doubt regarding the outcome of this contest? Surely, it would be Sasuke who emerged victorious. Our discourse should center on the duration it would take for Sasuke to vanquish Naruto. What? Who instilled such confidence in you? Was it Sasuke himself who bestowed this assurance? Did you not witness that colossal sphere just moments ago? It is undoubtedly Naruto who will triumph. Are your eyes constructed of reinforced concrete? How vulgar. I possess the grand eyes of a Cassiopeia. The debate over who was superior between Naruto and Sasuke could easily ignite heated discussions, even in Qianxia's previous life online. A topic she often disregarded. Little did she anticipate becoming the focal point of such discourse. Question: whom should I let win? Answer: I have no idea. The two competitors in the resting area cradled their heads in despair, their faces masked with torment. The outcome of the match rested solely upon her decision. And these two seldom engaged in combat before her, leaving her with no basis for comparison. Should Sasuke win, Naruto would undoubtedly be displeased upon awakening. Conversely, if Naruto were to prevail, Sasuke would certainly be equally unhappy. Both outcomes spelled discontent, a difficult choice indeed. As the time ticked down towards the next match, Qianxia's conscience endured a torturous countdown. Perhaps sensing her inner turmoil, Naruto and Sasuke, who were sound asleep, suddenly rolled over and tumbled to the floor with a thud, miraculously awakening. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Clutching their heads, they groggily rose from the ground. Should Qianxia have witnessed this scene, she would have surely spewed a mouthful of blood. All her vigorous slaps had failed to rouse them, yet a mere fall from the bed did the trick. Dazed, the two surveyed their surroundings, initially relieved to recognize their own room. However, that relief was fleeting as a sudden wave of dissonance washed over them. Is it daytime? Are we not leaving? Oh, it appears that we need not depart after all. Daytime means we forgot about the match. They both reacted simultaneously, their eyes widening in realization as everything dawned upon them at that moment. Hastily, they tidied their attire and rushed out of the Uchiha residence, employing the body flicker technique in rapid succession, leaving only fleeting shadows in their wake. Upon nearing the site of the Chunin exams, the guarding ninja immediately recognized the rapidly approaching phantoms of the two competitors. They promptly moved to intercept them, but Naruto and Sasuke quickly exclaimed, "We are the competitors." Upon uttering these words, the guardian ninjas were momentarily taken aback, and upon closer inspection, they indeed recognized the two competitors, Naruto and Sasuke. The guardian ninjas were bewildered. Weren't these two supposed to be competing inside? Wait, it seemed to be half-time, and given their prowess, it was entirely plausible for them to sneak out during the break. Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto and Sasuke dashed into the Chunin exam arena, and as the audience beheld the sudden appearance of the duo, they erupted into fervent cheers, leaving Naruto and Sasuke utterly perplexed. Were we late? Naruto, with a cheerful demeanor, raised his hands in response to the enthusiastic crowd, while Sasuke sensed something amiss, even experiencing a premonition of impending danger. At that moment, a towering figure materialized behind them. With a swift motion, a relentless hand grasped their vulnerable crowns, and before they could react, they were seized and dragged backstage with astonishing speed. The atmosphere promptly fell into a hushed silence as the audience blinked in bewilderment, momentarily at a loss for what had just transpired. Can someone explain what just happened? It seemed like a pair of merciless iron hands. I have keen eyesight. There appeared to be a shadow of a woman. What? Naruto and Sasuke were abducted by a woman? I must rescue them. Following a brief silence, a cacophony ensued. Sarutobi Hiruzen reclined in his chair, his expression one of indifference to life or death. That shadow was unmistakably Chika's. What scheme does she intend to concoct this time? Never mind, let her be. At this point, I am as calm as still water, feeling that whatever transpires in the future will not surprise me. In the competitors' lounge, Naruto and Sasuke plopped down onto the floor, while Chika covered her face, gasping for breath. Fortunately, she had acted swiftly. Had she hesitated any longer, Naruto would undoubtedly have exposed her disguise. Are you awake? MMM. MMM. The two, disregarding the current circumstances, promptly answered Chika's inquiry. Observing the two regain consciousness, Chika sighed in relief. At last, the century-old dilemma would no longer trouble her conscience. I will explain what transpired during your slumber later. Prepare yourselves, for the finals are upon us. Give it your all. The finals? Me and him? Understood. Both Naruto and Sasuke extended a finger to point at one another, their faces alight with excitement. Approximately 10 minutes later, halftime concluded, and the two emerged with an air of unwavering confidence, both vowing to achieve ultimate victory. However, as they departed, Chika chose not to witness their monumental clash. Instead, after a moment of silence, she spoke, "Everyone, come out." Swish, 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 swish. Four figures swiftly materialized before Qianxia, namely Fade Wan, Jiadu, Yangtsugan, and Shanchu Feng. She turned her gaze towards Fade Wan and Jiadu, continuing, "The plan has changed. I can no longer infiltrate the Akatsuki. You must find a way to reconcile with them in their eyes and provide me with the timings and locations of other groups hunting tailed beasts. Since I cannot join the Akatsuki, I shall ensure that it is filled entirely with my own people. Chapter 108. The explosive arena now. Her Sharingan had attained permanence, signifying that no matter how excessively she employed its ocular techniques, her eyes would not lose their brilliance. She simply needed to endure the pressure. If the gods of fortune could conserve their strength, let them do so, and those who could not be persuaded should be met with the wrath of the divine. Although the divine intervention had little effect on those at the six paths level, it remained quite useful against those beneath that threshold. Would it not be prudent to utilize this effectively rather than saving it for a future confrontation with the Otsutsuki clan? The ultimate adversary in the Shippuden saga is Kaguya Otsutsuki, yet if this world were to continue into Boruto, a host of unknown, yet formidable Otsutsuki clan members could potentially arrive, leaving Qianxia feeling truly uncertain. Consequently, all she could do was silently pray for the future to remain disconnected from Boruto. This is not cowardice, it is a matter of safeguarding the greater good. After Qianxia finished advising Fade One and Jiaodu, both displayed expressions of bitterness. After all, they had just engaged in a fierce quarrel, even resorting to physical conflict within the Akatsuki organization. The prospect of mending their relationship seemed daunting. Nevertheless, regardless of the challenge, they had to press on. Fade One, having been brainwashed by the deity, exhibited unwavering loyalty, while Jiaodu, being a clever individual, understood which side he ought to align with. After they nodded in agreement, Qianxia turned her gaze towards the side, where Yuntsugen and Yamashiro Kaze stood. Your mission remains unchanged. During this period, recruit as many individuals as you can. Your clan possesses unique abilities, so I am not overly concerned about power. Honesty and loyalty are of utmost importance. Understood. Yuntsugen and Yamashiro Kaze nodded earnestly. Both were also brainwashed individuals, which reassured Qianxia greatly. The thought of having to brainwash a multitude of people in the future suddenly made Qianxia feel quite malevolent. Perhaps she truly was a demon after all. Yet, she felt no pangs of guilt, her lips curling into a faint, devilish smile. Just as she was about to declare the assembly dismissed, a resounding boom echoed from outside, causing Qianxia to shudder momentarily. Fortunately, she was not holding anything, or else it would have surely shattered. What is happening? Could it be that the old man Sarutobi has mastered the art of world annihilation? Qianxia, astonished, briskly exited the competitor's lounge. She first raised her head to gaze towards the area where Sarutobi Hizashi was seated, only to find him wearing an expression of utter surprise. It was then that she turned her attention to the direction he was staring at, the arena. At that moment, the competition stage was engulfed in smoke, resembling a scene struck by a missile. Observing this spectacle, Qianxia swiftly comprehended the situation. This must have been orchestrated by Sasuke, she mused. Her eyes momentarily transforming into those of a defeated fish, her curiosity about the incident swiftly dissipating. After acquiring the Forbidden Scroll of Konoha, Naruto had independently studied the Flying Thunder God technique, which his father had magnificently developed. In contrast, Sasuke had delved into some of the relatively safer techniques contained within the Forbidden Scroll. Given the current scenario, Qianxia speculated that they had been caught off guard by Naruto's relentless Flying Thunder God technique combined with a surprise attack, ultimately resulting in a complete clearance of the area. Under normal circumstances, such an explosion would have sent any older sister into a state of panic, rushing to the scene with cries of distress. However, Qianxia was not a typical older sister. Aside from her initial astonishment at the explosion, she felt no further emotion. As expected, not long after the smoke began to clear, the sounds of coughing emerged from within. Naruto exclaimed, "Cough. Sasuke, that was excessive. How could you use such a grand technique against me?" Sasuke retorted, "What a joke. Just coughing. Just because you can wield a new jutsu, does that mean I cannot?" The two, amidst their coughing, exchanged verbal jabs, leaving onlookers utterly astounded. Despite the explosion, both seemed unfazed, leading them to believe the battle was still on. Only Qianxia and a few keen observers understood that the conflict had already reached its conclusion. As the smoke dissipated, Naruto and Sasuke stood unharmed but were both gasping for breath. "Come on, who's afraid of whom?" Naruto declared, his palm outstretched as a Rasengan began to coalesce, while Sasuke prepared to unleash his signature Chidori. "Sasuke!" Naruto shouted. "Naruto!" Sasuke replied, just as the two were poised to clash once more. Qianxia suddenly darted in front of them, delivering a swift chop to each of their heads. Smack! Smack! The Rasengan and Chidori extinguished in an instant, and both young men wobbled, nearly toppling over in a comedic display. "Sister, what are you doing?" they protested. "I was just about to win," they exclaimed, rubbing their heads and exchanging wide-eyed glances, the tension between them still palpable, remaining as intense as ever. "You too, lower your heads and look below," Qianxia sighed in exasperation. The duo, puzzled, responded with a unified, "Huh?" They all lowered their heads to gaze below, only to find that beneath their feet, there was no longer any semblance of a competition arena. It was entirely filled with rubble, having been utterly obliterated moments ago. If this situation were to persist, would there even be a concept of a designated area? It seemed likely they would end up battling in the audience stands. Upon witnessing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen hastily rose from his seat to declare the match a draw, deeming no further contest necessary. It is important to note that in the Chunin exams, one does not have to secure the first position to advance. Thus, the distinction of being first is not of paramount importance. In light of the likelihood that continuing the competition would lead to further destruction of the arena, they decided against reconstructing it for additional trials. Both Sarutobi Hiruzen and Chika expressed that such measures were unnecessary. Although Naruto and Sasuke were somewhat dissatisfied with the outcome, they had to acquiesce, given that their elder sister had spoken. With the conclusion of the Chunin exams, peace returned to Konoha. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly departed for the Land of Fire's daimyo to request a special parcel of land on behalf of Chika. Meanwhile, Haiden and Kakuzu returned to the Akatsuki, while the oil user Torian and Yamashita continued to drain the life force from the Konoha clan and the village as a whole. Simultaneously, both anticipated that Chika would bestow a novel name upon this soon-to-be-formed organization, a task that posed a significant challenge for her, given her lack of aptitude for naming. One day, as Chika pondered this dilemma while wandering the streets of Konoha, she muttered a myriad of potential names. Dark Force? Sounded a bit juvenile, and it felt reminiscent of some light novel title. Yamaguchi-gumi? The largest Yakuza group in Japan. Perhaps I should go with Chikagumi or Uchiha-gumi? That seems rather odd. Indeed, quite peculiar. As Chika mumbled various bizarre names, a flyer caught her eye. "Would you like to purchase some ninja tools? Today, they are 20 off. Qianxia was taken aback for a moment, turning to gaze at the girl who had handed her a flyer. This individual was none other than Tian, one of the top 4 contenders in the Chunin exams. In that instant, even the usually slow-witted Tian recognized that the person before her was Naruto and Sasuke's frequently mentioned elder sister. A look of excitement instantly appeared on her face. "Sister Qianxia, could you do me a favor?" Chapter 109. Training Tian, you know me? Of course. Naruto and Sasuke constantly speak of you, sister. You are truly a beauty, and you smell delightful. What perfume are you wearing? Tian leaned closer to Qianxia, inhaling the fragrance that emanated from her. Qianxia's body trembled slightly, caught off guard by this unexpected advance. "Really? Do I smell that good?" Qianxia, puzzled, raised her arm to sniff it, yet could discern no fragrance emanating from herself. As for perfume, neither the original owner nor she had ever utilized such a thing. Upon hearing Qianxia's response, Tian was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, as she was eager to enlist Qianxia's assistance. "Sister Qianxia, could you do me a tiny favor?" Tian asked cheerfully, her hands clasped behind her back. Qianxia held a favorable impression of this little girl, despite her limited presence in the original narrative. An aura of sisterly warmth emanated from her, compelling her to engage in the affectionate gesture of patting Tian's head. Since Qianxia's arrival in this world, her head-patting prowess had been flawless, with hardly anyone managing to evade its charm. Tian was no exception. After receiving Qianxia's gentle pat, her initially modest fondness for Qianxia surged dramatically. "Come in quickly." Tian blushed as she grasped Qianxia's wrist and swiftly led her into the ninja tool shop owned by her family. Upon entering, Qianxia was nearly blinded by the dazzling array of ninja tools on display. The quantity and quality were astonishing, resembling a trove of treasures rather than mere tools. While the original story did not explicitly label Tian as affluent, the path of the ninja depicted her as quite impoverished. This contrast indicated that the Tian of the main world was, in fact, a person of considerable wealth. "Sister Qianxia, could you take a look at this latest batch of ninja tools? Although they meet quality standards, I feel they lack innovation. Could you help me identify areas for improvement?" Tian expressed, somewhat bashfully. Upon hearing this, Qianxia quickly grasped the situation. It appeared the girl felt intimidated by the formidable talents of her peers, particularly with teammates like Li, who was a diligent and gifted individual, causing her to feel self-doubt. This was not surprising, as the potential of ninja tools was indeed limited. And Tian was relatively slower to progress among the 12 elite. After some contemplation, Qianxia set aside the tool she was holding and turned to face Tian. To be honest, I'm not particularly skilled with ninja tools, but I have a fresh perspective that might help you transcend your current limitations. Really? Tian exclaimed. Do you possess the technique of manipulating shurikens? The one that can forcibly alter their trajectory. Have you mastered the A-rank ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique? This was crucial. Oh, and there's no need for further modifications to the tools, but you could experiment with embedding explosive tags into the shurikens. For instance, not every shuriken needs to contain one. Alternate them, so your opponent remains in a state of perilous confusion, and then use your shuriken manipulation technique to stealthily strike from behind. Tian felt as though Qianxia had opened the door to a new realm of possibilities, realizing that ninja tools could indeed be employed in such a cunning manner. The affection for Qianxia escalated to an astonishing degree. How could it be like this? Thank you so much, Qianxia. Tian gazed at Qianxia with immense gratitude, while Qianxia displayed an expression suggesting, Dear girl, your journey is still long. There was no need for the ninja tool shop to operate today. After hearing Qianxia's words, Tian dashed out of the store and made her way to the small grove where their class often trained. At that moment, Might Guy, Xiaoli, Niji, and even Sakura were present. Sakura, the difficulty of the fourth gate is on an entirely different level from the previous ones. The fourth gate is known as the Gate of Wounds. From this point onward, the 8 gates technique will exert considerable pressure on your body. You must strive to overcome this challenge to master this gate. Might Guy instructed Sakura, who was bound with weighted gear on both her hands and feet, her forehead glistening with sweat as she gasped for breath, her clothing beginning to tear. Sakura, perhaps you should reconsider. Your attire is not suitable for high-intensity training. You should wear this instead. It is not only breathable, but also comfortable. Might Guy earnestly promoted the green bodysuit he held, tailored for Sakura's size. Beside him, Xiaoli nodded vigorously, resembling a jackhammer, and raised both thumbs in agreement. Upon seeing the green bodysuit in Might Guy's hands, Sakura's body trembled with a sudden surge of excitement, causing her to take a step forward despite the weight she bore. This is my final boundary. Do not push me. Sakura gritted her teeth and took several more steps forward, her breakthrough igniting Might Guy's enthusiasm. Ah, youth. Xiaoli, let us also increase our weight. Yes, teacher Guy. In the presence of others, Niji completely disregarded their existence, his gaze fixated on the towering tree before him, envisioning it as Naruto. He unleashed a flurry of bagua palms, exhibiting an unparalleled ferocity. Meanwhile, Naruto, who remained at home, felt a shiver run down his spine. Tian and Qianxia arrived to join the ranks of these fervent warriors. Upon her arrival, Qianxia was promptly seized by Might Guy, who sought her assistance in promoting the merits of Sakura's green bodysuit. With Sakura wearing a look of desperate appeal, Qianxia reluctantly gave a thumbs up to the suit. Meanwhile, Tian, under Qianxia's tutelage, embarked on an experimental endeavor of a rogue fighting style reserved for the affluent. Within mere minutes, a cacophony of explosions erupted, accompanied by the laughter of a young girl. Consequently, Konoha lost a pure maiden, gaining instead an artist whom Deidara would exclaim was a true connoisseur. Simultaneously, Haiden and Kakuzu reappeared at the entrance of the Akatsuki organization, standing shoulder to shoulder, arms draped over one another in a forced display of camaraderie. Kakuzu declared, Our relationship is excellent, truly excellent. Haiden echoed, We are as close as can be. As they continued their self-hypnosis, they entered the Akatsuki. With the new school year commencing, I too am on the brink of becoming a corporate drone. I hope future updates will not be so bleak. Chapter 110, The Capture Plan begins. What is going on with you two? Don't tell me you've reconciled? That would be dreadfully dull. Deidara, one of the Akatsuki members, observed the two in their embrace with an air of disinterest. After all, even an explosion-loving artist appreciates a spectacle. The members of the Akatsuki were amused by the sight of the two seemingly reconciled. Haiden, noticing the discontented expressions around him, found his own irritation intensifying. What the hell? Can't we just be reconciled? Do you dare to challenge me? In a fit of rage, Haiden brandished his scythe, aiming to eliminate those before him. Fortunately, Kakuzu, sensing the impending chaos, swiftly grabbed his arm and pulled him back. What are you doing? Haiden exclaimed. Calm down, Kakuzu replied. This scene, if not involving two burly men but rather a man and a woman, would resemble a dutiful wife restraining her tempestuous husband. Absurdity reigned. The ensuing commotion was swiftly quelled by the arrival of Pain, the leader of the Akatsuki. Kakuzu, Haydn, weren't you two just at each other's throats? How suddenly have you reconciled? Boss, people are always changing. Jiao Du faced the heavenly path Pain with remarkable composure. Fei Duan's demeanor was well known, consistent with his nature. Thus the heavenly path Pain could perceive no discrepancies. However, Jiao Du was different. His rationality surpassed that of Fei Duan. And it was precisely this very rationality that could become a chink in his armor, potentially exposing him to the heavenly path Pain's scrutiny. The heavenly path Pain gazed at Jiao Du, his Rinnegan seemingly capable of extracting the very essence of his soul. Jiao Du feigned calmness, maintaining eye contact until the heavenly path Pain casually waved his hand, at which point Jiao Du silently exhaled in relief. Turning to the members of the Akatsuki organization, the heavenly path Pain dramatically raised his arms and proclaimed, "Esteemed colleagues, the moment has arrived. It is time for action." The Akatsuki's plan to capture the tailed beasts commences. He delivered a grave oration regarding his vision, while the assembly nodded in superficial agreement, expressing their willingness to contribute. In truth, most were merely spectators, lacking genuine endorsement for the heavenly path Pain's grand ideals. Nonetheless, this was sufficient. He held unwavering faith in his own power, confident in his divine status. After witnessing his might, the attendees felt little inclination to resist. Jiao Du, Fei Duan, you were tasked with capturing the 2 tails and 7 tails. Deidara and Sasori, you shall pursue the 1 tail and 3 tails. Inform Uchiha, Itachi, and Kisame of their responsibility for the 5 tails upon their return. As for the remaining tailed beasts, I shall personally attend to them. With that, the heavenly path Pain vanished from sight, striving to maintain the mystique of his divinity. Simultaneously, the meticulous control of a puppet could easily deplete his limited mental energy. As his consciousness returned to his original body, Nagato gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Conan, beside him, anxiously wiped his forehead with a cloth, her lips pressed together in concern. Nagato, your physical condition is deteriorating, she remarked. It's nothing. Our dream will soon be realized. I shall not falter before then, Nagato replied, lowering his head as he breathed heavily. Conan gazed at him with worry, sensing an ominous premonition. Even if the world they envisioned were to come to fruition, she doubted she would smile with joy, and Nagato felt the same. The Akatsuki, the operation to capture the tailed beasts, has officially begun. Shinshia, the capture of the Akatsuki members has officially commenced. After Nagato departed and the Akatsuki disbanded, Haydn and Kakuzu promptly sent word to Shinshia and Konoha about this development. At this moment, Shinshia was still preoccupied with the dilemma of naming her organization. As for Naruto and Sasuke, having successfully advanced to Chunin, they were now eligible for a plethora of high-level missions. In an effort to prevent the 2 youngsters from incessantly chattering around her, Shinshia urged them to embark on assignments of B rank or higher. This, she mused, would afford her a few days of tranquility. Seated in a folding chair within her residence, she held a slice of fresh watermelon, munching on it while contemplating potential names. With each seed she spat out, she muttered a different suggestion, yet by the time she finished the entire slice, she had not found a single name that truly satisfied her. Shinshia reclined on a folding chair, resembling a retired elder basking in the sun, yearning to engage in some activity, yet her body betrayed her. The weather was splendid, and she decided to forego all tasks and indulge in a peaceful slumber. With her hands cradling the back of her head, she adjusted her position to achieve the utmost comfort and exhaled a deep sigh. Just as Shinshia was on the verge of drifting into a dream, a white dove swept through the sky, descending vertically towards her forehead. In a swift motion, the dove's fate was abruptly seized by a sudden gust of wind from the mountains. The dove, momentarily stunned, flapped its wings vigorously, its delicate claws gesturing that it was merely a messenger and begged not to be turned into a savory soup. The mountain wind glanced down at the letter tied to the dove's leg, confirming that the bird was not a mere illusion before deftly removing the letter and hastening to Chinshia's side. Miss, your letter. Oh, whose letter could arrive so swiftly? Chinshia groggily opened her eyes. With each brief utterance, her mind gradually clarified the questions she had posed. Delivering a message? Who else could possibly bring me a letter? It must surely be Fei Duan and Jiao Du. Honestly, I had hoped to enjoy another day of rest. Chinshia, with a pained expression, struggled to rise from the folding chair. Although she was hardly a corporate drone in her previous life, she couldn't shake the overwhelming sense of becoming one in this existence. She took the envelope and opened it, the handwriting inside unmistakably belonging to Kakuzu. Chinshia's eyes swiftly traversed the lines of the letter, and upon finishing, she slumped back into the folding chair, exhaling deeply. It was time to get busy. The Shao organization was on the hunt for tailed beasts. There was no need to concern herself with Haiden and Kakuzu for the time being. Itachi Uchiha had little time for work. And Kisame did not deal with the five tails so swiftly in the original narrative. Thus, the immediate focus must be on Deidara and Sasori's team. Chinxia closed her eyes and remained silent for a moment before swiftly rising to her feet. She stretched her limbs, shaking off any lingering lethargy. The guardian crane still lingered in our village, thus it seemed that Deidara and his companion's target must be the Three Tails, indicating a journey to the land of water was imminent. After pinning a message for Naruto and Sasuke, she donned her sunglasses and hat, setting off for the land of water. Chapter 111. I am truly a good person. The Three Tails, Isabu, boast a formidable appearance resembling a colossal tortoise adorned with spiky protrusions and three tails, adept in aquatic combat. It had previously been the host to two Jinchuriki, both of whom have since perished, leaving it to dwell alone in a vast lake within the land of water. At the border of the land of water, a girl of extraordinary charm, even when concealed by sunglasses and a hat, effortlessly evaded the watchful guards and stepped onto the territory of water country. Who might this enchanting maiden be? Indeed, it is Chinxia. Traveling abroad. An experience I had never encountered in my past life is now a dream realized. However, the air here is rather humid, even walking along the path. I feel an uncomfortable stickiness enveloping me. Chinxia expressed that she was not particularly obsessive-compulsive. It was merely that having grown accustomed to the environment of Konoha, she found herself somewhat unwell in this unfamiliar place. Fortunately, she was not wearing a dress. Otherwise, the sticky sensation would surely compel her to flee at once. She preferred a swift resolution, as she wished to linger here not a moment longer. With a resigned sigh, Chinxia retrieved a rough map of the land of water from her pocket. Although she was uncertain about the exact location of the Isle of Iwa, she reasoned that by focusing on the large lake and the rumored existence of water monsters, she could easily ascertain the position of Iwa. Chinxia, although everyone, including myself, often claims that our intellect is lacking, in reality, there are numerous areas where I am quite astute. Chinxia chuckled softly for having lingered at the border for too long. Just as the guards were about to discover her presence, she stomped her foot, leaped, and vanished from their sight using her teleportation technique. The guards blinked in confusion, rubbing their eyes as one of their colleagues approached, inquiring what happened. I think I just saw a girl. A girl? That's no trivial matter. We must report this to our superiors at once. No, it must be my imagination. That girl appeared for just an instant and then disappeared. I truly do not believe she employed teleportation. I can distinguish ordinary teleportation. Those who serve as border guards are certainly no weaklings. And he felt confident that if someone were to use teleportation right before him, he would not mistake it for mere illusion. Unfortunately, there exists a disparity even among teleportation techniques. One cannot generalize. Presenting the sister of still water teleportation, Chinxia, through a series of swift teleportations, she soon arrived at her destination, a vast lake. Chinxia cautiously concealed herself amidst the trees by the tranquil lake, surveying her surroundings with vigilant eyes. Once she confirmed that Deidara and Sasori had not yet arrived, she emerged from the thicket. Indeed, my speed and efficiency surpassed that of Deidara and his companions. They are likely still far from the land of water, she proclaimed, a hint of pride evident as she placed a hand on her hip. Her gaze fell upon the serene expanse of the lake, where few would suspect the presence of a colossal turtle dwelling beneath its surface. According to the original narrative, the Three Tails, Isabu, would be subdued and captured by Deidara and Obito. However, with the one tail, Shikaku, residing in Konohagakure and Sasori's survival, it would be the original duo of Deidara and Sasori who would confront the beast. Nevertheless, Chinxia remained unconvinced that the great turtle could withstand their combined might. The tailed beasts were simply too feeble. Only Jinchuriki, particularly those perfected, could hope to wield any significant influence in the later arcs of the Naruto saga. Chinxia pondered thoughtfully, her hand cradling her chin as she contemplated the forthcoming strategy. After all, Deidara and Sasori had yet to arrive. It would be unwise to wait idly for their arrival, as that would be a grievous waste of time. Indeed, it was imperative to initiate a conversation first. Ahem. Chinxia cleared her throat, inhaled deeply, and summoned all the vigor she had used to admonish Naruto and Sasuke, shouting, I feel. Fortunately, there was no one around. Otherwise, Chinxia would not have dared to act in such a manner. Her voice resonated like the roar of a lion, and due to the peculiar topography, Her shout echoed in a series of reverberations. As she listened to the echoes, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, while the previously tranquil lake began to stir. A multitude of bubbles erupted from the surface, and waves of rippling water surged outward in every direction. Observing this scene, Qianxia hastily formed hand seals and created an earthen wall before her, devoid of any canine features. Within moments, a colossal entity burst forth from the depths of the lake. And as it breached the surface, the water erupted in a tumultuous display akin to a tsunami, splashing in all directions. Qianxia nestled securely behind her earthen barrier, grateful for its presence. Without it, she would undoubtedly be drenched, a fate far worse than mere discomfort. After all, she had not prepared a change of clothes, as her intentions were to resolve matters swiftly. "Who are you, and how do you know my name?" Isafu gazed intently at Qianxia. The names of tailed beasts are not publicly disclosed. Only a select few are privy to such knowledge. And even the Jinchuriki may not be aware of the identity of the beast residing within them. "Do not regard me with such suspicion. I am not a villain, but rather a genuinely good person, a truly benevolent soul." Qianxia emerged from behind the earthen wall, her smile illuminating her face as she gazed at the towering rock formation. With a playful gesture, she formed a heart shape with her hands and directed it towards the majestic stone. "Ahem, there's no need to feel awkward. I assure you, I am genuinely a good person. However, it is quite understandable if you find it hard to believe just my words alone. I must admit, I cannot master the art of persuasion as Naruto does, so I shall have to resort to some unconventional methods." Qianxia cleared her throat awkwardly, raising her head to gaze at Gifu. A sudden wave of foreboding washed over Gifu, instilling a sense of danger within her. What is happening? Am I truly afraid? Afraid of a mere human girl? No, this sinister feeling. Just as Gifu began to comprehend the situation, Qianxia's eyes transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan. Gifu felt her vision darken, and when clarity returned, she found herself ensconced in a mental realm constructed by both her and Qianxia, with her hands clasped behind her. Chika radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure through her eternal Manjiki Sharingan. "Isn't it true that I am a good person?" She smiled at Isabu, her eyes brimming with sincerity. "If I were not, you would have already met your demise." Isabu, with its colossal form, trembled slightly. It yearned to believe in Chika's goodness. Yet, from its vantage point, it could not relinquish its wariness. The previous and even the one before that Jinchuriki had succumbed to ruin, manipulated by the very eyes that now bore down upon it. Chapter 112, Capturing the Tailed Beasts. The former Jinchuriki of the Three Tails, Isabu, had been the fourth Mizukichi, a ruler of notable wisdom. However, the emergence of a Sharingan wielder brought forth tyranny, leading to the discontent of the 7 ninja swordsmen, who abandoned the village. The fourth Mizukichi ultimately met a tragic end once his utility was exhausted. Furthermore, the previous Jinchuriki was Lin Yahara from Konoha, a contemporary of Kakashi. Uchiha Obito had deliberately targeted her while the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was absent, coercing her into becoming Isabu's vessel and ensnaring her with a seal that prevented her from taking her own life. Lin lacked the ability to control the terrifying power of the tailed beast within her, and her eventual loss of control became inevitable. Faced with insurmountable circumstances, she chose to sacrifice herself, perishing beneath Kakashi's Chidori. This moment also marked the catalyst for Uchiha Obito's descent into madness. The intricate web of manipulation elucidates why Chika refrained from directly confronting the Akatsuki to deal with Nagato. In the realm of the mind, the immense Isabu regarded Chika with caution. Although it bore no emotional ties to its predecessors, their fates were sufficient to instill wariness towards the owner of those eyes. "Who are you really? Are you in league with those who previously exploited me?" Isabu's gaze on Chika was laden with gravity, its voice quivering ever so slightly. "I am not afraid, nor am I cowardly." In Chika's eyes, Isabu resembled a frenzied cat, albeit one with prickly fur. Qianxia let out a resigned sigh. The tailed beasts, being chakra conglomerates capable of infinite resurrection, are not particularly fearful of death. Therefore, Qianxia had no intention of trying to intimidate it, especially after treating it with such kindness. Must one truly resort to mere verbal persuasion? Yet, I lack Naruto's prowess. Perhaps I should give it a try? Just this once? Qianxia cleared her throat with a heavy cough, striving to immerse herself in the moment. Naruto mode activated. In truth, Isabu, I am not only aware of your name, but I also know the names of the remaining tailed beasts. 1 tail Shikaku, 2 tails Matatabi, 3 tails Isabu, 4 tails Son Goku, 5 tails Koku, 6 tails Saiken, 7 tails Seichmei, 8 tails Jiwai Ki, and 9 tails Kurama. Qianxia feigned calmness as she opened her hands to recite the names of the tailed beasts. In the entire shinobi world, the tailed beasts were referred to by the names of their tails, and very few knew the true names of even one of these creatures, let alone all of them. Listening to Qianxia's words, Jifu's vigilance shifted to confusion and uncertainty. Jifu, have you heard of the child of prophecy? What? Are you implying that you are the child of prophecy? No, I am not. Don't speak nonsense. The child of prophecy possesses emerald eyes. Do you see my eyes are blue? Qianxia hurriedly corrected this misconception and pointed to her own large, watery eyes. Qianxia did not wish to usurp Naruto's title, however. She deemed it utterly meaningless in the present context, finding the concept of fate rather tedious. The prophesied child is not I, but rather my younger brother. And it was he who sent me here. Even if you remain skeptical at this moment, I assure you that soon 2 individuals will arrive to capture you. What? Capture me? Jifu's massive form trembled violently, eliciting a cry of disbelief. Indeed, capture you. Do not presume that your strength will allow you to vanquish both of them. Their prowess is considerable, and together they will be more than a match for you, unless? Jifu instinctively lowered herself, eager to discern what Qianxia had to say. Observing Jifu's demeanor, Qianxia couldn't help but smile gently. Noting how Jifu had transformed from a furious cat into a submissive puppy, albeit one with a rather short tail, Qianxia shared her plan with Aisabu. Confident that the combined efforts of one person and one beast could easily handle 2 members of the Akatsuki. Not to worry, Deidara reassured. Half a day passed, and Qianxia, concealed within the forest by the lakeside, grew increasingly disgruntled by the sticky, humid atmosphere. She muttered softly about the tardiness of their arrival. Finally, just before nightfall, Deidara and Scorpion soared above the lake on a giant bird fashioned from explosive clay. At last, we've arrived. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return. The air here is not particularly conducive to my art, Deidara remarked. As I have said, this is the true art, Scorpion retorted. Deidara's forehead twitched with irritation as he dispelled the clay bird, allowing them to descend gracefully onto the lake's surface. This was a fundamental application of chakra for a ninja. By controlling their chakra within their feet, they could effortlessly walk on water and trees. This must be the place. The 3 tails should be deep within this lake, Deidara thought, eager to resolve matters swiftly and return home. Just as he prepared to roll up his sleeves and enter work mode, Aisabu surged forth from the depths of the lake, causing ripples that sent Deidara and Scorpion tumbling into the water, drenched. What just happened? Deidara exclaimed, staring ahead in disbelief at the colossal Aisabu, who glared at them menacingly. Before they could regain their composure, a massive paw swung toward them. The 2 hastily employed body flicker technique to evade, but even so, the residual force of the blow left them gasping, landing awkwardly on the forest floor beside the lake. We haven't even made a move yet. Is the 3 tails always this aggressive? That fellow didn't mention this, Scorpion mused, his gaze fixed on the tailed beast. Though caught off guard, defeat was out of the question. Little tailed beast, prepare to taste my explosives, Deidara declared, producing his bombs. In the same breath, Aisabu opened its mouth, conjuring a tailed beast ball. Bombs versus tailed beast ball? Run. Aisabu's tailed beast ball shot forth, and the 2 scrambled to dodge as the devastating energy struck the nearby forest, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Deidara rolled across the ground several times before looking up at the explosion caused by the tailed beast ball. His earlier disarray swiftly replaced by exhilaration. This explosion was undoubtedly a masterpiece of art. As Deidara excitedly rose from the ground, despite sustaining considerable injuries, his spirit remained undaunted. Just as he was about to engage in a discussion with Aisabu regarding the art of explosions, a merciless iron hand seized him by the throat and, with a swift motion, dragged him into the darkness of the forest. Chapter 113. Unable to hold on, Deidara found himself caught in the clutches of fate, being pulled into the abyss of the forest. Meanwhile, Scorpion, having leapt in the opposite direction from the tailed beast's attack, steadied himself and scanned the surroundings, intending to locate Deidara. To his dismay, he found no trace of him. Has he been reduced to ashes? Scorpion muttered, devoid of emotion, before turning his attention back to the formidable figure of Aisabu. Aisabu declared, so it's 2 against 1? Do you think I fear you in a one-on-one? I am Aisabu, the 3-tailed beast. With that, Aisabu opened his mouth, preparing to condense a tailed beast ball. With no option for retreat, Scorpion steeled himself for battle. Crimson Secret Technique, 100 Machines Performance. From his body, Scorpion produced a scroll, and upon its unsealing, 100 humanoid puppets were unleashed. Unlike a standard puppet master who would manipulate their creations with chakra threads from their hands, Scorpion was a genius. He could control 100 puppets simultaneously without the need for his hands, a technique he had previously used to conquer an entire nation, with 100 puppets alongside himself. A total of 101 units charged toward the tailed beast Isabu. Without hesitation, Isabu launched a tailed beast ball at them. Scarlet flowing jewel, dorsal tail spike. Endure it, and unleash the tailed beast ball. Scarlet flowing jewel, 8 needle waves. Continue to endure the tailed beast ball. Thousand hands manipulation. Tailed beast ball. Tailed beast ball. Tailed beast ball. Isabu, resembling a turtle, boasted a formidable outer shell that was not to be underestimated. Although Scorpion's manipulation of the puppets was exquisite, their power was evidently insufficient. Isabu transformed into a merciless tailed beast ball launcher. It was undeniable that, despite each tailed beast excelling in different domains, the colossal chakra reserves of over 99 of ninjas were unquestionable. As Scorpion found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle, Daedala, covered in mud, scrambled to his feet. Just as he lifted his head, a face filled his entire field of vision. Startled, Daedala hastily hurled a multitude of ordinary clay bombs, only for Chio to dismiss them with a simple lightning technique, rendering their explosive properties entirely ineffective. Am I really that frightening? Although my intention was merely to startle you with a surprise attack from behind, Chika lifted a hand crackling with electricity, chuckling merrily. Daedara's abilities are rather straightforward. They hinge entirely on the clay explosives he creates. However, most of these clay bombs possess a fatal vulnerability. They are susceptible to lightning-based chakra. Few are aware of this weakness. Yet Chika, standing upon the giant's shoulder, could exploit this flaw to overwhelm Daedara, even in her ultimate form. Who exactly are you? Why does that phrase sound so familiar? Qianxia curled her lips and raised her hand to scratch the back of her head. Observing the puzzled expression on Qianxia's face, Daedara found himself engulfed in confusion. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. The individual before him was a perilous adversary. Taking a step back, Daedara immediately began to mold not marbles, but clay. C2 Dragon. A majestic white dragon, its wings unfurled, emerged and attempted to break free from the surrounding trees to soar into the skies. Yet, just as it flapped its wings in preparation for takeoff, the trees, as if animated, ensnared the dragon's limbs. Daedara gazed in astonishment at the spectacle, then turned his attention back to Qianxia. In that moment, he beheld her composed demeanor and the vivid crimson of her Sharingan. Who are you in relation to Itachi Uchiha? He had previously inflicted a wound on my kidney, so I had retaliated by delivering a harsh blow to his waist not long ago. That sensation was truly indescribable. Why am I even sharing this with you? Apologies, but I have no intention of engaging in verbal sparring. Qianxia had no time to engage in idle chatter with Daedara. Firstly, there was still a battle raging at the coastline, and secondly, she was utterly unwilling to linger in the damp air of the land of water for even a moment longer. Moreover, to be frank, she had never contemplated using verbal manipulation to sway Daedara to her side. His inherent simplicity left little room for such tactics. Passionate about the art of explosions, he had joined the Akatsuki after being defeated by Itachi Uchiha, later finding a sense of belonging and appreciation for the artistic essence of the organization. In terms of loyalty to the Akatsuki, Daedara stood unparalleled. Thus, from the outset, Qianxia had no intention of employing verbal subterfuge. She would simply leave it to the divine. In an instant, Qianxia's gaze transformed into the eternal kaleidoscope of the Sharingan, unleashing the mesmerizing technique of Kodo Amatsukami upon the panic-stricken Daedara. Daedara, lacking substantial mental fortitude, effortlessly succumbed to the enchantment of Kodo Amatsukami, while Qianxia merely experienced a slight discomfort in her eyes, instinctively raising her hand to shield them and unconsciously retreating a couple of steps. It still stings a bit. Qianxia murmured softly to herself, though she felt pain. It was merely a mild discomfort to her. She gazed at Daedara, who was undergoing a mental transformation, and sighed in exasperation. Qianxia had not completely brainwashed Daedara. She had merely made slight adjustments to his character and transformed the Akatsuki organization, which he held in artistic esteem, into the enigmatic three-question organization with her name, address, and members remaining shrouded in mystery. Stay right here and remain on standby. I will check on the situation with your former colleagues, Qianxia stated before swiftly executing a body flicker technique and darting towards the lake. There, she found Iwafian in his usual state, while Scorpion appeared disheveled, surrounded by a multitude of puppet remnants. Lacking sufficient firepower, Scorpion found himself in an overwhelmingly disadvantageous position. His mind raced with thoughts of self-preservation when, at that moment, a hand from behind clapped onto his shoulder. Deara, you finally returned. I will use the remaining puppets to cover you. Hurry and deal with this tailed beast, all right? Why do you seem shorter? Scorpion swiftly turned to face the person behind him, but as he turned a third of the way, he sensed something was amiss. The angle of the hand on his shoulder suggested that while Deidara was not particularly tall, he seemed even shorter now, despite Deidara's height of only 166 centimeters. Scorpion's meticulous calculations indicated that the owner of the hand on his shoulder was barely over 160 centimeters. It was not Deidara, it was an enemy. As Scorpion pivoted, his arm transformed into a blade aimed at Chinxia. However, she effortlessly evaded the strike, though the remark about his reduced height caused her expression to momentarily falter. Chapter 114. The radiance of Chinxia at present. Chinxia stands a little over 1.60 meters, and considering the prime developmental period for women, she ought to be grateful if she manages to gain another 1 or 2 centimeters in the future. In contrast, Naruto and Sasuke are currently around 1.50 meters. Yet in 2 years' time, their heights will surge dramatically, surpassing Chinxia. As adults, they will tower over her by an entire head, mirroring the current disparity between Chinxia and the duo. Height has always been one of Chinxia's few insecurities, and in her quest for growth, she diligently consumes milk every day, exerting considerable effort in ways unknown to others. Chinxia pursed her lips, her eyes filled with a flicker of fury as she fixed her gaze upon the scorpion before her. The scorpion sensed the anger emanating from Chinxia, yet he was utterly incapable of associating this intense emotion with his casual remark about her height. He scrutinized Chinxia warily, contemplating retreat. However, behind him loomed the tailed beast, Gifu. It was as if he were caught between a wolf and a tiger, though perhaps the analogy fell short, for it was indeed a tiger both in front and behind. Shaking his head in frustration, the scorpion recalled that he still possessed secret scrolls yet to be utilized. Nevertheless, he believed that even employing them might not resolve the predicament he faced. Resolute, he decided to take a gamble. After all, this woman before him should be easier to handle than the formidable tailed beast. The scorpion unveiled his chest and retrieved a scroll, its incantation igniting with the word release. In an instant, he summoned the third Kazekage's human puppet, whom he had previously vanquished. Together with the puppet, he charged towards Chinxia, intent on carving a path through her defenses. Unfortunately, the scorpion miscalculated the distribution of combat strength. It became painfully clear that Chinxia was far more formidable and ruthless than the tailed beast behind him. Apologies, but passage ahead is prohibited. Chinxia raised her delicate, fair hand, while Xia furrowed his brow in confusion. He expanded his perception, swiftly attuning himself to the flow of Chinxia's chakra, yet found no abnormalities. A ruse? Manipulating the puppet of the third Kazekage, Xia launched an assault towards Chinxia, yet she remained in the same posture. Anyone witnessing this scene would hardly believe that such a tender, pale hand could withstand the onslaught of the third Kazekage's puppet. Oh, it's Chinxia. Then all is well. Chinxia's lips curled slightly upwards, distinct from the chakra's power that surged forth from her being. The ocular prowess. Susanoo. In an instant, a skeletal framework coalesced into form, its bony claws swiftly seizing the oncoming third Kazekage puppet. The third Kazekage struggled to break free from the skeletal shackles, gradually increasing its force. Yet Chinxia continually augmented the output of her ocular strength. Susanoo, first phase. Susanoo, second phase. Susanoo, third phase. Susanoo, complete form. What initially was merely an ordinary skeletal structure transformed in the blink of an eye, veins, flesh, armor, and a lower body emerging alongside the amplification of her ocular might, culminating in a giant that rivaled even the tailed beasts, towering above the lake. The third Kazekage puppet was instantly crushed to mere fragments. You are of the Uchiha clan, one of the Uchiha orphans that Itachi Uchiha spared. Scorpion acutely felt the sensation of his puppet being obliterated. This was a figure more perilous than Itachi Uchiha himself. Escape? There was no chance of that. With beasts behind and monsters ahead, Scorpion halted upon the lake's surface, discerning that his adversary seemed devoid of intent to take his life, which lent him an air of calm. However, it must be noted that he had transformed his own corporeal form into a puppet, rendering this body incapable of perspiration. Observing Scorpion's keen awareness of the situation, Chinxia, piloting the towering mech, nodded in satisfaction and released the mech, allowing it to descend from the sky. Susanoo, After finally being summoned, it is but for this brief moment? Qianxia, there is no alternative. The competition for job positions is exceedingly fierce. It is genuinely challenging to secure a turn to work. So one must cherish the opportunity. Qianxia proclaimed that she possessed a myriad of skills, effortlessly operating the high-tech machinery with a mere clap of her hands. Would release, the foremost of those who compete for positions. Regeneration, you may still have some presence, but I am even less noticeable. Once, there were those who could poke the master, yet now, if the master does not exhibit any tendencies, I am virtually invisible. Qianxia stood above the lake, one hand placed on her hip, resolute in her decision not to employ the Kodo Amatsukami against Scorpion. For one, Scorpion was not a simple soul akin to Deidara. Rather, he had relinquished his humanity and kindness piece by piece due to the absence of security and love after losing his parents at a tender age. This predicament was, for Qianxia, a source of deep concern. After all, she was all too familiar with the pain of orphanhood. Naruto, Sasuke, Gaara, and herself shared this unfortunate fate. Relax. I harbor no ill intentions towards you. I have not harmed your companion Deidara, have I? She teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. Just as she spoke, Deidara, having emerged from the effects of the Kodo Amatsukami, approached them with an expression of nonchalance. Hey, Scorpion, boss, he called out, scratching the back of his head with one hand while waving to both of them with the other. Scorpion was taken aback. He had presumed Deidara might have met his demise at Qianxia's hands. After all, Deidara was rather foolish and could easily falter in the face of conflict. Even without any hostile intent. I've already assured you to take it easy. I believe there is still room for dialogue between us. If you truly cannot trust me, then perhaps you might listen to my tale as one would before facing the end, Qianxia continued, her voice laced with intrigue. While verbal persuasion was not her forte, she possessed a unique capability to soothe those who, like Scorpion, bore the weight of orphanhood. Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara were vivid examples of this resilience. With her arms outstretched and a benevolent smile gracing her face, Qianxia unleashed her full power and launched an assault on Scorpion. Initially, Scorpion wore a nonchalant expression. But as Qianxia's attack commenced, the mask of indifference faltered. He rubbed his eyes and blinked, casting a glance at Qianxia, only to find no relief. Quickly, he shook his head in disbelief, yet upon looking back at her, the scene remained unchanged. What was this? In Scorpion's gaze, Qianxia radiated a dazzling golden light, shimmering with a warmth that dulled any desire for resistance, instilling a sense of tranquility and an urge to draw near to her. Could this be the fabled maternal radiance? Chapter 115, The Return to Konoha Maternal Radiance, a special effect on individuals who have lost both parents and possess inherent flaws in their character. As for how one attains such an ability, it is worth noting that since the Uchiha clan's demise, Qianxia has been responsible for the majority of affairs within the Uchiha estate, making it difficult not to develop such formidable qualities. In Qianxia's eyes, Scorpion, despite his greater age, was merely a child psychologically, unable to escape the shadows of his childhood, ultimately leading him down a path of obsession. Beneath Qianxia's luminous presence and her straightforward manner of speaking, Scorpion gradually lowered his head, lost in contemplation. Qianxia understood that this was nearly the limit. Transforming Scorpion into a normal person could not be achieved merely by her incessant chatter. It required the direct intervention of Granny Qian. In the original narrative, Granny Qian did not manage to sway Scorpion, but the circumstances had changed. Qianxia now possessed the capability to present Scorpion before Granny Qian, compelling him to genuinely engage with her entire repertoire of persuasive discourse. Chiyo, the elderly matriarch, clandestinely devised the forbidden technique of self-reincarnation to resurrect others, a power that exists only in the original work as one of the two genuine means of bringing the dead back to life. Her intention was to sacrifice her own life to revive Scorpion's parents, thereby alleviating the sorrow of his childhood. However, the original tale culminates in a heart-rending tragedy. Qianxia extended one of her palms towards Scorpion as she spoke, while Scorpion bowed his head, enveloped in silence. 1 minute passed. 2 minutes elapsed. 3 minutes went by. Qianxia continued to extend her hand, though her expression betrayed a hint of tension. Have you made your decision? She inquired. Very well. I shall accompany you to meet Granny Chiyo. If Qianxia were capable of perceiving the affections of others, she would note that at this moment, Scorpion's favorability rested precariously at a disheartening score of 59. As for Deidara's favorability, it held little significance. Qianxia had not brainwashed him into an unwaveringly devoted type, as that would severely undermine his character. This arrangement sufficed, for should he truly betray her, she could always resort to the use of the Kodo Amatsukami to reprogram him. The same applied to Scorpion. If Granny Chiyo's verbal strategies faltered, Qianxia would not hesitate to employ Kodo Amatsukami on Scorpion as well. Utilizing Kodo Amatsukami incurs no monetary cost, but it does induce discomfort. Currently, Qianxia's eyes still throbbed from the strain of using Kodo Amatsukami without allowing for the cooldown period, and she was now facing the consequences of her hasty decision. Qianxia smiled on the surface, yet internally exhaled a heavy sigh, contemplating that she had finally completed her tasks and could return home. She truly wished to linger not a moment longer in this water country. Deidara, summon a steed. Certainly. C2 Dragon. Deidara confidently raised one arm, and a magnificent white dragon, fashioned from clay explosives, soared into the skies. After crafting the C2 Dragon, he cast a teasing glance at Scorpion, as if to say, "Is my art not exquisite? Can yours achieve such heights?" Under normal circumstances, Scorpion would have retorted with a few sharp remarks, but regrettably, he lacked the spirit for such banter at this moment. The three of them gracefully leapt onto the back of the C2 Dragon, just as it was about to flap its wings and take flight. Suddenly, Qianxia turned her gaze toward the silent figure of Jifuku, who stood by the lake. "Jifuku, just in case, could you spare me a bit of your chakra? Just a small amount will suffice." "A small amount? Is this sufficient?" Jifuku willingly divided a minuscule portion of chakra from within, transferring it to Qianxia. The small amount he referred to was indeed a mere fraction, yet it was precisely what Qianxia needed, enough to serve as a locator. "Then I shall take my leave. May fate bring us together again." Qianxia waved her hand at Isuka and then boarded the C2 Dragon, embarking on her journey back to the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Haiden and Kakuzu arrived in the Land of Lightning, where they were assigned the tailed beasts, the 2 tails and the 7 tails. Of course, they had no intention of genuinely working. Their presence in the Land of Lightning was merely a FAA in front of Pain S. Devapath. Haiden remarked, "We have arrived in the Land of Lightning. What should we do now?" Kakuzu replied, "Inform the boss and then await his instructions." Haiden sighed and, with an air of boredom, began to doodle on the ground with his toes. Kakuzu, noticing the slight twitch of Haiden's eyebrows, initially thought he was about to sketch some sinister ritual. However, after a few strokes, he realized that it was something entirely different. Regardless of how intricate the designs of a sinister ritual might be, they would invariably be encircled by an outer ring. Yet, what Haiden was drawing was an assortment of swirling lines, lacking any semblance of symmetry. "Haiden, what exactly are you drawing?" You can't tell?" "I'm sketching the young lady. Surprised to discover I possess such talent, aren't you?" Haiden boasted, intensifying his efforts with the scythe in hand. Upon hearing his explanation, Kakuzu's head nearly tilted at a 90-degree angle, no matter how one looked at it. This did not resemble the boss. No, was this even a depiction of a human? Kakuzu remained silent, fearing that his comments might extinguish Haiden's artistic fervor. After all, this activity was far more refined than their usual bloodshed. Kakuzu settled on a nearby rock, retrieving a pouch filled with coins, meticulously counting each one, only to recount them again. A day later, propelled by the speed of the C2 Dragon, the trio swiftly returned to Konoha. However, with 2 dangerous individuals in tow, Qianxia dared not enter through the front. It was a jest. Out of the 8 entrances to Konoha, 7 were easily accessible. Yet the main gate was strictly guarded by 2 formidable gatekeepers. Even Uchiha Itachi would regard them with respect. As Qianxia approached the Uchiha estate's entrance, Oil Woman Takaru and Yamashiro Kazuma immediately leaped out, their expressions filled with vigilance as they scrutinized the 2 companions beside Qianxia. "Rest assured, they are your future colleagues. Please escort them into the house. I will make a quick trip to the Hokage Tower and return shortly." Qianxia departed from the 2 with complete assurance. Although Scorpion still posed a potential threat, Deidara was undoubtedly no longer a concern. Coupled with the unwavering loyalty of the duo, a 3-on-1 scenario rendered Scorpion, be it in his damaged state or even at full strength, utterly incapable of escape. Thus, rather than this predicament, Qianxia's thoughts were preoccupied with another matter: the Hokage mansion, the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen, and the land. Qianxia arrived at the Hokage's office, brimming with excitement, eager to hear the good news from Sarutobi Hiruzen regarding the land she had requested. To her dismay, she was met with an unexpected response. I'm sorry. It hasn't been secured yet." Chapter 116, A Favor? What? Not secured? Qianxia turned her back on everyone in an instant. The angel transformed into a demon. She slammed her palm onto the desk, the sound resonating with such force that it could startle the heavens and weep for the spirits. The desk itself nearly succumbed to her blow, reduced to a state of utter disarray. Chinchilla, I'm done. I'm done. I'm leaving the rogue ninja life behind. Sarutobi Izashi, wait. There is still room for negotiation. In a moment of desperation, Sarutobi Izashi grasped Chinchilla's arm as she turned to flee, his face drenched in cold sweat. He had truly exerted himself, engaging in a fierce verbal duel with the feudal lord of the Land of Fire for an entire day and night. However, the piece of land Chinchilla desired was too valuable, located in a prime development area, and conceding it would incur losses in the hundreds of millions. Feudal lord, with righteous indignation I can give you face, but that parcel of land is non-negotiable. Surely, you wouldn't want the economy of our Land of Fire to lag behind other nations? Sarutobi Hizashi, wiping his sweat, my dear brother. You wouldn't want your home to be caught in the crossfire of a world peace technique, would you? In this intense exchange, Sarutobi Hizashi ultimately conceded to the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, though it was not a complete defeat. He produced a map, marking several key development areas. Chinchilla, am I allowed to choose from all these regions? Sarutobi Hizuchi, apart from these locations, others can also be considered. Chinchilla, perhaps I shall venture to the vicinity of Daimyo to showcase my influence. Sarutobi Izashi. After a heartfelt persuasion from Sarutobi Izashi, Chinchilla conceded to his request and picked up the map for a closer inspection. This map provided an overview of the Land of Fire and its surrounding regions. To be honest, there was little to glean from it. As she scanned the map, Chinchilla suddenly paused, her gaze fixating on a small island in the lower right corner of the Land of Fire. Is that the Land of Whirlpools? The Land of Whirlpools? That place is now devoid of inhabitants, rendered a wasteland due to geographical circumstances. Sarutobi Izashi briefly elucidated the history of this long-destroyed nation to Chinchilla. The Land of Whirlpools was once dominated by the Uzumaki clan, known for their formidable vitality and sealing techniques that could suppress tailed beasts, evoking both fear and respect from others. However, due to its geographic vulnerabilities, the Land of Whirlpools ultimately fell victim to the invasions of numerous nations and clans. Chinchilla was well aware of these historical facts, yet it was her first time observing the Land of Whirlpools on a map. Given the challenges of reclaiming the territory due to its geographical issues and the difficulties in governance thereafter, the Land of Fire deemed that the cost of recovery outweighed the benefits, thus refraining from action. What a pity. Chinchilla gently pinched her chin, pondering the possibility of establishing the Land of Whirlpools as her future stronghold. A little destruction would not pose a problem, as she possessed the wood-release technique. Perhaps she could imitate Yamado and execute the wood-release, 3 rooms and a hall technique on the spot. However, it would be wise to refrain from making such hasty decisions. It would be better to first visit the place and assess the situation. Chinchilla rolled up the map in her hands and tucked it into her pocket, stating, "Let us proceed this way for now. I am still contemplating. Do take your time to think it through before informing me. I shall then engage in negotiations with the daimyo," Sarutobi Hizashi interjected, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he spoke while catching his breath. Chinchilla paused momentarily, then gently waved a hand towards Hizashi, saying, "There is no need for you to negotiate with the daimyo. That would be too cumbersome. It is best that you remain seated comfortably. Allow me to handle this arduous task." Meanwhile, at the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, who was enjoying the newfound privileges accompanying Konoha's gradual return to dominance, an unexpected itch in his nose led to a thunderous sneeze that echoed through the halls. A swarm of armed guards rushed into the daimyo's quarters. "Assassin! Where is the assassin? My lord, are you unharmed? Rest assured, with us around, no one can inflict harm upon you." The loyal guards, wielding their swords, scanned the surroundings with vigilant expressions, each embodying the sentiment of "I know you are hiding here. Come out." The daimyo, having merely sneezed, felt his face flush with embarrassment at the exaggerated response of his protectors. "It was just a sneeze. You are making too much of it. How can I explain this to anyone?" As Chinchilla departed from the Hokage building, she pondered deeply in silence. Her mind, typically dormant, began to awaken from its slumber. If not now, then when? If I do not engage my mind now, it may never be of use again. It is indeed a busy time, but it is all worthwhile. To have Chinchilla idly waiting as a mere mascot for the original storyline's conclusion is the true torment. Chinchilla returned to the Uchiha residence, where Naruto and Sasuke were still out on a mission, leaving her alone in the estate, accompanied only by her colleagues and future colleagues. The members of Scorpion sat leisurely on the sofa within the residence. Waiting was hardly a concern for them. Furthermore, the ambience of the Uchiha estate was vastly superior to that of the Akatsuki organization, which lacked any proper gathering place, resembling more of a cave. Indeed, it might as well be a cave. Qianxia sat on one of the sofas in the living room with her arms crossed, gazing at the slightly uncomfortable scorpion across from her. Due to Gaara's suggestion, Grandma Chio had recently traveled from Sunagakure to Konoha, and considering the passage of time, she should arrive within a few days. Therefore, you may remain here at ease. I assure you, I will not treat you poorly. Scorpion remained silent, clearly indicating that Grandma Chio's absence made it challenging to sway this individual. Fortunately, it would only be a matter of days, and although Qianxia was busy, she could afford this brief interlude. Oil Woman Taki, Yamanaka Kaze. Present. Please investigate matters concerning the land of whirlpools. Understood. Taki and Kaze nodded earnestly. As devoted subordinates, they refrained from questioning the reasons behind the assignment, focusing solely on executing the tasks at hand. Qianxia silently commended their attitude. Scorpion, Deidara, you shall stay here for the time being. I have ample rooms available. Now, you are free to move about within the confines of the estate. Qianxia rose from the sofa, gently patting the shoulders of the two individuals before turning towards the hot spring bath within the residence. Although she had returned to Konoha, that lingering sensation remained. First, she would indulge in a thorough wash, followed by a restful slumber of 12 hours. Some matters could be addressed later. As Chika contemplated, she stretched her arms and exhaled deeply. Just as she was about to approach the entrance of the bathhouse, a dove appeared outside the adjacent window, tapping its beak against the glass. Tap, tap, tap. Qianxia turned her head to gaze at the messenger pigeon, which immediately ceased its pecking and looked at her with wide, watery eyes. Qianxia beheld the figures of Fade Wan and Zhao Du in the silhouette of the messenger pigeon, with a look of languid indifference. She gazed at the pigeon for 5 or 6 moments before turning her head to once again fix her gaze upon the entrance of the bathhouse, whereupon she strode in with purposeful determination. Qianxia, please wait until I finish my shower to discuss anything. My body feels sticky, and I can't bear it any longer. Chapter 117. Acquaintances from the Land of Thunder. Qianxia was completely immersed in the warmth of the hot spring. She was aware that outside, there lay a letter from Fade Wan and Zhao Duo, and she could roughly surmise its contents. However, amidst the vastness of the world, nothing surpassed the joy of a bath. She truly admired the inhabitants of the land of water. How could they live a semblance of a normal life in such an environment? Qianxia closed her eyes, enveloped in the warmth of the hot spring as her body's fatigue visibly dissipated. In this secluded bathhouse, she allowed herself to be unreserved, tilting her head back and releasing a languorous sigh of contentment. Outside the bathhouse, a distressed white dove pecked at the window, hindered from completing its task and unable to roam freely, finding the stillness quite monotonous. The dove pondered, perhaps it won't take much longer. I'll just wait a little longer. 10 minutes passed. Half an hour elapsed. An hour went by. The dove, now exasperated, ceased its standing and laid itself upon a small protruding ledge outside the window. Meanwhile, Qianxia remained immersed in the hot spring, savoring a bottle of pure fresh milk with delight. Burp. That should suffice. Qianxia let out a contented burp and set aside the empty bottle that once held milk, placing it among the 7 or 8 other vacant vessels. She emerged from the bathhouse, dried her body, and donned a fresh outfit, her demeanor exuding vigor and elegance. Feeling comfortable, she thought to herself how delightful it would be to simply lie down in bed and drift into a deep slumber. Stretching her limbs, Qianxia stepped out of the bathhouse, and with a crisp click, she opened the window, lifting the carrier pigeon with her fingers to retrieve the envelope. Qianxia swiftly perused the contents of the envelope, discovering that her assumptions were largely correct. Kakuzu and Haydn had indeed arrived in the Land of Lightning. Yet they found themselves at a loss regarding their next course of action, necessitating Qianxia's input. As Qianxia contemplated, she turned and made her way to her room, intending to retrieve a sheet of paper and a pen to compose a letter in response to Kaku and Haydn. However, after inscribing just a single character, she crumpled the paper into a ball and discarded it into the nearby trash bin. Never mind, the efficiency of this carrier pigeon is far inferior to my personal visit. Moreover, an ominous premonition lingers within me. Perhaps it is best that I undertake the journey myself. Qianxia let out a helpless sigh. Fortunately, the air in the Land of Lightning was dry, and having visited once before, her aversion to it was not particularly strong. The Land of Lightning, particularly the village of Chunin, brought back memories of the times when the old Coot, Danzo, had dispatched her to gather intelligence there during the era of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Lost in thought, Qianxia instinctively placed her hand on her waist. In the Land of Lightning, Haiden and Kakuzu were indulging themselves at a restaurant. Their feast was not due to hunger, but rather a lack of anything better to do. Kakuzu had counted the money in his pouch at least 70 or 80 times, while Haiden had skillfully sketched a comic on the ground, though Kakuzu could not decipher the content. Eat slowly. This restaurant's food is exorbitantly priced. Remember, I'm the one paying, not you. By the way, how can a non-dead person eat so much? I'm not dead. I'm immortal. And even immortals need to eat, all right? Weapons may not kill me, but hunger can. Under normal circumstances, he would never divulge such a significant flaw of his immortality to others. However, when working alongside a fellow comrade for the lady, it was a different story. Haiden devoured his food ravenously, the sound of his chewing prompting Kakuzu to raise an eyebrow. He opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately decided against it, quietly resuming his meal while contemplating the need to ask the boss for his wages during their next encounter. As they feasted, several ninjas from Chunin happened to pass by the small grove where the two had been waiting. Everyone has worked hard. Let us take a break here for a while. After this, we only need to return to Chunin village. A female ninja with waist-length, straight, light brown hair, tied in a ponytail, issued commands to her fellow ninjas. The surrounding Chunin ninjas immediately sighed in relief, sitting down on the ground without hesitation, entering a state of rest. Yuzuki, aren't you joining us for a break? No. You all rest. I will keep watch. Even though the mission is complete, as a ninja, one must always remain vigilant. The female ninja named Yuzuki, with unwavering determination, lightly leaped onto a large tree. One of her companions intended to persuade Yuzuki, but was dissuaded by others. All right, that's just how Yuzuki is. It's useless to try and change her mind. Ever since she returned from a mission 4 years ago, she has been like this, constantly tense and relentlessly training herself. As a ninja, Yuzuki is nothing short of perfect, at least when it comes to her role. Upon hearing these words, the ninja, who originally intended to counsel the Yuzuki, lowered his hand that had been raised. He had heard the rumors surrounding the Yuzuki, yet he never anticipated their severity. It was only through first-hand experience on missions alongside them that one could truly comprehend their formidable strength, even without harnessing the power of the tailed beasts. The current Yuzuki elder could likely only be matched by the Reikage within the confines of the Cloud Village, should she choose to wield the power of the tailed beasts. It remains uncertain whether the esteemed Jinchuriki, Killer Bee, could withstand her prowess. The Yuzuki, standing atop the branch, surveyed her surroundings with a grave expression. The memory of Chika's demise 4 years ago loomed heavily over her. Losing a comrade during a mission is not an uncommon occurrence for a ninja. Yet the Yuzuki held herself responsible, believing that had she been more cautious and vigilant, she could have saved Chika with her own strength. This constituted a dereliction of duty as a ninja. Since returning to the village, the Yuzuki has engaged in rigorous self-discipline and training. Her current abilities are such that even the Reikage would not dare to underestimate her, making her a formidable candidate for the next Reikage within the village. What could that possibly be? The Yuwood person suddenly furrowed her brow, gracefully leaping to a nearby patch of ground. She gazed down at the earth beneath her feet, where a series of crooked engravings adorned the surface. Crouching slightly, she reached out to caress the artwork, scrutinizing the areas that could barely be deemed human. This piece, crafted by Fei Duan, was an abstraction so profound that only those aligned with its cerebral frequencies could truly comprehend it. And the Yuwood person found herself resonating with that very frequency. This figure appeared strikingly familiar. As the cerebral waves aligned, the two Yuwood persons became enraptured by the ethereal nature of Fei Duan's artistry, although none but Chika could decipher the meaning behind the work. The ineffable sense of profundity relentlessly assaulted the Yuwood person's mind. The markings on the ground seemed freshly inscribed. Why, she pondered. Could she not comprehend the traces that bore significance to her? Upon returning to the village 4 years prior, the Yuwood person had sought information regarding Chika, attempting to locate her among the missing ninjas. Yet, due to the scarcity of intelligence, she had ultimately been unable to unearth any pertinent details. She had contemplated the possibility that Chika was not a ninja from the hidden cloud, but the memory of Chika sacrificing herself to shield her from a blade remained vivid in her mind. The depletion of life force and the copious loss of blood indelibly etched into her memory. Such grievous wounds were undoubtedly fatal. The Yuwood person could not reconcile the notion that the Na'vi girl she remembered could have been a spy from another village, as she deemed her far too unprofessional for such a role. Moreover, to sacrifice oneself before even gathering intelligence was illogical and devoid of purpose. Peering once more at the engraving, the Yuwood person concentrated, expanding her perception and discovering faint footprints nearby. Should she investigate further? After all, her mission was complete. And all that remained was to report back to the village. No, no. As the leading Jonin, she could not act impulsively. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to depart. However, before she had taken more than a few steps, she felt as though possessed by Michael Jackson, her body involuntarily retreating back to the enigmatic artwork. With her lips pressed together and eyes closed, it seemed as if two inner voices were fervently debating within her mind. You would person, rational, the mission comes first. Do not entertain thoughts beyond the task at hand. You would person, emotional, but now that the mission is essentially complete, you would person, rational, it cannot be deemed complete until the results are reported back to the village. If you wish to act, you may do so after submitting the mission's findings. You would person, emotional, by then. It may be too late. If I go now, perhaps there is still time. You would person, rational, and then what? Let us set aside the identities of those two individuals for a moment. Even if they were acquainted with her, what difference would it make? Let us be clear. That person is already deceased. Two small figures flank the you-would man, chattering incessantly in a frenzy, while he, overwhelmed, covered his ears with both hands. At that very moment, the cloud-hidden ninjas, who had been resting nearby, approached him. Though they had no inkling of what the you-would man was contemplating, they could surmise that he was entangled in a web of worries. Captain You-would Man, please pursue whatever it is you wish to do. We can handle the task submission. One of them spoke, and the others nodded in agreement. The rational you-would man was momentarily taken aback, and seizing the opportunity, the emotional you-would man inhaled deeply, launched into the air, and delivered a powerful kick to the face of the rational figure. With that strike, the rational you-would man was instantly knocked unconscious, leaving the emotional side in control of the body. Then I shall leave it to you, he declared, turning to sense the faint footprints on the ground and swiftly pursuing them. The cloud-hidden ninjas exhaled deeply, casting their gazes downward to examine the intricate markings left by the fugitive. Can anyone decipher this? One inquired. I cannot comprehend it at all. However, the fact that it has caused Captain You-would Man such distress surely indicates it is significant, perhaps even a secret code. Your perspective is rather narrow. This is evidently an ancient design. I once glimpsed something akin to it in a certain tome. Look here, this figure resembles an ancient malevolent deity. A confident cloud-hidden ninja pointed towards the humanoid figure depicted in the design, prompting the others to share an expression of enlightenment as they regarded the twisting form that appeared to possess tentacles. Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance to a malevolent deity. No wonder Captain You-would Man was so anxious just now. This is indeed a grave matter. We must hasten back to inform Lord Rakich. Absolutely. Let us depart for the village at once. They exchanged knowing glances and promptly set off at a gallop towards their home, while the you-would man, following the footprints, quickly reached their conclusion. The muddy, stony path still allowed for the detection of steps, but once on the street, the already faint impressions became increasingly difficult to discern. The you-would man hurried into the thoroughfare, glancing left and right, as the likelihood of locating those two individuals dwindled significantly in her mind. After all, there were no footprints left, unless those two possessed a distinct appearance or exuded a unique aura. Finding them would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. After wandering for a while without encountering any suspicious targets, the you-would man gradually came to a halt, lowering her head in silence before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, it is time to return. As Yuzuki turned reluctantly to depart, she harbored little hope, so her sense of loss was minimal. In her anticipation, the best outcome she envisioned was to encounter the two individuals sketching on the ground, from whom she could glean the identity and name of the girl from years past. As for seeing Chika, Yuzuki had never truly considered it. Once a life has departed, it remains irrevocably lost. Contemplating this, she embarked on her journey home. But just as she took her first step, she was suddenly halted. Before her, amidst the bustling crowd, a girl cloaked in a hood obscuring much of her features was approaching. Upon noticing Yuzuki's intense gaze, the girl stiffened, her head bowing lower, as she hurriedly attempted to pass by Yuzuki. With a snap, Yuzuki's mind had yet to fully process the situation when her body acted on its own, her hand seizing the arm of the girl attempting to slip past her. The moment she grasped that arm, a familiar sensation surged stronger within her. Yuzuki was aware that this was rather impolite, yet at that moment, the emotional side of her was unleashing a flurry of impulses upon the rational side, which would likely struggle to recover for several hours. Excuse me, could you please remove your hood so I may see your face? Chapter 119. An unexpected commotion at this moment. Chika, whose arm was caught by Yuzuki, was internally screaming in turmoil. Why? Why? In such a vast land as the Thunder Kingdom, how could this happen? Even if it did, I have obscured my face so thoroughly. How could you recognize me at a glance? Are you somehow cheating fate? Qianxia was in a state of panic, as were the two Yumu individuals. Her mind was consumed with the fear of mistakenly identifying the wrong person. As the saying goes, the greater the expectation, the deeper the disappointment. The two Yumu individuals were apprehensive that if their hopes were to be dashed, they might find themselves plunging into an even darker abyss. Miss, you must have mistaken the person. Qianxia deliberately altered her voice, adopting a sarcastic tone that was so distorted that even her parents would struggle to recognize it. Her original voice, soft and melodious, underwent a dramatic transformation, leaving the two Yumu individuals momentarily stunned. Their hopes plummeted several percentage points in an instant. The Yumu remarked, "This voice is eerily chilling, completely uncharacteristic of any human utterance. Qianxia, ahem, it's truly exhausting to speak while straining my throat. However, it seems I possess a certain talent for mimicry, as even I tremble upon hearing this voice." Qianxia could distinctly perceive that the grip of the Yumu person on her arm had loosened, just when she thought she could simply let things slide. The Yumu individual unexpectedly launched another attack. "I feel rather embarrassed, but I have this peculiar sensation that I may know you through a friend or family member. Would you indulge me in a conversation?" he proposed, gesturing towards a nearby restaurant. "I would be delighted to treat you. We could dine and converse simultaneously." Though she recognized her own audacity, the tenacity of her feelings was not easily subdued. If there were no glimmer of hope, it would be one thing. But with a flicker of possibility, even her thickened skin could not deter her from seeking the truth with her own eyes. "Ah, Qianxia, you are truly a woman of profound transgressions." Beneath the cloak, Qianxia's lips involuntarily twitched slightly. Recognizing the Yumu person was not inherently perilous. For the individual she is now is entirely different from who she once was. There is no need to fear the Yumu. The primary concern lies in the potential for inconvenience, as explaining the situation would be exceedingly laborious, and it carries a tinge of embarrassment. Just as Qianxia's mind raced, contemplating how to navigate the current predicament, a figure suddenly burst forth from the restaurant adjacent to them. "Quick, release your grasp." Qianxia was seized by the man known as Yumu, who in turn was captured by a sudden arrival of another man. Yumu furrowed her brow and turned to gaze at the individual gripping her arm, who was glaring at her with a wild, menacing countenance. "Shall I repeat myself? Are you a member of that dangerous organization?" Although Yumu could not immediately recall the name of the man holding her, she undoubtedly recognized him from the intelligence she had encountered at the Cloud Hidden Mission Issuance Agency and the Bounty Organization. The Akatsuki, a recently emerged enigmatic group, its numbers, objectives, and whereabouts shrouded in mystery, yet its members were notoriously perilous individuals. Encountering them warranted immediate arrest. Without hesitation, Yumu forcefully shook off Fadewan's grasp and, utilizing the lightning release body technique, swiftly launched a punch towards him. But was Fadewan intimidated? Not in the slightest. He leaned into the blow, absorbing Yumu's punch, which would have caused a normal person to spit blood and stagger back several paces. Yet, Fadewan not only remained steadfast, but drew closer, his hands resembling scythes as they lunged at Yumu. A sense of imminent danger enveloped her. Instinctively, Yumu summoned the tailed beast chakra, forming a protective cloak that prevented Fadewan's attack from piercing her skin. She knew that if he were to draw her blood, it would spell her doom. After withstanding Fadewan's assault, Yumu quickly retreated, putting distance between herself and him. The onlookers around them were momentarily frozen in shock before erupting into screams and fleeing, leaving only a handful of them behind. Yumu's expression was grave as she scrutinized Fadewan and the woman beside him, Qianxia. Her mind raced with thoughts. This man had referred to the woman as young lady, confirming her femininity. Yet, it seemed she might be a follower of the evil god cult. If this were true, it would explain the sinister tone of her earlier voice, undeniably reminiscent of the evil god. At that moment, Yumu dismissed the possibility of Qianxia being the person she had once idolized. She could not fathom that the figure she revered would be entangled with such malevolence. For the followers of the evil god were a ruthless band of killers. Taking a deep breath, Yumu confirmed through her senses that the area was indeed devoid of others. She gathered her energy and issued a low command, causing the tailed beast chakra to erupt forth like a fountain. The form of the two tails materialized, emitting a piercing cry. "Ah, is she the Jinchuriki of the two tails?" Fadewan, wielding his scythe, could not help but click his tongue at the sight of the massive creature. At that moment, Kaku emerged from the nearby restaurant, exchanging a glance with Qianxia, engaging in a silent exchange of intelligence. "Qianxia, Why didn't you hold him back? Jiaodu, apologies. At that moment, I was in the midst of settling the bill. Fadewan and Jiaodu were dining at a nearby restaurant, while Qianxia was also making her way to their establishment, when unexpectedly, a Yuzuki figure intervened. The two were enjoying their meal when Jiaodu produced his pouch to pay. And Fadewan, idly glancing around, fortuitously spotted Qianxia and the Yuzuki individual outside. Fadewan's level of indoctrination was unparalleled, boasting a loyalty level of 1000%. Upon witnessing someone harassing his esteemed lady, he dashed forth without even retrieving his scythe, knowing that a surprise attack with it could potentially harm the Yuzuki figure. The speed at which Fadewan transitioned from realization to action was remarkable. Jiaodu had scarcely registered the situation before Fadewan had already leapt into action. However, this commotion had one silver lining. It spared Jiaodu from paying the bill, effectively granting them a complimentary meal. Now, the pressing question was how to resolve the current predicament. Underneath her cloak, Qianxia gazed at the Yuzuki beast with a sigh of resignation. Addressing the Yuzuki figure was not inherently difficult, but escaping without revealing her methods or causing harm posed a significant challenge. During her contemplation, the cat demon Yuzuki raised a hand and swung it towards Qianxia and her companions. Chapter 120. The malfunction of the Yuzuki. As the cat demon's hand descended, Qianxia, Fadewan, and Jiaodu leapt into the air to evade the impending strike from the colossal creature. Were that hand to connect directly, it would likely pose no substantial threat to the trio. One possessed super regeneration, another was immortal, and the third had multiple hearts. Their unique attributes had enabled them to dispatch the Yuzuki and its kindred in the original narrative. However, the current Yuzuki had significantly enhanced its power due to Qianxia's interference, making the odds of Fadewan and Jiaodu succeeding alongside her exceedingly slim. Furthermore, to maintain her anonymity, Qianxia had to refrain from utilizing her Susanoo and wood-release techniques. The situation was evidently veering towards trouble. Qianxia couldn't help but click her tongue in frustration. Beside her, Fadewan began to realize his impulsiveness, casting a sheepish glance at Qianxia, resembling a chastised puppy. Regrettably, Qianxia paid no heed to Fadewan, and regardless, she was uncertain how to dissipate the previous awkwardness. Perhaps Fadewan's intervention could be seen as a means of alleviating the situation. Yet, that was contingent upon first escaping the clutches of the Yuzuki beast. Lightning release, body forging. As Qianxia's eyes narrowed, she swiftly employed the art of cloud concealment, her form illuminating with flashes of lightning. This sudden surge in agility allowed her movements to become extraordinarily nimble. Meanwhile, the opponent, resembling a whack-a-mole, swung her hands in a futile attempt to strike Qianxia, who was darting about with incredible speed. Each slap merely left behind a series of gaping holes in the pavement. Observing this spectacle, Yuzuki paused her relentless pursuit. Apprehensive that a man might suddenly emerge and bellow at her, "Your combat skills are subpar. Take a good look around you. Is this how a ninja of the cloud behaves? You failed to protect anything." Although Yuzuki had never encountered such words from another, the increasing number of craters she had inadvertently created ignited a haunting echo in her mind, a visceral shout resonating within her thoughts. It was an inexplicable sensation. Yuzuki relinquished her beast transformation, maintaining only the guise of the beast as she charged towards Qianxia. Beneath the dark cloak, Qianxia's eyes had transformed into the three-tomo shape. She adeptly evaded Yuzuki's attacks with remarkable ease. Qianxia had initially intended to seize the opportunity to grasp Yuzuki's head, pin her to the ground, and make her escape. However, the beast's exterior proved to be a challenging target to grasp. Yuzuki exclaimed, "Aura, aura, aura, aura. Qianxia, MSS, MSS, MSS." As she engaged, Yumirin quickly sensed something amiss. Although she was unable to unleash her full power through the tailed beast transformation, the proficiency displayed by her opponent was undeniably overwhelming. Yumirin struck forcefully towards Qianxia, who nimbly leapt upwards, avoiding the blow entirely. Without missing a beat, she executed the ninjutsu, lightning release, black stripe. A dark lightning leopard surged forth, crashing into the ground with a resounding boom. The ensuing smoke and debris rose dramatically. At this level, the effects of the smoke were rather limited. Dispersing it would be a trivial task. However, for Qianxia, even this brief moment was more than sufficient. Qianxia swiftly descended beside Fadewan and Jiaodu, leaving them momentarily stunned, as they assumed she intended for them to turn and flee at once. "Do not move. I shall lead your escape." With these light words, Qianxia placed her hands on each of their shoulders. Flying Thunder God technique. Seal. Teleport. Within a mere 2 seconds, the smoke was effortlessly dispersed by Yumirin, yet where once stood Qianxia, Fadewan, In Jiaodu, there was now nothing but emptiness. Despite her heightened perception, she could not detect any trace of the three individuals. They had vanished, but how was this possible? Was this ability bestowed by the evil god? Does such a being truly exist in this world? Yumu Ren's singular mindset strayed far from reality, attributing all to this so-called evil god. Two members of the Akatsuki organization, alongside the two whom she revered as lady, connected to both the evil god and the Akatsuki, it seemed necessary to return and amend the bounty list. After releasing a breath, Yumu Ren surveyed her surroundings, realizing that her initial purpose here was utterly futile. What once resembled a needle in a haystack had transformed into a scenario where both the haystack and the needle had vanished. It appears we are truly fated to be apart. With a resigned shake of her head, she tidied her garments and made her way back to the hidden cloud village. In the office of the fourth Reikage, an uproar ensued. What did you say? Evil god? Do you think me a fool? The fourth Reikage, AI, glared at the ninjas reporting what they deemed important news, slamming his fist onto the desk, shattering it to pieces. The gathered crowd shuddered in response. Hastily removing Yumu Ren from the scene, which allowed a slight warmth to return to the fourth Reikage's countenance. Could it be that a follower of the evil god has infiltrated our ranks? It is indeed imperative that we dispatch 2 additional teams to search for Yumu Ren and any followers of the evil god. Understood. The crowd immediately sprang into action, assembling 2 additional elite teams from the hidden cloud village. They rushed out without pause, determined to locate the so-called cultists of the evil god and the Yuzu people. Although they were unlikely to capture Qianxia and her companions, it was possible they might encounter a few bewildered cultists, given that prior to Qianxia's recruitment, he had fervently promoted the evil god cult even during his time with the Akatsuki, garnering quite a few followers. As for the Yuzu people, she had already returned to the village and made her way directly to the bounty wall within the hidden cloud village. This wall was adorned with numerous task notices for ninjas, including both incident resolution and assassination missions. As she walked toward the counter, she casually scanned the notices on the wall. Suddenly, she halted, perplexed, and reached toward an area densely populated with task notices. She removed several of the uppermost notices, revealing a previously obscured bounty notice beneath. This was an outdated bounty notice accompanied by a photograph. Uchiha Qianxia, female, age 17, affiliated with Konoha. Appearance is shown in the photograph. One of the Uchiha orphans, estimated strength, elite Jonin, bounty, 10 million, capture alive, discontinued. Please do not execute this task. Yuzu gazed at the photograph of Qianxia on the bounty notice. Although there were slight differences from her memories, Yuzu instantly recognized that this individual was indeed the same as the person she recalled. Is she still alive? Konoha? And part of the Uchiha clan? For a moment, Yuzu's mind felt like a computer overheating, unable to process the information. Chapter 121. Just thinking about it is exciting. Ultimately, Yuzu discerned Qianxia's identity, fortunately only uncovering one aspect of her identity. For Qianxia, who was preparing to create a new identity, this revelation did not significantly disrupt her plans. Meanwhile, Qianxia, along with Kakuzu and Haiden, utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting several dozen kilometers away in an instant, successfully escaping Yuzu's perceptive reach. I almost forgot that I can use the Flying Thunder God, Qianxia murmured, patting her chest lightly as she exhaled a sigh of relief. She began to understand why Kizaru from the pirate world had such a demeanor, with the fastest speed in that universe. Who could possibly catch him if he wished to flee? With the mastery of the Flying Thunder God technique, Qianxia stood at the pinnacle of ninjutsu in this era. Now that both Tobarama and Minato had passed away, after teleporting several dozen kilometers away, Kakuzu and Haiden turned, still shaken, scanning their surroundings in disbelief. Is this the Flying Thunder God technique? The well-informed Kakuzu quickly recognized the technique, for it was developed by the brother of that man, and later popularized by the fourth Hokage, thus holding a notable reputation among the elite ninjas. Kakuzu's astonished gaze lingered for a full 3 seconds before transforming into a deadpan stare. Perhaps such surprise was unwarranted. After all, the boss was not only utilizing a mech, but also employing wood release. Was it truly surprising that he mastered multiple Flying Thunder Gods? Not at all. In fact, it seemed quite reasonable, as both the Flying Thunder God and the other divine techniques were, in essence, manifestations of godly prowess. Kakuzu swiftly recovered from his astonishment, while Haiden exhibited no trace of surprise whatsoever. To him, it was a trivial matter for his esteemed lady to wield space-time ninjutsu. Moreover, this was not a moment for astonishment. He turned to face Chika, executing a small leap and performing an extravagant aerial Thomas-style bow before her. "It is all my fault. My lady, please punish me." Haiden's kneeling was executed with utmost professionalism, his tone dripping with unwavering loyalty. Qianxiao felt a twinge of embarrassment as she observed the scene unfold. She never intended to blame Fade Wan. "Please get up. I am not holding you accountable." "No, young lady. It is evidently my fault. If you do not punish me, I shall not rise." Fade Wan's tone was resolute, and Qianxiao recognized the seriousness in his demeanor, which caused her considerable distress. She thought to herself that had she known it would come to this, she wouldn't have indoctrinated him so deeply. His disposition was rather troublesome. "Very well. If you seek punishment, then do as you wish and stab yourself a few times." "All right," Fade Wan exclaimed, his emotions surging as he sprang to his feet, brandishing his scythe in a dramatic gesture of self-disembowelment. However, his attempts were thwarted by the sheer size of the scythe, rendering him incapable of performing the act with any semblance of accuracy. "Jiaodu, do you have a knife? Might I borrow it?" "TSK, this is an exquisite blade. Do not break it." Jiaodu retrieved a valuable knife from his sealing scroll. One might wonder, is Jiaodu not a miser? Why would he spend money on a knife? The answer lies in Jiaodu's understanding of wealth, after years of accumulating riches. He realized that merely hoarding money would lead to its devaluation. Thus, he chose to invest in precious assets. Fade Wan accepted the fine knife from Jiaodu, its golden sheen failing to captivate him. His only concern was whether it could facilitate his intended act. He gripped the knife with the blade facing his abdomen, and with a resounding splat, blood erupted forth. Another splat followed, and with remarkable rhythm, Fade Wan continued his self-inflicted ordeal. Qianxia nearly felt compelled to provide a musical accompaniment to his performance. The undead self-disembowelment seemed to invigorate him, and after dozens of strikes, he appeared determined to reach 100. Fortunately, Qianxia intervened just in time. Otherwise, the blood pooling on the ground would have transformed into a small lake. "Enough, enough. A few dozen should suffice." "Is that truly enough? I had hoped to showcase to the young lady my newly developed method of self-disembowelment, refined from my earlier attempts, which is undeniably more exquisite." Qianxia helplessly covered her face with a hand, filled with regret. She even contemplated whether to reset Fade Wan once more. Yet, feeling the lingering pain in her eyes from using the heavenly transfer on Deidara, she ultimately decided against it. For now, she would make do. After the chaos, it was time to attend to serious matters. The Akatsuki organization had tasked its members with capturing tailed beasts, but their chakra must not be brought back. Would it be feasible to surprise Nagato with 4 defectors? Perhaps, but Qianxia was also intent on further swaying Kisame, thus she wished to postpone this endeavor a little longer. Qianxia pondered thoughtfully, one hand resting on her chin, contemplating how they would report back. Now that the Yuzuki people have grown so formidable, isn't that fortuitous? You too shall return and inform Pain that the Jinchuriki of the tailed beasts is indeed formidable, and that you were unable to prevail, suffering significant injuries in the process. This is indeed true. Even if we were to attempt to capture the Yuzuki people, it seems we would struggle to overpower them without resorting to cunning tactics. But is this truly advisable? What if, upon hearing our report, Pain decides to take matters into his own hands? TSK, there is no need to overthink it. You need not rush back immediately, nor should you delay excessively. Time your return well. Ultimately, our purpose is merely to buy time. Qianxia's current objective has become remarkably clear: to have Fade Wan, Jiaodu, and Deidara, along with Scorpion, delay matters outside, and subsequently return to the Akatsuki organization with an air of nonchalance before Pain grows impatient. During this interval, the situation concerning Uchiha Itachi must be thoroughly resolved, and Kisame must find a way to recruit him into their ranks. This strategic maneuvering could facilitate the effortless suppression of Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki, and perhaps even create an opportunity to capture Uchiha Bito prematurely. Nagato exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this?" The group responded, "Apologies, leader. We are, in fact, undercover." The mere thought of such a scenario brought a smile to Qianxia's face. Meanwhile, far away in the Akatsuki's base, Nagato sneezed again, exacerbating his already frail condition. "Nagato, why are you sneezing again?" Conan inquired, her concern evident as she gazed at the emaciated figure of Nagato, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Nagato simply shook his head lightly. "It's just a cold. It's nothing, Conan. Our dreams are soon to be realized. As soon as the members return with the tailed beasts, we will promptly set off to capture the Nine-Tails brat. The peace we have long envisioned is almost upon us." Chapter 122, That day is approaching in the land of lightning. Within the Raikage's office, the fourth Raikage, A, was confronted with a mountain of paperwork. His temper flared, veins bulging on his temples as he clenched his fist with one hand while the other meticulously processed the documents. Curse it, why are there so many papers? I shouldn't have to deal with the trivial ones. This exclamation left a muscular man seated quietly at his desk, diligently managing his own pile of documents. A stark contrast to A's frenzied demeanor. While A lamented the atmosphere in his office, another desk, a chair, and a man with dark circles under his eyes occupied the room, his stack of paperwork significantly surpassing that of the fourth Raikage. Advisor, Raikage-sama. Most of the trivial documents are on my desk. A snapped. Silence. Understood. The atmosphere in the office was palpably tense, as if a multitude of pressure-laden emoticons were swirling about. If he were merely an ordinary office worker, he could endure until the end of the day. But the issue was that this ultimate worker had no concept of rest. Fatigue meant resting his head on the desk for a brief nap, and taking time off equated to bringing work on trips. His life was a relentless cycle of 24/7 intensive overtime, making it nearly impossible to avoid dark circles under his eyes. At that moment, the office door swung open with a resounding bang, startling A, who quickly lifted his head. The intruder was none other than Uzuki, who had discovered Qianxia's true identity. Raikage-sama, I wish to go to Konoha. What business do you have in Konoha? We haven't had any recent conflicts with them. There's no need to stir trouble. AI clenched his fists, feeling somewhat displeased. Yet the thought of Konoha's secret weapon gave him a headache. Let us focus on peace for now. We can discuss matters once our Death Star is completed. I just hope it's ready before I resign. No, that's not it. I wish to visit Konoha as an ambassador. Uzuki spoke earnestly. Both AI and his aide looked utterly bewildered. Uzuki as an ambassador? Oh, now it makes sense. AI suddenly realized, a look of enlightenment dawning upon him. With a cheerful demeanor, he rose from his seat, swiftly approaching Uzuki and giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Go for it. I believe in your abilities. If you excel, I'll ensure the title of the next Raikage is yours. The position of the fifth Raikage will belong to you, AI exclaimed with exuberance, intensifying his pats on Uzuki's back. Thankfully, it was Uzuki. Had it been anyone else, they might have coughed up several mouthfuls of blood from such force. Although Uzuki didn't fully grasp AI's intentions, he was pleased that his goal was accomplished. Very well, I shall strive diligently, he responded, performing a standard ninja salute before promptly exiting the office. Raikage AI crossed his arms, watching Uzuki depart with increasing satisfaction, nodding unconsciously in approval. Meanwhile, the aide remained perplexed, entirely disconnected from the conversation. May I inquire what Lord Uzuki intends to do? The aide timidly raised an arm to ask. Huh? You didn't sense that? You're quite useless as an aide, AI remarked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. The aide's lips twitched slightly, had it not been for AI's status as Raikage. He would have sprinted away, executing a sliding kick in defiance. Please, do continue, the aide said, wiping his face with a handkerchief and relinquishing the stage to AI. Standing tall and brimming with confidence, AI declared, Uzuki intends to infiltrate Konoha long-term as an ambassador, spreading our hidden cloud-s ninja philosophy, recruiting from Konoha. And if we could manage to acquire a few Byakugan or even Sharingan, that would be splendid. As AI spoke, the aide's sweat began to accumulate even more profusely. Are you certain that Lord Uzuki meant it in that way? No matter how I look at it, it seems inconceivable. However, observing Aina's unwavering confidence, he refrained from saying much, merely hoping that Uzuki would not encounter any issues in Konoha. After leaving the office, Uzuki did not bother to pack his belongings and instead swiftly embarked on his international journey to Konoha. Meanwhile, at this very moment, Chika indeed finds herself in Konoha, albeit only for this fleeting instance. Sasuke, sister, you have been venturing out quite often lately. Are you secretly engaged in something significant? Qianxia, no. What great things can I accomplish? My perspective is too limited. Naruto, exactly. Qianxia, your perspective is indeed too limited. Oh dear, why are you hitting me on the head? Qianxia, who gave you the audacity to claim that my vision is narrow? Mingzhua, in the living room, on the sofa. Qianxia found herself engaged in a long-awaited conversation with the two young ones, Naruto and Sasuke. Initially, they spoke about matters concerning Qianxia, a topic she felt was rather precarious. Consequently, she endeavored to shift the conversation towards their recent activities. Since Naruto and Sasuke were part of the same team, their experiences were quite similar. Qianxia anticipated hearing about their daily lives, but to her surprise, upon the mention of Sasuke's affairs, He suddenly emanated an overwhelming aura of negative energy that made her eyelid twitch alarmingly. What on earth was happening? Even before Sasuke uttered a word, Qianxia felt an unsettling anxiety. It was clear to her that the source of this formidable negative energy could only stem from one thing. She observed as Sasuke, who had been staring downwards, gradually lifted his gaze slightly. His Sharingan remained dormant, yet within his deep, dark eyes lurked an indescribable presence that threatened to erode one's sanity. Sister, during my recent missions, I have caught sight of that man. Perhaps it won't be long before I can personally avenge our family, Sasuke declared, his expression mirroring the twisted charm of Qianxia's own. This revelation sent a shiver through her entire being, for it seemed that the fateful day she had anticipated was indeed drawing near. Qianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Indifferent to the fate that awaited Uchiha Itachi, her sole desire was for her younger brother to endure this trial and not succumb to darkness. For he was the culmination of years of her arduous efforts. Chapter 123, Multiple Preparations. Sasuke, regardless of what the future holds, you must understand that I stand by your side. Do not entertain the notion of shouldering everything alone when the sky falls. There will be a tall figure to support you, and I shall be that figure, at least for now. Qianxia spoke earnestly while extending her two palms, delivering a sharp clap to both sides of Sasuke's cheeks. In the original narrative, Sasuke's character grew increasingly extreme, ultimately desiring to transform himself into a god, a being capable of uniting everyone to stand against conflict, thereby establishing a unique form of peace. However, how does this differ from the methods employed by Nagato and others? Peace born from intimidation and the weight of peril merely fosters a reservoir of negative energy within, destined to erupt one day. Moreover, Sasuke would bear the sins and burdens of year upon year, era upon era, alone, a reality that his older sister cannot accept. Indeed, she absolutely cannot neglect Sasuke. This should not be deemed a lack of trust in him, but rather a desire for additional security. Qianxia resolved to create a would-release clone to quietly protect Sasuke from the shadows. If circumstances took a turn for the worse, she would at least have the option to intervene promptly. Although maintaining a clone continuously for 24 hours would significantly deplete her chakra, this concern paled in comparison to Sasuke's descent into darkness. Thus, she contemplated whether to let go or perhaps add another layer of protection. Chika extended her hand to gently pat Sasuke's nape, leaving behind a subtle mark of the Flying Thunder God technique. Once imprinted, this mark would endure indefinitely unless actively erased by the engraver, and its location would be concealed by hair and clothing, rendering it difficult to detect. Perfect. At that moment, Chika resembled a doting mother, fretting over this and that. Fortunately, Sasuke was not impatient. He still relished intimate gestures beyond mere head pats. Younger brothers are indeed peculiar creatures, and Sasuke, in particular, exemplifies this oddity, sometimes resembling a dog, at other times a cat, and occasionally displaying the audacity of a bull. Observing Sasuke in his current state, Chika felt an overwhelming urge to scratch his chin as one would tease a cat, though she quickly suppressed that thought, feeling rather peculiar. In any case, I wholeheartedly support your quest for vengeance. Swiftly and decisively deal with that man, Chika declared earnestly, her fist clenched. However, upon hearing her words, Sasuke's previously softened demeanor darkened once more. With a twisted smile reminiscent of a lovesick youth, he replied, "No, sister, the notion of swift retribution lacks allure. I intend to meticulously settle the score with him, slowly and methodically." Qianxia wrapped her arms around herself, shivering as goosebumps erupted on her skin. Had the original Sasuke uttered such words, it would undoubtedly have been an act of arrogance. Yet now, this enhanced version of Sasuke truly possesses the merit to speak thus. A Jonin-level Sasuke juxtaposed against a frail Itachi Uchiha, who must hold back. Alas, my dear brother has indeed transformed into a cunning and melancholic figure. Itachi, I had hoped to spare you some anguish, but it seems you may have to endure much more, indeed, dozens of instances. Meanwhile, the beleaguered Itachi nearly stumbled over a small stone in his path. "Mr. Itachi, are you all right?" Kisame Hashigaki, standing beside him, hurriedly approached, eager to offer support. However, Itachi, having steadied himself, gently waved his hand in refusal. "I am fine, there is no need for concern. Let us proceed separately from here." Itachi swiftly regained his composure. Kisame, loyal to the Akatsuki and, by extension, to Obito Uchiha, harbored a deep respect for Itachi, thus he always adhered to his commands during missions. And this occasion was no exception. "Very well, I shall capture the four tails alone. It should pose no significant challenge." You likely have other matters to attend to. So I shall take my leave." With that, Kasame swiftly departed from Itachi's side. Taking a deep breath, Itachi altered his course, revealing his whereabouts as he moved toward a deserted area. Days passed, and on Chinxia's side, the meeting between Scorpion and Granny Chiyo unfolded. Under Chinxia's insistence, forcing Scorpion to endure Granny Chiyo's verbal onslaught, Scorpion's troubled psyche began to show signs of improvement. Ultimately, employing the technique of hypnotizing others was somewhat of a transgression against human ethics. It was best avoided when possible. After enduring Granny Chiyo's words, Chinxia finally released her hold on Scorpion's head and stepped outside. With this matter resolved, another task awaited. For the so-called leisurely moments were merely stolen intervals amid a busy life. Chinxia let out a helpless sigh, transforming into a diligent warrior as she returned home to pack her belongings. What was her intention? Was she setting out to locate the elusive Kisame? No. Seeking such matters was better left to others. She would join the search once they had made progress, thus saving time. At this moment, Chinxia's objective was to journey to the war-torn ruins of the Land of Whirlpools. This small island, situated to the east of the Land of Fire, had been ravaged by war, reduced to mere remnants of its former glory. Chinxia intended to conduct an on-site investigation to ascertain whether this place could serve as her new base away from Konoha. "Naruto, are you ready?" Yes, Chinxiane. I am all set to depart." With Chinxia's call, Naruto cheerfully appeared, briskly carrying a suitcase into her line of sight. This expedition was to be shared by Chinxia and Naruto, while Sasuke remained behind to pursue the trail of Itachi Uchiha. After much deliberation, Chinxia fortunately made the decision for him to go. Of course, Chinxia's would-release clone stealthily trailed Sasuke from the shadows. The would-release clone possessed a level of concealment superior to any other type of clone, if it exerted utmost effort to remain hidden. Even the perceptive Itachi Uchiha would find it exceedingly difficult to detect, unless in extremely close proximity. "My clone, little brother, I am counting on you." In her heart, Chika let out a resounding cry, then took a deep breath, donned her sunglasses, and lifted her luggage, guiding Naruto as they departed from the Hidden Leaf Village towards the Land of Whirlpools. Naruto remarked, "The Land of Whirlpools? The former home of the Uzumaki clan. I am mentally prepared for this." "Chinxia, I implore you, the Land of Whirlpools still possesses potential for transformation and enhancement. Should the Land of Whirlpools prove unsuitable, I shall be left with no choice but to confront the daimyo of the Land of Fire, brandishing a kunai against his throat." Chapter 124. The Journey to the Land of Whirlpools. 1. Chinxian. "Sister Chinxia, you are moving too swiftly. I can scarcely keep up." "Chinxia, swiftly? I find this pace rather sluggish. Grit your teeth and press on." Chinxia and Naruto darted across the wasteland, forests, and streets like two shooting stars. Although Naruto possessed a vast reserve of chakra and could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique, which enabled spatial teleportation through its markings, the essence of spatial teleportation differs from mere high-speed movement. For such extensive travel, it would be impractical for Naruto to throw a kunai to teleport and then throw another to continue. Thus, he was compelled to rely solely on the body flicker technique for his movement. While Naruto was indeed proficient in this technique, it appeared somewhat lacking when compared to Chinxia's remarkable abilities. Chinxia's elder brother, Shisui, is the renowned Shunshin Shisui, who skillfully harvests his enemies' lives on the battlefield through his extraordinary speed. As his sister, during the time when Shisui was still alive and the village of Konoha appeared relatively peaceful, he frequently guided Chinxia in her training, with a particular emphasis on the art of Shunshin. Chinxia inherited most of the original owner's memories, vividly recalling the daily interactions with Shisui. "Chinxia, the path of a ninja is fraught with peril, and one may lose their life at any moment. However, since you have made this decision, I will not dissuade you. I possess little skill, with only a slightly superior form of body flicker technique to offer. You must master it and surpass me. Only then will I feel at ease." Uchiha Shisui spoke as he affectionately ruffled Chinxia's hair, a gesture that she found endearing at the time. In her memories, Shisui was forever gentle, and the original owner diligently practiced the body flicker technique. Regrettably, time was too short. The original owner was unable to reach Shishui's level before being ensnared by the constraints of a family marriage, ultimately leading to a betrayal by Uchiha Itachi. The thought alone is painful. Chinxia could not help but reach out to touch her waist. "Speaking of which, Uchiha Itachi, you are indeed quite something. Weren't you on good terms with Shisui? You even took advantage of his sister. But then again, it makes sense, after all." You are the ruthless one who has even taken down your own parents. Uchiha Itachi, I have already treated you quite well, a swift strike, and the pain vanishes in an instant. Chinxiao, is your idea of a lethal strike merely stabbing my kidney? Unless you sever the major artery on my side. I truly cannot fathom how a stab to my kidney could lead to my demise. Uchiha Itachi, yet you see, you have not perished, have you? Chinxiao, are you still holding on to this? I have already watched the dead door twice. Chinxiao pouted, an involuntary aura of negative energy emanating from her. If only her arrival in this world had not coincided with the night of annihilation, allowing her to develop her abilities in a more discreet manner for a few years. If I could just strike Shimura Danzo with a swift blade, then effortlessly employ Kodo Amatsukami against the clan leader, wouldn't that secure the survival of the Uchiha clan? Of course, such thoughts were rather naive. Chinxiao merely felt a tinge of regret. Chinxiao murmured softly, while behind her, Naruto panted heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Utterly preoccupied and oblivious to the musings of his elder sister. Has Qianqiangxia arrived yet? Not yet. Oh wait, she has. Chinxiao abruptly applied the brakes. Coming to a sudden stop. Before her, less than a meter away, was a precipice. That was close. She nearly plummeted. Before Chinxiao could finish her words, a yellow figure suddenly darted out from behind her and plummeted off the cliff. Whoosh. Splash. Chinxiao, with her sleepy eyes, peered over the edge of a towering cliff. Naruto. Are you all right? I'm fine. Really? Naruto's head burst forth from the water surface, unscathed by the height. He swiftly formed a Rasengan, which propelled him upwards with a resounding boom, landing gracefully back atop the cliff. Perfect. All right, Chinxiane. Which direction shall we head? Naruto declared with a proud tilt of his head and a raised nose. Down below, we shall descend. The land of Whirlpools is a small island situated to the east of the land of fire, separated by a vast expanse of sea. Flying there is inconceivable. We can only row our way across. Chinxiao took a deep breath and, emulating the thrill of a vertical drop ride at an amusement park, leaped from the edge of the cliff. As she descended, she clapped her hands together with a resounding sound, invoking the art of wood release. A wooden vessel swiftly materialized below her, and she landed gracefully upon it, with Naruto following closely behind. Chinxiane, where are the paddles? He inquired. Paddles? Use your family's Rasengan. Oh, right. Naruto quickly understood, and he began to form a Rasengan with his hands, directing it toward the water surface behind the boat. The vessel surged forward as if equipped with a powerful motor, its bow lifting as it sped toward the land of Whirlpools. An hour later, the wooden boat reached the shore, and Naruto and Chinxiao disembarked. They gazed upward at the island, momentarily frozen in place, unable to take their first step. What did they behold? A desolate expanse littered with the remnants of ruins. The land of Whirlpools, home to the Uzumaki clan, had been coveted by major clans due to their innate vast chakra and vitality, coupled with their mastery of powerful sealing techniques capable of subduing tailed beasts. Despite having established diplomatic relations with Konoha, they could not preserve their clan, though Konoha was not as prosperous as during the era of Senju Hashirama. The legacy of Namake's Minato still held the village firmly in the position of the strongest ninja village. In stark contrast, the land of Whirlpools lay in ruins, its people scattered and displaced. Even for Chinxiao, who was not of the Uzumaki lineage, the sight evoked a deep sense of lament. While Naruto stood in stunned silence beside her. Naruto, let us venture deeper. Perhaps we might find a relative or two, Chinxiao suggested, gently ruffling his hair in a comforting gesture. Hearing this, Naruto's spirits lifted significantly as he nodded vigorously, taking the lead and hastening forward, with Chinxiao closely following. They made their way toward the heart of the island. Their objectives for this journey were threefold. First, to assess whether the island held potential for establishing a new base. Second, to seek out any remaining ninjutsu scrolls left by the Uzumaki clan, despite the slim likelihood. And third, to survey the island in hopes of encountering a few survivors from the Uzumaki clan, though Chinxiao felt that this possibility was even more remote. Well, I've always had good fortune. Perhaps the heavens will smile upon me this time, she joked, her spirits buoyed. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Chinxiao, who was trailing behind Naruto, suddenly halted. Sensing her stop, Naruto turned around in excitement. Chinxiane. Yes, indeed, there is something ahead in that direction. Chinxiao extended a finger towards her left, centered around herself, as a kunai imbued with the enchantment of tetanus soared towards her. Chapter 125, The Journey to the Land of Whirlpools 2 Sister Chinxiao. Be careful. Naruto exclaimed, his voice filled with urgency as he stepped towards her, one arm reaching out in an attempt to catch the enchanted kunai flying directly at her. As the kunai hurtled toward Chika, it was abruptly halted by a flicker of something akin to rose-hued flames, clattering to the ground. "Come forth. I harbor no ill will towards you," Chika remarked softly, turning her gaze towards the direction from which the kunai had been thrown. After a tense silence of several seconds, 3 or 4 individuals with crimson hair emerged from the ruins, their tattered attire and expressions brimming with animosity directed at Chika. "Release our kin, you despicable invader," shouted the leader, his fists clenched tightly as he confronted Chika. Before she could respond, Naruto, standing beside her, could no longer contain himself. Gritting his teeth, he retorted sharply, "How can your intelligence be so inferior? If my sister were truly an invader, she would have seized this kunai and lunged at your waist with a flurry of thrusts long ago. Besides, she is so kind-hearted. How could she possibly resemble an invader?" From Naruto's perspective, although his sister could occasionally appear intimidating, she generally radiated the benevolence of an angel descending from the heavens, enveloped in an aura of warmth and kindness. This sentiment was not unique to Naruto. Indeed, aside from moments when her emotional control slipped or was deliberately affected, Chika exuded a remarkably amiable presence. Yet, the distinction between angel and demon is often perilously thin. Shinshia cast a surprised glance at Naruto, contemplating how this little fellow dared to confront someone, especially a member of his own clan. Yet, upon reflection, after nurturing him for such a long time, if her affection were to be overshadowed by this stranger who had just thrown a kunai, then Naruto would truly be a wolf in sheep's clothing. After all, although they both belonged to the Uzumaki clan, under Shinshia's care, Naruto was far from lacking in love. He would not favor his kin simply because they shared blood, especially considering that the moment they turned hostile towards Shinshia, any initial goodwill evaporated further. The man rebuffed by Naruto was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing crimson. Just as he was about to utter another word, the atmosphere surrounding Shinshia shifted dramatically. "I have already mentioned that there is a misunderstanding between us. Let us sit down and converse peacefully. Do not force my hand. My demeanor should indicate that I am a lover of peace," Shinshia said with a narrowed gaze, picking up the rusted kunai from the ground. With one hand gripping the weapon, she playfully flicked it with a finger, causing it to shatter into 2 pieces with a sharp crack. As Shinshia glared at them, from their perspective, a fearsome demon with black wings emerged from her form. Its visage grotesque and its claws razor-sharp, accompanied by tattered ebony feathers. The members of the Uzumaki clan thought, "Is this what you call amiable?" However, under Shinshia's seemingly gentle invitation, they finally managed to regain their composure and led her and Naruto to their dwelling. The Uzumaki clan mused, "Strength lies in numbers. Once we reach our territory, we will surely be able to subdue this woman." "Shinshia, do you still harbor such thoughts?" "Nevertheless, it is understandable, given their current predicament, that they must remain vigilant." They brought Shinshia to a dilapidated area that could barely be termed a sanctuary. The house had collapsed at a 45-degree angle, and with a bit of renovation, it could accommodate a few individuals without much issue. As they arrived, 3 or 4 red-haired members of the Whirlpool clan emerged from the refuge, which was within Shinshia's expectations. Likewise, their drawing of shurikens aimed at Shinshia also fell within her anticipations. "If you release this young lad, we shall allow you to depart. Do not accuse us of treachery. I can discern your formidable strength. In a 1-on-1, even 2-on-1, or 3-on-1 confrontation, we stand no chance. Thus, we must resort to this approach. Release this young lad, and we assure you that no harm shall come to you, and you will be free to leave." Upon hearing the situation, Naruto Uzumaki beside Chika became quite anxious. However, before he could take a stand against his own kin, Chika swiftly pressed his head down with her hand and extended a tense palm towards the gathered crowd, invoking her extraordinary technique. Wait a moment. Once this technique was activated, the opposing party would be rendered incapable of launching any attacks until the matters concerning Chika were resolved. In a swift motion, Chika turned Naruto's body a full 180 degrees, causing them to face away from the others as they began to converse in hushed tones. "Naruto? Chikane? What are you doing? Although they are my relatives, I will not show favoritism towards them. In my heart, you are the most important family member, Chikane. Shinshia, I appreciate your sentiment, but resorting to violence is unwise. Although the blood ties between you may be obscure and your hair colors differ, it is still essential to extend some courtesy towards them." Naruto, well, I never intended to resort to violence in the first place, but Shinshia, whatever you say, I shall comply. Shinshia, All right, once we turn around, immediately employ the ninjutsu in which you excel. Just to clarify, it is not the art of seduction. Naruto, Trinxia sister. That's not my forte. Naruto's face flushed with embarrassment. Trinxia initially appeared perplexed, before a look of realization illuminated her expression. After her guidance, Naruto, rather than being proficient in the art of seduction, was utterly inexperienced in it. A pure-hearted young man indeed. Trinxia chuckled softly to herself, then nodded at Naruto. In perfect synchrony, the two turned around, intertwining their fingers as they executed the shadow clone technique. Boom, 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 boom. A torrent of white smoke erupted. And as it dissipated, Trinxia and Naruto appeared before them, multiplied not just threefold, but fivefold, surpassing even the number of whirlpools. As you might say, it is hardly underhanded of me. After all, facing off against a dozen of you is indeed quite a challenge. Employing a ninjutsu is hardly excessive, is it? Of course. You are welcome to use your own ninjutsu, and let us see who can summon the greater number. With a gentle smile, Trinxia spoke. Yet her words transformed into whispers of demons in the ears of those before her. The desire for rebellion swiftly dissipated until one individual raised their arms, prompting the others to follow suit and surrender. Witnessing this scene, Trinxia felt a sense of relief and dispelled a portion of her shadow clones. Rest assured, she assured them. From your perspective, we are not villains. Rather, we are indeed the epitome of goodness. As for the nature of this goodness, we can leisurely discuss it further. Chapter 126, A Journey to the Land of Whirls. 3. It seems there is not much to converse about, but fret not. This is easily resolved. Trinxia casually surveyed her surroundings. Although there were places to sit, as a young lady of noble birth, she was accustomed to the opulence of the Uchiha residence. The thought of discussing serious matters in such an unrefined setting elicited a sense of reluctance within her. Fortunately, Trinxia was adept at resolving such discomforts on her own. She raised her hands, and with a sharp clap, declared, would release, whatever I call, comes forth. Technique of the 3 rooms and 1 hall. In an instant. At her command, magnificent trees erupted from the ground around her, their branches intertwining and weaving together to form a wooden villa-like structure, all accomplished in under 10 seconds. Trinxia gently snapped her fingers, and the door of the small room swung open on its own, with a wide grin revealing her pearly white teeth. She turned to the crowd and said, "Come in, please." Trinxia's display of skill truly astonished them. Initially, they believed she was merely a somewhat formidable ninja. But now, they questioned whether such feats were even conceivable for a ninja. As they timidly entered the villa, they realized their shock had come too soon. This abode was far from superficial. It contained a myriad of items, such as tables and chairs. They swallowed the lump in their throats, relieved that Trinxia was not an adversary. Otherwise, the Uzumaki clan might have faced annihilation. May I inquire, who exactly are you? The leader of the Uzumaki clan sat nervously in the chair opposite Trinxia, his legs pressed together, hands resting atop them, beads of cold sweat trickling down his cheeks. I am Trinxia, hailing from Konoha. However, I intend to sever ties with Konoha and pursue my own path. This territory appeals to me, and I shall claim it. The group sat in stunned silence upon hearing her words, pondering what was so appealing about their land. If it were truly advantageous, they would not have faced national destruction in the first place. Surrounded by the sea, with inconvenient transportation and vulnerability to attacks from all directions, they could hardly see the allure. All right, I understand your thoughts, but your concerns pose no dilemma for me. I possess the means to provide financial support and to propose enhanced defenses against foreign threats. In any case, your situation couldn't possibly worsen. Trust me once, and I shall empower the Uzumaki clan to stand proudly once again before the entire ninja world. Trinxia crossed her legs, her arms folded, exuding an air reminiscent of a formidable leader of the underworld, her eyes brimming with confidence. The members of the Uzumaki clan hesitated, exchanging glances, knowing that despite Trinxia's words being rather straightforward and akin to mere empty promises, they had witnessed her extraordinary capabilities and understood that she had no need to deceive them. Moreover, she was right. There was no situation worse than the present one. Ever since the fall of the land of whirlpools, very few among the Uzumaki had met with favorable outcomes. Even those who managed to escape often fell prey to individuals intrigued by their bloodline. Some among them had even fled from laboratories, and after much contemplation, they ultimately returned to this desolate land of whirlpools. The leader of the Uzumaki lowered his head in silence for a moment before finally raising it to face Trinxia again. On behalf of everyone, I apologize for our previous treatment of you. However, There is one matter I find perplexing. Perplexed? No problem. Go ahead, she encouraged. Well, it concerns finances. You provide the funds, and you also cover the cost for constructing the defensive measures. With just a handful of us, we cannot possibly generate significant labor. In this transaction, we stand to gain far too much. Is there truly nothing for us to contribute? Nothing? How could that be? Of course, you have tasks to undertake, Xinxiao exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, her surprise evident. The spirits of the crowd immediately lifted. Indeed, there would be a price to pay. However, if it meant restoring the Uzumaki clan's dignity and allowing them to stand tall without fear, they were determined to embrace this challenge. What you must do is simply eat well and drink well, restoring your emaciated bodies. Then, thrive abundantly and produce numerous Uzumaki offspring. The Uzumaki clan cannot remain so few in number. After making this declaration, Qianxiao internally scoffed, acknowledging that the Uchiha clan's plight was even more dire than that of the Uzumaki. The Uzumaki and Uchiha, two clans both struggling with dwindling numbers, shared a sense of resonance. Wishing for the future of young Sasuke, may his boundless energy revive the Uchiha clan. For their resurgence rests upon his shoulders. Amidst a flurry of commotion, Qianxia decisively clapped her hands, prompting a collective blush on the faces of those before her. Resembling ripe tomatoes, Naruto, however, displayed little change in expression, likely due to his innocence as a young man, unversed in such matters. He stood with his hands on his hips, grinning as he surveyed the Uzumaki crowd. What did I say? Qianxia is truly amiable, isn't she? The Uzumaki members responded in unison. Not merely amiable, she is akin to an angel descending upon us. Perceptions of individuals can transform dramatically, and in an instant. Qianxia shifted from being perceived as a demon to an angel. Yet, she remained indifferent to such opinions. With determination, she resolved to act without delay, despite her outward demeanor. She was quite occupied and would delegate the subsequent tasks to others. Qianxia stood up from her chair and exited the quaint villa, her palms coming together with a sharp clap, summoning several three-bedroom apartments in an instant. She had not anticipated the presence of the Vortex clan upon her arrival. Thus she had not brought any provisions. For the time being, she resolved to make do, planning to send Yun back to fetch both labor and sustenance on her next visit. Although many, including Qianxia herself, often remarked on her lack of mental acuity, she possessed a certain cleverness in specific matters. Just as Qianxia was preparing to level the surrounding ruins in her benevolent endeavor, she suddenly staggered, momentarily immobilized. Sister Qianxia, Naruto exclaimed, alarmed by her unexpected instability. Qianxia extended a hand to him, waving lightly to indicate that she was fine. Indeed, she was not suffering from any physical ailment. Rather, she was affected by the emotions stemming from the wood clone she had dispatched to Sasuke. This emotional fluctuation suggested that Sasuke had finally encountered Itachi. Chapter 127. Sasuke and Uchiha Itachi. 1. While Qianxia and Naruto dealt with various matters in the Land of Waves, Sasuke followed the deliberately left clues of Uchiha Itachi, ultimately discovering the hideout of the Uchiha clan. In the desolate wilderness, a conspicuous and imposing structure loomed before Sasuke. Despite the walls obscuring his view, he could distinctly feel Itachi's chakra. Come forth, Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi sat on a throne within the dwelling, feigning calm as he gazed towards the direction where Sasuke stood outside. He had already contemplated how he would feign defeat, waiting for Sasuke to charge in, go through the motions, and ultimately bestow his eyes upon Sasuke, wishing for him to achieve the eternal Manjiki Sharingan in the future. Itachi anticipated Sasuke's imminent entrance, yet a minute passed, and still, Sasuke did not step inside. Instead, Sasuke raised both hands, intertwining his fingers to perform the shadow clone technique, resulting in the creation of 4 clones. Sasuke's original self remained stationary while the 4 clones dashed around the building, taking positions at each of the 5 cardinal points surrounding it, swiftly forming hand seals. 5 positions? Is he attempting to create a sealing array? Itachi was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Sasuke's intentions until an overwhelming sense of impending danger surged within him. It was then that he realized that Sasuke was not preparing a sealing array. Rather, he was gathering formidable power for a devastating technique. Damn it. Itachi hastily rose from his throne, just as the 5 Sasuke figures completed their hand seals, unleashing 5 distinct techniques. Ninjutsu, Great Distant Thunder Technique. After Qianxia acquired the Forbidden Scrolls of Konoha, Naruto learned the Flying Thunder God technique, while Sasuke mastered numerous high-damage jutsu created by Tobirama Senju. Each of these techniques, aside from the water release, could be described as fearsome in nature. The last time Sasuke showcased the Tobirama techniques was during the Chunin exams, where a casual strike obliterated the arena, resulting in a tie between him and Naruto, both sharing the top honor. At this moment, Sasuke, through the shadow clone technique, summoned 4 clones, totaling 5 individuals, unleashing 5 Tobirama forbidden techniques. A tsunami of dread surged into Itachi's mind from all directions. 1 second later, boom! The towering edifices were shattered into countless fragments of varying sizes, and dense black smoke rose dramatically into the sky, reminiscent of the catastrophic nuclear techniques from the realm of Uchiha. Within this inky haze, sparks and currents mingled ominously. Sasuke's 4 shadow clones were dispersed by the residual shockwave. While his true self remained steadfast, unyielding in the face of such an assault, he did not believe that a single strike could vanquish Itachi Uchiha. This was merely an appetizer. Over the years, he had continuously battled the idealized version of Itachi in his mind, as his own strength surged at an unprecedented pace. While the Itachi he envisioned grew ever stronger, even surpassing the original, the black smoke was soon dissipated, revealing a crimson skeletal frame suspended in the air, within which Itachi, blood streaming from his eyes, gasped for breath. Sasuke was utterly unfazed by this apparition. He had witnessed such a technique when it was employed by his sister and had later inquired with Chinchou about its nature. Susanoo, the power awakened by the Manjiki Sharingan. Though not as formidable as his sister's, Sasuke's aura of dominance began to take shape, a smug smile gracing his features, while Itachi wore an expression of perplexity. Was Sasuke truly this powerful? The recent ninjutsu strike had nearly cost Itachi his life, and he realized that had his reflexes been even a moment slower, he might have perished. It seemed that Chinchou had apprised Sasuke of these matters, suggesting that he had been thriving during this time. A subtle smile flickered across Itachi's heart. Though his visage remained stern as he descended to the ground, his Susanoo evolving from its first to its second stage. Though defeat was inevitable, he sought to maintain his dignity. Let him struggle a bit longer. Amaterasu. Itachi's eyes widened, and the fabled black flames, known as the Eternal Fire, erupted forth rapidly. Sasuke, appearing well prepared, deftly shed his outer garment and flung it forward, as the Amaterasu flames engulfed the discarded clothing. Itachi's expression. Sasuke, your techniques? My sister has already taught me how to counter. Sasuke swiftly formed seals and summoned multiple shadow clones, which charged toward Itachi. The abilities housed within Itachi's Manjiki Sharingan included Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu, the Eternal Fire, focused and locked onto its target through the eye, unleashing flames that would not cease until their target was utterly consumed. Tsukuyomi, regarded as the most potent psychological assault, forced the opponent's mind into a realm manipulated at the whim of the caster, allowing the caster to wield absolute control over the target. However, the proximity remained crucial. The effective range of Tsukuyomi is limited to merely 5 meters. Any distance beyond this renders it ineffective, and exceeding this range altogether results in complete ineffectiveness. Sasuke swiftly approached Uchiha Itachi from behind his shadow clone, with the real body positioned beyond 5 meters while the clone remained within. The real body could not exert control. Manipulating the shadow clone was tantamount to self-torture, as it only exacerbated the suffering. Uchiha Itachi genuinely wished to express his incredulity at Sasuke's profound understanding of him. Due to physical limitations, Itachi had seldom employed Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. It took him several attempts to recognize the drawbacks of close-range engagement, while others were fortunate enough not to be dispatched by Itachi on the spot, thereby lacking the opportunity to discover the weaknesses of these formidable techniques. With widened eyes, Uchiha Itachi maneuvered the semi-embodiment of the second stage of Susanoo, unleashing a colossal punch towards Sasuke, in response to the immense Crimson Fist. Sasuke and his shadow clones promptly extended their palms, each executing lightning release, Chidori. For this day, Sasuke had awaited far too long and had never faltered in his training. The hatred and fury within him had not diminished in the slightest with the passage of time. At that moment, the long unchanging tomo of his Sharingan finally evolved into the 3-tomo form, Chidori. In an instant, the sound of explosive dust and the piercing cries of countless birds resonated through the air, leaving the hidden Kage Bunshin of Chikage, who had been secretly observing, utterly dumbfounded. Alas, he had forgotten to bring sunflower seeds. Chapter 128, Sasuke vs. Uchiha Itachi 2. This battle was truly unwinnable. Sasuke confronted a version of Uchiha Itachi even more elusive than in the original narrative. Moreover, Sasuke was fully aware of Itachi's trump cards, while his own techniques and actions continually challenged Itachi's worldview. With Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi thwarted, and the weakened Susanoo unable to unleash its full might, Sasuke and his shadow clones brandished their Chidori, charging toward Itachi's colossal Susanoo fist. While kunai striking Susanoo was akin to throwing an egg against a rock, Chidori was not so easily dismissed. If one strike failed, then 2 or 3 would suffice. After expending all his shadow clones' Chidori, Sasuke's ultimate Chidori successfully shattered Itachi's Susanoo. In a flash, lightning illuminated the air as Sasuke materialized less than half a meter in front of Uchiha Itachi, his outstretched arm bridging that minuscule distance, plunging into Itachi's side. Itachi's visage quivered, unlike Chikage's prior strike, which felt akin to a deep-seated mental anguish. Sasuke's thrust was purely painful, an excruciating sensation that penetrated to the bone. As he endured the searing pain, Itachi couldn't help but ponder. Why does everyone keep stabbing me in the side? Chikage's jab was one thing, but you too. Whose habit of stabbing others in the side is this anyway? Uchiha Itachi felt a sweet taste in his throat, and a mouthful of old blood escaped his lips. Despite his ability to unleash the third stage of Susanoo, armed with the Ten-Fist sword and the Yata mirror as his ultimate trump cards, he could not employ them against Sasuke. In essence, he, Uchiha Itachi, had been defeated. It was truly unexpected that, in such a brief span of time, "You have grown to this extent," Itachi uttered to Sasuke before him, blood still lingering on his lips. This particular scene, as depicted in the original narrative, was not meant to occur until 2 years later. One can only imagine the magnitude of Sasuke's advancement under the influence of Chika, particularly when compared to the version of himself from the original storyline. Uchiha Itachi, this fate is of your own making. From the day your clan was annihilated, you were aware.